Su Chan traversed to the continent of Dochi, becoming the young master of the rock martial city in the western wasteland. At the onset, he awakened a system, yet it fell silent due to the depletion of energy, leaving behind only a mysterious novice gift pack. In this world where strength reigns supreme, he possesses neither the assistance of a venerable elder nor the support of a powerful technique. Instead, he must rely solely on his own wisdom and courage to rise amidst the brutal law of survival of the fittest. Xiaoyan, brother, how about my move, the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus? Chapter 1. The Awakening of Yanwu. Yanwu City stands like a colossal steel beast on the vast desolation of the western side of the Dochi continent. Its towering walls, reaching a staggering height of over 100 feet, are hewn from massive blocks of dark ironstone. Weathered by wind and sun, the surface of the walls bears countless pockmarks, stained with a somber hue reminiscent of blood rust, resembling the ancient scars on a giant beast. Silently narrating the city's history of iron and blood, the city is filled with rugged, towering stone houses, and the broad streets carry the coarse essence of sand carried by the wind. This is the stronghold of the Su family, one of the three great cities of the western wilderness. At this moment, the gentle rays of the setting sun have just begun to peek over the horizon. Deep within the Lord's mansion, the atmosphere is so tense it feels suffocating, as if a massive mountain hovers overhead, ready to descend at any moment. The spacious courtyard is ablaze with light as bright as day. The core members of the Su family stand rigidly like stone pillars outside the tightly closed delivery room, utterly motionless. Beside Su Yan stands a gaunt old man. Clad in a plain gray robe, his aura is even more profound and daunting than Su Yan's, as if he has melded into the surrounding space, creating ripples in the air with the slightest movement. This is Su Yan's father, the previous head of the Su family, the 4-star Dozong Su Yu. His eyes are as tranquil as an ancient well, yet a subtle concern is furrowed between his brows, as if his gaze can penetrate the door and discern the happenings within. Next to Su Yu stands an elder with hair and beard entirely white, the Su family's grand elder, the 7-star Dozong and a 7th-rank alchemist, Su Yan. Clad in a purple-golden robe adorned with star patterns, he carries a crystalline 9-turn Lioli alchemy cauldron at his waist. His silver hair is casually pinned up with a jade hairpin, and the tips of his fingers are perpetually warmed by the residual heat of 7-colored alchemical flames. Behind Su Yin and the others stand rows of solemn Su family elders in the deepest shadows cast by the pillars. A more ancient presence sits cross-legged, draped in a faded hemp robe. His body is emaciated and frail, his aura repressed to the point of being as faint as a lifeless stone. Had one not made a deliberate effort to sense him, he would remain unnoticed. Yet, true strength reveals itself in the unsettling awareness that the air around this old man has become viscous, with light bending and distorting as it passes him. He is the pillar of the Su family, the 2-star Dizuan ancestor Su Yin. His eyes are closed, breath long and slow, as if attuned to the very pulse of the earth, his being seemingly a part of the courtyard, even of the land itself. In the corner of the courtyard, the personal guards have long retreated to a distance of 100 feet, barely daring to breathe, fearing to disrupt these eminent figures. The ancient tree within the courtyard trembles silently under the invisible pressure, its leaves quivering in hushed agitation. Suddenly, a pair of hurried footsteps shatters the profound silence, sounding particularly jarring. An elder hastening from the Su family's ancestral grounds rushes through the archway. Upon seeing the 3 eminent figures standing in the courtyard, the head of the family, the old city lord, and the ancestor, his heart leaps, and he quickly bows, his voice laced with unprecedented reverence. Head of the family, old city lord, ancestor, what is it? Su Yin inquires in a deep voice, his gaze still fixed intently on the delivery room. The elder of the ancestral land took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within, though his voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Report to the master of the house. The Xinyuan formation protecting the earth vein source of the ancestral land suddenly trembled violently. A quarter of an hour ago, the resonance was unprecedented. According to the sensing elder on guard, the source of that tremor is converging towards the mansion. His gaze involuntarily darted towards the tightly shut door that very moment. The ancestor Su Yin, who had been sitting in the shadows with his eyes closed, unexpectedly opened a narrow slit in his eyelids. Those murky eyes abruptly widened, and for the first time, a look of almost frozen astonishment appeared on his withered face. His gaze, like a blade, pierced through the space, firmly locking onto the direction of the delivery room. Wow! A resounding cry of a newborn, filled with boundless vitality, pierced through the deathly silence inside and out like a golden arrow
heralding dawn. That cry carried a strange power, penetrating deeply into the souls of everyone in the courtyard. Creak. The delivery room door swung open, and the midwife, cradling a small infant wrapped in soft satin, trembled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Congratulations, City Lord. Congratulations, old City Lord. Congratulations, ancestor. Congratulations to all the elders, it's a baby boy. Both mother and child are safe." In a flash, Su Yan appeared before the midwife, extending his rough, powerful hand capable of cleaving mountains now, surprisingly gentle and cautious as he received the swaddled infant. The baby's rosy little face and robust cries attested to his health, while his tightly shut eyes, framed by long eyelashes, fluttered like the feathers of a small crow. The gazes of Su Yu, Su Yan, and the others instantly converged upon this newly born scion. Within the swaddling, the faint consciousness of the newborn was as bewildered as if it had just emerged from chaos. Su Chen felt as though he had been adrift in an endless darkness for an eternity. Fragments of hazy memories from his past life skyscrapers, flowing traffic, glowing computer screens flashed by like faded slides. Where is this? Who am I? The newly birthed soul instinctively questioned that I am Su Chen. Didn't I die in a car accident? At that moment, just as this nascent consciousness began to stir, a cold, mechanical, and utterly emotionless synthetic voice, like the sharpest chisel, imprinted itself directly into the deepest recesses of his soul. Ding! The vast sovereign system has been successfully bound, host confirmed. Su Chen. Newbie gift pack being distributed. Countless minuscule, shimmering particles of blue data flowed into Su Chen's sea of consciousness like stardust. They rapidly converged and solidified. Permission directives being restructured. Personnel binding confirmed. Guardian Commander Dianwei authority transferred. City Lord Su Yan in charge. Personnel binding confirmed. Guardian Squad Su E to Su Shur authority transferred. City Lord Su Yan in charge. Personnel binding confirmed. Maid Su Xiao Xiao authority transferred. City Lord Su Yan in charge. Personnel binding confirmed. Alchemist Yao Shi Do authority transferred. City Lord Su Yan in charge. Personnel binding confirmed. Kitchen Steward Su Shan authority transferred. City Lord Su Yan in charge. Soul Secret Technique. Soul Cultivation Method Advanced Profound. Level Transmission in progress. Soul Combat Skill. Soul Howl Advanced Profound Level Transmission in progress. System Core Energy Module Initiating Energy Cycle. Established Rule Infusion. 1-star realm enhancement per year without side effects infusion limit. Battle Emperor detected that the host has just been born. The body is too weak to endure battle chi energy from ages 1 to 4 will be infused all at once at age 5. Detected severe energy deficiency system is about to enter deep slumber. Warning. During deep slumber, the system cannot intervene in any processes, significantly increasing uncontrollable factors. The cold voice suddenly cut off, as though the machine had jammed and powered down. All light particles fell into a profound silence, merging into the depths of his soul. I have crossed over to the continent of battle chi. A faint flicker of consciousness, belonging to the traveler, finally came to realization. Chapter 2. The dawn's light. A colossal and frigid torrent of information surged into Su Chen's chaotic mind. He felt an icy command etched deep within his soul. The specific individuals who had long been in the City Lord's mansion and were already loyal to the Su family, Dianwei, Su Xiao Xiao, Yao Shi Do, Su Shan, and Sui to Su Shur, had their soul imprints reignited, reinforced, and bestowed with a singular core mission, to pledge their allegiance to him, Su Chen. The knowledge of secret arts and combat skills was firmly inscribed in his consciousness, while the remaining system panel transformed into a chilling golden stream of data, imprinted at the very foundation of his thoughts. Supreme Sovereign System. Host, Su Chen. Realm. None. Core Rule. Can enhance 1-star in realm each year without side effects. Limit. Fighting Emperor. System status. Deeply asleep. Energy recovery in progress. This overwhelming flood of information was too much for Su Chen's newly awakened soul to bear, and he promptly fell back into a deep slumber. Outside, Su Yan cradled the gradually quieting infant, taking a deep breath to suppress the overwhelming joy that threatened to burst forth. He solemnly nodded to his father and ancestor. Holding the swaddled child as if it were the most precious treasure in the world, he turned and entered the delivery room. In the elegantly appointed bedroom, Mu Rongwan leaned weakly against the headboard. Upon seeing her husband enter with the child, a gentle yet fatigued smile graced her face. "Go, let me see him," she urged. Su Yan took 2 swift steps to the bedside, carefully placing the swaddled infant into his wife's arms. Mu Rongwan lowered her gaze, observing her son's rosy little face, listening to his steady breaths, her eyes brimming with maternal love. Seated beside the bed, Su Yan tenderly brushed aside the hair from her temples, slowly channeling his fighting energy to aid her recovery, his tone softer than ever before. "One heir. You have worked so hard. Look at our son. He is extraordinary from the moment of his birth." Surprise and joy flickered across Mu Rongwan's face, and her fatigue seemed to dissipate significantly. She gazed down at the infant in her embrace, and at that moment, the baby's tightly shut eyelids fluttered slightly. "This child," she murmured softly, looking up at her husband. Su Yan's eyes were deep, filled with an unprecedented resolve. He gently patted the back of her hand, their unspoken understanding instantly conveying to her, this child, the Su family would protect with all their might. He is the future of the Su clan. He doesn't even have a name yet. one heir remarked tenderly, caressing her son's fine, soft hair. Su Yan's gaze shifted towards the window. In the eastern sky, a resplendent sun was majestically rising above the horizon, golden rays cascading upon the towering black iron walls of Yanwu City, shimmering with brilliance. At the break of dawn, merging earth and fire. This name aligns with the celestial timing, responds to the geographical advantage, and embodies the aspirations of the Su family. He shall be Su Chen. Mu Rong once softly recited the name, looking down at her son, who had once again fallen into a deep sleep, her face radiating immense tenderness and pride. Very well, Su Chen, my dear Chen heir. Su Yu's voice emerged from outside the door, filled with satisfaction. What a splendid name for Su Chen. He and Su Yan had entered unnoticed, their gazes fixed on the small swaddled form, brimming with hope. Su Yu approached and gently placed a piece of warm, ancient jade beside the swaddled infant. This is the Xian Huang jade pendant, capable of nourishing the meridians and fortifying one's essence. A gift for my grandson, Su Chen. Su Yan cradled his son and slowly approached the doorway. Outside, a sea of solemn figures stood in a dark mass. Leading them was Su Yan's esteemed elder, Su Yan, followed by a row of elders. Behind them stood Dian Wei, the trusted commander of the city lord's guards, a man of formidable stature. Resembling an iron tower with sinewy muscles that strained against his black armor, his face rugged and resolute. Yet, beneath his usual unwavering loyalty to Su Yan, there burned an indescribable, fervent flame of devotion. Behind him were 18 elite guards, from Sui to Su Shi, each possessing calm demeanors and piercing gazes. Clad in unyielding black armor, beside them stood Su Xiao, the primary maid of the matriarch, dressed in simple maid attire, her delicate features and gentle aura radiating tranquility. A short distance away, a quiet young apothecary in his robes and around, amiable middle-aged kitchen steward, Su Shan, stood respectfully with their hands at their sides. All eyes were filled with an unprecedented fervor and anticipation, as if ignited from the depths of their souls, fixated on the swaddled infant in Su Yan's arms. Taking a deep breath to quell his own excitement, Su Yan firmly cradled his son. His voice, resonant and authoritative, echoed throughout the courtyard. From this day forth, this child shall be known as the heir of the Su family, Su Chen, Dian Wei, Su Xiao, Apothecary Do, Su Shan, Su Yi to Su Shi. You are to immediately relinquish your current duties and devote yourselves entirely to serving and protecting the heir. This is your sole responsibility. The safety of the heir is your very life. Do you understand? Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, Dian Wei led the way as all those named. Whether the fierce commander, the gentle maid, the composed apothecary, the stout steward, or the 18 guards, instantly knelt on one knee with a resounding thud. Their knees struck the hard iron stone ground of the courtyard, producing a synchronized, thunderous sound akin to the beating of war drums. Dian Wei bowed his massive head low, and his coarse voice erupted with an unprecedented fervor and ironclad oath, shaking the very ground. Your subordinate, Dian Wei, Su Xiao, Apothecary Do, Su Shan, vows to protect the heir with my life. The voices of the 18 guards followed suit, merging into a torrent of resolute shouts. We vow to protect the heir with our lives. The sound surged like a tidal wave, carrying with it an undeniable resolve and loyalty, soaring to the heavens. In Su Yan's arms, the sleeping infant seemed startled by the overwhelming noise, his tiny brow furrowing slightly. As Su Yan held his young son, feeling the steadfast, molten loyalty emanating from the courtyard, even his steadfast heart felt the weight of a monumental mission. This child was not merely the fruit of his and his wife's love. He bore the unprecedented future of the Su family. Su Yu's pupils constricted slightly, the astonishment in his eyes not yet fully dissipated, but more so an acknowledgement of his son's resolute decision, alongside a barely perceptible glimmer of anticipation. The flickering lights cast a gentle glow, while the baby sleeps peacefully. Su Chen's destiny, much like the dawn's first light, officially unfolds in this grand western city known as Yanwu. The path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty, fraught with the echoes of war. Everything remains a mystery. Chapter 3. 7 years of accumulation. 7 years have passed in the blink of an eye, much like the howling sands outside the city of Yanwu. The infant who once lay in swaddling clothes has now grown into a tall and poised youth. In the depths of the morning dawn pavilion, within the serene chamber, the atmosphere is heavy with anticipation. The air is thick with the intense fragrance of a rare medicinal herb, emanating from a deep blue pill, the size of a longan. Adorned with intricate patterns, resting on the stone platform at the room's center, an exquisite 4th-grade gathering pill. Seated cross-legged, Su Chen's expression remains tranquil. Yet his deep-set eyes reveal a depth of composure and sharpness that belies his youth. The profound accumulation of 7 years in a dormant system resembles a slumbering volcano, awaiting the spark to ignite it. Today marks the moment of transformation. He raised his hand without hesitation and consumed the precious pill. Coveted by countless families in the Gamma Empire, the pill dissolved instantly upon contact. Boom. A violent surge of pure energy erupted from within, far exceeding the ordinary gathering pill, bursting forth like a torrent of lava, forcefully coursing through his limbs and bones. This overwhelming power was astonishing. The medicinal strength nearing its 4th-grade zenith. This was the extraordinary talent of the Apothecary Do, where the ultimate is merely the beginning. Even with Su Chen's resilient will, he couldn't suppress a muffled groan from the impact of this ferocious energy. His skin flushed crimson, and his beads of sweat emerged. They were swiftly vaporized into wisps of steam by the intense heat. His bones groaned under the weight of the immense energy. Young master, outside the chamber, Su Xiao stood anxiously by the door, her brows knitted with concern. The apothecary Do, clad in a blue robe, stood silently to one side. His expression calm as a deep pool, yet his sharp gaze pierced through the stone door, intensely tracking the chaotic energy within. Dianwei loomed like a dark tower at the end of the corridor, his powerful arms crossed, muscles taut, exuding a fierce aura that sent shivers down one's spine. As if he would unleash a storm of destruction at the slightest disturbance from within the chamber. Inside, Su Chen's body was engulfed in turmoil. The flow of medicinal energy surged violently, yearning to break free. Su Chen's mind was as unyielding as iron, his will solidified. The power of the soul cultivation technique, honed day and night, far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In this moment, his perceptive abilities, akin to an invisible net, swiftly grasped every errant energy current within him. Consolidate. His will struck down like a hammer. Buzz. The tumultuous torrent of energy suddenly halted, under Su Chen's precise guidance. It began to flow along a designated path, painstakingly yet resolutely cleansing the blockages and widening his tender meridians. As time passed, the crimson hue on Su Chen's surface faded, replaced by a nourishing warmth that filled him completely. The once feral medicinal force was finally tamed, transforming into a pure, gentle current that harmoniously merged into the nascent cyclone of his dantian. The chaotic energy within the chamber subsided, leaving only a profound and subdued rhythm of life. Break. Su Chen silently commanded within his heart. Boom. An overwhelming aura, far surpassing that of an ordinary fighter's breakthrough, erupted suddenly. An invisible wave of energy swept through the chamber, lifting the dust off the ground. A dazzling display of intertwining crimson and earthy yellow light, akin to tangible flames and solid rock, burst forth from every pore of his body. The temperature in the entire chamber soared, the air thick and heated. The flames danced fiercely, while the earth and stone stood firm and solid. These two contrasting attributes harmoniously blended within Su Chen, emanating a breathtaking aura of power. Fire. Earth. A dual-element fighter had emerged. A relieved smile finally graced the taut face of the alchemist, revealing an indescribable excitement and pride in his eyes. With a creaking sound, the heavy stone door swung open, and Su Chen stepped forth. Though merely 7 years old, he possessed a stature that was both imposing and dignified. Clad in a simple black ascetic outfit, he exuded a tranquility and sharpness that transcended his tender age. His aura stabilized at the rank of a one-star fighter, with a restrained dual-colored energy pulsating, indicating a depth of skill far surpassing that of his peers. Congratulations, young master. You have successfully advanced to the rank of fighter. Su Xiaoxiao was the first to approach, her lovely face radiating joy, her eyes glistening with tears of happiness from the depths of her soul. The alchemist bowed respectfully, saying, "Congratulations, young master. You have not disappointed us." His voice was steady, with joy unmistakably clear. Excellent. A thunderous laugh erupted as Dianwei strode forward with great enthusiasm, his large hand clapping firmly on Su Chen's shoulder, his fierce visage brimming with unadulterated elation. Young master. What a commanding presence. This energy is remarkable. He felt the pure, refined energy pulsating within Su Chen, surging with boundless potential, and he was overwhelmed with exhilaration, far surpassing his own past breakthroughs. Though Dianwei, Su Xiaoxiao, and the alchemist were gifted by the system after 7 years of companionship, Su Chen regarded them not merely as subordinates. With his gentle temperament, their interactions were quite casual. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, under warm lighting, the atmosphere was more intimate than ever. A grand rosewood round table was laden with exquisite dishes meticulously prepared by Su Shan, each a feast for the senses, infused with spiritual essence. This core family banquet of the Su clan was held to celebrate Su Chen's official embarkation on the path of fighting spirit cultivation. Seated at the head of the table, Su Yin observed his increasingly composed son with unabashed admiration and pride. 7 years had passed, and he had advanced to the rank of a 9-star fighter, his presence ever more formidable. Beneath his ironclad exterior lay a pure paternal love. Chenner, a dual-element fighter at the age of 7. Amazing. You truly are my son, Su Yin. The dawn of a new day, merging earth and fire, it is indeed fate. His booming laughter resonated, causing the dishes to rattle lightly on the table. Mu Ronwan sat beside Su Chen, her beauty untouched by the passage of time, only enhanced by her gentle grace. Her eyes reflected an unwavering love and pride as she served him a piece of tender meat infused with fire elemental energy. Chenner, try this. It has been specially prepared for you to strengthen your foundations. At the head of the table, Su stroked his beard, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, his vast aura seeming even more refined as he admired the extraordinary gem that was Su Chen. The foundation of your dual attributes is remarkably profound, unprecedented. Young fighter Chenner, your path is destined to be extraordinary. Very well. The last 2 words were laden with anticipation. Glancing at the several figures standing in the shadows by the door, Su Chen set down his chopsticks and spoke clearly, ensuring his voice reached everyone in the room. Xiaoxiao, Do, Dianwei, please join me for the meal. An immediate silence enveloped the hall. Su Yan, Mu Ronwan, and Su Yi were all momentarily taken aback. This was a core family banquet, while the alchemist Do, as a direct disciple of the esteemed elder Su Yan, was acceptable, allowing guards and servants to dine at the same table as the main family. In the rigidly hierarchical and rule-bound families of the fighting spirit continent, this was almost a transgression. By the door, Su Xiaoxiao's delicate frame trembled slightly, her gentle eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Su Chen, a torrent of indescribable emotion welling up within her, nearly bringing her to tears. The apothecary adjusted his glasses, concealing the turbulent waves of emotion beneath, while a profound sense of belonging and resonance surged within his soul. Dianwei's powerful body quivered, his fierce expression stiffening as his massive fists instinctively clenched, his breath heavy. The shock in his eyes was swiftly ignited by an overwhelming trust, replaced by a fierce and burning loyalty. "Chinner," murmured Murong Wan, casting a hesitant glance at her husband. Suyin raised an eyebrow, then burst into hearty laughter. "Why not? Today is a momentous occasion for Chinner. Since I have spoken, you are all esteemed contributors to the Su family, worthy of this gathering. Sit." With a grand gesture, his authority was undeniable. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, city lord. Thank you, madam. Thank you, old city lord." The three spoke in unison, bowing deeply, their voices trembling with suppressed excitement. Su Xiaoxiao, along with the apothecary, cautiously took their seats near the door, their movements somewhat reserved, yet overflowing with heartfelt gratitude and loyalty. Chapter 4. The Yanwu auction. During the banquet, Su Yin and the elders inevitably inquired about the strength of Su Chen's core team. Over the past 7 years, their talents and rapid progress had been nothing short of astonishing. Su Xiaoxiao had now reached the 9-star doling level, drawing close to Do Wang. Su Yin looked at her with admiration. Su Xiaoxiao quickly stood up. "It is all thanks to the young master's blessings and the family's nurturing." The apothecary and Su Yu's gazes fell upon him, filled with awe. At merely 23 years of age, he had already attained the level of a 1-star Do Wang and was at the pinnacle of a 6th-rank alchemist, wasn't he? Though framed as a question, the tone was one of certainty. An elder couldn't help but sigh, his voice filled with shock. Such talent, even in the central continent, is remarkable. Moreover, he also cultivates Dochi to the level of Do Wang, truly deserving of Su Yan's direct teaching, nearly defying common sense. His future achievements will surely surpass those of the esteemed elders. Su Yan turned his gaze to Dianwei. "Captain Dian, 30 years old, 6-star, Do Huang. Haha, splendid. Yanwu City is fortunate to have such a formidable warrior like you." Su Yi to Su Lu were all Do Wang. Su Qi to Su Shi were Do Ling. What an invincible personal guard. He grew increasingly excited, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. The growth of this force far exceeded the expectations of the family elders. Su Yan's words made their seating even more justified. Dianwei declared solemnly, "I vow to protect the young master, to guard Yanwu City." Su Chen sat beside his mother, sipping tea with a smile at the corner of his mouth. The achievements of Dianwei and the others were hardly surprising. Their innate talents were extraordinary, especially the apothecary's unparalleled alchemical prowess. At the age of 3, Su Chen had already extracted earth-level techniques from the family for them to practice, and their years of contributions deserved such rewards. The soul cultivation technique and the soul howl, 2 soul-based techniques, had long been imparted to the apothecary, serving as the key to his rapid breakthroughs. Majestic sovereign system, host, Su Chen, realm, 1-star Do practitioner, core rule, can increase 1 star in realm per year without side effects. Limit, Do emperor, remaining time, 181 days. System status, deep sleep, energy recovery in progress, outside of the realm. The information remained unchanged. Su Chen sighed internally. Although starting as a 7-year-old Do practitioner offered a higher starting point, this inherent flaw in aptitude was like a shackle, making it difficult to break through the upper limit, relying solely on the system's accumulation. The family banquet concluded amidst warmth and a lingering sense of awe. In the study, Su Yu felt the surge of energy in his palm as a scroll interwoven with red and yellow slowly levitated. The surface of the scroll bore flowing patterns reminiscent of molten lava, exuding a weighty aura akin to earth in the searing essence of flames. "Chinner," Su Yu said solemnly. "This is the advanced earth-level cultivation technique, Great Earth Flame Cannon, accompanied by the advanced combat skill Explosive Flame Charge, and the movement technique Mountain Shattering Step. The duality of fire and earth aligns perfectly with your attributes. Are you willing to give it a try?" Su Chen's gaze swept over the scroll with calm intensity. As if the lava-like patterns were coursing through his very being, he extended his hand, firmly grasping the scroll that radiated the pulse of the earth and the heat of lava. "Grandfather, father, this is it." His voice was tranquil yet imbued with the resolute conviction of stone. A spark of brilliance ignited in Su Yu's eyes, and he burst into a hearty laugh. "Excellent. Your foundational skills are well established, and this advanced earth-level technique is indeed fitting. Chinner, your composure and decisiveness surpass that of your father in his youth." Within the morning dawn pavilion, candlelight flickered. Su Chen sat in the main seat, while Dian stood like an iron tower by his side. Su Xiaoxiao attended the table, and the pharmacist Do stood respectfully with his hands at his sides. The presence of 18 loyal guards stood like a rock outside the door. "Young master," the pharmacist Do stepped forward, his voice low and measured, his gaze sharp behind his glasses. "The confidential report from Wutan City has arrived. Xiaoyan of the Xiao family is now 2 years old and shows no unusual signs." "Xiaoyan, 2 years old." Su Chen's fingers glided silently across the smooth table surface. The gears of fate turned with precise alignment. That future eye of the storm was merely an innocent infant at this moment. "Understood," Su Chen replied with a calm demeanor. "Keep a discreet watch, unless absolutely necessary. Do not interfere. Early intervention may disrupt the trajectory of fate, leading to unforeseen consequences." "Understood. The arrangements are in place." The pharmacist Do bowed and withdrew. Just then, Su Shan, with a round figure and a rosy complexion, burst in energetically. "Young master, the lady has sent word that the 5-yearly heavenly tier auction at the Rock Martial Auction House will commence in an hour. The lady specifically instructed you to bid on anything you desire. The Murong family and the city lord's treasury will cover the costs." He pounded his chest with exuberance. A glimmer of interest flickered in Su Chen's eyes. The Heavenly Tier auction in Rock Marshall City was a premier event in the Western Wilderness. Gathering rare treasures and a multitude of heroes, it was a prime opportunity to gauge the currents of power and seek fortune. Prepare the carriage. Chen commanded as he rose. Yes, Chen replied cheerfully as he exited. Xiao Xiao, Do, Dianwei, accompany me. Chen scanned the room. At your command. The three responded, their eyes brimming with anticipation, especially the pharmacist Do, whose gaze sparkled with excitement at the prospect of high-tier medicinal materials and formulas, which were always the highlight of the auction. As night draped its inky veil, the auction house awakened like a slumbering, deep blue onyx beast. The grand doors welcomed guests from all directions. The air was thick with the veiled presence of formidable individuals, mingling with the sense of expensive incense and the clinking of gold coins. The guards, clad in uniform attire, scrutinized the entrance with hawk-like eyes, assessing the jade tokens in their hands that signified their status, glimmering in hues of azure, dark gold, and crimson, clearly delineating the rich from the poor. As Chen and his entourage stepped onto the exclusive pathway, the bustling crowd suddenly fell silent. Look, it's Su family's prodigy. Is that the fierce warrior Dianwei behind him? The pressure of a battle emperor is palpable. The blue-robed pharmacist emanates a soul fluctuation as deep as the ocean. He must be the renowned 23-year-old peak 6th-grade alchemist, Do. And that maid exudes a pure and refined aura. She must be the talented maid of the Su family. Su Xiao Xiao, a sense of awe, exploration, and fervent gazes wove an invisible wave that enveloped the 7-year-old Chen. He walked with a serene demeanor, an unusual calmness for his tender age gracing his youthful visage. Behind him, the imposing figure of Dianwei loomed like a mountain, while the enigmatic pharmacist, Do Yuan, stood firm like a towering peak. The gentle yet formidable presence of Su Xiao Xiao was suffocating in its intensity. The steward, clad in splendid attire, bowed deeply in greeting, his smile radiating utmost humility. Young Master Su has graced us with his presence, illuminating our humble abode. The city lord's wife and head of the Murong family await you at the Tianshu Pavilion. He promptly guided the group through a corridor resplendent with colors, skillfully avoiding the thronging crowd before stepping onto the teleportation array. As the brilliance dissipated, the opulence of the top-tier private box revealed itself. A crystal wall offered a one-way view of the vast circular auction hall below, bustling with voices. Representatives of various factions, solitary warriors, and affluent merchants gathered in a vibrant atmosphere akin to a blazing furnace. Dressed in luxurious palace attire, Murong once smiled and beckoned. Chener, come here. Beside her sat the cultured yet hawk-eyed Murong Hong. Chener, today you may freely access your uncle's treasury. Do not hold back. Chen smiled and returned the greeting, taking his seat at the main position. The trio of pharmacists followed closely behind him like shadows. Murong Hong's gaze swept over the pharmacists, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his features. Boom! A deep bell resonated throughout the venue, plunging the audience into silence. The elder in a golden robe, Murong Tong, ascended the stage with a presence as steady as a mountain. I am Murong Tong, welcoming all esteemed guests. The 5-yearly Yinwu Heavenly Stage grand meeting commences. The lights focused intently. The first item, a high-level mystic technique, Wind and Thunder Break. The auction ignited with fervor. 1,200,000. The clamor of bids surged, targeting a fiery geocentric fire lotus, igniting the passions of alchemists present. Chen remained seated, tranquil as a mountain. This item held little significance for him. Next item, a beginner-level earth technique, thick earth formula. Starting bid, 2 million gold coins. Murong Tong's voice boomed. 5 million gold coins. Plus a purple heart barrier breaking pill. Chen's calm voice resonated through the box's communication device, instantly freezing the uproar. Countless gazes, like arrows, shot toward the mysterious crystal wall. The young master of the Su family has made his move? A technique, indeed? 5 million gold coins? A purple heart barrier breaking pill. This was a beginner-level earth technique. After a brief silence, Murong Tong declared with a clear voice, the young master of the Su family bids 5 million gold coins plus a purple heart barrier breaking pill. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Silence reigned. Who would dare contend with the Su family? Moreover, this was the young master's first auction. Both financial capability and social relations needed careful consideration. The auctioneer's hammer fell. 5 million gold coins plus a purple heart barrier breaking pill. Once, twice, thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the young master of the Su family. Yes, master. Dianwei's eyes glistened red, his voice trembling imperceptibly. For a personal guard to be allowed to practice earth techniques was an unprecedented honor and trust. Murong Hong's gaze flickered, slightly surprised by his nephew's extravagant display. Yet, Murong Wan continued to smile gently, content as long as her son was happy. A stream of rare treasures flowed past, 6th-tier magic cores sparkling vibrantly, protective armors adorned with shifting runes, and soul elixirs shimmering with ethereal light. Occasionally, Chen made his bids, acquiring rare medicinal species and precious herbs to hand over to Do Yuan, while presenting a soil attribute crystal mine to Dianwei, and a set of jade tea utensils to his mother. With a chuckle, the next item presented was the 8th-rank spirit ginseng, a rare find acquired by mercenaries who endured significant losses while traversing the desert. This ginseng, beneficial for both alchemy and medicinal use, holds immense advantages for earth and fire attributes. Murong Tong unveiled the ornate box, revealing a ginseng of vibrant crimson and yellow hues, its roots coiling like a dragon, exuding a rich aura of earth and fire energy. Before Su Chen could make a move, Morong Wan's gaze, ablaze with fervor, turned towards him. Chinner, secure this ginseng. It will greatly benefit you. Indeed, Chinner possesses both earth and fire attributes, making this ginseng perfect for him, Morong Hong added with a beaming smile. Surprised, Su Chen glanced at the apothecary Do and nodded slightly. If that is the case, mother, uncle, I shall procure it. The bidding for the 8th rank spirit ginseng was escalating rapidly, 12 million gold coins. A cold, serpentine voice slithered from a private box on the 3rd floor. Belonging to In Kuei, an elder of the Insha sect from the desolate Aurora city in the western wasteland. The temperature in the room plummeted. 13 million gold coins. A nonchalant voice emerged from the northwest corner, where a black-robed elder raised his bidding plate. It was Mo Tianqing, the leader of the Black Emperor sect from the Blackhorn domain. 16 million gold coins. Came a raspy voice from the 2nd floor box, where Qi, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang from Yinwu City, bared his torso, revealing a menacing scar and an imposing aura. 17 million gold coins. A figure in gray robes from the black skeleton tomb of the Blackhorn domain slammed his hand on the table, too excited, unintentionally releasing a powerful aura of a 1-star Do Huang, with his skeletal emblem glowing ominously. 18 million gold coins, plus a 5th rank Do spirit pill. This is Han Feng from the Blackhorn domain. I kindly request all of you to show some consideration. Han Feng, clad in a light blue alchemist robe, spoke calmly. The faint pressure of a 9-star peak Do Huang emanating from him, flanked by 2 elders in golden and silver robes, both equally formidable. Also at the 9-star peak Do Huang level. Han Feng? Su Chen's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp as lightning. You know him? Morong Wan inquired, a smile playing on her lips. I have heard of him. The Flame of the Sea Heart, ranked 15th on the list, is in his possession, Su Chen replied languidly. The others in the room expressed their astonishment. The apothecary Do's eyes glinted with fervor. He momentarily gasped for breath. He is one of the sacred treasures pursued by all alchemists throughout their lives. It appears that the Flame of the Sea Heart is soon to be yours, Su Chen assured, catching the glimmer in the apothecary Do's eyes with a smile. Subsequently, Su Chen adjusted his posture, his gaze turning icy with a hint of murderous intent as he commanded, Dian Wei, at your service. Dian Wei bowed. Yes, I shall proceed at once. He vanished from the box like a specter. Morong Hong's expression sharpened as he chuckled. Chinner, is it not excessive to summon 2 Dozongs to deal with a mere Do Huang? Safety is paramount. Dear uncle, Su Chen replied with a slight smile, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Han Feng's direction. Just then, In Kuei, the elder from the Insha sect, suddenly grinned ominously. The Medicine Emperor? In my eyes, he amounts to nothing. 20 million gold coins, plus 5 advanced profound-level Do techniques. The oppressive aura of the Dozong spread like an invisible poison mist throughout the venue, causing the guests' faces to pale and their breaths to quicken. None dared to bid further. Many competitors, intimidated by his dominance and the notorious reputation of his sect, lowered their heads. Han Feng's face turned ashen as he promptly continued the bidding. 30 million. As the competition for the Imperial Extreme Pill intensified, Su Chan disregarded Han Feng's fiery gaze and audaciously interrupted his words, questioning the merit of arguing with the dead man. The ominous figure, In Kuei, furiously slammed his palm on the table. How dare you, little brat, challenge me, the ancient In Kuei? Morong Hong let out a cold snort. The aura of the 7-star Do sect surging forth like a tempest, ruthlessly sweeping across the venue and accurately pressuring the Insha sect's private box on the 3rd floor. The invisible shockwave forced In Kuei to stifle a groan, staggering back several steps until he collided with the back of a chair, the color draining from his face. Simultaneously, Su Xiaoxiao, Morong Wan, and the alchemist Do stepped forward with determination. Su Xiaoxiao's aura was pure yet sharp as a blade. Morong Wan exuded an enigmatic gravitas, and the alchemist Do's glasses glinted with a chilling light, his formidable soul force as a pinnacle 6th-grade alchemist manifesting as a tangible web, precisely locking onto In Kuei's box. His voice was icy. Speak cautiously within the confines of Rock Martial City. At that moment, Morong Tong at the auction stage interjected with impeccable timing, releasing an aura of a 1st-star Do sect. Though not as formidable as Morong Hong, it embodied the will of the Morong family, asserting that the Insha sect had no authority over the rules of his auction house in Rock Martial City. In Kuei's countenance darkened to the color of charred coal, his chest heaving violently, yet he dared not retaliate, forcing out a few harsh words. 40 million gold coins, plus a scroll of low-level earth-ranked combat techniques. He attempted to salvage his dignity with a higher bid. 50 million gold coins, along with an Imperial Extreme Pill. Su Chen's voice rang clear and calm, penetrating through the cacophony and elevating the price to a suffocating height. The composure of the 7-year-old master sent the auction hall into an eerie silence. The Su family's young master offers 50 million gold coins plus 2 6th-grade Imperial Extreme Pills. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Morong Tong surveyed the crowd, but no one responded. Once, twice, thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the Su young master. This 8th-grade spirit ginseng is now yours. The gavel fell with finality. With Su Chen securing the 8th-grade spirit ginseng, the auction continued. Following the warm-up and build-up, the atmosphere on the stage shifted dramatically. Esteemed guests, Morong Tong's voice turned gravely serious and mysterious as a powerful Do Wang cautiously approached the stage, bearing a tray covered in thick black cloth. The next item is extraordinary. It originates from the depths of the Wanhe Mountain Range. The material remains unknown, impervious to damage, even under the full force of a Do strike. Its origins and uses remain a mystery, yet the ancient essence it embodies is enough to captivate the heart. With a swift motion, the black cloth was torn away. Revealed was a palm-sized, irregularly shaped black token, glistening under the bright light. Its surface was dark as a condensed eternal night, neither metal nor wood nor stone, marred with twisted and grotesque patterns, as if naturally formed yet imbued with some unknown rule. An ancient aura, profound and heavy, reminiscent of the Earth's core, mixed with a barely perceptible warmth, silently enveloped the room, instantly seizing everyone's attention. The starting bid is 1 million. Each increment must be no less than 10,000. Morong Tong declared with authority. After a brief pause, the bidding erupted with fervor. The unknown often heralds great opportunity. 150,000, rasped a voice from one box. 200,000, came an unhesitating reply from another corner. 300,000, 350,000. Su Chen's gaze was firmly fixed upon the token. The moment it manifested, a subtle yet profound golden ripple surged through the depths of his soul, where the primordial sovereign system panel lay in absolute slumber, merely a cold stream of data. Though fleeting, it left an indelible mark on Su Chen's perception, akin to the first ray of creation illuminating the silent cosmos. It was as if the slumbering ancient deity had been stirred from its deep slumber by a familiar resonance, awakening a primordial thrill within. A faint yet sharp smile curved at the corners of Su Chen's lips. An object capable of rousing the dormant system? Regardless of its nature, it must belong to him. As the bidding escalated to 5 million, Su Chen's long fingers gently tapped on the sound transmission rune, his resolute voice resonating clearly throughout the venue. 10 million. And one royal extreme pill. Instantly, silence enveloped the crowd. All tentative bids ceased abruptly. Once again, it was the prodigy of the Su family. Such overwhelming bidding. To compete financially with this deeply entrenched, affluent young master? That would be nothing short of self-degradation. Morong Tong surveyed the surroundings. No one dared to respond. Decisively declaring, young master Su bids 10 million, plus 1 6th-rank royal extreme pill. Sold. Congratulations to the young master for acquiring another rare treasure. The excitement of the auction reached its zenith. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is the crowning jewel of this heavenly stage auction. Morong Tong's voice soared with enthusiasm. The first highlight, core of earth fire. This essence, nurtured within the molten heart of the earth for millennia, contains the purest energies of both fire and earth attributes. For practitioners of fire and earth, it is a supreme treasure, an exceptional aid in cultivation. The starting bid is 8 million gold coins. The crowd erupted in fervor, the eyes of numerous fire and earth attribute practitioners and alchemists gleaming with avarice. Bids surged, quickly surpassing 20 million. Ultimately, this treasure, as scorching as liquid sunlight, was secured by the Bloodwolf Gang's leader for 48 million gold coins along with 2 specimens of 7th-rank medicinal herbs. The second highlight, the 6th-rank pinnacle pill. Breaking sect pill. The effects need not be elaborated upon, as it can elevate a peak Do Huang to Do Zong, enhancing 1's odds by 30%. Its value is well understood by all present. The starting bid is 12 million. Morong Tong's voice carried a compelling allure. The appearance of this pill ignited fervor among the many powerhouses trapped at the peak Do Huang level in the Black Corner domain. Mo Tianxing of the Black Emperor sect, the Bloodwolf Gang, and several other strong contenders were caught in a frenzy, with prices soaring uncontrollably. Ultimately, amid the despairing gazes of many, the Lin family of Lin City acquired it for 66 million gold coins plus 2 scrolls of low-tier Earth-level techniques, a triumphant smile gracing their faces. The final highlight. Morong Tong's voice took on a solemn tone. 7th-rank pill, Xianin pill. This pill is crafted from the essence of the most extreme Yin lands, combined with 81 rare Yin cold attribute herbs. It possesses miraculous effects for those cultivating Yin cold techniques, aiding in marrow cleansing and foundation solidification. The starting bid is 15 million. The emergence of the Xianin pill caused the powerful figures, shrouded in veils or cloaks, to exhibit intense fluctuations in their auras. A female elder from the Heavenly Serpent Manor also joined the fray, and the bidding became exceptionally fierce. Ultimately, the elder Yin Kuei of the Yinsha sect acquired the pill exuding an ethereal chill at an overwhelming price of 93 million gold coins, accompanied by a scroll containing a low-grade Earth-level martial skill and 3 specimens of 7th-grade medicinal herbs. Throughout the entire auction process, the private box occupied by Su Chun and his company remained enveloped in silence, regardless of the frenzied atmosphere within the hall and the skyrocketing prices. Behind that one-way crystal wall, tranquility reigned. All present comprehended that these 3 coveted treasures were, in fact, sourced from the Su family's vault within the city lord's estate. The young master of the Su family was merely a spectator, observing the fervent competition for his own possessions. This demeanor of nonchalance, surveying the tumultuous world from a lofty vantage point, spoke volumes of his profound heritage and status, surpassing any bidding war. As the final prized item was hammered down and the auction approached its conclusion, he casually tossed the mysterious black iron token to Su Xiaoxiao, instructing, Xiaoxiao, examine this. Yes, young master, she replied respectfully, her fingertips brushing the token, clearly sensing its extraordinary nature. Morong Wan gently adjusted her son's attire, saying, very well. Off you go. The spirit ginseng will be sent directly to your courtyard. Morong Hong nodded with a smile. Today has proven to be quite fruitful. Your discerning eye is commendable, Chener. Su Chun refrained from further conversation, bidding farewell to his mother and uncle, accompanied by Su Xiao Xiao and the apothecary. He gracefully exited the box, leaving the cacophony of the bustling center behind, all whilst being the subject of countless awestruck gazes, though his figure was slight. It seemed as if he had cast aside all the tumult and treasures of the venue. Within the box, Moron Hong gazed in the direction of Su Chen's departure. Casting a glance at the auction stage where the final transactions were underway, lifting his teacup, he savored his sip with profound significance, remarking, "This young man's temperament and poise are indeed remarkable. The future of Yanwu City, perhaps even the broader skies above, may well shift because of him." Moron once stood by the window, watching her son ascend the carriage, her eyes brimming with pride and tenderness as she softly remarked, "Indeed." Chapter 7. The heart of the sea flame on the fringes of the western wasteland. Amidst desolate mountainous terrain, the gale howled, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. 3 figures stood like frozen sculptures along the inevitable path to the Black Corner domain, their presence seamlessly blending with the surrounding rocks, nearly imperceptible. Dianwei loomed centrally like an iron tower, clad in heavy armor, wielding a pair of enormous halberds broader than door panels. His muscles coiled with ferocity, emanating a wild and fierce aura reminiscent of an ancient beast poised to pounce. His gaze, sharp as a blade, fixated on the distant horizon where several dark spots gradually materialized. Flanking him on either side were 2 elderly men with hair as white as snow. To the left stood a man with a resolute visage, donned in the standard elder robes of the city lord's estate. His aura as solid as a mountain, Elder Su Zhan, 3-star Dozong of the Su family. To the right was Elder Su Imo, 2-star Dozong, clad in brown linen, exuding an ancient and weighty presence, as if he were one with the rocky earth beneath his feet. All 3 maintained an absolute silence, resembling patient leopards waiting for their prey to step into the trap. The dark figures in the sky rapidly enlarged, revealing Han Feng and his companions, who were hastily navigating on their flying magical beasts. Han Feng, dressed in a light blue alchemist robe, possessed a handsome yet somewhat sinister countenance, his eyes concealing a trace of frustration from the auction's unsuccessful outcome. Behind him, the 2 venerable elders clad in golden and silver robes emanated a formidable and oppressive aura. Unmistakably the renowned Jin and Yin elders, whose peak strength as 9-star Do emperors was palpable. Humph, that young scion of the Su family from Yanwu City, relying on his family's prominence, dares to thwart my endeavors. Han Feng spoke coldly, vowing to gather allies at the opportune moment to ensure the boy learns the dire consequences of offending the Medicine Sovereign. The elder in golden robes replied solemnly, "Rest assured, Medicine Sovereign, while Yanwu City is powerful, its reach does not extend to the Black Corner domain. The 8th grade spiritual ginseng and the mysterious token will eventually belong to you." Just as the silver-robed elder was about to speak, a sudden turn of events transpired. From the desolate mountains below, 3 terrifying presences erupted like volcanoes long suppressed. "Attack!" Dianwei bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. Boom. The first to strike was Elder Suemo. He roared lowly, his hands thrusting forcefully into the earth. In an instant, the ground within a radius of several miles seemed to awaken, countless massive rock spikes shooting forth like the vicious fangs of a monstrous beast, hurtling towards the swiftly flying magical beasts in the trio of Han Feng. The vastness of the assault left no room for evasion. A low-tier Earth-level combat technique. Rock-tooth erosion. Not good. An ambush. The expressions of the Jin and Yin elders shifted dramatically, reacting swiftly as their fighting spirits surged. Golden and silver battle armor materialized around them, meeting the terrifying rock spikes head-on. Clang, clang, clang. The cacophony of collisions was deafening. While the rock spikes were shattered for the most part, the overwhelming force in the Earth's binding power caused the flying magical beasts to wail in distress, spiraling down uncontrollably. While Han Feng and his companions were forced to land awkwardly, their energies in turmoil, before they could regain their footing, a searing and violent aura descended upon them like a falling star. Han Feng, prepare to meet your end. Dianwei had already leaped into the air, his dual halberds raised high, his fighting spirits surging wildly, flames igniting atop the halberd blades, unleashing a fierce momentum capable of splitting mountains and incinerating all. As he aimed a fierce strike towards Han Feng, a high-level Xian-class combat technique, Flame Burst Slash, though the technique's rank was not particularly high. Under the might of Dianwei's 6-star Do Emperor prowess and innate divine strength, its force was sufficient to threaten a half-step Dozong. Arrogance. The Jin and Yin elders were filled with both rage and alarm, launching simultaneous counterattacks. The elder in golden robes transformed his fists into radiant golden light, meeting Dianwei's halberds. Meanwhile, the elder in silver robes moved like lightning, clawing winds tearing through the air, aiming directly for Dianwei's vital points, attempting to encircle him. At that moment, a cold snort echoed, chilling to the bone. Elder Su Zhan's figure appeared like a wraith beside the silver-robed elder, delivering a seemingly casual palm strike, yet containing the terrifying power to collapse space. The very fabric of space twisted under its force. A secret Earth-level low-tier technique of the Su family, Space Collapse Palm. Bang! The immense shield shattered upon impact. The silver-robed elder was struck as if by a heavy hammer, blood gushing forth, his body flying backward like a broken kite, crashing violently into the mountainside, his aura instantly deflating, having suffered a grievous blow from a single palm strike. Elder Su Zhan paid no heed to the silver-robed elder, his icy gaze already fixated on the golden-robed elder, who was fiercely engaged in combat with Dianwei. The immense pressure of a 3-star Dozong bore down like a tangible mountain, crashing forth. The golden-robed elder struggled to fend off Dian Wei's frenzied slashes, each strike causing his arms to tingle and his palms to crack. At this moment, he felt the terrifying gaze and pressure emanating from Su Zhan. A chill instantaneously surged from his feet to the crown of his head. His heart quaked in fear as he comprehended the vast chasm between their strengths and circumstances. Run. Brother. The elder in golden robes howled in despair, his form swelling drastically as he prepared to self-detonate his fighting crystal to buy a sliver of hope for his brother. The elder in silver robes. Leave? It's too late. Elder Sumo's icy voice resounded. He formed seals with his hands. The earth trembled violently as countless heavy earth and energy chains erupted from the ground, coiling around the elder in golden robes like a colossal serpent. Simultaneously, a dense, rock-solid barrier materialized abruptly in the path of Han Feng's retreat. Rock binding. Suppress the mountain. Elder Mo Yan's earth-level fighting technique roared to life. The elder in golden robes self-detonation was forcibly interrupted and restrained. The furious energy clashed wildly within him. Unable to escape, it erupted violently inside, instantly transforming him into a mist of blood, leaving behind a deep pit where he had stood. Elder Su Zhan flickered and appeared before Han Feng, who was blocked by the rock wall, his face as pale as a sheet. His gaze was devoid of any emotion, save for pure murderous intent. No. I am the Medicine Emperor. I possess the Sea Heart Flame. I have the burning formula. You cannot kill me. Han Feng of the Soul Palace screamed in a frenzy, attempting to summon the Sea Heart Flame in resistance while invoking the threats of the Soul Palace. Elder Su Zhan did not grant him the opportunity to finish. With a flick of his finger, an invisible force pierced through Han Feng's forehead, obliterating his soul in an instant and leaving behind a charred blood hole. The terror, resentment, and unwillingness in Han Feng's eyes froze at that moment, his body slumping to the ground. The era of the Medicine Emperor had come to an end. Elder Su Zhan deftly swept his sleeve, accurately retrieving the blue crystal-studded spatial ring from Han Feng's hand, while a deep blue flame, flowing like water, ascended from Han Feng's corpse, emanating a profound oceanic aura and heat. It was the Sea Heart Flame, ranked 15th on the list of extraordinary fires. Meanwhile, Dian Wei swung his massive halberd, thoroughly nailing the severely injured elder in silver robes to the mountainside, confirming that life had departed from him. The battle concluded swiftly and decisively, lasting merely a few breaths. 2 Pinnacle 9-star Do Emperors and a 6th-tier Pinnacle Alchemist possessing extraordinary fire were utterly powerless against the meticulous ambush of 2 true Do Zongs and a 6-star Do Emperor. Dian Wei inspected the corpses of the golden and silver elders, ensuring nothing was amiss, and took possession of Han Feng's spatial ring. Elder Mo Yan waved his hand to disperse the rock wall and chains, and the 3 transformed into 3 streaks of light, racing towards the direction of Rock Marshall City, leaving behind a desolate and silent wasteland. Chapter 8. Refinement. Days later, in the depths of the Morning Dawn Pavilion's underground chamber. This place had been transformed into a temporary alchemy room and meditation space, the walls inscribed with runes to reinforce and isolate the aura. At the center of the ground lay a complex fire attribute gathering formation. At its core stood an ancient alchemical cauldron, the esteemed Beast Cauldron, ranked 13th on the Heavenly Cauldron list. Beside the cauldron were the spirit-absorbing item and the 6th-tier medicinal pill, the Heavenly Cold Pill. The alchemist stood at the edge of the formation, his usually gentle face now filled with an unprecedented gravity, excitement, and a hint of trepidation. Before him, a specially crafted jade box floated in midair, within which was sealed the ethereal Sea Heart Flame, a phenomenon that shimmered with a ghostly blue luminescence and exuded the boundless essence of the ocean. Even through the seal, the pure and overwhelming power of the flame rendered the entire chamber humid and searingly hot. Su Chen sat regally at the head, with Su Xiaoxiao standing beside him, while Dian Wei stood guard like a sentinel. All eyes were fixated on the apothecary Do and the Sea Heart Flame. Do, are you prepared? Su Chen's voice was calm, yet imbued with a persuasive authority. Taking a deep breath, Apothecary Do's gaze behind his glasses became resolute as he bowed deeply to Su Chen, proclaiming, "The grace of the young master's rebirth is something Do could never repay. Even with my life, I am fully prepared and shall not fail your trust." "Very well, proceed with your endeavor. Xiao, activate the spirit gathering array to protect the surroundings," Su Chen commanded. "Understood," Su Xiao responded, her fingertips coalescing pure fighting spirit as she infused it into the core of the formation. With a resonant hum, the array ignited in a crimson glow, rich flames of energy beginning to coalesce, enveloping Apothecary Do and the Sea Heart Flame within. Simultaneously, a gentle barrier emanated from Su Xiao, shrouding the entire chamber and isolating it from the outside world. Apothecary Do hesitated no longer. He seated himself cross-legged at the heart of the array, his hands forming intricate seals. A powerful surge of spiritual energy poured forth like a tidal wave, cautiously reaching towards the jade box that sealed the Sea Heart Flame. The control of a pinnacle 6th-grade alchemist was vividly displayed at this moment, deftly and gently unraveling the final restriction of the seal. With a sudden hiss, the deep blue flames erupted from the jade box like a freed dragon, a tempest of fiery waves instantly engulfing the entire array. Apothecary Do consumed the elixir and, with a fervent grasp, seized the fire seed of the Sea Heart Flame, swallowing it whole. As the roars of the ocean and an unending heat surged violently against his soul and body, the temperature in the chamber soared abruptly, the air twisting violently, as even the sturdy stone walls emitted faint groans. Apothecary Do trembled violently, his countenance turned pale in an instant. veins bulging on his forehead as beads of sweat emerged only to be evaporated in an instant. The untamed nature of the sea heart flame far exceeded expectations. Its dual characteristics of water's flexibility and fire's ferocity presenting immense challenges to the refining process. In a moment of desperation, he bit his tongue, the sharp pain igniting a brilliant spark in his eyes. He recalled the trust of the young master, the nurturing of the Su family, and the ultimate significance of the twin alchemist. His spiritual power ceased its forceful suppression, transforming into a gentle stream that skillfully guided, soothed, and merged with the tempestuous waves of flame. His soul seemed to morph into a tranquil deep sea, embracing the raging fire dragon within. Time passed steadily. The blue flames within the chamber oscillated between ferocity and gentle flow. Apothecary Do's body quivered under the intense pain and the relentless energy. Yet his will remained as steadfast as a rock. His essence continuously ascended, coalesced, and transformed amidst the agony. At last, upon reaching a critical juncture, the turbulent, deep blue flames suddenly receded, harmoniously swirling around Apothecary Do like rivers returning to the sea, transmuting into profound and serene blue ribbons of light. The sea heart flame and Apothecary Do had completely fused as one. Humming resonantly, a powerful and unprecedented aura erupted explosively from the Apothecary Do. His cultivation of fighting spirit, bolstered by the energy of the, instantaneously shattered its constraints, elevating him to the rank of a 3-star Do Wang. Even more critically, there was a qualitative leap in his soul realm, as a vast and profound soul pressure, imbued with the force of the ocean, permeated the atmosphere. He had attained a late-stage mortal realm soul and had become a 7th-grade alchemist. Apothecary Do slowly opened his eyes for a fleeting moment. The deep blue flames within them flickered before clarity returned. Yet, deep within his gaze lay an oceanic depth and newfound confidence in his control over fire. The deep blue flames surrounding him flowed like a gentle pet, sometimes soft as water in accordance with his will, and at other times erupting with a scorching intensity that could incinerate all. He stood up, bowing deeply to Su Chen, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Young master, Apothecary Do has not failed in his duty. The sea heart flame has been successfully refined. My soul realm has already broken through, and once my cultivation improves, I shall undoubtedly become a 7th-grade alchemist. Su Chen regarded the transformed Apothecary Do, his imposing aura now palpable, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. Excellent. Haha. Beside him, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes also sparkled with joy. Dian Wei, whose body had been tense, relaxed, his tiger-like eyes filled with relief. Within the morning twilight pavilion, Su Chen's chief alchemist had finally undergone a transformation. A 7th-grade alchemist capable of wielding had emerged from the soil. The dawn broke, draping the western stronghold of Yanwu City in a delicate veil of golden light. The streets were already bustling with voices, a myriad of crowds converging into a flowing tapestry, comprising common vendors clad in coarse linen, ferocious mercenaries and roving adventurers, as well as many distinguished youths adorned in splendid attire. The air was thick with the fragrant aroma of baked goods, the metallic tang of leather, the earthy scent of ore, and a subtle hint of the rugged wildness characteristic of the western region of the Dochi continent. Dressed in a dark brocade robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns, Su Chen exuded an understated elegance that spoke of immeasurable nobility. He walked leisurely at the forefront, although merely 7 years old. His demeanor exuded a maturity that instinctively parted the throngs of people around him. Su Xiaoxiao followed closely beside him, her dress a fresh and elegant shade of pale yellow, reminiscent of blooming spring flowers. She curiously surveyed the bustling scene, her pure essence standing in stark contrast to the roughness of this border city. However, for those with discerning eyes, it was evident that beneath her innocent exterior lay a profound fluctuation of fighting spirit, unmatched by ordinary individuals. Dian Wei stood like a moving fortress of iron, guarding Su Chen's other side. Clad in simple yet functional attire, his bulging muscles and fierce gaze, combined with a deliberately restrained yet primal aura, were enough to deter any ill-intentioned souls. Even more striking were the 18 personal guards surrounding the trio, seemingly meandering yet adhering strictly to a protective formation. Clad in matching black iron light armor, their faces were expressionless, their gazes sharp as eagles, and their strides steady and synchronized, exuding an invisible air of iron-blooded ferocity that encircled Su Chen in an impregnable core of safety. Wherever they passed, the crowd fell into an involuntary silence, reverently watching the procession depart. Chapter 9. The Spirit Beast Pavilion. Look over there. They are selling colorful python skins. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed in a hushed tone, pointing at a stall adorned with vibrant serpent hides. The quality is acceptable, but regrettably sourced from a juvenile python. Lacking in resilience, Su Chen remarked with a casual glance, his tone unremarkable. Dian Wei's gaze, however, was more fixed on the stalls selling fine iron ore and weaponry. Under his guidance, several of his personal guards dispersed, swiftly procuring several batches of exceptional quality, energy-rich rare ores from reputable vendors, including 10 fist-sized, exceptionally hard refined blocks of dark iron, 5 pigeon egg-sized stones with a swirling azure core, and 3 fist-sized clusters of molten fire crystals, exuding a faint sulfurous aroma. These materials were primed for crafting elite equipment or assisting in cultivation. As a master blacksmith, Dian Wei possessed an almost instinctual craving for rare materials. Many weapons wielded by Su Xiaoxiao and numerous individuals from the city lord's mansion were forged by his skilled hands. Yet, for reasons unknown, Su Chen had never quite adapted to utilizing weapons. amused by the glint in Dian Wei's eyes as he directed his guards in their fervent shopping. Su Chen shook his head with a smile, choosing not to intervene. Upon reaching a relatively secluded corner stall specializing in various peculiar stones and antiquities, Dian Wei paused slightly. His discerning eyes scanned the dusty, diverse assortment of items, eventually resting on an unremarkable oval stone, palm-sized. Its surface riddled with holes and its color dull as common volcanic rock. The stone was inconspicuous, resembling a stubborn boulder amidst a collection of trinkets, even serving as a makeshift support for a crooked copper furnace. Yet, Su Chen's keen soul perception detected a faint, nearly extinguished pulse of life emanating from the depths of the stone's hollows, imbued with an ancient, primal essence. The stall owner, a gaunt old man, was lazily dozing off. How much for that stone? Dian Wei inquired with a hint of urgency, pointing at the unassuming gray stone. Without lifting his eyelids, the old man mumbled, 1,000 gold coins to take it. The stone seemed quite enigmatic, and the old man had spent considerable time attempting to discern its true nature. But he surmised it was anything but ordinary. Clearly, after years of vending, this stone was the most mysterious item he had encountered, and he was eager to profit from it. Seeing Dian Wei's signal, Su Chen nodded at Su Xiaoxiao, who promptly stepped forward and tossed a bag of gold coins onto the stall. The old man then opened his eyes, peering at the coins with surprise, followed by a suspicious glance at Su Chen, ultimately muttering, "Strange fellow," before dismissing them. Dian Wei stepped forward, effortlessly lifting the unremarkable stone, which felt heavy in his hand yet emitted no energy fluctuations. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Su Chen. "Keep it safe. It's yours now," Su Chen stated, his voice calm. Dian Wei asked no further questions and stowed it away in his spatial ring. Su Xiaoxiao blinked curiously. She could not discern what was peculiar about the stone, but trusted Dian Wei's judgment implicitly. This small stroke of luck attracted little attention from those around them. As Su Chen and his companions had just purchased the stone and taken a few steps, Su Chen's soul power swept across the area, drawing his attention to a rusted heap of weapon remnants. Amidst the debris, a small piece of iron caught his eye, casually sifting through the remnants. His fingers deftly grasped a piece of dark iron, no larger than a fingernail, its edges irregularly serrated. One side of the iron was as smooth as a mirror, while the other was riddled with tiny pits and cracks, rendering its original form nearly unrecognizable. However, within a minute crack along the edge, Su Chen's spiritual perception detected an exceedingly faint yet peculiar wave of consciousness, as if it were on the verge of extinguishment, intertwined with an ancient aura. It lay quietly in the corner, inconspicuous, even discarded by the vendor as refuse. Although Su Chen was not an alchemist, his soul was exceptionally powerful. He discreetly set the iron piece aside. "I'll take the stall. How much is it?" Su Chen inquired, gazing at the vendor, a man with a sharp, monkey-like face. A glint of cunning greed flickered in the vendor's eyes as he tentatively rubbed his fingers together. 800 gold coins? Are you attempting to rob me? You dare charge such an exorbitant price for a pile of junk? Su Xiaoxiao, hands on her hips, protested vehemently, pointing at the vendor, raising an eyebrow. Su Chen chose not to dwell on it. 800 gold coins was a trivial sum to him. However, if he could take advantage of the situation, that would be another matter. He gestured for Xiaoxiao to pay and turned to leave. As Su Chen's personal attendant and steward, Xiaoxiao handled all financial matters. For he had no habit of carrying money, not even wearing a spatial ring. His system backpack was also empty, as all his belongings were entrusted to Xiaoxiao. With a huff, upon receiving Su Chen's signal, Xiaoxiao tossed a bag of gold coins, quickly stowing the items into her spatial ring, and skipped to catch up with Su Chen. The group traversed the bustling main street, winding through several relatively secluded, yet heavily guarded alleys, ultimately halting before an imposing edifice. The structure was constructed entirely from sturdy, deep brown rock, exuding a robust and weighty style, resembling a colossal beast lying in repose. Above the grand archway hung a dark jade plaque, intricately engraved with 3 archaic characters, Spirit Beast Pavilion. This establishment was one of the most renowned enterprises under the Tujia clan in Rock Martial City, specializing in the trade of magical beast cubs, magical beast eggs, materials, and related training resources. As Su Chen's group approached, the heavy doors of the Spirit Beast Pavilion were respectfully swung open by 2 formidable guards. The anticipated haughty demeanor was absent. Naturally, anyone would perceive the group as extraordinary, and Su Chen had no intention of playing the role of a humble underdog. He favored a straightforward and overwhelming approach. He instructed the guards to remain at the entrance while he entered the Spirit Beast Pavilion with Xiaoxiao and Dian Wei. A lean, elderly man in a soil-colored brocade robe, his face glowing with vitality and adorned with a goatee, hastily approached. His countenance radiated warmth and humility. He was Elder Tu Lang, the manager of the Spirit Beast Pavilion and the Tujia clan's representative. "Ah, a distinguished guest has arrived. This place is graced." Elder Tu Lang's voice boomed as he hurried forward, deeply bowing to Su Chen. "Young Master Su, we humbly apologize for not welcoming you from afar. Please, do step inside. The clan leader has already instructed that everything you require today shall be prioritized." His gaze swiftly swept over the imposing figures of Dian Wei, Su Xiaoxiao, and the bodyguard behind Su Chen, and he could not help but marvel inwardly at the impressive display of the Su family as prodigy. Su Chen, unfazed, nodded slightly. "Elder Tu, you are too kind. I have heard that your esteemed pavilion has acquired some rare treasures, and I have come to take a look." Chapter 10. The transaction. Young Master Su is indeed well informed. Precisely. Elder Tu's smile widened, and he stepped aside to lead the way. "Young Master Su, please follow me. All the fine items are in the inner hall." passing through the bustling outer hall, filled with the cacophony of beast roars and haggling voices. The group entered a distinctly more refined and tranquil inner chamber. The air here was imbued with a subtle fragrance of spirit herbs and the vigorous essence of magical beasts. Within individual crystal barriers, various rare magical beast cubs and eggs were displayed, each accompanied by detailed descriptions of their ranks, attributes, and potential. Elder Two guided Chen to the innermost part of the hall, to a secluded chamber enveloped in a gentle, white light. Inside, two radiant figures, one blue and one white, stood out remarkably. On the left crystal pedestal floated a magical beast egg, the size of a human head, swirling with a soft azure wind. The surface of the egg appeared to be racing clouds, emanating a strong and pure wind tribute wave, the sharpness and swiftness of which could be felt even through the crystal. "Young Master Su, please take a look," Elder Two exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the azure beast egg. His tone tinged with both enthusiasm and a hint of trepidation. "This is the egg of the 7th-tier magical beast, the 9 Heavens Gale Falcon. Our family expended tremendous resources to procure it, dispatching a Do Huang elder and several Do Huang experts. After much toil and sacrifice, even losing 2 Do Huang, we managed to steal it from the edge of the nest guarded by an adult Gale Falcon. It is on the verge of hatching, and once it succeeds, it will undoubtedly become a sovereign of the skies." Chen's gaze lingered on the Gale Falcon egg, sensing the pure wind attribute and vibrant vitality it contained. And he nodded slightly. Indeed, it was a treasure. As a top-tier speed-type magical beast, it held immense potential, whether as a mount or a combat companion. His attention then shifted to the right. There lay a beautiful young tiger, no larger than a domestic cat, with a coat of pure white, save for a silver crescent-like pattern glistening on its forehead. It languidly licked its front paw, its ice-blue eyes resembling the purest glaciers, exuding an innate nobility and aloofness. A chilling aura surrounded it, causing a thin layer of frost to form around the crystal pedestal. As for this one, Elder Two's voice brimmed with pride. "It is one of our pavilion's prized possessions, the cub of the 6th-tier top-tier magical beast, the Howling Moon White Tiger. Though merely 6th tier, its lineage is extraordinary. Rumored to contain a trace of the ancient divine beast's blood, its potential is boundless, especially adept at ice and metal energies. Once grown, it will undoubtedly be the king of land battles." Su Xiaoxiao was instantly captivated by the snow-white cub, her eyes sparkling with affection. "Young master, it is so beautiful." Dian Wei also observed the Howling Moon White Tiger with keen interest, sensing the powerful essence contained within its small frame. Chen's gaze lingered momentarily upon the two exquisite treasures. The Tujia Xiaoya White Tiger, of which he had heard whispers, was a pair of 6th-tier peak magical beasts subdued by his ancestors long ago. Over the years, the Tujia occasionally showcased 1 or 2 of these beasts in the Spirit Beast Pavilion as prized possessions. His attention fixed upon the cub of the Xiaoya White Tiger. Its ice-blue eyes, the silver crescent upon its forehead, and the pure yet regal aura it emanated stirred a flicker of affection within him. As for the Gale Falcon, its immense potential rendered it an ideal steed. "Esteemed Elder Two," Chen began, his voice calm yet imbued with undeniable resolve, "I shall take both of these." Elder Two's heart leapt at his words, a wave of elation washing over his face, though hesitation soon followed. "Young Master Su, the Gale Falcon is on the verge of hatching. Its value is beyond question. Moreover, this Xiaoya White Tiger cub is the only one cultivated by our pavilion over decades, possessing extraordinary potential." He rubbed his hands together, a look of difficulty clouding his expression, yet the shrewdness and anticipation characteristic of a merchant glimmered in his eyes. Chen understood his implication and subtly nodded to Su Xiaoxiao. She extended her fair hand, a faint glimmer emanating from her palm, and several exquisite jade vials along with a somewhat larger jade box materialized, hovering before Elder Tuesday. 3 Imperial Essence Pills, Chen indicated toward the 3 jade vials, which can unconditionally elevate the strength of a Do Huang level expert by 1 star, with the most significant effects observed in those below 7 stars. Elder Two's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening. The Imperial Essence Pills. These were the pinnacle of elixirs capable of allowing Do Huang level experts to break through their limitations. They were invaluable and rare. One breakthrough pill, Chen pointed to the larger jade box, contains a glimmer of opportunity for overcoming the Do Zone threshold, though not guaranteed. It significantly enhances the chances for a peak 9-star Do Huang to succeed. Elder Two trembled visibly, nearly gasping in disbelief. The breakthrough pill. This was a strategic resource that could reshape the top-tier combat strength of a family. Additionally, 1 Do Ling pill, Chen concluded, gesturing to a smaller jade vial, which aids Do Huang level experts in elevating their strength by 1 star. Is this sufficient? Silence enveloped the chamber. Elder Two's eyes remained fixated on the floating vials and jade box, his throat constricting as beads of sweat formed on his brow. The value? Such treasures were beyond mere gold. 3 Imperial Essence Pills could instantaneously grant the Tujia 3 more powerful Do Huang elders. The breakthrough pill held the promise of bolstering the family's Do Zone foundation, and the Do Ling pill was equally precious. From this moment forth, these 2 magical beasts belonged to the young master. Without hesitation, he gestured for the guards standing nearby to immediately lift the barrier encasing the crystal platform. The transaction was swiftly concluded. At that instant, a crisp crack echoed from the left. A clear fissure appeared on the surface of the 9 Heavens Gale Falcon's egg. The crack rapidly spread, and a damp, down-covered chick with a sharp, curved beak emerged, breaking free from its shell with determination. The extraordinary azure hatchling shook off the remnants of its egg fluid, releasing a clear, resonant cry. An aura unmistakably belonging to a peak 3rd-tier magical beast surged forth unabashedly. Though still tender, the fierce attributes of wind and innate swiftness have begun to reveal themselves. This newly hatched fledgling falcon, evidently untamed, scrutinizes the humans before it with a wary and defiant gaze. Upon meeting the eyes of Chen and his companions, it instantly unfurls its delicate wings, emitting a low, threatening chirp, while gusts of wind swirl about it, betraying its restless disposition. This little creature possesses quite the temper. Observing this, Dianwei's lips curled into a fierce smile as he stepped forward. A deliberately restrained aura, reminiscent of a primordial beast, subtly leaked from him, akin to an invisible mountain pressing down upon the fledgling. Chapter 11. The Gale Falcon and the Howling Moon White Tiger. The fledgling falcon, which had just been bristling in defiance, suddenly stiffened, a flicker of instinctive fear flashing in its sharp eyes. It swiftly retracted its hostility, tucking its neck in. Though it continued to warily rotate its small head to observe the group, it no longer dared to exhibit aggression. On the opposite side of the crystal platform, the Howling Moon White Tiger cub remained remarkably tranquil. It rose gracefully, its ice-blue eyes radiating an innate wisdom and nobility, and through the translucent barrier, its gaze settled calmly upon Chen. When Chen's eyes met its own, the little white tiger did not display hostility like the Gale Falcon. Instead, it tilted its head slightly, as if a flicker of curiosity and an indescribable tranquil recognition passed through its icy blue depths. The silver crescent pattern on its forehead shimmered softly under the gentle light. Gazing at these two distinctly styled cubs, the wild, untamed Gale Falcon and the solitary, aloof white tiger, Chen could not help but smile with interest. He refrained from rushing to approach them and merely addressed Tu Lang, saying, "Elder Tu, please prepare 2 secure containers." Yes, I will arrange it immediately." Tu Lang responded promptly, gesturing to his subordinates. 2 seasoned guards swiftly donned specialized protective gloves, their movements deft and practiced. One of them carefully lifted a breathable wicker basket lined with soft wind-down grass, gently placing the still wary and damp-feathered Gale Falcon cub inside. The fledgling shifted uneasily within the basket but remained relatively calm, deterred by Dianwei's presence. The other guard delicately opened a jade box engraved with simple ice formation patterns, lined with a smooth, cool silk cushion. The little white tiger seemed to understand its purpose, showing no resistance as it elegantly stepped into the jade box. Finding a comfortable spot to lie down, its ice-blue eyes continued to gaze through the box wall, silently urging, "It is time to depart." As dusk fell, the morning light pavilion of the Lord's Manor was ablaze with light. The prepared beast tamers had arranged everything meticulously, providing the finest food for the young beasts, a comfortable environment, and necessary protections. In a spacious and well-ventilated corner, a small wind formation had been set up within a bright bird's nest, lined with soft wind-down grass and clean fine sand. The 9-day Gale Falcon cub was settled there, filled with wariness towards its new surroundings, especially hissing at the approaching beast tamer with a sharp beak and emitting warning chirps. However, when the beast tamer placed several crystal stones rich in wind attribute energy and a carefully prepared dish of minced meat before it, the instinct of hunger ultimately prevailed. It cautiously observed for a moment before carefully stepping forward, lowering its head to peck at the food, yet its gaze remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings, particularly the direction of the entrance. Not far away, a deliberately created desolate area was adorned with a thick, soft mat of moonlight grass. The immense glass ceiling was ingeniously designed to allow the moonlight to cascade unhindered during the night. The young white tiger, howling at the moon, was gently lifted from its jade box and placed upon the grass mat. It initially trod elegantly, sniffing the air with meticulous attention, its ice-blue eyes calmly surveying the beast tamers standing nearby, when its gaze inadvertently met that of Chen, who was observing from a distance. The little creature's expression seemed to soften momentarily, as if instinctively sensing a sense of belonging. Ultimately, it selected a spot, comfortably lying down and squinting its eyes. The silver crescent pattern on its forehead appeared to breathe softly and shimmer under the faint light. It was evidently discerning regarding food, as it merely daintily licked a few bites of the ice attribute spirit fruit and specially crafted beast milk before losing interest, exuding an innate calm and poise. Su Xiaoxiao crouched at a safe distance, admiring the noble little white tiger, whispering in awe, "How beautiful, like a little snowball, though it feels somewhat unapproachable." Dianwei crossed his arms, observing the falcon in the nest that, after satisfying its hunger, began to pace anxiously, flapping its wings in an attempt to lift off the ground, chuckling, "This little rascal has quite the wild spirit. It needs to be tamed." The Su family possessed a vast beast garden, yet Chen had chosen to house the 2 young beasts in the Dawn Pavilion. The convenience of daily interaction served as the ideal breeding ground for bonds and tacit understanding. Standing beneath the eaves connecting the 2 beast enclosures, Chen's gentle gaze swept over his 2 distinct new companions, the untamed spirit of the Gale Falcon and the aloof elegance of the Howling Moon White Tiger. With their contrasting traits, filled him with anticipation for their future growth and friendship. His gaze shifted to a dull stone block carelessly placed in the corner of the courtyard by Dianwei, from which a barely perceptible warmth of the earth seemed to be quietly revitalizing. Nearby, a mysterious iron shard lay in wait, silently anticipating its unveiling. Finally, his attention landed on the door of a quiet room in the Dawn Pavilion, where the alchemist's work was nearing completion. 10 days had quietly elapsed in the tranquil and enriching ambience of the Dawn Pavilion. On the morning of the 10th day, the door of the alchemist's quiet room, which had remained closed for 10 days, silently swung open, releasing a pure and fervent aura intertwined with a faint medicinal fragrance. The figure of the alchemist appeared at the threshold, adjusting the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, his eyes, deep as an abyss behind the lenses, exuded an indescribable spiritual allure. His aura had solidified at the pinnacle of the three-star Do Wang, and even more astonishing was the overwhelming soul power that enveloped him. Akin to tempered cold iron, concentrated and pure, far surpassing his previous state. During these days, he had not only firmly established a new realm after refining the heart of the ocean flame, but had also, through the might of this extraordinary fire and his surging soul power, successfully concocted several batches of 6th-grade elixirs. Each time he opened the furnace, the resulting fluctuations in the energies of heaven and earth left the residents of the Dawn Pavilion in astonishment. A multitude of 6th-grade elixirs has been impeccably refined and neatly arranged in specially crafted J bottles, resting in the corner of the tranquil chamber. Of utmost significance is the fact that the potion master, Yao Shizhou, has achieved a remarkably high success rate in crafting these elixirs. Even the pinnacle 6th-grade concoctions can be flawlessly produced under his skilled hands. Yao Shizhou possesses a unique comprehension of medicinal properties, enabling him to effectively unleash the potential of each herb. At this moment, Yao Shizhou's soul energy has officially entered the realm of a 7th-grade alchemist. What he lacks is merely the cultivation and proficiency with 7th-grade elixirs. Once his fighting spirit breaks through, the creation of 7th-grade elixirs will no longer be a distant aspiration. Chapter 12, Spirit Dust. The backyard of the Morning Dawn Pavilion is now brimming with vitality, a stark contrast to its state just 10 days prior. Su Chen diligently feeds it daily with food infused with pure wind energy, occasionally attempting to draw closer, gently caressing its increasingly plump azure feathers with his fingertips. Initially, the young creature, Xiaoqing, would puff up and emit low growls at his touch, but gradually it seems to have grown accustomed to this contact, even tilting its little head to regard Su Chen with keen, yet no longer hostile, eyes. When Su Chen extends his hand and issues simple commands, such as come or stop, Xiaoqing surprisingly manages to comprehend and comply. Even more astonishing is that, under the careful restraint of Dian Wei's aura, Xiaoqing dares to perch upon Dian Wei's broad shoulders, playfully scratching at his hair, which resembles steel wire, eliciting a series of amused grunts from Dian Wei. Meanwhile, on the moonlit grass mat, the transformation of the white tiger cub, which Su Chen has affectionately named Xiaobai, is even more pronounced. Born with an air of nobility and aloofness, it does not shy away from the proximity of Su Chen and Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao is utterly enamored with this exquisite creature, resembling an ice and snow sprite, wishing to cradle it all day long. She can now effortlessly hold Xiaobai in her arms, gently rubbing her cheek against its soft, smooth fur. Xiaobai responds by narrowing its icy blue eyes, emitting a soft purr that suggests utter contentment. Its demeanor towards Su Chen is particularly special. When he approaches, it no longer merely observes calmly but strides gracefully towards him, nuzzling its forehead against the back of his hand, a subtle gesture of affection beneath its cool touch. When Su Chen sits on the stone bench in the courtyard, Xiaobai even leaps onto his lap, curling up in a comfortable position, the silver crescent pattern on its forehead shimmering gently in the sunlight. This tranquility and trust evoke a rare softness within Su Chen. Holding Xiaobai, Su Xiaoxiao gleefully remarks, "Young master, look how well-behaved Xiaobai is." While that rascal Xiaoqing is still a bit skittish, though at least not so fierce anymore. Dian Wei reaches out to playfully flick Xiaoqing's head, but the little creature nimbly hops away to the edge of its nest, expressing its discontent with a sharp chirp. Dian Wei grins widely. This little one is becoming quite amusing. Observing this scene, a faint smile graces Su Chen's lips. Two magical beast companions, each with distinct personalities yet boundless potential, are seamlessly integrating into their lives. This is the transformation that comes from daily companionship. At that moment, Dian Wei approached, a glimmer of excitement on his face, cradling an extraordinary crimson mineral that appeared to have molten lava coursing within it. The surface of the stone was adorned with unique flame-like cloud patterns, emanating waves of searing, pure energy. "Young master, this stone has been refined." Dian Wei's voice, infused with the fervor characteristic of a master craftsman, echoed with enthusiasm. "It is the fire cloud stone, an exceedingly rare and remarkably resilient fire attribute mineral. With this, I can forge a truly exceptional weapon for the alchemist, or even reforge my own dark iron halberds." He marveled at the stone, his gaze akin to that of one beholding a priceless treasure. Su Chen nodded, unperturbed by the outcome. Dian Wei's discerning eye and intuition regarding minerals had always been reliable. "Well, the materials are yours. If you require any auxiliary supplies, simply inform Xiaoxiao, and she will procure them from the storeroom." "Thank you, young master." Dian Wei grinned widely, carefully cradling the fire cloud stone, as if envisioning the moment a legendary weapon would emerge. Shortly thereafter, the alchemist Do approached, extending his palm, upon which floated 3 minuscule, almost imperceptible grains of pale yellow dust. They were not stationary. Instead, they danced gracefully above his palm as if imbued with life, trailing delicate yet vibrant yellow light. Each grain radiated an indescribable purity, and mere eye contact seemed capable of cleansing the soul, instilling tranquility and clarity. "Younger master," Alchemist Do spoke with a hint of solemnity. The mysterious iron shard, after being repeatedly tempered by the heart fire, yielded only these 3 grains of spirit dust. Spirit dust? Su Chen's gaze sharpened, his formidable spiritual force allowing him to immediately sense the extraordinary value concealed within the minuscule particles. Indeed, Alchemist Do elucidated, this substance is exceedingly rare. mentioned only occasionally in ancient texts. Its greatest efficacy lies in assisting spiritual power to carry a trace of spirituality. For alchemists on the brink of entering or striving towards the realm of spiritual essence, it is an invaluable treasure. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a peculiar light. It can augment the vitality and perception of spiritual power, and more importantly, he paused. His tone filled with awe, it opens a crucial gateway for future spiritual breakthroughs into the ethereal realm, establishing a solid foundation of spirituality. It is a precious guiding stone on the path to becoming an 8th-rank alchemist. Upon hearing this, both Su Xiaoxiao and Dian Wei sensed the extraordinary nature of the 3 grains of dust. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He gestured, and 1 grain of spirit dust gently landed on his fingertip, a cool and soothing essence instantly enveloping him, penetrating deep into his soul. Indeed, it was miraculous. He experienced a refreshing sensation akin to being cleansed by a pure spring, nodding appreciatively. Do, you have rendered a tremendous service. This substance will greatly aid you in breaking through to the 8th rank, solidifying your spiritual realm, and even in glimpsing higher realms. Take this grain for yourself. Thank you for your generous gift, young master. Alchemist Do accepted without hesitation, fully aware of the significance this substance held for him. He carefully stored the grain of spirit dust in a specially crafted jade vial. Xiao. Su Chen glanced at the girl beside him, adorned in a delicate shade of pale yellow. Here I am, young master. Su Xiao promptly replied. Her large eyes filled with curiosity as they followed the last 2 specks of floating golden dust. The remaining spirit dust will also be entrusted to you, Su Chen instructed. Understood. Su Xiao replied with a melodious tone, swiftly producing another exquisitely crafted jade vial. Mimicking the actions of a pharmacist, she carefully channeled her energy, guiding the 2 particles of spirit dust into the vial, before hastily sealing it and stowing it away with utmost care. As Su Chen's personal maid and chief financial steward, virtually all of his wealth and rare treasures were securely housed within her spatial ring. This level of trust had long transcended the bounds of mere master and servant. Rest assured, young master, Xiao will take good care of it, she declared, patting the spatial ring hanging at her waist, her little face radiating seriousness and responsibility. After tending to the spoils, Su Chen's gaze returned to the eaves. Little White was lazily basking in the sun, while Little Green practiced short-distance gliding not far away. Within the Morning Dawn Pavilion, these 2 promising magical beast companions were flourishing, alongside rare ores and soul treasures. Everything was progressing methodically towards greater strength. Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant horizon. The future's tapestry had already begun to take on a grander silhouette. He understood that tranquil days would not last long. Greater challenges and broader stages awaited their conquest. Chapter 13. Wutan City. The tranquility of the Morning Dawn Pavilion was adorned by the gentle sounds of the breeze brushing against the eaves. In the pavilion, Su Chen sipped from his cup of misty tea, the swirling steam obscuring his profound gaze. Su Xiao stood beside him, delicately pouring water into his cup. The sound a clear and melodious chime. Dian Wei, with his robust stature, loomed behind Su Chen like an iron tower, his presence heavy and solid. In the courtyard, Little White languidly groomed its snow-white fur, while Little Green practiced gliding nearby, its wings slicing through the air with a faint rustling sound. Although Su Chen's attention seemed directed towards them, his thoughts had already transcended the barriers of space, drifting towards the distant Gamma Empire, to a small place known as Wutan City. The term fellow townsman, which only he could fully comprehend, silently coursed through his mind. As one who perceived the trajectory of fate, Su Chen harbored complex feelings towards this future Emperor of Flames. As the child of destiny, favored by fortune, opposing him would undoubtedly lead to strife, an affront against the very currents of the era. Yet, the bond of camaraderie stemming from their shared origins, coupled with the unfolding events ahead, prevented him from remaining entirely detached, an indifferent observer. 2 years separated him from his true ascent. A lengthy period of dormancy still lay ahead. A subtle smile curved his lips, as he mused that the troublesome, lingering souls of the Soul Palace should remain the burden of this protagonist, drawing fire for him. At his core, Su Chen sought absolute control and dominance, relishing victories that flowed naturally and predictably, rather than dancing upon the edge of a blade, risking life and limb in a desperate bid for revenge. Xiaoyan was destined to tread a path strewn with thorns, battling against formidable foes, while Su Chen would pave a clear road towards the pinnacle, amassing the formidable power needed to crush all obstacles in his way. Though Su Chen and Xiaoyan tread different paths, their fates are destined to converge at the pinnacle. The camaraderie of fellow villagers often compels one to lend a helping hand, a thought that elicited a twinge of self-mockery within Su Chen. Direct support would prove cumbersome, easily attracting the attention of the Soul Palace and potentially interfering with Xiaoyan's own developmental trajectory, introducing unnecessary variables. He preferred a more calculated approach, akin to a chess player executing his moves. Do, Su Chen's voice resonated calmly in the courtyard, not loud, yet distinctly reaching every corner. The alchemist Do, who had been meditating on the mysteries of the spirit powder, immediately opened his eyes. A glimmer flickered behind his golden-rimmed glasses as he silently appeared at Su Chen's side. Slightly bowing, young master, I entrust you with a long-term mission, Su Chen stated, his gaze drifting into the distance, profound as an abyss. Organize reliable personnel and swiftly establish a branch of the Beast Master Pavilion in the city of Wutan within the Garma Empire. The location must be in proximity to the Shao family, and efforts should be made to cultivate a good relationship with them. The gaze behind Do's lenses sharpened as he pondered for a moment before cautiously responding, Young master, forgive my frankness. If we were to establish the Beast Master Pavilion in Wutan City under the name of the Su family, targeting the Shao family so overtly would surely attract attention, leading to unnecessary scrutiny. Moreover, as the Garma Empire is not our foundational territory, the sudden emergence of foreign forces could arouse the vigilance of local powers, which would be unwise. He paused, clearly articulating a more prudent strategy. Perhaps we could utilize AFAADE. The Murong family, our in-laws from Rock Marshall City, is already engaged in the trade of magical beast materials and has shown intentions to expand their commercial influence in recent years. I propose we establish the headquarters of the Beast Master Pavilion in the holy city of Garma under the guise of the Murong family, focusing on the breeding and trading of first to fourth tier magical beasts, along with some lower tier beast eggs. This approach allows us to infiltrate the market while quickly establishing a foothold in the holy city, building a robust commercial network and intelligence source, all while minimizing any sense of abruptness to avert suspicion. Su Chen's eyes brightened with approval. Zhou's insights not only resolved the issue of abruptness but cleverly introduced the Murong family as a shield, while also considering the essential strength required for the headquarters. The entire plan was intricately connected, natural, and nearly devoid of risk. Excellent, Su Chen nodded, endorsing this refined strategy, and thus laid the groundwork. The headquarters would be situated in the holy city of Garma, ostensibly operating under the Murong family name. The leader would require the prowess of a Do Wang, possessing exceptional capabilities, adept at maneuvering and management. Su Chen lightly tapped the table, inquiring, among the personal guards, are there any suitable candidates? The image of the taciturn yet impeccably efficient personal guard surfaced in Su Chen's mind, prompting a nod of affirmation. For the Wutan branch leader, as originally proposed, select someone of at least great Do master caliber, who is steady, experienced, and well-versed in the ways of the world, with a talent for management. Once again, Su Chen emphasized the core principle, his tone growing weightier. Both the headquarters in the holy city of Garma and the Wutan branch must remember these 8 characters, rooted in the local area. With credibility as the foremost priority, this is the foundation of our establishment. The Wutan branch must actively cultivate a good relationship with Xiaozhan, maintaining an equal stance, fostering natural closeness, and prioritizing mutual benefit, permitting moderate concessions in the initial phase. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the branch in Wutan City must be entirely pure, deeply rooted in the local commercial landscape of Wutan City. All its actions must stem from its own operational needs, devoid of any overt connections to the headquarters, the Murong family, or the Su family of Yanwu City. Assistance should only be rendered in the form of fortuitous coincidences when the Shao family or Xiaoyan encounter specific troubles, executed seamlessly and without a trace. The delicacy of this operation is to be entirely under your control. Any link between the headquarters and the branch must be thoroughly severed, leaving no traceable clues. My intentions must remain entirely confidential. You must personally convey the tasks and requirements to Su Wu. Indeed, rest assured, young master. Su Wu is more than capable of this task. I shall personally ensure that the details are communicated clearly, leaving no room for errors. The apothecary bowed deeply, his lenses glinting with restrained brilliance. This intricate operation of utilizing a shell company, laden with hidden intricacies, is precisely within his realm of expertise. Go forth and implement this swiftly. Dian Wei, you shall personally oversee Su Wu's coordination. Xiao Chen waved his hand. Understood, young master. The apothecary and Dian Wei replied in unison. 2 figures, one tall and the other robust, bowed and retreated, merging into the shadows cast by the sunlight. Vanishing in an instant between the courtyard's columns, poised to lay the groundwork for this clandestine chess piece, deeply embedded within the Gamma Empire, with roots quietly extending into Wutan City. Chapter 14. The Western Wilderness. Yanwu City, a colossal stronghold on the western edge of the wilderness, serves as the foundation for the Su family's endeavors and a strategic pivot for his future aspirations. However, the pressures it bears may well surpass those faced by the Shao family in Wutan City in times to come. The Western Wilderness is a tripartite stronghold, surrounded by ravenous wolves. Xiao Chen's gaze seemed to penetrate the towering walls of the city lord's mansion, surveying the vast and untamed expanse below. To the west lies Yanwu City, controlled by the Su family, guarding the gateway from the Western Wilderness to the expansive wilderness plains beyond. To the south, Lin City, renowned for its rare spiritual wood and magical beast resources, rumored to be supported by a hidden sect, its depths unfathomable. To the east, Aurora City, named for the breathtaking auroras that frequently grace its night skies, rich in mineral deposits and bustling with merchants, where the city lord's influence intertwines with several prominent local families, creating a landscape fraught with intrigue. These 3 great cities resemble colossal beasts, each vying for dominance over the wilderness, testing one another and maintaining a delicate, precarious balance. The ascendance of any faction beyond its limits could shatter this fragile equilibrium in an instant, prompting a coalition from the other 2 families to restrain it. Moreover, to the north of Yanwu City lies not a smooth path, but a formidable natural barrier, the Wanha mountain range. This sprawling expanse of rugged mountains, stretching for millions of miles, is a paradise for countless formidable magical beasts. While peril lurks within, it also conceals unimaginable wealth. More crucially, the Wanha mountain range serves as a significant natural hub. Its geographical importance paramount. At its northwestern end, it meanders into the Beast Mountain Range, the very shield and lifeline of the Gamma Empire. In truth, the Beast Mountain Range is but an extension of the immense primordial beast that is the Wanha mountain range, reaching toward the Gamma Empire. To the west of the mountains lies the vast expanse of the Qianhu Desert, shrouded in yellow sands, which connects to the deeper reaches of the Tagur Desert, a territory dominated by the fierce Serpent People tribe, where the environment is harsh and conflicts are frequent. To the northeast of the mountains, one encounters the Blackhorn Domain, a great plain interwoven with chaos and opportunity. This lawless land is teeming with outlaws, exiles, and dark forces. Beneath the facade of turmoil lies immense wealth and power, akin to a volcano poised to erupt at any moment. As for the extensive buffer zone between the three great cities of the Western Wilderness, it resembles a hunting ground scattered with cities of all sizes and countless sects, gangs, and familial powers. Some cling to the three great cities in search of protection, while others strive to survive in the crevices, including formidable forces such as the Wolf Mercenary Corps and the Blood Knife Sect, lurking like venomous snakes in the shadows, ever coveting the authority of the three great cities and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The winds of change are relentless, Su Chen whispered softly, as if sighing. Although Rock Marshall City appears to occupy a geographically advantageous position with abundant resources, it is, in truth, unaware of how many adversaries are eyeing this coveted prize. Were it not for the deterrent power of the Su family, they would have been overwhelmed long ago. Moreover, the competition between the southern Forest City and the eastern Aurora City, both overt and covert, necessitates vigilance against potential collusion to suppress them. Even within the wilderness, ambitious forces remain restless to establish a foothold in this wild domain, characterized by the survival of the fittest, and to advance further, consolidating resources to reach the pinnacle. The Su family requires even greater strength and deeper foundations. The alchemical mastery of the apothecary Do and the control over spirit dust signify the accumulation of such foundations. The growth potential of Xiaobai and Xiaoqing represents an immeasurable future ally. Meanwhile, the covert maneuvering in the distant Gamma Empire serves as a carefully laid plan to address unforeseen variables in the future. Absolute strength is the unassailable truth. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, becoming as keen as a blade and as profound as the starry sea. In this western wilderness, what the Su family seeks is not merely a trifling dominion, but the absolute authority to control all, where words manifest as law. He slowly turned. Within the Chenxi Pavilion, the apothecary Do was already orchestrating the Empire's clandestine lines. Dian Wei held the radiant fire cloud stone, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of forging. Su Xiao gently caressed Xiao Bai's soft fur, her laughter filling the air as she watched Xiaoqing glide through the sky. In the corridor, 18 personal guards stood like silent boulders, their breaths unified and concentrated. Soon, the figure of the guard Su would quietly embark on a journey to the holy city of Gamma, entrusted with the crucial dark piece. Everything was accumulating methodically, like the silent yet powerful undercurrents beneath the sea. It awaited the moment to breach an invisible threshold. When external pressures reached their zenith, it would be the day the dormant dragon of Rock Marshall City would rise to stir the tempest of the western wilderness. Beneath the calm facade, the surging undercurrents capable of overturning everything were already silently gathering, rushing forth. A month later, within the Chenxi Pavilion, the air in the courtyard shimmered with heat, faintly resonating with a low, ominous hum. Su Chen's figure flickered as he moved. With each step, the ground seemed to slightly sink, leaving behind a barely perceptible ripple. This was the advanced martial technique known as the crumbling mountain step. Su Chen was not merely in pursuit of speed. He emphasized the accumulation of power, shaking the very earth beneath him. Suddenly, he halted, and from his right fist, a surge of crimson fighting spirit erupted, coalescing into a tangible form, the intense energy causing the surrounding air to crackle. With a low growl, Su Chen propelled his fist forward. The explosive flame burst. A ferocious beam of scarlet energy cleaved through the air, carrying astonishing impact and searing heat, aimed directly at the imposing figure of Dian Wei at the opposite end of the courtyard. Dian Wei's eyes widened in surprise. He stood firm, crossing his arms before his chest as a layer of condensed, golden-hued fighting spirit armor instantly enveloped him. Boom! The crimson beam collided violently with the fighting spirit armor, erupting in a deafening roar, as blinding red light clashed fiercely with the resilient golden glow, resulting in annihilation. A tempestuous wave of energy surged forth, causing the flowers and plants in the courtyard to sway violently. Dian Wei's massive form wavered slightly, the stones beneath his feet cracking. Yet he remained steadfast as a mountain, absorbing the blow. Excellent! The power of young Master S' explosive flame burst is beyond what ordinary fighters can withstand. Dian Wei grinned widely, admiration glimmering in his eyes. In merely a month, Su Chen had not only successfully advanced to a 2-star fighter, but had also made remarkable progress in mastering the paired techniques of the Earth Flame Cannon, the offensive explosive flame burst, and the preparatory crumbling mountain step, having already caught a glimpse of their essence. Chapter 15. Turmoil in the Gamma Empire. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen suppressed the slight turbulence in his blood. That last strike had nearly exhausted his current strength. Once more, he executed the crumbling mountain step, his form resembling a flickering flame as he swiftly circled around Dian Wei, occasionally charging forward to strike and at other times retreating to gain momentum, beginning to weave the two techniques together. Dian Wei remained as steady as a mountain, either punching or palming, skillfully blocking and redirecting Su Chen's attacks, each collision resonating with a deep thud. Su Xiao stood quietly beside a stone table, holding a soft towel, her clear eyes fixed intently on the agile figure in the arena, revealing her unabashed concern and admiration. The apothecary leaned against a column in the corridor, holding an ancient pharmacopoeia, though his gaze did not rest on the pages. Behind golden-rimmed glasses, His sharp eyes keenly tracked the trajectory of Su Chen's fighting spirit, analyzing the points of explosive power and the subtle delays in transitions. Silently devising more optimized methods of execution. Practical combat is always the most direct means of testing and enhancing one's skills. Meanwhile, the lively duo of Xiaobai and Xiaoqing had long ceased their playful antics. Xiaobai lounged lazily in the shadows at the apothecary's feet, squinting as if in a light slumber, its snowy fur shimmering in the sunlight. Xiaoqing, perched on a nearby rock formation, tilted its little head curiously, watching the intense sparring, occasionally fluttering its wings as if wishing to join in. The fierce exchange continued for nearly an hour. Su Chen's breathing grew increasingly labored, sweat soaking his training attire, clinging to him and outlining his increasingly solid physique. His gaze remained sharp, yet his movements inevitably bore a hint of fatigue. Let us call it a day. Su Chen abruptly halted his steps, exhaling a long breath of heated air, as his tumultuous fire and earth attribute fighting spirit gradually subsided. The young master has made remarkable progress, Dian Wei sincerely praised, lowering his defensive stance as the fervor of battle in his eyes began to dissipate. Su Xiaoxiao nimbly approached, presenting a warm towel with a crisp voice laced with concern. Young master, the hot water is ready. Su Chen accepted the towel, casually wiping the sweat from his face and neck, nodding in acknowledgement. The intense training had not only drained his fighting spirit but also left his muscles and bones aching with fatigue. A hot bath was precisely what he needed at that moment for relief. In the bathing warm chamber, mist enveloped the spacious area, infused with a subtle herbal fragrance. Within the large tub, the comfortably warm water embraced Su Chen's slightly weary form, soothing every taut muscle and meridian. He leaned back against the tub's wall, closing his eyes to relish this rare moment of relaxation. Dressed in a simple, elegant gauzy dress, Su Xiaoxiao knelt beside the tub. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her delicate, lotus-like arms, and with just the right amount of pressure, her small hands began to knead Su Chen's shoulders. Her warm, damp fingertips skillfully alleviated the stiffness in his overworked muscles. Her technique had grown increasingly refined. With his eyes closed, Su Chen's voice carried a hint of languorous pleasure. It is good to be of help to the young master. A gentle smile graced Su Xiaoxiao's lips as she softened her touch slightly, focusing intently on the massage, while the warm chamber was filled only with the sound of rippling water and the delicate contact of fingers against skin. Meanwhile, in the holy city of Gama, the heart of the Gama Empire, recent unexpected news stirred ripples of commotion. In the bustling commercial district of the western part of the city, a grand edifice, strikingly different in architectural style from the traditional Gama structures, rose majestically. The three-story building, constructed from sturdy black rock and a deep-hued wood, exuded a rugged and substantial aura. A massive sign hung prominently, inscribed with three ancient, robust characters that seemed to resonate with the roar of beasts. Beast Master Pavilion. In the spacious square before the pavilion, several enormous iron cages were conspicuously displayed, housing not ordinary wild animals, but ferocious and diverse magical beasts. Among them were the ear-splittingly growling earth rock lizards, the swift and fanged windwolves, and even a colossal fourth-tier magical beast, the iron-armored rhino, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Though these magical beasts were fierce, their eyes exhibited a diminished wildness, replaced by a hint of submission after being tamed. What drew even more attention were the vibrant beast eggs displayed in a transparent crystal cabinet on one side of the hall, pulsating with a rich life force. In the royal study, Jia Xingtian set down the confidential report in his hand, his authoritative visage betraying no emotion as his fingers lightly tapped the table. The Murong family from the Western Wilds Rock Martial City? When did they extend their reach into the holy city of Gama? And what a significant stir they have caused. The fighting king Jia Xingtian's gaze deepened as he scrutinized them. When dealing with those great western cities, caution is paramount. We must ascertain their true intentions. At the apex of the Alchemist Guild, Chairman F.A. Ma stroked his long beard, listening intently to his subordinate's report. A flicker of intrigue passed through his murky old eyes. Beast taming? Beast eggs? Quite fascinating. It appears that the Murong family desires more than mere superficial dealings. Have someone reach out to ascertain whether they possess any unique beast taming secrets or exclusive channels regarding magical beast materials. In the Mu family's council chamber, the head of the family, Mu Chen, snorted disdainfully. An outsider, so ostentatious. Investigate their background thoroughly. Let us see if the Murong family is their sole supporter. Additionally, send someone to probe into that Su Wu's background. What of a battle king? Does the Murong family not understand the adage that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake? Within the Nalan family, Nalan Jie set down his teacup, his gaze sharp. The Murong family from Yanwu City has had no dealings with us. Suddenly establishing such a grand beast-taming pavilion in the holy city, what could their intentions be? Have the marketplace keep a watchful eye on their movements. Furthermore, assess the response from the Miter family. That old fox from Mount Tung has the keenest instincts. Deep within the Miter auction house, Tingshan listened attentively to Yafei's articulate and charming report, a shrewd smile appearing on his plump face. How intriguing. Such boldness. To openly sell a level 4 magical beast? And the source of those beast eggs, coupled with their taming capabilities, is remarkable. Yafei, prepare a generous gift on behalf of the auction house and the Miter family. We must be the first to establish contact with this beast-taming pavilion. On the mist-enshrouded summit of Yunlan Sect's Grand Hall, Chapter 16, 7 years. The probing, testing, and engagement from various factions flowed like countless undercurrents, quietly converging towards the newly emerged beast-taming pavilion. Although the Murong family is formidable, their operations are conducted with transparency and fairness, clearly indicating a focus on pure commercial expansion. Upon confirming this, the high-ranking officials of various factions remain vigilant. Yet the intense hostility and tension born from the unknown noticeably diminished. After all, they were not facing an upheaval, but rather a grand merchant bearing novel wares. As long as core interests remain unscathed, the vast market of Jamma Holy City can accommodate new competitors. Subsequent inquiries largely transitioned into commercial interactions and negotiations for mutual benefit. The Prime Shop, once belonging to the Xiao family, now stood replaced by the newly adorned branch of the Beast Taming Pavilion in Wutan City, though modest in scale. Its decor resonated with the aesthetic of the Holy City headquarters, exuding simplicity and efficiency. A plump figure stood behind the pristine counter. Beaming with a smile reminiscent of Methrayao Buddha, this was Zhou Dong, the branch manager, a 6-star battle master. His round physique was clad in a well-tailored brocade robe, and he perpetually wore a friendly smile, his eyes nearly slits, conveying an air of harmlessness. Patriarch Xiao Zhan, look at this location, this establishment, truly impeccable. Zhou Dong rubbed his chubby hands, his tone enthusiastic yet appropriately flattering. 200,000 gold coins is undoubtedly a fair price. Our Beast Taming Pavilion is earnest in establishing roots in Wutan City, and we shall greatly depend on the Xiao family's support in the future. Our primary business involves the gentle and docile first and second-tier magical beasts, serving as pets for the young masters and ladies of various families, or as guardians for their homes. They are assuredly safe and reliable, posing no threat to the Xiao family's marketplace. Xiao Zhan, holding the golden card in his hand and gazing at the sincerely smiling face before him, felt a complex mixture of emotions. 200,000 gold coins represented a substantial income for the Xiao family, and the other party was adopting a remarkably low posture, actively seeking to establish goodwill. However, the sudden appearance of the Beast Taming Pavilion, coupled with its somewhat mysterious background, instinctively raised his suspicions. Yet, the generous offer and reasonable terms suggested that they genuinely wished to engage in modest business in Wutan City. Your words are overly modest. The establishment of the Beast Taming Pavilion in Wutan City is indeed an honor for our marketplace. May we prosper together through mutual benefit. Xiao Zhan eventually accepted the golden card, a smile gracing his face. Regardless of their underlying motives, the tangible benefit at hand was undeniable. 200,000 gold coins. To acquire a storefront? What extraordinary luck has the Xiao family stumbled upon? Zhao Libi felt both astonished and envious. The Beast Taming Pavilion? What is its origin? How can it be so financially robust? Oba Pa furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual air. He hastily dispatched someone to investigate thoroughly. Moreover, he sought means to establish contact with this Beast Taming Pavilion. The winds of Wutan City seemed to subtly shift with the arrival of this branch of the Beast Taming Pavilion, shrouded in a mysterious western background. Within the Morning Dawn Pavilion, Su Chen luxuriated in a warm medicinal bath, relishing the meticulous service provided by Su Xiaoxiao. In the distant Gamma Empire, the dark chess piece he had set in motion had already taken root and begun to flourish, seamlessly integrating into the local fabric. Beneath the calm surface, the chess game was extending deeper and further. 7 years later, at the training chamber of the Morning Dawn Pavilion, the atmosphere outside the heavy iron door was tense yet filled with anticipation. Su Yin and Murong once stood hand in hand. Su Yin, tall and upright like a spear, bore the marks of time at his temples, his formidable aura as a 3-star dozong steady as a mountain, his gaze piercing, as if he sought to penetrate the iron door and capture every flicker of energy within. Murong once stood beside her husband. Time had not diminished her allure but rather enhanced her mature elegance. The aura of an 8-star Do Huang emanated from her, harmonious and restrained, her lips pressed together tightly, and her beautiful eyes firmly locked onto the chamber door, reflecting even deeper concern and expectation than Su Yin. With the unwavering support of family resources over the past 7 years, this couple's strength had reached heights difficult for others to attain. Old Master Su sat regally in a Zetonwood chair, stroking his snow-white beard, appearing calm. Yet the slight lift of his eyelids revealed a flicker of concern deep within his eyes. The might of a 9-star dozong lay hidden beneath the surface. Resembling a dormant volcano, 7 years of concealment had not dulled his sharpness. Dianwei stood like an ancient iron tower before the chamber, his 1-star dozong presence lending a heavy pressure that rendered the surrounding space slightly stifling. With his arms crossed, the bronze hue of his skin seemed to harbor the strength to move mountains and fill seas. His eyes, wide and fierce, remained fixed on the chamber door, standing as the most solid line of defense. Su Xiaoxiao stood quietly beside them, her figure graceful and her demeanor ethereal. The aura of a 3-star Do Huang swirled around her, and while her hands were clasped in apparent calm, the slight tightening of her lips and the gentle flutter of her eyelashes betrayed a tension far beyond the norm. Her gaze was almost nailed to that door. The pharmacist adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, his gaze behind the lenses calm and profound, exuding the aura of a 5-star Do Emperor, akin to a tranquil deep pool. He was acutely attuned to the energy tides within the secret chamber, serving as the most composed analyst and observer present. Behind him, Su Yi to Su Lu stood like 5 unsheathed swords, their Do Emperor-level presence deep and formidable. Even Su Wu, though far away in the Gamma Empire, had ascended to the rank of Do Emperor. Further back, 12 royal guards emanated a robust Do King aura. The entire corridor resembled a lair occupied by primordial behemoths, their intimidating presence thickening the very air. This elite guard, honed over 7 years, had become a fearsome force in the western wastelands. Inside the secret chamber, however, the scene was starkly different. A violent surge of energy, akin to boiling magma, crashed relentlessly within the confined space, compressing and coalescing. Su Chen sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, veins bulging at his temples, sweat emerging only to be instantly vaporized by the oppressive heat. Within him, the earth flame cannon operated at its utmost limit, the cyclone in his dantian resembling a voracious black hole, ravenously consuming the energies of heaven and earth. Blood-red Dochi surged through his meridians, roaring with a pain akin to tearing, yet under the guidance of his cultivation, it continued to solidify and compress. The air around him twisted like rippling water, and the reinforced stone floor emitted a mournful creaking, revealing cracks. Concentrate. A low roar reverberated in Su Chen's mind. At the center of the Dantian cyclone, a piercing red-gold radiance suddenly flared to life, akin to the birth of a star, unleashing an unparalleled gravitational pull. All turbulent Dochi was forcibly drawn and compressed toward that luminous point. Chapter 17. Once Great Dome Master Boom. A violent tremor originating from the depths of his soul. A vast and magnificent surge of pure crimson yellow Dochi, tenfold in potency, erupted explosively from Su Chen's being. Buzz. The obsidian door quivered violently, producing a deep, resonant hum. The onlookers outside suddenly felt a jolt of energy. It was at this moment. The pharmacist's gaze sharpened. Murmuring to himself, he had precisely captured the energy peak at the breakthrough threshold. A crimson-yellow pillar of Dochi surged skyward like a tangible entity, violently colliding with the dome barrier of the secret chamber, stirring up fierce ripples of energy. Within the pillar, countless delicate diamond-shaped crystal phantoms flickered in and out of visibility, exuding a sharp and refined aura. Clang. A melodious sound akin to metal striking metal rang out. A layer of armor, as tangible as it was weighty, materialized abruptly around Su Chen's form, gleaming in crimson yellow. This armor was not plate armor but was intricately constructed from numerous small diamond-shaped crystals, each adorned with flowing fiery patterns. Each crystal seemed to embody the might of mountains and the fury of lava, sharply defined, radiating brilliance, unyielding, and searing hot. Dochi armor, the hallmark of a great dome master. The frenzied energy within the secret chamber found its sanctuary, surging wildly into the newly formed armor, enhancing its radiance and solidifying its diamond contours. The crimson-yellow glow illuminated the chamber entirely, casting Su Chen's youthful, resolute visage in the likeness of a war god descending to the mortal realm. Outside the door, "It's done." Dianwei stepped forward with a sudden burst, his face alight with ecstasy, his voice booming like a great bell, shaking the dust from the corridor eaves. Su Xiaoxiao's taut nerves instantaneously relaxed, her tightly clenched jade hand gradually loosening, her palm drenched in sweat. A profound joy surged within, as the pair of autumn-like eyes became momentarily veiled with a mist of excitement, and the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. Morong Wan tightly grasped her husband Su Yan's hand, and in that moment, feeling the relaxation of his muscular arm, her heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally found repose. She exhaled a long breath, tears of exhilaration glistening in her eyes, her face blossoming with a relieved yet immensely proud smile as she gazed upon the slowly opening door, radiating maternal brilliance and pride. "Good, good, good," Su Yan exclaimed thrice, his authoritative visage breaking into a smile of comfort and pride. Truly, he is my grandson Suyu." The elder Su abruptly slammed the table, his long beard swaying as he laughed heartily, his heart filled with joy. The pharmacist adjusted his glasses, a genuine smile gracing his lips as his gaze swept over the impeccably crafted diamond armor, assessing within, a one-star great fighter. The condensation of battle energy far surpassed others of the same rank, with a solid foundation and immeasurable potential. The young master had spent a decade cultivating, leading to this transformative moment. Congratulations to the young master for breaking through. The 18 personal guards led by Su Yi, excluding Su Wu, who was far away in the Gamma Empire, knelt on one knee in unison, their voices resonant and fervent. The heavy black iron gates, under the weight of eager gazes, slowly creaked open. A torrent of scorching energy billowed forth as a tall figure stepped confidently into view, clad in reddish-yellow diamond battle armor that enveloped his form. It radiated a dense, searing aura. With each step, the armor's brilliance receded, transforming into a soft halo of crimson light that clung to his skin, signifying mastery over his power. The youth's silhouette began to take on a youthful man's contours, 7 years of maturation washing away his boyishness. His brow was steady and composed, and as his deep-set eyes flickered, they shone with brilliance, as if harboring the vastness of the stars and the fervor of raging flames. A one-star great fighter. At merely 14 years of age, Su Chen's calm gaze swept over the array of excited, concerned, and proud faces beyond the door, his expectant father Su Yan, with tears shimmering in his eyes, his mother Murong Wan, overflowing with pride, his grandfather Su Yu, laughing heartily, the ecstatic Dianwei, the tearful Xiao Xiao, the smiling pharmacist, and the loyal kneeling guards. He felt the unspoken joy and support, a slight smile gracing his lips, exuding confidence and composure. "Thank you for waiting," he spoke clearly, his voice imbued with the vigor of a breakthrough and the steady control of power. The winds of the western wilderness seemed to sense a signal in that moment, growing sharper and more unpredictable. The lurking dragon of Yanwu City, with its core now transformed, could no longer remain wholly concealed. Beneath the tranquil surface of the water lay 7 years of surging undercurrents, rapidly building momentum, seeking the opportunity to break free. Elder Su stroked his snowy beard, his laughter booming, his gaze fervent. "Good, good, good." A great fighter at 14. The Su family of Yanwu City has a bright future ahead. He stepped forward, his large palm descending heavily upon Su Chen's shoulder, a gentle yet formidable surge of battle energy flowing into him, instantly soothing the last vestiges of restlessness within his meridians after the breakthrough. His foundation was remarkably solid, his battle energy pure and refined. Excellent. Far stronger than I was at your age. Su Yin stepped forward, his eyes reflecting profound paternal love and pride. He uttered but 3 words, well done. His hand rested on Su Chen's other shoulder, conveying silent affirmation and support. Muron Wan then approached directly, gently brushing away the non-existent beads of sweat from Su Chen's forehead. Her actions were delicate and tender, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible quiver. Chenner, you must be exhausted. Come. Your mother has had someone prepare snow fungus and jade bone soup for you, which nourishes the meridians and stabilizes your cultivation. It is most suitable. Feeling the unabashed joy and affection from his beloved family, a warm current surged within Su Chen, deepening the smile upon his lips. Thank you, grandfather, father, mother. It is merely the realm of a great fighter. The family exchanged a few heartfelt words, mostly consisting of the elder's concern for the younger one's breakthrough and reminders for solidifying his newfound strength. As the head of the family, Su Yin felt both the joy of a father and the weight of a patriarch's responsibilities. He surveyed the gathered crowd, especially the remarkable, loyal guards, and spoke with a serious tone. Now that Chino has successfully broken through, all of you share in this achievement. Sui, Su-heir. You two shall lead your men to the treasury to receive your rewards. Thank you, head of the family. Sui and Su-heir bowed in response, their voices strong and resolute. Su-yu then chimed in. All right, enough of this. Let us not disturb Chenner as he consolidates his strength. Come, one girl. Is your soup not ready? I too wish to partake. Moron once smiled in agreement, offering a few more gentle reminders to Su Chun before departing with Su Yin and Su Yu, as their figures disappeared around the corner of the corridor. The tense atmosphere outside the secret chamber finally dissipated, replaced by a sense of ease and joy. Dianwei immediately stepped forward, his large hand instinctively reaching out to pat Su Chen's shoulder, stopping midway with hesitation, fearful of being too heavy-handed. He chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. He, young master, a great fighter at 14. In my half a lifetime, I have never even heard of such a thing. His eyes sparkled with awe and pride. Chapter 18. The strategy of the Black Corner Domain. Su Xiao approached as well, naturally taking the towel from Su Chun to wipe his sweat. Her voice soft as a breeze. Young master, the hot water for your bath has been prepared anew, infused with calming herbs to alleviate your mental fatigue after your breakthrough. Thank you, Xiao. Su Chun replied gently, nodding in appreciation. Su Xiao lowered her head slightly, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. The apothecary then stepped forward, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, his demeanor returning to its usual calm and clarity. Congratulations, young master. Your foundation is solid, your fighting spirit pure. Your status as a great fighter is well established. He paused slightly, shifting the conversation to more pressing matters. Additionally, 3 days ago, we received information from Su Wu of the Jaimar Holy City through discreet channels, which is closely related to your next plan. A spark of brilliance flickered in Su Chen's eyes, urging the apothecary to continue. He seated himself at the stone table in the courtyard, and Su Xiao immediately presented him with warm spiritual tea. The apothecary stood firm, calmly delivering another weighty piece of news. The recruitment team from the Canaan Academy is expected to arrive in Yanwu City within a month. The air in the courtyard seemed to freeze momentarily. Dianwei's eyes widened, and Su Xiao paused, her hands holding the teapot trembling slightly. The name Canaan Academy bore immense weight. The premier institution of the mainland, a sanctuary where countless prodigies and offspring of influential families aspire to thrive, exerts its influence across the entire northwest continent and beyond. Its decision to recruit from the western metropolis of Rock Marshall City serves as a recognition of local potential and status. Su Chen lifted his teacup, the curling steam enveloping his profound gaze, while a knowing smile graced his lips. A month, is it? Sooner than I anticipated. He turned to the pharmacist Do, indicating, let us proceed according to our established plan. I shall register for this session at Canaan Academy. Indeed, young master. Do responded without surprise, bowing slightly. I shall immediately initiate the necessary arrangements. Su Chen took a sip of tea, setting the cup down, his gaze sweeping over Do, Dianwei, and the attentive Su Xiao beside him, his voice steady and resolute. The journey to Canaan Academy is a crucial element of my strategy, and it must not falter. Yet, the chessboard of the Black Corner Domain is equally significant and requires simultaneous moves. His eyes fixed on Do. Prepare yourself, Do. In 10 days, you and Dianwei shall take all our loyal guards and proceed secretly to the Black Corner Domain. Upon hearing this, both Dianwei and Su Xiao exchanged glances filled with concern. The Black Corner Domain is a lawless land, rife with chaos and bloodshed, where opportunity and peril coexist. For those accustomed to the order of Rock Marshall City, it presents an entirely different battlefield. Young master, your safety. Su Xiao could not restrain herself from speaking, her eyes brimming with worry. The Black Corner Domain is notorious for its dangers. No matter how powerful the forces there, they cannot solve our immediate challenges. Su Chen raised his hand, interrupting her with a clear and confident gaze. There is no need for concern regarding my safety. With you by my side, Xiao. That is sufficient. He then turned to Do, shifting the conversation towards specific arrangements. Your mission is aimed at Black Ink City. The current leader of the Eight Doors, Yuan Yi, possesses the peak strength of a 2-star Do Emperor, greedy and ruthless, yet astute. This individual is key. Do's eyes sharpened behind his glasses. His voice low. Do you mean to control him from the shadows? Precisely. Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the stone table, producing a crisp sound. What I require from you is to compel Yuan Yi to submit, allowing him to maintain the FAAD of leader of the Eight Doors, while in reality serving our interests. He must become our covert piece and stronghold in the Black Corner domain. His tone was unwavering. How shall we execute this? Do inquired. This being his area of expertise. With a dual approach, Chen's eyes sparkled with insight. On the surface, Do, you will present yourself as a mysterious 6th-grade alchemist. He deliberately emphasized the words mysterious and 6th grade, positioning yourself as the chief alchemist of the Eight Doors. This identity will carry sufficient weight in the Black Corner domain to entice Yuan Yi, binding him firmly to our cause. Understood. Do nodded. By concealing your identity and showcasing only 6th-grade abilities, we both hide our true strength and avoid drawing undue attention from Do zone-level experts too early, ensuring a more prudent approach in the Black Corner domain. The influence of a 6th-grade alchemist in a place like Black Ink City is enough to make Yuan Yi treat you as an esteemed guest, reluctant to offend. Excellent. Chen continued. Dian Wei, you, and the remaining loyal guards will serve as the hidden strength beneath Do's brilliance. Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal yourselves lightly. Your task is to discreetly eliminate all unstable factors that hinder our control over the 8 gates. Those targets that Yuan Yi cannot kill or whose elimination would provoke excessive backlash should be dealt with by you. Remember, it must be executed cleanly and without a trace. Let Yuan Yi constantly feel that besides the immense benefits we promise him, there looms an irresistible, terrifying power capable of crushing him to dust, compelling him to choose complete subservience. In Dian Wei's eyes, a bloodthirsty glint ignited as he grinned menacingly, saying, Rest assured, young master. This old blade of mine is swift in its execution. I will ensure that the surname Yuan knows his place, to the point where he fears for his head every night. The might of a dozong in a place like Hain City, coupled with an elite personal guard, is an absolute advantage. The alchemist still continued. After we seize control of the 8 gates, its original intelligence network, commercial channels, and manpower resources will all be at your disposal, young master. Based on this foundation, we can discreetly yet efficiently accomplish 2 core tasks in the Black Corner region. First, to gather high-grade medicinal herbs, rare metals, ancient relics, and all valuable curiosities, especially those necessary for your future cultivation. Second, to establish a more comprehensive and in-depth intelligence network, targeting the movements of all significant forces in the Black Corner region, particularly the slightest traces of the Soul Hall. As local overlords, the 8 gates possess a natural advantage in collecting such information. Chen nodded in satisfaction. Precisely. The Black Corner region is rife with disorder and also a crucial area for the infiltration of the Soul Hall's influence. Mastering this stronghold is vital for our future endeavors. Subduing Yuan Yi and demonstrating our power is one aspect. We must also make him see tangible benefits. When necessary, we can subtly reveal some information about our family, the Su clan, to extinguish any lingering hopes he may have. However, the name of the Su family in the public I must not be exposed in the slightest. All actions must be conducted under the guise of a mysterious alchemist. He reiterated the importance of confidentiality. Your subordinates will remember. Both the alchemist Do and Dian Wei replied solemnly. They understood the gravity and significance of this mission, recognizing it as a pivotal part of the overall strategy. After outlining the operations in the Black Corner region, Chen shifted the conversation. What is the situation with the Beast Master Pavilion in the Gamma Empire? Any news from Zhou Dong in Wutan City? The alchemist Do continued. As for the Wutan City branch, the person in charge, Zhou Dong, has not disappointed you over the past 7 years and has achieved considerable success, although his personal talent is limited. With his cultivation only rising from a 6-star great fighter to an 8-star great fighter, he possesses a deft touch and excels in management, particularly in fostering relations with the Xiao family, where he has put forth great effort and yielded remarkable results. Now, from the patriarch Xiao Zhan to ordinary managers, the Xiao family regards Zhou Dong as a trustworthy partner and friend. Oh, Chen expressed interest, leaning slightly forward. Do elaborate. The most significant achievement, as the alchemist Do's tone carried a hint of barely perceptible admiration, occurred 3 months ago. Zhou Dong's son, Zhou Wan, and the daughter of the 3rd elder of the Xiao family, Xiao Mei, have happily united in marriage. The 2 families have officially arranged a betrothal in Wutan City, exchanging engagement letters and dowries. Zhou Dong, in a display of sincerity, presented a lavish betrothal gift that included various medicinal elixirs and low-tier magical beast offspring, greatly pleasing the Xiao family. Now, they awaited the selection of an auspicious date to formally welcome Xiao Mei into their fold. Is it truly so? Chen's eyes ignited with brilliance, his face breaking into a radiant smile. Excellent. What a remarkable achievement by Zhou Dong. He could not help but applaud in admiration. Who is Xiao Mei, after all? She is none other than the cousin of Xiao Yin. More importantly, this union forms an unbreakable bond between the Beast Taming Pavilion's branch in Wutan City and the Xiao family. Through this marriage, their interests are intricately intertwined, establishing a relationship far more robust than mere commercial cooperation or superficial camaraderie, regardless of what transpires in the future for the Xiao family. As long as Zhou Dong and his son remain, and this familial connection endures, they can engage with Xiao Yan in the most natural and inconspicuous manner. Such a feat deserves significant reward. Without hesitation, Su Chen issued a firm decree. From this day forth, Zhou Dong shall enjoy the privileges of a core steward. His allocation of cultivation resources shall be tripled, and all elixir supplies shall be prioritized for his benefit. Furthermore, he is granted the special privilege to select a high-level mystic technique or combat skill suitable for him from the headquarters reserves. For a grand fighter, this is an immense boon, one that would surely engender profound gratitude and unwavering loyalty in Zhou Dong. Yes, young master, the apothecary responded. If Zhou Dong were to learn of such generous rewards, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with gratitude. Once the important matters were reported, a brief silence enveloped the courtyard. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, while Xiaobai and Xiaoqing frolicked nearby, seemingly untouched by the earlier solemn atmosphere. However, the apothecary's relaxed smile gradually faded, replaced by a rare gravity and hesitation. After a moment of silence, as if grappling with an internal struggle, he finally produced an exquisitely crafted jade box of cold jade from his voluminous sleeves. The box, a deep azure hue, felt icy to the touch, devoid of any ornamentation, simple yet emanating an unusual energy field that seemed to nullify surrounding energy fluctuations. The apothecary solemnly cradled the jade box in both hands, his fingertips turning pale from exertion. For the first time, his gaze, obscured by golden-rimmed glasses, did not meet Su Chen's, but instead hung low, filled with profound concern and an almost pleading expression. Master, his voice was low and parched, as though his throat were constricted. This item is the 7th grade peak elixir, the devouring life pill, which you commanded your subordinates to seek at any cost in the Black Horn region 3 years ago. The utterance of devouring life pill struck like a thunderclap. Dian Wei and Su Xiaoxiao, previously lost in the joy of Su Chen's breakthrough in the news from the beast-taming pavilion, instantly changed countenance. Dian Wei's flesh quivered violently, his eyes widening in shock, instinctively stepping forward, his thick neck bulging with veins as he bellowed. What? The devouring life pill? You truly found it. How could this cursed thing be used by the young master? His terrifying aura, at the level of a dozong, surged uncontrollably, causing the air around them to thicken and whip into a small whirlwind. Her exquisitely beautiful face drained of color, turning an ashen white. In her autumn-like eyes, tears of sheer terror welled up, fixated on the cold jade box before her, as if it contained the most dreadful poison in existence. Her lips quivered, attempting to articulate something, yet no words escaped her. Only the thunderous rhythm of her heart echoed within her chest. Even the small white creature, which had been feigning sleep at the foot of the herbalist, abruptly lifted its head. The little green one was so startled that it soared into the air, flapping its wings restlessly, calling out in distress. The courtyard was suffused with a stifling sense of panic and overwhelming oppression. The smile on Su Chen's face vanished entirely. His gaze deepened, resembling two icy, unfathomable abysses. His eyes fell upon the unadorned cold jade box, devoid of surprise, replaced by a resolute acceptance. He rose slowly, extending his hand towards the herbalist, his tone chillingly calm. Give it to me, young master. You absolutely must not. The herbalist suddenly lifted his head, his voice tinged with unprecedented urgency and fervor, even carrying a hint of sharpness. My subordinate has spent 3 years utilizing countless resources to unearth this elixir from the depths of a highly concealed ancient relic within the Black Corner domain. However, upon its discovery, my subordinate conducted numerous studies and verifications. And this elixir is indeed a poison of the most ferocious kind. He spoke rapidly, attempting to seize the last opportunity for persuasion. The life-devouring pill. A pinnacle grade 7 concoction. Its medicinal potency is unparalleled, capable of forcefully breaking through the restraints of Dochi, permeating the vital gates, and elevating a Grand Dome Master's cultivation to the realm of Do Wang in an exceedingly brief period. This is a means to defy fate and alter destiny. Yet, the cost. The herbalist's voice trembled with agitation. The cost is the complete consumption of the user's life essence. Whoever ingests this pill, regardless of their foundational strength or resistance, will have their lifespan forcibly locked at 3 years. This is a desperate pill that trades life for power. Chapter 20. The Longevity Pill. Young master, please reconsider. Su Xiaoxiao could no longer contain herself, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string, her voice trembling with despair. Your talent is unparalleled. At 14, a Grand Dome Master. Your future is bound to be magnificent. What is Do Wang in comparison? With your aptitude, in 5 or 10 years, you will surely step steadily into that realm. Why barter your life for this fleeting brilliance? If you were to lose your life, what meaning would there be in my existence? Her heartfelt pleas, like rain-soaked pear blossoms, would move even the hardest of hearts. Dian Wei's hair bristled, his aura pulsating like a surging tide, causing the entire courtyard of the Morning Dawn Pavilion to tremble beneath the oppressive weight of his Dozong might, the air thick as mercury. With a fierce blow, he struck the nearby stone table, shattering the hard lapis lazuli surface into fragments that flew in all directions. His eyes burned crimson as he glared at the cold jade box, as if he intended to devour it whole, roaring, Young master, my life was given by you. If you wish to use this cursed object, it would be better for me to smash this damn pill to smithereens right now. Who concocted this harmful thing? I shall go to the Black Corner domain and drag their ancestors out to crush their bones to dust. You cannot. You must not. His massive frame trembled slightly with excitement and fear, and his rugged face was etched with profound sorrow. Confronted by the three, who were weeping and pleading with desperation. Su Chen's calm demeanor was finally disturbed by a ripple of emotion. He gazed at the kneeling, sobbing Xiao Xiao, the frenzied Dian Wei, and the nearly exhausted Yasher Do, his heart surging with complex feelings. He was not heartless. He felt the weight of their concern and loyalty. Enough, Xiao Xiao. Please rise. Dian Wei, Do, take a seat. Su Chen suddenly laughed heartily, ruffling Xiao Xiao's hair and pulling her up to sit down. By consuming the life-devouring pill, complemented by the longevity pill and aided by the system mechanism alongside other elixirs, even if my innate talent is not particularly high, I can undoubtedly break through to the Do Huang realm within 5 years. By then, the side effects of the life-devouring pill will dissipate. Su Chen contemplated for a while before speaking. My path, how shall I traverse it? What shall be the cost? My heart is as clear as a mirror. His voice was resolute, for opportunities are fleeting. The Jianan Academy serves as a springboard, the Black Corner region is the chessboard, and the Yinwu City is the foundation. Though we seem to have been lying in wait for 7 years, our foundation appears stable. We are in fact walking on thin ice. The Northwest continent and even the Central State are rife with undercurrents, and the Soul Palace looms as a shadow beside us. Without sufficient strength, how shall we contend? What shall we wager for a glimmer of hope? What shall we safeguard our current circumstances with? Su Chen slowly rose, addressing the three. Do Wang. I desire not merely the strength of a Do Wang. I shall consume the life-devouring pill upon entering the inner court of Jianan Academy. Su Chen's voice paused slightly. Will you obstruct my path? Yao Shido closed his eyes in pain, aware that the young master had made up his mind, leaving no room for alteration. He slowly released his grip on the cold jade box, trembling as he extended it forward, his voice laden with weariness and a resigned melancholy. If it is your will. Young master, I shall obey. However, this pill, while procured, is exceedingly perilous. When its medicinal power erupts, it is akin to being engulfed in raging flames. With a myriad of ants gnawing at one's bones, and the soul being torn apart in agony, an ordeal beyond human endurance, lacking sufficient willpower, one may very well collapse in a madness and perish. Bring it to me. Su Chen's voice held no tremor, only an icy calm. He extended his hand, firmly receiving the chilling jade box. As the box touched his palm, a strange, sinister chill, as if capable of devouring vitality, spread through his hand. He did not open it immediately. Instead, he cast a deep gaze upon Yao Shido. This pill, is it verified? Su Chen caressed the cold jade box. His eyes sharp. Keep it confidential. If anyone reveals even the slightest detail of this matter to my father, mother, or grandfather, his cold gaze swept over Dian Wei and Xiao Xiao, you know the consequences. Dian Wei's powerful physique shuddered as he suddenly knelt on one knee. His forehead striking the ground with a heavy thud, the dull sound resonating. Old Dian vows by his soul. What I have seen and heard today shall remain buried within me. Should I breach this vow, may heaven and earth punish me. His voice, though hoarse, was unwavering. Xiao Xiao, in tears, also solemnly declared, Xiao Xiao swears, I shall not divulge a single word. If the young master encounters any misfortune, Xiao Xiao is willing to follow him into the netherworld. Her words carried a resolute determination. Yasher Do bowed deeply. I understand, my lord. This matter pertains to the life of the young master and the future hopes of the family. Thus, I shall remain as tight-lipped as a sealed jar. With that, Su Chen stowed away the jade box into his system backpack. As for the matter of the 3-year lifespan pouch, do you recall my mention of the longevity elixir? It can serve as a slight remedy. Chapter 21. The extraordinary longevity elixir. The apothecary Do's spirit surged as if he had grasped a lifeline, and he eagerly replied, Indeed. Young master, I have been researching the medicinal formulas left by the ancestors of the Su family, and among them, there exists a 7th-grade intermediate elixir known as the extraordinary longevity elixir. Its primary ingredients include the rare heavenly spirit fruit, the millennial jade essence mushroom, and the 7-color lotus, supplemented by dozens of precious herbs. If successfully refined, it could defy the heavens and extend life by 20 years. Fortuitously, prior to our expedition to the Blackhorn domain, I had already gathered the necessary primary ingredients half a month ago. Originally intended for the family's foundation, it can now be utilized for the young master. 20 years. A flicker of brilliance ignited in Su Chen's eyes. While it may not eradicate the underlying peril, it would significantly alleviate the pressing urgency. It would grant me more time. Do, how confident are you in refining this elixir? The apothecary Do straightened his posture. His gaze behind his golden-rimmed glasses rekindling with confidence and a determination akin to a desperate gamble. In recent days, I have made advancements in my mastery over soul power and have surpassed the threshold of a 7th-grade advanced alchemist. Although the extraordinary longevity elixir is challenging, I am willing to devote my utmost effort to attempt it. If supplemented with the might of extraordinary fire, the success rate should exceed 80%. 80% is sufficient. A sharp light erupted in Su Chen's eyes. This matter should not be delayed. In 3 days, at the martial arts arena of the Lord's Manor, we shall publicly commence the refining. I will inform my father in advance. I wish for the entire Yinwu city, and indeed the entirety of the Western Wilderness, to witness the emergence of another 7th-grade alchemist from the Su family. Publicly, the apothecary Do was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, a cold, sharp smile graced Su Chen's lips. This path of mine toward the life-devouring elixir requires a legitimate guise. Your achievement as a 7th-grade alchemist will serve as the most splendid explanation in the future. When I display the prowess of a battle king or even a battle emperor, outsiders will merely speculate that it is the result of the Su family's abundant resources. coupled with the miraculous elixirs crafted by you, the newly minted 7th grade master. Who would suspect a life-devouring elixir? This is a bold stratagem, ingeniously obscuring a life and death secret beneath a radiant facade. In an instant, the apothecary Do comprehended Su Chen's profound intentions. Feeling both admiration for the young master's resolve and a weighty responsibility, I shall obey your command. In 3 days, at the martial arts arena of the Lord's Manor, we shall commence the refining. I shall not disappoint your expectations. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the atmosphere in Yanwu City grew somewhat peculiar. A piece of news, as if taking flight, swiftly spread through the streets and alleys, reaching various factions. Mr. Apothecary Do, the Su family's chief alchemist, merely 30 years of age, would publicly refine a highly esteemed elixir at the Lord's Manor martial arts arena. Rumors circulated that should this elixir succeed, it would reverberate throughout the entire western wilderness. Countless gazes converged upon the Su family, a blend of curiosity, anticipation, jealousy, and scrutiny swirling among them. On the third morning, as dawn broke, the vast martial arts arena of the Lord's Manor, capable of accommodating 1,000 spectators, had been meticulously prepared. The central area was enveloped by a formidable spatial barrier. Outside the barrier, a throng of people had already gathered, filling every available seat. All the core figures of the Su family were present. The head of the family, Su Yin, sat gracefully at the prime position of the viewing platform alongside his wife, Muron Wan, and their son, Su Chen. His demeanor was calm, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of anticipation. The elder, Su Yu, appeared more relaxed. Reclining against the broad back of his chair, his eyes narrowed as he absent-mindedly twirled his beard with his fingers. However, within the occasional narrow slits of his eyes, a penetrating brilliance sparkled. Prominent figures from within the city, all those worthy of an invitation, had turned out in droves. Below the main seat sat representatives from various merchant alliances, including the Murong family, the Tujia clan leader, Tu Dun, the Wu clan leader, Wu Shan, the Blood Wolf gang's chief, Ling Feng, and heads of several mercenary groups. They exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, the air thick with a palpable tension and excitement. Everyone was eager to discover what miraculous elixir Mr. Yashidu, the renowned alchemist of Yanwu City and the entire western wasteland, would concoct today. Was it true, as the rumors suggested, that he had ascended to the legendary 7th tier? The moment had arrived. An elder from the Su family announced loudly, his voice amplified by the surrounding aura, resonating throughout the venue. A hum echoed as the barrier of space shimmered, rippling like water. A figure, bearing the weight of countless gazes, strode confidently into the center of the barrier. It was none other than Yashidu, clad in a simple, grayish-blue robe. With his signature gold-rimmed spectacles perched upon his nose, he no longer exuded the gentle warmth of yesteryears. Instead, he radiated an imposing presence, embodying the profound steadiness of a master who commanded flames and souls. Yashidu's gaze swept across the audience with a calmness that seemed to penetrate the very souls of those present, silencing the previously boisterous crowd. Without uttering a word, he slowly raised his right hand. Suddenly, a deep, azure flame, infused with the vastness of the ocean and the fervor of intense heat, erupted from his palm without any forewarning. The flames danced, emanating a heart-stirring intensity and boundless life force, as if it possessed a soul of its own. The temperature of the entire arena surged dramatically, the air warping violently. Exotic fire. An uncontrollable wave of gasps erupted from the stands. Many rose to their feet, their eyes fixed with fervor on the leaping azure flames. The sea heart flame. Then, with a sweeping motion of his left hand, Yashidu created a resounding thud that reverberated through the arena like the heartbeat of an ancient beast. A colossal cauldron, gleaming in dark gold, materialized out of thin air, crashing heavily onto the specially crafted obsidian floor of the martial arts arena. The cauldron bore an ancient and robust design, supported by 3 sturdy legs and adorned with countless intricately carved totems of fantastical beasts, lions, tigers, bears, leopards, pythons, and eagles, each depicted in vibrant detail, as if alive. Charging forth and roaring at the heavens, a wild, ancient, and overwhelming aura surged forth with the appearance of the cauldron. The beast cauldron. The leaders of the various factions in Yanwu City gazed in disbelief, their eyes shimmering with astonishment. The beast cauldron, ranked 13th on the heavenly cauldron list. As the crowd's amazement lingered, Yashidu had already begun his work. With a flick of his finger, prepared medicinal herbs, drawn by an invisible force, soared from specially designed jade boxes, hovering above the beast cauldron. The celestial spirit fruit radiates a vibrant emerald hue, exuding an essence of robust vitality, the jade essence mushroom. Pure and gently luminous, flows with a sheen reminiscent of jade. The 7-hued lotus, adorned with petals of myriad colors, swirls in a dreamlike fashion. Dozens of auxiliary herbs each possess their own ethereal glow, and even before the aromatic essence has fused, a subtle fragrance begins to permeate the air, invigorating the combatants in the front row. The apothecary's expression is solemn, his hands dance like butterflies flitting among flowers, moving with such swiftness that they leave traces in the air. Streams of pure soul energy, akin to invisible threads, deftly guide each herb into the various sections of the beast cauldron. The sea heart flame, under his command, morphs at times into a gentle veil, carefully removing impurities, and at other times converges into a violent whiplash of flames, fiercely striking the molten essence within the cauldron. Purification, integration, refinement. Each step flows seamlessly, imbued with an indescribable beauty and an unparalleled precision of control. His soul energy ebbs and flows like an unseen tide, surging into the cauldron, sensing every subtle shift in the herbs, guiding their medicinal properties to converge in the most exquisite manner. Chapter 22. The pill is formed. Time flows slowly amidst the stifling focus. 1 day passes, then 2. 7th grade. This is undeniably the formidable power befitting the concoction of a 7th grade elixir. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the blazing sun scorches the earth, causing the temperature in the training ground to rise to levels that leave the less robust participants drenched in sweat and on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, boom, an indescribable, peculiar fragrance erupts violently from the beast cauldron. This scent is not overpoweringly pungent. Rather, it carries a refreshing aroma that penetrates the soul. Akin to the essence of the earth, the spirit of flora, the very source of life itself, the fragrance spreads, instantly breaking through the formidable spatial barrier, sweeping across the entire training ground like a tangible wave. Inhale. Countless individuals instinctively take a deep breath, feeling a warm current rush through their entire being, invigorating their spirits. With some long-standing injuries showing signs of relief, even the guards on the periphery feel their internal combat energy quicken slightly. What a miraculous fragrance. Just one breath makes one feel years younger, someone exclaimed in astonishment. The fragrance solidifies like a wave, penetrating the high-level barriers. This is the sign that a high-grade elixir is about to be formed. Seasoned alchemists among the older generation tremble with excitement. Outside the barrier, the crowd erupts into a frenzy of anticipation. Yet within the barrier, the apothecary's expression grows exceedingly grave. The speed at which he forms seals escalates sharply, and his soul energy pours forth unreservedly, wildly infusing the beast cauldron. The sea heart flame, as if provoked, bursts forth with an unprecedented azure radiance, enveloping the entire cauldron. Within, at the source of the fragrance's eruption, a wild and resistant consciousness is frantically coalescing. The mystic longevity pill, defying the heavens to extend life, is on the cusp of formation, drawing the envy of the heavens and earth. It is about to solidify. The elder of the Earth clan, Lord Earthshield, suddenly rises, his gaze fixed intently on the beast cauldron. Su Yan, Moron Wan, and others also clench their fists in anxiety. The apothecary suddenly lets out a low shout, reverberating like thunder. Solidify. Rumble. At the very moment his command is uttered, the sky abruptly shifts in color. The originally clear sky was abruptly shrouded by heavy, ominous clouds. In mere moments, the inky blackness enveloped the entire square, swirling and converging with alarming speed. Within the depths of the clouds, blinding silver serpents writhed frantically. And the deep, oppressive rumble of thunder echoed like the roar of an ancient beast, causing the entire city to tremble. An overwhelming, cataclysmic pressure descended unabated from the heavens above. The thunder of the elixir. The celestial rumble invoked by the 7th grade medicinal pill. My heavens, it is indeed a 7th grade elixir. Master Apothecary Do has succeeded. He has crafted a 7th grade pill. A 30-year-old 7th grade alchemist. Good heavens. The entire martial arts arena erupted in a frenzy. Gasps of astonishment, roars of excitement, and incredulous shouts merged into a cacophony. Everyone, regardless of their status, gazed upwards at the terrifying thunderclouds that heralded an apocalyptic event, their faces alight with genuine shock and reverence. At this moment, Apothecary Do's name, along with the extraordinary phenomenon of the 7th grade elixir, would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of history for Rock Martial City and the entire Western Wasteland. A 7th grade alchemical master. Our Su family of Rock Martial City has produced a 30-year-old master. Do, you truly embody the legacy of my esteemed disciple, Elder Su Yan, whose tears of joy streamed down his face. Su Yan and Muron Wan exchanged glances, each recognizing the exhilaration and awe reflected in the other's eyes. Elder Su Yu, stroking his beard, trembled slightly, a glint of brilliance igniting in his eyes. Well done, my boy. Excellent, excellent, excellent. His repeated exclamations encapsulated his elation. Apothecary Do's countenance was as cold as frost, his hands forming seals with breathtaking speed, creating a blur of afterimages. The immense and boundless power of his soul struck the beast cauldron like an invisible hammer. The ethereal blue flames of the sea heart suddenly condensed into a fierce, burning deep blue lotus, enveloping the struggling and defiant embryo of the elixir within the cauldron. It is done. Apothecary Do intoned with a chilling clarity, each syllable heavy with the weight of law-like power. The deep blue lotus, encasing the elixir, abruptly contracted inward. In a flash, a stunningly vibrant rainbow light burst forth, shattering the constraints of the cauldron's lid and shooting skyward. This radiance was not blinding. Rather, it possessed a gentle, jade-like quality, cleansing the soul with its extraordinary essence, instantly spreading throughout the surroundings. A wave of invigorating medicinal fragrance, now exponentially more potent and imbued with the essence of primordial life, swept through the Lord's residence like an invisible tide. Everyone felt a surge of energy, as if their souls had been thoroughly purified. Some fighters, teetering on the brink of a breakthrough, sensed their bottlenecks loosening. The elixir had been successfully refined. Within and beyond the barrier, a chorus of heartfelt cheers erupted. With a thunderous crack, the first blinding silver lightning, akin to a divine wrath unleashed, tore through the layers of dark clouds, carrying an aura of annihilation as it struck down towards the beast cauldron. The target of the thunder was none other than the miraculous longevity elixir, on the verge of completion and defying fate. In this critical moment, a wild roar that shattered the heavens resounded throughout the world. Dianwei's bronze-hued, powerful form advanced rather than retreated, resembling a frenzied ancient beast surging upwards against the thunder. The furious golden aura instantly coalesced into a tangible armor. As his muscular arms crossed fiercely above his head, determined to confront the might of heaven and earth with his flesh and blood. Boom. The deafening explosion swallowed all sound in an instant. The blinding silver light collided violently with the heavy golden radiance. The tempestuous energy of thunder surged forth like a torrent breaching its dam, mercilessly battering Dian Wei's form. Bang! The robust figure of Dian Wei trembled violently. His face flushed crimson, and a mouthful of searing blood erupted forth, appearing particularly striking under the illumination of the lightning. A hint of chaos surfaced in his violent aura. Countless spectators beyond the barrier gasped in shock, their hearts lodged in their throats. To withstand the 7th-grade Dan thunder was an act of madness. However, within Dian Wei's fierce crimson eyes, the indomitable light grew ever more fervent. He pushed the advanced body refinement secret technique, the diamond body, to its utmost limit. Unleashing a roar of savage fury, his legs rooted like ancient pines, resolutely holding firm against the violent thunder strikes. The golden aura armor at his crossed arms flickered wildly, steadfastly resisting the destructive lightning, transforming into countless tiny arcs that danced and leaped across his body. He was utilizing his body of martial essence to extinguish the brilliance of the Dan thunder. Chapter 23, 7th Grade Alchemist. Boom. 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 Above, the pitch-black catastrophe clouds roiled furiously. Seemingly enraged by provocation, 3 even thicker and more blinding silver bolts of lightning descended in rapid succession, akin to 3 roaring silver dragons, intent on eradicating this defiant entity. Bring it on. Fierce light erupted in Dian Wei's eyes, his expression devoid of fear, instead brimming with a bloodthirsty zeal for battle. Harnessing the power of the first bolt of thunder, he perfected the advanced body refinement technique, shattering the solid ground beneath him. His muscular arms swelled like coiling dragons, and golden aura erupted forth like a volcanic eruption, instantly coalescing above him into a massive shield, bearing ancient mountain engravings. Heaven and Earth's yellow shield. A secret mid-tier defensive martial skill passed down from the Su family. Boom. 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 3 terrifying pillars of thunder struck mercilessly upon the earthen-hued mountain shield. The blinding brilliance rendered all present momentarily sightless. The violent energy shockwave crashed against the spatial barrier like a tangible tsunami, causing the entire barrier to creak under the strain. Shaking violently, its light flickering madly, those with slightly lesser strength inside and outside the arena were directly overwhelmed by the shockwave, their blood surging as they staggered back. Hold your ground. Dian Wei's roar reverberated amidst the thunder, infused with an unyielding wildness. His feet sank deeply into the ground. Blood once again oozing from the corner of his mouth, his arms trembling violently, and the massive mountain shield flickered with spiderweb-like cracks. Yet his figure, akin to a demonic deity, remained firmly anchored in place, refusing to yield. Thunder rumbled. The tempestuous clouds in the sky roiled and howled in defiance. The gathered lightning still struggled and flickered, as the terrifying pressure of heaven and earth swiftly receded like a retreating tide. The rolling, pitch-black clouds dissipated at a visibly rapid pace, as the blinding sunlight once again poured down upon the earth, illuminating the remnants of the thunderstorm in the Lord's Plaza with striking clarity. Dian Wei fell to one knee with a thud, his body drenched in blood. His bronze skin marred by charred marks and numerous wounds, from which blood gushed forth, staining the rubble beneath him crimson. He gasped heavily, each breath tinged with the metallic scent of blood, yet his fierce tiger-like eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, a wide grin revealing bloodied teeth, silently laughing in triumph. The shackles of the 2-star dozong had begun to loosen. In that moment, the alchemist's eyes sparkled with intensity. As the medicinal pill threatened to soar away, he swiftly extended his left hand, palm facing upwards, and commanded in a low voice, "Gather." The vibrant, rainbow-hued light that shot towards the heavens seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, suddenly retracting into a stream of luminescence that accurately landed in the alchemist's palm. As the brilliance faded, a pill the size of a longan, perfectly round and as transparent as 7-colored glazed glass, lay quietly in his hand. Upon its surface, a remarkably clear silver pattern, imbued with an air of profound mystery, flowed as if alive. A 7th-tier intermediate medicinal pill, the extraordinary lifespan pill. Success in its refinement. The spatial barrier gradually withdrew. The alchemist's complexion turned as pale as paper, beads of sweat dotting his brow. An overwhelming fatigue from spiritual exhaustion crashing over him like a tidal wave, causing his body to sway slightly. 3 consecutive days and nights of intense focus on the refinement, coupled with the final soul storm exerted to the utmost during the pill's condensation and his exquisite control over the strange fire, had long since depleted his energy. Yet, he quickly retrieved several recovery pills and swallowed them, still managing to stand tall, his right hand steadily cradling the resplendent, life-infused extraordinary lifespan pill. Taking measured steps toward the observation platform, silence enveloped the scene. All eyes were fixed upon that diminutive pill and the slightly fatigued yet radiant figure that held it. A 30-year-old 7th-tier alchemist, alone in the refinement of an intermediate 7th-tier pill. The exquisite pill pattern. Any one of these accomplishments would be enough to earn him renown across the Western continent. And at this moment, they all coalesced within a single individual. Old Master Su was the first to approach, his face flushed with excitement, a 9-star dozong powerhouse, who heavily clapped the alchemist's shoulder, the force causing him to stumble slightly. Well done. Bravo, young man. You've brought honor to the Su family and your master. A 30-year-old 7th-tier master. Haha. A blessing for me, for Yanwu City, and for the Su family. A cascade of unreserved accolades flowed forth, following closely with Su Yan, whose dignified visage could not conceal his palpable excitement and admiration, solemnly cupping his fist in salute to the alchemist, Master Do. Today's achievement shall be forever recorded in the annals of the Su family. On behalf of the entire Su family, I express our gratitude for your astounding skill. The respect from the head of the family carried significant weight, as a seventh-tier alchemist warranted his personal attention. Moron One also expressed genuine joy and gratitude, softly saying, Master Do, you have worked hard. Please go and rest. Congratulations, Chen said. The addition of a seventh-grade alchemist to the Su family will undoubtedly solidify our standing in the Western Wilderness, even elevating it to new heights. Today, Mr. Do's name shall resonate throughout the region. Indeed, Mr. Do, you are welcome to visit the Tujia clan at your leisure. My daughter, Yenner, has long admired you. The leaders of the Murong family, Tujia clan head Tu Dun, Wu clan leader Wu Shan, Bloodwolf gang chief Ling Feng, and several heads of mercenary groups gathered around Alchemist Do, showering him with accolades, some even seizing the opportunity to request a few pills or propose marriage alliances. Despite the dizziness he felt, Alchemist Do maintained his composure and engaged earnestly with the various factions. At last, when he managed to extricate himself, he reverently presented the Qiling Shodan, imbued with profound significance, to Chen. Young master, I have fulfilled my duty. Chen glanced at the weary Alchemist Do but did not immediately take the colorful pill. Instead, he grasped Do's arm and said gravely, This pill is best kept in your care for now. Come, let me take you to rest. Alchemist Do felt a jolt of surprise but masked his emotions. Understood. I shall obey. He carefully stored the pill in a pre-prepared cold jade bottle, securing it close to his heart. The entire Yinwu city was ablaze with excitement. The name of Alchemist Do, along with the legends of the 7th grade Dan Lei and the Qiling Shodan, would sweep across the western wilderness like a tempest. 3 days later, at the Chinsi Pavilion, Alchemist Do appeared slightly pale from exhaustion, yet his spirit had largely returned. Before him stood the composed Su Chen. He enunciated the phrase in times of need with gravitas, his eyes betraying a deep concern. Su Chen accepted the spatial ring, his soul power sweeping through it to reveal countless jade bottles densely packed within, an aromatic essence permeating the air. Warmth filled his heart. Alchemist Do was worried about him being alone at the Canaan Academy. Thank you for your efforts, Do, Su Chen said, putting away the ring, his tone subdued. Alchemist Do took a deep breath and earnestly advised, Young master, after consuming the Shibidan, be sure to take the Qiling Shodan. It will ensure at least 20 years of untroubled life. I will exert all my efforts in the Black Corner domain to support you. This was his final counsel. Su Chen nodded. I am aware of my own limits. When do you set off? Immediately. The last trace of hesitation vanished from Alchemist Do's eyes, replaced by a calm determination. Dian Wei's injuries had healed significantly, and the personal guards were ready to depart. Young master, rest assured. The 8 gates of Blacking City will fall under our control. The intelligence network in the Black Corner domain will be swiftly established. Su Chen firmly patted Alchemist Do's shoulder. Be cautious. If the situation becomes untenable, prioritize your own safety. I understand. Alchemist Do bowed deeply. Half an hour later, at the western gate of Yinwu City, a modest and unremarkable merchant convoy quietly exited the city. The guards, clad in ordinary mercenary leather armor, exuded a restrained aura. Leading them was an unassuming middle-aged scholar resembling a steward, Alchemist Do, accompanied by a remarkably tall and taciturn man with fresh scars on his face, Dian Wei. Amidst the convoy, several sealed carriages emanated faint yet vigorous auras, belonging to Su San, to Su Lu, and 12 elite warriors. They melded into the swirling yellow sands, swiftly disappearing into the vast expanse leading towards the Black Corner region, their target, Blacking City. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the Gamma Empire, in the backyard of the Beast Master Pavilion's branch in Wutan City, a modest yet joyous banquet unfolded. The protagonists were the exuberant Zhou Dong, his face aglow with vitality, and his son Shouwen, who had just become engaged, his visage revealing a blend of bashfulness and anticipation. The esteemed guests, including the 3rd elder of the Shao family and the family head, merrily raised their cups in celebration with Zhou Dong. Among the younger generation at the banquet was Xiao Yan, a boy whose youthful features were juxtaposed with a gaze that bore the depth of wisdom beyond his years. Basking in the flattery of those around him, Fate's wheel was silently shifting along unseen paths in a corner of the world. The yellow sand swirling at the western gate of Rock Marshall City had yet to settle, and the morning dawn pavilion was enveloped in a peculiar emptiness. The boisterous voice of Dian Wei and the steady footsteps of his guards faded away, leaving only the soft footfalls of maidens and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Su Chen stood before the window of the pavilion, watching as the desert engulfed the last traces of the merchant convoy. His deep-set eyes remained tranquil as water, yet within their depths, a flame burned silently. Young master, came the gentle voice of Su Xiao, who approached with a steaming cup of spirit tea, her delicate brow furrowed with concern. Will Do and Dian Wei's journey be smooth? Su Chen turned to accept the warm teacup, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against her cool hand, warmth flowing between them. Though the Black Corner region is perilous, Do has devised a thorough plan, and Dian Wei, a warrior of the Do zone level, along with Su Yi and others providing support, should face no difficulties. Moreover, he took a sip, the spirit energy warming him. The 8 gates serve as a crucial springboard for our strategy. Yuan Yi, being greedy for profit yet valuing his life, is indeed an excellent pawn. Little White curled up on the windowsill, its golden eyes half closed, lazily sweeping its tail across the ground. Little Green alighted on Su Chen's shoulder, its petite beak affectionately nuzzling his ear, emitting a clear chirp. Indeed, Dou's wisdom is formidable, Su Xiao sighed in relief, a smile gracing her lips. Though it soon faded slightly as the pavilion felt overly tranquil. Su Chen set down his teacup, gently ruffled Little Green-ass head, and his lips curved upward. Tranquil? Not necessarily. They are forging ahead through thorns, we must not allow ourselves a moment of complacency. He retrieved a delicate white jade vial from his bosom, its surface shimmering with a gentle violet luminescence. The purple heart barrier breaking pill, it's time. In the exclusive training grounds of the Morning Dawn Pavilion. The obsidian floor was solid and shielded by a potent defensive barrier. Su Chen seated himself cross-legged, unhesitatingly placing a dragon eye-sized, violet-tinged pill into his mouth. The purple heart barrier breaking pill. As the pill slid down his throat, it instantly transformed into a surging torrent of violet energy, sweeping through his limbs and body. This power was both immense and gentle, akin to the mighty rivers thawing in spring, washing away the barriers within his meridians. Su Chen focused his mind, guiding the crimson gold Dochi within him to merge and surge, greedily absorbing every ounce of the pure medicinal essence. He could distinctly hear the invisible barrier within his body, a formidable wall akin to the Great Dome Master, softening and trembling under the torrent of impact. After an hour, buzz, a crisp sound, reminiscent of shattering glass, resonated within him. The surging flow of Dochi finally broke through its original channel, becoming more robust and powerful, producing a deep, rumbling sound as it flowed. He had attained the rank of a 2-star Dome Master. Boom, boom, boom. Su Chen's figure suddenly moved. No longer seated, he transformed into an indefatigable whirlwind of crimson gold. The sonic boom generated by his rapid movement resonated like muffled thunder. His fists and palms, imbued with terrifying strength, struck against the specially crafted Xian iron measuring stake, producing a sound as thunderous as a drum. Over the past 7 years, this body had refined the Su family's core body tempering secret technique to the pinnacle of the Xian level, achieving the great accomplishment of the diamond body. At this moment, his physique was as tough as aged leather, his muscles and bones as resilient as fine steel, and his vital energy surged like a mighty river, exuding immense power with every movement. The compressed, condensed crimson-yellow Dochi transformed into a sharp, piercing blade, slicing through the air with a shrill, ear-splitting howl. Sweat instantly soaked his robes, only to be swiftly transformed into wisps of vapor by the maximized Dochi, leaving mottled wet traces on the ground. With his initial cultivation solidified, Su Chen pressed on relentlessly into the Su family's rigorously guarded technique pavilion. Within the ancient and weighty loft, a unique atmosphere of accumulated knowledge and the passage of time enveloped the air. On the top floor, the elder guardian, Su Yun, observed Su Chen's calm and steady demeanor as he entered, a flicker of understanding and deeper anticipation crossing his eyes. Su Chen's gaze did not linger excessively on the myriad of scrolls. His eyes, sharp like a hawk honing in on its prey, scanned over several scrolls emanating powerful fluctuations of offensive Do techniques. One scroll, entirely dark red, appeared as if forged from solidified volcanic lava, exuding a heart-pounding, violent heat even in its stationary state. An earth-level low-grade Do technique, the scorching flame Earth Rift Wave. What a sharp-eyed lad. Su Yen stroked his beard, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. This scorching flame Earth Rift Wave possessed astonishing power, yet demanded exceptional control over Dochi and physical strength, making it perilous to practice. Few in the clan dared to choose it. Are you confident? One must try. Su Chen's gaze remained calm, yet exuded an undeniable resolve. He accepted the heavy scroll, feeling a surge of heat, as if grasping a piece of or freshly extracted from a volcanic vent. Elder Su Yen gazed into Su Chen's eyes, where a blazing fire of conviction burned bright. After a moment of silence, he finally sighed deeply. Good. This courage, I acknowledge. This matter is of great significance. It must be reported to the family head immediately. Chapter 25, Practicing Do Techniques in the Days That Followed. The Morning Dawn Pavilion was enveloped in an atmosphere of focused and serene cultivation. Since the day Su Chen had chosen the Earth-level low-grade Do technique, the scorching flame Earth Rift Wave, the bluestone ground, of the Su family's courtyard had been imprinted with the footsteps of 3 generations. His father, Su Yen, would always pull him to practice before the morning dew had dried, his rough hands enveloping the boy's wrist, meticulously dissecting the trajectory of Dochi. Pay attention. The power of the earth fire must follow the Xiaoyang meridian. A mere fraction off could result in meridian burns. Grandfather Su Yu was accustomed to imparting knowledge beneath the moonlight, his snow-white beard billowing with each demonstration, and his frail fingers leaving lingering, searing traces in the air with every pointed gesture. The essence of this technique lay in the character, means to split, and at the moment of eruption, the combat aura must surge forth like molten lava. Only when Su Chen had fully grasped the key points did his father, Su Yin, and grandfather, Su Yu, cease their guidance. Su Chen's life became orderly and intense. During the day, he devoted most of his time to the exclusive training grounds of the Morning Dawn Pavilion. This place was spacious and tranquil, its ground constructed from solid black basalt, enveloped in a formidable defensive barrier capable of withstanding the impact of high-tier combat techniques. The scene in the training ground underwent a sudden transformation. Su Chen's figure no longer merely pursued speed and power. Instead, he moved with a gravity akin to a mountain and an explosive force reminiscent of a volcano. With each step he took, the ground beneath him felt exceptionally weighted, as if he had forged a profound connection with the earth below. The reddish-yellow combat aura swirled around him, subtly infused with a deep crimson hue, emanating a disquieting heat. With a low exclamation, he formed intricate hand seals, as the reddish-yellow combat aura converged in a frenzy, twisting the air with its searing intensity. He unleashed a punch. Boom. A concentrated pillar of combat aura, entwined with dark crimson flames, struck the black basalt wall Tinjong away with tremendous force. The resilient rock face immediately exploded, creating a massive crater, debris flying in all directions, the edges of the pit charred, and exuding a pungent sulfuric scent. The magma-like combat aura did not dissipate instantly. Rather, it eroded and scorched the pit like a living entity, emitting a hissing sound. Breathing heavily, Su Chen gazed at his fist and then at the smoking crater, his brow furrowing slightly. The power was considerable, yet it fell short of the expectations set forth in the scroll. In the days that followed, the training ground resembled a miniature volcano, the air filled with continuous rumblings, flying debris, and oppressive heat. Su Chen attempted repeatedly, failing time after time. His arms aching from the violent backlash of the combat aura, his skin reddened from the scorching temperatures. Yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle, each subtle deviation scrutinized. Every day, Su Xiaoxiao timely delivered potions to nourish the meridians, observing the new burn marks on Su Chen's arms with concern, yet she offered no advice. Silently preparing cool ointments, Little Bai and Little Qing became his best companions during breaks in training. Little Bai would sometimes suddenly leap towards Su Chen's moving shadow, attempting to capture the searing aura, causing Su Chen to chuckle. Little Qing, on the other hand, delighted in chattering about the various peculiar insects it had encountered in the garden during Su Chen's moments of rest. Days later, Su Chen decided to temporarily set aside his rigorous training, taking Su Xiaoxiao, Little Bai, and Little Qing to the bustling market district of Rock Marshall City for a leisurely outing and to procure some necessary medicinal herbs and rare materials. In the afternoon, the market was teeming with people, vibrant and filled with energy. Shops lined both sides of the street, the sounds of haggling and cheerful calls resonating in the air. The atmosphere was a blend of fragrant herbs, earthy minerals, enticing food aromas, and the scent of sweat. Little Bai lazily sprawled on Su Chen's shoulder, its golden eyes half closed, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding commotion, occasionally glancing at the crowd with a languid curiosity. Xiaoqing was utterly exhilarated. Flapping her wings as she circled above Su Xiaoxiao's head, her curious gaze fixated on the vibrant array of minerals, the peculiar beast bones, and the neatly arranged herbs displayed at the roadside stalls. Wow, young master, look at this, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, halting before a vendor selling curiosities. She pointed at a fist-sized black liquid contained within a jade box, which emanated a faint starlight. Is this the star soul essence? I've heard it nourishes the soul. The vendor, a lean old man, immediately smiled upon seeing her interest. You have a keen eye, young lady. This is indeed top-quality star soul essence, sourced from the depths of the Wanha mountain range in the north, greatly beneficial for the soul. It requires merely a 6th-grade elixir. Su Chen cast a brief glance, and with a subtle sweep of his soul power, he discerned the extraordinary properties housed within this essence. Xiao Zhao's taste was commendable. The star soul essence was indeed a rare treasure that could prove invaluable in the future. Feeling a stir in his heart, Su Chen signaled for Xiao Xiao to procure it. After some spirited haggling, Su Xiaoxiao successfully acquired it for a 5th-grade Doling pill. Clutching the jade box as if it were a precious gem, she beamed with delight, tucking it into her storage ring. Observing her satisfied smile, Su Chen couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips into a slight smile. Even if this item held no practical use, its ability to bring her joy for a moment was worth it. Subsequently, Su Chen guided her through several reputable large herbal shops and curiosities merchants. His intent was clear, selecting items that might be of use in the future. Among the acquisitions were magical cores, over 30 of the 4th, 5th, and 6th tier varieties. 1 pound of earth rock gold, known for its hardness and exceptional affinity with fire attribute Dochi, served as a core material for crafting fire attribute weapons or enhancing equipment. A vial of Millennium Cold Jade Essence, an extremely frigid substance that could neutralize certain fire toxins and counteract exotic flames. Several incomplete ancient alchemical recipes purchased from an inconspicuous stall at a modest price, leaving Su Xiaoxiao curious as to why the young master would buy such seemingly useless items. Su Chen merely smiled, suggesting that perhaps they might yield intriguing discoveries. The procurement process was not without its challenges. The Millennium Cold Jade Essence, Earth Vein Purple Vine, and 6th-tier Fire Attribute magical cores were all highly sought after, commanding steep prices, particularly the Millennium Cold Jade Essence, which incited fierce bidding amongst several merchant families. Ultimately, Su Chen, leveraging his status as the young master of the Su family and his impressive reserves of gold and elixirs, managed to secure the items successfully. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they returned laden with their treasures. Su Xiaoxiao, with her storage rings safely tucked away, walked with a light step, her spirits high. Xiao Bai remained lazily draped over Su Chen's shoulder, while Xiaoqing, seemingly fatigued, had shrunk her body and nestled on Su Xiaoxiao's other shoulder, dozing off. Upon returning to the Morning Dawn Pavilion, several days of rigorous cultivation ensued. Su Chen consumed the 2nd purple heartbreaking pill. The effects of this elixir seemed less pronounced than the first, as the threshold of the 3-star Great Dough Master appeared more formidable. After 2 full hours of intense Dochi cleansing and the accompanying discomfort of meridian expansion, a faint crackling sound signaling a breakthrough resonated within him once more. 3-star Great Dough Master. His Dochi cultivation advanced once again. the crimson gold cyclone becoming even more condensed and expansive, swirling with a subtle, low roar. Meanwhile, his training in the fiery earth rift wave finally touched upon the threshold of mastery. Chapter 26, Plotting for Yuan E Part 1. Chen stood bare-chested at the center of 9 black iron stakes. The bronze-hued skin glistened with a metallic sheen in the morning light, each muscle defined with the precision of finely sculpted stone. He inhaled deeply. The vivid scarlet and yellow energy within him surged like molten lava, causing intricate dark copper patterns to emerge upon his skin's surface. Diamond body, arise. With a low shout, Chen charged towards the central iron post. A thunderous sound erupted as the post, as thick as a bowl, was marred with a spider web of cracks, alternating his fists. Each strike resonated with a muffled sonic boom, as 8 iron posts twisted and deformed in succession. Sweat did not have the chance to fall, evaporating into a white mist that enveloped him in a hazy glow. Suddenly pivoting, he leapt into the air, his lower leg cleaving downwards like a battle axe towards the final iron post. With a crisp crack, the post shattered in two, and he used the momentum to roll and land, slamming his palms against the ground. The obsidian tiles within a 3-zhang radius sank half an inch, with a faint crimson light shimmering through the fissures. As he settled, the dark copper patterns on his body coalesced into a complete suit of armor, exuding an ancient and weighty metallic texture under the sun. In the rhythm of his breath, scorching air streamed from his pores, instantly incinerating the fallen leaves around him. Having completed his warm-up, Chen stood like an ancient tree rooted in the earth, his eyes closed, fully immersed in the torrent of energy within and the profound pulse of the ground beneath. The scarlet and golden energy vortex swirled rapidly in his dantian, with tendrils of dark red energy flowing like small streams of lava from his limbs, merging into it. Arise. He suddenly opened his eyes, which seemed ablaze with the fury of molten earth. The muscles in his right arm bulged, the dark red energy no longer merely coalescing but pulsating with life, compressing and spiraling atop his fist. The surrounding air was frantically drawn in, compressed, emitting a straining hum. Fiery earth split wave. Boom. He unleashed a punch. No longer a straightforward beam of energy, but a twisted, spiraling shockwave akin to a searing storm of molten lava. Where the shockwave passed, the ground was torn apart as if by an invisible plow, solid rock instantly morphing into a molten state, leaving a massive charred scar nearly half a meter deep, close to a foot wide, stretching nearly 30 meters across the training ground. At the end of this scar, the obsidian wall struck directly erupted into a vast molten pit, with dark red liquid energy flowing at its edges, hissing ominously as terrifying heat radiated outward, distorting even the air. It's done. Chen gradually withdrew his fist, exhaling a long breath of scorching air, with sparks flickering within it. Gazing upon the devastation, reminiscent of a battlefield struck by meteorites, and the 30-meter-long scar of charred earth, a glimmer of satisfaction finally shone in his eyes. Although the pinnacle of the 100-meter realm remained a distant goal, the power of this strike had far surpassed ordinary high-level techniques, exhibiting remarkable destructive capability with a wide radius. He had officially entered the realm of Earth-level techniques. The following afternoon, just after Chen had broken through to the 3-star Great Fighter and grasped the rudimentary form of the fiery Earth Split Wave, a small, sleek creature, entirely black as ink with only its claws gleaming in dark gold, a second-tier magical beast known as the Swift Eagle, silently alighted upon the windowsill of Chen's study. A specially crafted slender metal tube was affixed to its leg. Chen removed the metal tube and extracted a finely rolled piece of letter paper. It bore an exceptionally concise message. Heir City, 8 gates, Yuan E, serve. The dark lines have been drawn. The layout is initially set. The net gradually expands. Remain calm. Do not worry. Just a few words, yet they conveyed immense significance. Yuan E, ranked 10th on the blacklist, the master of the 8 gates in Heir City, a genuine 3-star Do Huang powerhouse, had been successfully subdued by the combined efforts of the apothecary Do and Dian Wei. This indicated that the Su family's influence had managed to penetrate the Heijia region, establishing a crucial intelligence outpost supported by formidable military strength. More critically, the forces within the Heijia region were far from simple, including those such as Mo Yin Valley, Pei Huang sect, and other factions not mentioned in the original text. Contemplating this, Chen's gaze sharpened. The Earth Demon Old Ghost, a hidden powerhouse of the Heijia region, an established Dozong expert, resided in Mo Zin Valley. With a capricious temperament and unfathomable strength, truly a giant in the Heijia region. And the Hei Huang sect, a commendable apothecary Do. Truly, they did not disappoint. With no further thoughts, Chen ignited a flicker of crimson flame at his fingertips, instantly reducing the gossamer thin beast skin scroll to nothingness. His eyes flashing with a keen light. The first move in the Heijia region had been firmly established. The air in the Heijia region was perpetually saturated with chaos, bloodshed, and unabashed desires. The yellow sands and rocky deserts here were tainted with a deeper shade of crimson, and the cities resembled the lairs of colossal beasts. Situated in treacherous lands, Heir City was one such place, renowned for its large auction house controlled by the 8 gates, serving as a hub for countless illicit transactions and dealings. The apothecary Do and his companions did not enter the city directly, but instead lay in wait at a dilapidated oasis ruin 100 miles outside the city. After 3 days, led by Su Lu, a Do Huang, they infiltrated the city with a few skilled guards adept at stealth. Gathering intelligence and discerning the structure of the 8 gates headquarters, Yuan Yi's daily routine, and the strengths and preferences of several core elders under his command. As the night deepened, the immense silhouette of Hain City loomed under the sparse starlight and moonlight, resembling a dormant giant. The apothecary Do had transformed into a waxen-faced, cold-breathed merchant, simple disguise, while Dian Wei disguised himself as a taciturn and fierce-looking head of guards, the fresh scar on his face adding an extra air of menace. Together with Su San, Do Huang, Su Si, Do Huang, and 8 guards whose presence was subdued to that of Do Huang, they escorted several horse-drawn carts that appeared heavily laden with goods, successfully entering Hain City after paying a hefty entrance fee. The headquarters of the 8 Gates was located in the western part of the city, vast and heavily fortified. The towering gatehouse exuded a gaudy and brutish luxury. The auction area was brightly lit and bustling with voices, while the core area was heavily guarded and shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Today, Yuan Yi was to meet in secret with the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps from the north of the city, as Su Lu's intelligence had accurately indicated. The Blood Python Pavilion was a secretive venue deep within the 8 Gates headquarters, reserved for receiving important guests and handling private matters. At midnight, the clamor of the auction gradually subsided. The heavy stone door of the Blood Python Pavilion was tightly shut, isolating the interior from the outside. Inside, the flickering candlelight danced, illuminating several faces with varied expressions. At the main seat sat a tall man adorned in a magnificent brocade robe. He appeared to be around 40 years of age, with a rather handsome visage. However, his narrow, elongated eyes sparkled with a shrewd and avaricious gleam, while his lips were as thin as a blade, and his chin sported a meticulously groomed short beard. This man was Yuan Yi, whose aura, though deliberately restrained, still emanated the unmistakable pressure of authority. He held a goblet filled with a rich, blood-red liquid, a faint smile of dominion playing at the corners of his mouth. As he listened to the boisterous boasts of a brawny, bald-headed man, the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps, who was extolling the merits of the fine goods he had procured. On either side of him sat 2 elderly men exuding an air of solemnity. Both were elders of the 8 shuttered doors. One, clad in gray robes, was an 8-star Do Huang, while the other, draped in black, was a peak 9-star Do Huang, their gazes sharp as eagles. The atmosphere, while seemingly congenial, was rife with undercurrents. The Blood Wolf leader was attempting to drive down prices in exchange for a larger share of the profits from a newly discovered vein of ore. Suddenly, a faint, nearly imperceptible white membrane of light spread like ripples across the room, silently enveloping the entire Blood Python Pavilion. The membrane flickered and vanished in an instant, so swiftly that even Yuan Yi and the 2 Do Huang elders felt an inexplicable shudder in their hearts, as if they had been abruptly isolated from the outside world. Yet unable to detect any energy fluctuations, Yuan Yi's expression shifted slightly as he set down his goblet, his eyes blazing with intensity. Who is this formidable individual that has arrived? Such a stealthy approach is not the mark of a gentleman. He was astonished that someone could infiltrate the core area of the 8 shuttered doors and lay down a barrier without a sound. The gray-robed 8-star Do Huang elder sprang to his feet, his formidable Dochi erupting as he scanned the surroundings with vigilance. With a creaking sound, the heavy stone door was pushed open by a gentle yet irresistible force. The apothecary, disguised as a pallid merchant, entered with a towering scarred bodyguard, followed closely by Su San, Su Si, and 2 others, while the remaining guards stealthily secured the perimeter, prepared for any eventuality. The apothecary strolled leisurely into the room. The aura of Dian Wei, intentionally subdued yet still reminiscent of a primal beast, intensified with each step he took, causing the Do Huang and Do Ling present to feel as if their hearts were being tightly constricted. Sir? The apothecary's voice was hoarse and flat, laced with a hint of mockery. His golden-rimmed glasses reflected a subtle light under the flickering candle flames. Speaking of gentlemen in the Black Corner domain, Yuan Yi, the master of the Yuan faction, must be jesting. His gaze swept over Yuan Yi and the 2 elders before finally resting on Yuan Yi's face. I have come to disturb you at this late hour to discuss an exclusive and substantial deal. Preposterous, barked the irritable black-robed elder, a peak 9-star Do Huang. Noticing the peculiar aura of the newcomer and the fierce demeanor of his bodyguard, he was incensed by such audacity. With a roar, he lunged forward, fingers poised like claws. Enveloped in inky Dochi, and with a piercing sound of air being sliced, he aimed a vicious strike at the apothecary's throat. The claw winds were fierce and malevolent. Humph! A deep, thunderous snort reverberated through the air. Dian Wei moved. Without even raising an eyebrow, he seemingly casually stepped forward. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy, akin to a mountain collapsing, crashed into the black-robed elder. Crack! The elder's lethal claw winds halted mere inches from the apothecary's throat, as if colliding with an invisible yet unyielding wall of copper and iron. His fingers, entwined with a pitch-black aura, were instantly shattered, and his entire arm emitted a harrowing sound of bones fracturing under immense strain. The sinister grin upon his face swiftly transformed into an expression of profound agony and terror, as his form was propelled backward with a velocity surpassing that of his approach, akin to a battered sack struck by a mighty hammer. With a resounding crash, his massive frame collided with the thick stone wall, causing the rigid surface to splinter and crack like a spider's web. The elder in the black robe slumped down, blood gushing forth as his right arm grotesquely twisted, his eyes rolling back in his head, rendered unconscious by a mere cold huff. At the pinnacle of Do Huang, he appeared as nothing more than a pitiful creature before Dian Wei. The leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps inhaled sharply, his features contorting in horror. As the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter, crimson liquid spreading like blood, the Do Ling guards he had brought along turned pale, their legs trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. The terrifying pressure that had erupted in an instant sent shivers through their very souls. The notion of a dozone? The overwhelming sense of oppression, reminiscent of a primordial beast, evoked memories of the fearsome old monsters lurking deep within the Black Corner region. Beside them, the elder in gray robes appeared as if facing a formidable adversary, his Dochi surging uncontrollably, forming a dense gray armor around his body. His gaze was fixated on Dian Wei, filled with utmost trepidation and dread. The mere step and glance from the opponent had incapacitated the peak elder of the Nine-Star Do Wang. Such strength was unfathomable. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the blood python pavilion, broken only by the crackling of candle flames and the elder's labored, pained groans. The apothecary Do adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses. A cold glimmer flashing across the lenses. Seemingly unfazed by the grim scene before him, his gaze remained calm as it settled upon Yuan Yi, whose complexion fluctuated between hues of fear and anxiety. His hoarse voice shattered the silence. Master Yuan, may we now engage in a proper discussion regarding this significant transaction? His tone was not loud, yet it bore an air of indifference, as if he commanded the very essence of control. The waxen visage of the merchant appeared particularly sinister at that moment. He deliberately ignored the incapacitated elder, his gaze flickering between Dian Wei and the apothecary Do, frantically calculating the intentions and strengths of his counterparts. The peculiar barrier concealed their mutual senses, making it unwise to confront such formidable guardians directly. Advice is not what I seek, the apothecary Do responded, his tone detached, as if recounting an inconsequential matter. I merely wish to request Master Yuan to serve my lord. Though the 8 gates may not be the pinnacle of power, we are certainly not to be trifled with in this territory of Black Seal City. He attempted to invoke the influence of the 8 gates, while discreetly observing the apothecary Do's reaction. With a flick of his wrist, a blue jade vial appeared in his hand. For instance, the Imperial Sovereign Pill or even the Sect-Breaking Pill, the Imperial Sovereign Pill? The Sect-Breaking Pill, Yuan Yi exclaimed, his voice rising in surprise as an expression of greed washed over his face. The apothecary Han Feng of the Black Corner region had perished many years ago. While the identity of his killer remained a mystery, it had been years since a 6th-grade pill had surfaced in the region. Indeed, a 6th-grade alchemist, Yuan Yi exclaimed, his excitement palpable as the brown Dochi radiated from him. There was no denying his exhilaration. After all, this was a 6th-grade alchemist. Pharmacist Do cast a glance at the Blood Wolf Gang leader and his subordinates, a trace of a cruel smile flickering across his face. What of the Blood Wolf Gang? The bald-headed leader's pupils constricted sharply, followed by a fierce glint in his eyes. Do you wish for my demise? Brothers, let us fight. As he spoke, he lunged towards Pharmacist Do. Chapter 28. Yuan Yi's submission humph, seeking death. The 4 personal guards, Su San, Su Si, and others, sprang into action. Their formidable presence emanating powerfully. They were all Emperor-level fighters. Emperor-level, and yet I am willing to submit. Su San and Su Si showed no signs of hesitation. In a matter of moments, the members of the Blood Wolf Gang lay sprawled on the ground, the air around the Blood Python Pavilion thick with the stench of blood. A colossal dread, akin to a frigid serpent, instantaneously sank its fangs into Yuan Yi's heart. For Emperor-level fighters? Moreover, shadows flitted outside the Blood Python Pavilion. And Yuan Yi was fully awakened, his eyes wide as he bore witness to the slaughter of the Blood Wolf Gang. The power exhibited by his adversaries was that of Emperor-level fighters, perhaps even higher. Pharmacist still remained stationary, not even a corner of his garment stirred. As if the chaos unfolding had no bearing on him, he leisurely toyed with a blue jade vial in his hand, his voice icy as the depths of the abyss. Resonating clearly in Yuan Yi's ears, Master Yuan, submit, or the 8 gates shall have a new master. Choose your path. Yuan Yi's already pallid countenance grew even more ashen. Beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. He gazed at the youth radiating a chilling aura, and then at the imposing figure of Dian Wei, whose fierce gaze was fixed upon him, as the shadow of death loomed more palpably than ever before. Driven by greed, yet fearing for his life, with a deep sigh, as if all his bones had been extracted, his voice emerged hoarse and desolate. I submit. Morning dawn pavilion. The night was profound, silence enveloping the surroundings. Having just concluded a night of rigorous training in combat energy, Su Chen sat cross-legged on his soft bed, his sweat-soaked garments clinging to him, the warmth of his body causing wisps of vapor to rise. His cultivation as a 3-star great fighter had solidified over the past fortnight of arduous practice and the assistance of the purple heartbreaking barrier pill. The inferno earth-shattering wave was beginning to take shape, displaying astonishing destructive power. Naturally, it still had a long way to go, as the charging time was excessively prolonged. Su Chen needed to stand upon the ground to attune himself to the Earth's energy, but once he became more adept at his training, he would significantly reduce this charging time, even being able to sense the Earth's energy while airborne. The secret message from Pharmacist Do eased the tension in his heart. The 8 gates of Black Seal City had fallen under his control, the first move firmly established. The foundation for his intelligence network was laid, and resources such as herbs and gold from the Black Corner domain would continuously flow into Su Chen's hands, enriching his reserves. As a thought crossed his mind, an ancient token materialized in his palm. It was the mysterious token acquired from the self-auction. Upon grasping the token, a vast and heavy aura, reminiscent of the Earth's core, surged into his hand, intertwined with a barely perceptible warmth. The token was neither metal nor stone, its material unknown, its surface adorned with arcane and indistinct patterns, seemingly formed by nature, yet imbued with the essence of cosmic truths. In recent years, the pharmacist though has made numerous attempts to penetrate the enigma before him. Whether by scorching with the heart of the sea flame or probing with formidable soul power, yet all efforts have been akin to a stone sinking into the ocean, failing to elicit even the slightest tremor, nor could he perceive any fluctuation of energy. It resembled the most ordinary of stubborn iron, amidst a torrent of thoughts. The crimson-yellow battle energy within him, still unsettled from his recent cultivation, began to flow with intention. A thread of exceedingly faint and nearly imperceptible battle energy subconsciously leaking from his fingertips, making contact with the surface of the token. Buzz. At the very moment this delicate battle energy touched the token, an extraordinary change occurred. The previously indistinct patterns on the token's surface flickered with a hint of vitality. As if infused with a drop of fresh water, a barely noticeable attraction emerged, and that leaking battle energy was instantaneously consumed by the token. The entire sequence transpired with the swiftness of lightning. Had it not been for Su Chen's formidable soul power, he would have scarcely detected it. Su Chen's pupils abruptly constricted, his heart racing. That moment was certainly not an illusion. This token could absorb battle energy. A surge of intense excitement and anticipation surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed his fingertips firmly against the token, unleashing a torrent of crimson-yellow battle energy from his dantian, swirling furiously as it surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, pouring into the token without reservation. Buzz. 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 The ancient token seemed like an insatiable abyss that had lain dormant for eons, greedily consuming Su Chen's pure battle energy. The patterns on the token's surface no longer flickered faintly. Instead, they illuminated with a steady and profound earth-tone glow. That radiance was reminiscent of molten lava birthed deep within the earth, heavy, searing, and ancient. Strands of visible earth-colored light began to coil around the token, and the vast aura emanating from the core of the earth intensified manifold. As seconds turned into minutes, Su Chen's expression shifted from initial exhilaration to grave concern, and then to pallor. The rate at which the token absorbed battle energy far surpassed his expectations, resembling an insatiable black hole. His battle energy, amassed from his 3-star Great Battle Master realm, was immensely robust, far exceeding that of his peers. Yet, within mere moments, he felt his dantian's reservoir had depleted by half. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Damn it! Su Chen clenched his teeth, hastily swallowing several recovery pills to replenish his battle energy, their potent effects dispersing into his parched meridians, only to be voraciously drawn away by the token. Another hour slipped by. The battle energy within him surged forth like a river unleashed, pouring out frantically. The replenishment rate could not keep pace with the consumption. The crimson-yellow vortex in his dantian dimmed, its rotation slowing to a crawl, teetering on the brink of total exhaustion. Buzz. The token emitted a deep and lingering hum, akin to an ancient deity sighing in slumber. The rich earth-toned glow suddenly contracted, condensing to an extreme. Then, as if breaking free from some invisible restraint, the token slowly levitated from Su Chen's palm, hovering in mid-air. Upon the token, the intricate and profound pattern seemed to come alive, the earth-toned glow flowing like water, abruptly casting forth an exceptionally solid light barrier. Within the luminous veil lies not mere text, but an ancient, enigmatic, and profoundly stirring tapestry. The backdrop of this tapestry features an endless expanse of majestic mountains, soaring skyward like the spine of a colossal dragon. Yet, this portrayal does not merely depict the surface of the mountains, rather, it appears to penetrate the thick layers of rock, delving deep into the very heart of the mountains. At the center of this scene, the interior of the mountain is not shrouded in darkness, but is instead filled with a peculiar, dark golden lava. This lava is not stagnant, it flows languidly, swirling and emanating a terrifying heat capable of incinerating all that it touches. Chapter 29, The Secret of the Token in the core region of the lava. Stands an ancient stone door of indescribable grandeur. The door, forged from a mysterious metal that radiates a starlit sheen, is adorned with runes that flow with a dark golden luminescence, far more intricate than those upon the token. Curiously, there are no edifices atop or behind the stone door. Instead, there hovers a pulsating orb of radiant light, ever-changing in form, reminiscent of a beating heart. This light exudes a primordial pressure, heralding the creation of worlds. Upon merely gazing at the core ancient door of the tapestry, Su Chen felt his very soul tremble. A profound reverence arose from the depths of his bloodline. At that moment, the suspended token jolted violently. The ancient tapestry projected suddenly contracted, transforming into a finely condensed beam of earthen yellow light, akin to lightning, striking into Su Chen's forehead. Ugh! Su Chen let out a muffled groan, overwhelmed by a torrent of vast, desolate, and searing information flooding into his mind. Complex maps, the boundless lava, and the location of the ancient door bombarded his consciousness with a frenzy of information. A piercing pain surged through him, threatening to split his head apart. After what felt like a lengthy incense stick's duration, the deluge of information gradually subsided. All anomalies vanished. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, and within the depths of his pupils lingered the reflections of the dark golden lava and the ancient stone door, filled with awe and incredulity. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, yet his gaze shone as brightly as the stars. The ancient stone door key to the core of the Wanha Mountains veins imprinted vividly in his mind a map leading to a perilous abyss deep within the mountains, ultimately reaching the magma door at the Earth's core, and that token was the sole key to unlock that divine stone door. Although the information did not specify what lay beyond the door, the overwhelming essence, akin to the primordial forces of the universe, alongside the notion of inheritance, spoke volumes. This was anything but an ordinary cavern. It was likely a refuge situated at the molten core of the earth, left behind by unfathomable ancient beings. The legacy it harbored was perhaps of a value that far surpassed the entirety of the Su family and even the imagination of the entire northwest continent. Gasping heavily, Chen felt as though his weary body had been utterly drained, yet his spirit soared in an exhilarating state of fervor. He grasped the now silent, ancient token resting on his bed, sensing the faint warmth of the earth's veins lingering upon it, his eyes becoming profoundly deep and sharp. Deep within the ancient stone gates of the Wanha Mountains, the strategic layout of the Medicine Master in the Blackhorn domain holds undeniable significance. Yet, the sudden unraveling of the token's mystery points towards an entirely divergent path, one that could potentially upend everything. The terrifying heat of the magma sea at the Earth's core. The primordial pressure emanating from the ancient gates, just a glimpse from the torrent of information is enough to send shivers down one's spine. This is no realm easily traversed by those of the great dullard level. Even Dozong and Dozun may not guarantee their safe return. Multiple pathways unfurl before him, each leading into a fog-laden future, each fraught with immense risks and opportunities. He slowly stows the token into his system backpack. The shock and excitement in his eyes gradually settling into a resolute calmness, akin to the steadfastness of a boulder. Regardless of whether the road ahead is a thorn-laden abyss or a fiery hellscape, he must press on. For the sake of seizing the power to govern his own destiny and to safeguard all that he cherishes. The path lies beneath his feet. The lingering warmth of the token imprints itself vividly in his palm. Chen sits cross-legged in the tranquil chamber of the Morning Dawn Pavilion. His crimson-yellow Dochi surging like lava, each pulse reverberating through his meridians with a thunderous crack. The barriers of a three-star great dullard tremble under the immense pressure brought forth by the ancient stone gates. 2 days swiftly pass, exhaling a breath of murky air. He condenses it like an arrow, piercing through the atmosphere. He opens his eyes, a flicker of molten fire evident in the depths of his pupils. After days of arduous cultivation, the diamond body has reached remarkable completion, granting him physical defenses comparable to an ordinary Tier 3 magical beast. His mastery of the Earth Tier low-level Do technique Scorching Earth Rending Wave has improved significantly, with the time required to unleash the technique greatly reduced. Knock, knock. A gentle voice calls from outside the door. Young master, the Griffin team from the Canaan Academy has been stationed at the central square for a day. The moment has arrived. Chen retracts his swirling Dochi and rises to open the door. Outside stands a young girl, her presence graceful. The morning light gilding her pale yellow dress with a golden edge, a pure aura concealing a formidable power. Let us go meet my father and the others. Within the grand hall of the city lord's estate, the atmosphere is solemn. The family head, Su Yan, sits in the main seat. His visage resembling a cliff hewn from rock, steady as a mountain. His mother, Moron Wan, stands beside him, clad in simple yet elegant royal attire. Her gaze towards Chen soft as water, yet deep within lies a brilliance akin to stars. Grandfather Suyu, the true pillar of the Su family. Though not towering in stature, exudes an aura that is as profound as the depths of the ocean, his immense spiritual force enveloping the entire hall like an unseen tide. Yes, father, Chen meets his father's gaze, calm yet resolute. A fledgling cannot soar the skies without weathering the storm. Though Canaan may not be the pinnacle, it is a renowned crucible within the Dochi continent, attracting students from all corners of the earth. The trials and insights gained there are beyond what Rock Marshall City can offer. In 5 years, I shall return. Good. Grandfather Suyu claps his hands in hearty laughter, his voice booming like a great bell. This is the true prodigy of the Su family. With aspirations to soar the heavens, the family shall be your most solid support. The resources of Canaan Academy are indeed trivial, yet the experiences gained from this venture are priceless. Su Yan and Moron Wan exchange glances, each recognizing the mutual pride and a hint of reluctance in the other's eyes. Su Yan nods slightly, his voice steady. Since this is your choice, your father shall support you wholeheartedly. He abruptly rose and walked to the center of the grand hall, where intricate formations were engraved, with his hands forming seals. A torrent of earthy yellow energy surged into the ground's focal point. The earth silently cracked open, and a box, sculpted from solid black star jade, slowly ascended. Its surface shimmering with star-like luminescence, impervious to all forms of detection. This was the core inheritance of the Su family, accessible only to the family head or the designated heir. Su Yan's expression was gravely serious as he personally unsealed the multiple locks on the box. Inside lay 5 ancient scrolls, quietly resting, fashioned from a material neither cloth nor leather, resembling some ancient beast hide, emanating an aura of primordial weight. Among them was a peculiar crystal, entwined with dark red flames. The first technique was the 8 Desolations Melting Armor technique, a mid-level earth attribute technique. It refines the essence of earthly fire into armor, integrating both fire and earth attributes, providing both offense and defense. When mastered, the molten armor shields the body, becoming indestructible, enabling one to wield the devastating power of earthly fire to incinerate cities. Su Yan pointed to the first scroll, which was crimson like a branding iron. The second technique was the Ashen Earth Meteor Flash, a mid-level earth attribute movement technique. He gestured towards a scroll shimmering with earthy yellow light, enabling the practitioner to transform into a meteor, instantly shifting directions with unpredictable agility. 3 combat techniques were presented. The first, Earth Fire Incineration Curse, a mid-level earth attribute technique. It channels the immense fire energy of the earth veins, transforming it into a conflagration that scorches the heavens. Wherever the curse is invoked, the ground cracks, and cities turn to ash. This was a scroll adorned with dark red fiery runes. The second, Exploding Rock Suppression Palm, a high-level earth attribute technique. Su Yin spoke with a hint of reverence, consolidating the powers of the earth and eruptive lava into a sealing palm. When the palm strikes, it is as if a divine mountain descends, shattering mountains and parting seas to suppress foes. This is the Su family's most formidable offensive technique, possessing unparalleled might. With an exceptionally high threshold for mastery, the scroll radiated a heavy sense of oppression, colored in dark gold. The third technique, Su Yu took over. Pointing to the final crystal, which was entwined with peculiar soundwave patterns, ashen earth resonance, a low-level soundwave technique. It utilizes one's own energy to invoke the pulsations of the earth, emitting invisible sound waves that bypass ordinary defenses, directly assaulting the soul and vital organs. When mastered, a single invocation can resonate through mountains and rivers, instilling fear in myriad enemies. Su Chen's heart trembled with astonishment. The upper tier of the technique pavilion already contained over 20 mid-level earth techniques, and he had not anticipated the true depth of the Su family's foundation. With mid-level earth techniques, mid-level movement techniques, mid-level area combat techniques, and high-level lethal techniques, along with the enigmatic low-level soundwave technique. This inheritance was a harmonious blend of offense and defense, uniquely formidable, sufficient to serve as the foundation for an ancient clan. Remember, Su Yin gravely handed the jade box to Su Chen. The 8 Desolations melting armor technique requires a king of combat realm to initiate cultivation. Insufficient energy refinement will lead to suffering from the burning veins if one forcefully draws the essence of earthly fire. The other techniques, Ashen Earth Meteor Flash requires at least the peak of a great combat master. Earth Fire Incineration Curse demands the realm of combat spirit. While Exploding Rock Suppression Palm and Ashen Earth Resonance should not be approached without being a king of combat. Those with weak will may even face soul backlash when attempting to practice Ashen Earth Resonance. The Black Star Jade box felt heavy as a mountain in his hands, seemingly imbued with the searing heat to scorch the 8 Desolations. Su Chen took a deep breath, solemnly accepting it. Chener will remember. He nodded vigorously, burying this weighty inheritance and familial bond deep within him. For 3 days, he would immerse himself in arduous cultivation, undistracted. Until the final day of enrollment in the afternoon, the sun blazed fiercely, and the air was filled with a scorching scent. Young master, everything is prepared. The head of the kitchen at the Lord's Manor, Su Shan, respectfully presented a spatial ring. This ordinarily simple and unassuming chef now emanated a profound aura characteristic of a Duke-level warrior. His face radiated a genuine smile, filled with a myriad of secret spice blends he had meticulously crafted over the years, alongside a dozen jars of treasured fire-brewed liquor. Furthermore, all the necessary spices for the young master were contained within, ample enough for him to indulge at the academy and satisfy his cravings. Su Chen accepted the spatial ring and, with a sweep of his spiritual power, discovered its vast interior. Besides the towering piles of assorted spice packets and fine wines, there lay numerous meticulously prepared cuts of high-tier magical beast meat and rare spirit fruits. A warmth filled his heart. He did not intend to take Su Shan along, as his age warranted a peaceful retirement at the Lord's Manor. Although Su Shan's talents were limited, his arduous efforts and reliance on medicinal pills had allowed him to reach the Duke level, a testament to his pure and invaluable affection. Thank you, Uncle Shan. A glimmering jade bottle materialized in Su Chen's palm as he spoke. This gift is for you, hoping Uncle Shan can advance further. Inside the bottle, a blue elixir, the size of a longan, floated serenely, its intricate patterns swirling and emanating a peculiar energy, a spirit-enhancing pill. Su Shan trembled violently, his eyes widening in astonishment as he grasped the jade bottle with shaking hands, his excitement rendering him speechless. Why, young master? This is too precious. What merit does this old servant possess to accept such a gift? Su Chen patted his sturdy shoulder. The warmth of the Lord's Manor relies on your continued presence. Bidding farewell to Su Shan, Su Chen took only Su Xiaoxiao with him as they departed the imposing Lord's Manor, merging into the bustling crowd of Yanwu City. The central square was already a sea of people, a thick mass of youthful faces eagerly anticipating the enrollment, accompanied by their parents. The sweltering air mingled with the scent of sweat, dust, and various inexpensive perfumes, while the cacophony of voices nearly threatened to overwhelm the square. Those arriving to register were primarily from small families of Yanwu City or ordinary youths. The true powerful factions would not consider Canaan Academy, deeming its resources beneath their notice. Maintaining order were the elite guards of the Su family. Clad in dark iron armor, the soldiers stood in rigid formation, exuding an intimidating aura. Their long halberds glimmered menacingly as they carved pathways through the thronging crowd, leading to the very heart of the square. Holding a purple gold token engraved with the Lord's emblem, Su Chen approached. The soldiers, upon sighting it, immediately straightened their posture and silently parted the crowd, granting him a broad passage to the core, met with gazes of awe, envy, and curiosity. At the center of the square, several enormous griffins lay prostrate, bearing simple wooden structures upon their backs. Instructors and senior students clad in Canaan Academy uniforms busily attended to their tasks. Among them, a proud-looking senior in a yellow robe was vocally directing the new students to maintain order in their ranks. Upon noticing Su Chen holding the token and being respectfully guided by the soldiers past the lengthy line, he was followed by a notably older and strikingly beautiful young lady. A flicker of disdain and jealousy crossed Huang Sheng's eyes as he remarked, "Hey, new students, queue up at the back." Huang Sheng stepped forward, deliberately raising his voice to block Su Chen's path, pointing at the line of individuals sweating profusely under the scorching sun at the edge of the square. "No matter who you are, on the grounds of Canaan Academy, you must abide by the rules. And you there, not a freshman, no entry into the testing area. Chapter 31. Enrolling in the academy, a cold sneer echoed from behind Su Chen. Su Xiao stepped forward, her pale yellow figure darting like a wraith, leaving the crowd momentarily bewildered. With a sharp crack, the sound of a crisp slap resonated through the bustling square, akin to thunder breaking the silence. Huangxing felt an overwhelming force strike him, as if he had been charged by a rampaging rhinoceros, and he was hurled into the air, crashing down several meters away, stirring up a cloud of dust. Half of his face instantly swelled and turned red, his head spinning as he struggled, yet he found himself unable to rise. A peculiar silence enveloped the entire square for a brief moment, all eyes fixated on the seemingly innocent young girl in the pale yellow dress. However, as her perceptive energy swept over Su Xiao's explosive presence, it felt like colliding with an unfathomably deep and icy abyss. The restrained yet magnificent aura she exuded was incomparable to that of an ordinary spirit fighter. Lin Yuxian's pupils constricted sharply, her heart skipping a beat. A Do Huang. This seemingly youthful girl was actually a powerhouse of Do Huang? Her gaze immediately shifted to Su Chen, the young man protected by a Do Huang. Who was he? As her perception extended once more, the revelation left her astounded. A 3-star great fighter. No, the essence was dense and profound, far surpassing that of an ordinary great fighter, even giving her the impression of facing a spirit master. When did Zhenwu City give birth to such two prodigies? The anger on Lin Yuxian's face vanished in an instant, replaced by shock and disbelief, her tone instinctively softening as she respectfully inquired of Su Xiao, "My lady, may I ask the reason for your actions?" She no longer dared to pose her question with an accusatory tone. Su Xiao pointed at the groaning Huangxing on the ground, her voice clear. "He obstructed my path, spoke disrespectfully, and deliberately made things difficult for our young master, insisting he bask in the sun. This little lesson is to teach him about respect and hierarchy." Ah, now it is clear. Lin Yuxian understood the entire situation in an instant, silently cursing Huangxing for being blind and stepping on a concealed landmine. She promptly donned an apologetic and gentle smile. Slightly bowing to Su Chen, "I apologize, young Master Su, for the disrespect shown. The Academy's regulations primarily govern the ordinary students, and given young Master Su's esteemed status, you need not adhere to them strictly. Since this young lady is in attendance with young Master Su, she may certainly wait in the testing area. Please do enter the tent for respite. The sun outside is too harsh." The rapid shift in attitude left the surrounding newcomers and parents utterly astounded. Just moments ago, the arrogant senior from Canaan Academy was sent flying by a slap. And now the instructor not only refrained from pursuing the matter, but was also addressing the assailant with deference. "Thank you, Instructor Lin." Su Chen nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied with Lin Yuxian's demeanor, as he led the still slightly irate Su Xiao, under the scrutiny of countless complex gazes, into the shaded tent set up beside the griffin. Lin Yuxian swiftly instructed the other senior students to escort the remaining qualified newcomers into the tent, serving them refreshing herbal tea. The atmosphere inside the tent was charged with an intriguing tension, as the gazes of all the newcomers subtly drifted towards the corner where Su Chen and the young girl beside him sat in quietude, their expressions filled with curiosity and reverence. Stepping to the center, Lin Yuxian proclaimed in a clear voice, "Dear students, welcome to Canaan Academy. I am Lin Yuxian, the instructor of the Xian class. Before we proceed, we must register your ages and strengths to assess your potential levels, which will significantly influence the distribution of resources during your time here. The potential levels are categorized as follows: Level 1, 1-star fighter level 2, 2-star fighter level 3, 3-star fighter level 4, 1-star fighter level 5, 5-star fighter soon." The statistics commenced. Among this batch of over 90 newcomers, the majority fell between levels 1 to 3. There were 15 at level 1, 1-star fighter, 8 at level 2, 2-star fighter, and 6 at level 3, 3-star fighter. Finally, the names of 3 level 4 prodigies were announced. Wang Hu, age 16, a 3-star fighter. Meng Rue, age 17, a 4-star fighter. Li Meng, aged 16, a 3-star fighter. The 3 youths stood, basking in the envious and astonished gazes of their peers. A smile graced Lin Yuxian's face as she congratulated them. "Congratulations to the 3 of you. The Academy will provide you with superior training conditions." Just as the registration was nearing its conclusion, Lin Yuxian's gaze fell upon Su Chen in the corner, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable anticipation. "Lastly, student Su Chen, please state your age and strength." An immediate silence enveloped the tent as all eyes converged upon him. Su Chen calmly rose, his voice not loud yet piercingly clear to every ear present. "Su Chen, 14 years old, 3-star grand fighter." Boom. It was as if thunder had struck from a clear sky. The whispers within the tent vanished instantaneously, leaving only the sound of heavy breaths and gasps of astonishment. "What? Grand fighter? At 14? 3 stars? My heavens! Am I dreaming? This must be a joke. How is this possible?" Su Chen, the heir of the Su family in Zhenwu City. It is he. I've heard of him. Is this truly the strength of the Lord's heir? The previously confident level 4 prodigies felt their smiles freeze, as if turned to stone. Wang Hu's mouth hung agape, capable of holding an egg, while Meng Rue and Li Ming turned pale, their eyes wide with shock and profound defeat. A 14-year-old 3-star grand fighter? The prowess they had taken pride in was likely nothing more than dust in Su Chen's eyes. Lin Yuxian's heart raced wildly, although she had harbored suspicions. Hearing the confirmation was a staggering impact that left her momentarily speechless. Taking a few deep breaths to suppress her excitement, her voice trembled slightly. "Student Su Chen, 14 years old, 3-star Grand Fighter. Potential level, Super. This surpasses the existing evaluation system. As the instructor of the Chen class, I solemnly promise to strive for the highest caliber of training resources for you. Her gaze upon Su Chen burned with fervor, akin to that of a connoisseur beholding a rare treasure. Chapter 32. For Star Grand Fighter the following morning. The resounding cry of a griffin echoed across the skies of Yinwu City. The enormous flying magical beast stirred powerful gusts as it flapped its wings in the square. Su Chen and Su Xiaoxiao stood together. The young girl cradled the increasingly majestic little azure hawk, its feathers glinting with a metallic sheen, as it affectionately nuzzled against Su Xiaoxiao's cheek. Nestled in her arms was the elegant, slumbering white moon-white tiger, its icy blue eyes lazily glancing at the griffin entourage. Su Chen, accompanied by Xiaoxiao, ascended to the wooden cabin atop the most imposing griffin, arranged by Lin Yuxian. Lin Yuxian warmly welcomed Su Chen into her spacious chamber. Her demeanor extraordinarily amiable. Su Chen, given your talents, you will undoubtedly enter the Mystic Stage class upon enrollment. My Mystic Stage Class 1 boasts unparalleled strength and resources within the Academy, along with numerous qualifications for secret realm explorations. Should you choose to join us, I shall devote myself entirely to your cultivation. She ardently sought to draw him in, presenting what she believed to be generous conditions. Very well. Su Chen was indifferent. To him, the distinction between classes held little significance. The griffin flapped its wings, its colossal form soaring into the sky, the profile of Rock Armor City, akin to a slumbering behemoth, rapidly diminished in the distance. Standing by the window, Su Chen gazed at the vast mountains and meandering rivers below. His gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. The pangs of parting were subdued by a deeper resolve. A new journey had already commenced. The flight was monotonous. The blazing sun and fierce winds dominated the sky. Within the cramped wooden cabin, Su Chen sat cross-legged. The fiery yellow battle energy surged through him, relentlessly battering against the barriers of a 4-star Grand Battle Master. The vision of the ancient gate in the depths of the Wanha mountain range intertwined with the weighty pressures and insights from the Su family lineage, transforming into the purest essence of refining power. Boom. An invisible dam within him seemed to shatter under the onslaught of a tumultuous flood, more concentrated and intensely heated. The crimson gold battle energy instantly flooded his limbs and body, akin to molten lava. The 3-star barrier was breached. He had ascended to the realm of a 4-star Grand Battle Master, his aura swelling, becoming denser and more formidable. Lin Yuxian sensed the fleeting surge of powerful energy within the chamber, nearly crushing the teacup in her hand. Her gaze towards Su Chen tinged with awe and gratitude. In merely 2 months of flight, he had achieved another breakthrough. The boy's talent was simply astonishing. The griffin flock descended at a mountain platform on the edge of the Blackhorn domain, known as Eagle's Gully, to rest and await the convergence of other recruitment teams. The platform, built against the mountains, featured rudimentary stone shelters for respite. Days later, other griffins gradually landed on the expansive stone platform carved by the mountain winds at Eagle's Gully, their massive wings stirring up clouds of dust. Lin Yuxian was the first to leap down, softly addressing Su Chen. Su Chen, this is Eagle's Gully at the edge of the Blackhorn domain, a customary meeting point for the Academy's griffin teams. We shall rest here for a few days until the other teams arrive, after which we will traverse the core area of the Blackhorn domain together, heading towards Peace Town. The rocky platform, constructed against the mountains, was dotted with several simple yet sturdy stone shelters, the biting mountain winds carrying the distinctive, brackish scent of the Blackhorn domain. A few griffins were already resting quietly on the platform, evidently from earlier arrivals. Su Chen nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the lush yet subtly menacing expanse of the forest below. The Blackhorn domain, a land rife with chaos and opportunity, had begun to take root in the city of Black Ink, while Han Feng's bloody downfall merely served as a testament to the survival of the fittest within this territory. With a heart that felt cold, he followed Lin Yuxian towards a relatively tidy stone house. The ensuing 7 days were marked by tedious anticipation. Gradually, griffin teams from the northeastern provinces of the Gamadian Empire, the northwestern provinces, and even from more distant realms began to arrive. The Flying Eagle Gorge platform became increasingly lively, filled with youths from various regions, their voices mingling with excitement for the future and a tinge of anxiety from leaving their homeland. Meanwhile, the mentors of Canaan Academy gathered in a slightly larger stone hall to exchange information, the atmosphere charged with enthusiasm. Ah, Mentor Lin, I've heard your team has produced quite an extraordinary talent. A robust figure, a bearded mentor wielding an unsheathed great sword, strode forward, his piercing gaze sweeping over the new students behind Lin Yuxian, ultimately landing on Su Chen, who sat quietly in a corner with his eyes closed. Mentor Lei, your news travels fast, Lin Yuxian replied, unable to conceal her pride, offering a restrained smile. Su Chen, come forth to meet Mentor Lei Gang from Class 2 of the Profound level. Opening his eyes, Su Chen calmly stood and saluted. Su Chen pays his respects to Mentor Lei. The mentor seemed to overlook Su Chen's remarkably youthful visage, his attention captivated by the boy's astonishing advancement speed. A 14-year-old, 4-star great fighter. Truly a prodigy, Lei Gang exclaimed, then clicked his tongue regretfully. What a pity, you from Class 1 have snatched him up first. Now. Mentor Lei, do not be envious. A cool, melodic female voice interjected. A woman draped in a moon-white mentor S-robe, exuding an elegance akin to orchids, approached. Her gaze, however, was sharp like that of an eagle. She was Yu Qingying, the mentor of Class 3 of the Profound level 6-star fighter. Mentor Lin has indeed found a treasure this time. However, our Class 3 is not without its own merits. She gestured towards her own group, as she indicated. Several exceptional young men and women stepped forward. One was a tall, slender youth with a handsome face, dressed in light blue attire. His demeanor calm and composed, Lin Zuyai, 18 years old, 8-star fighter. Another was a sturdy figure with brows like blades, his short hair standing upright. Radiating a sense of steadfastness and latent power, Lu Qing, 17 years old, 7-star fighter. Following was a strikingly beautiful girl, her demeanor as cool as the moon. With silver hair tied in a ponytail, Han Yu, 17 years old, 6-star fighter. Lastly, there was a boy with fiery red hair akin to flickering flames. His gaze rebellious and a fierce smile ever present, though his aura was slightly less intense than the others. Lin Yin, 16 years old, 7-star fighter. Lin Ziyai, Lu Qing, Han Yu. Lin Yin, Yu Qingying introduced, all remarkable talents. Lei Gang chuckled heartily, beckoning his own prodigies forward. Our class 2 is not to be outdone. Yin Hao, 17 years old, 7-star fighter. Xian Mo, 17 years old, 6-star fighter. Two youths stepped forward, one exuding a steady confidence, while the other sparkled with lively intelligence, both possessing commendable charisma. Lin Yuxian nodded with a smile. All are the future pillars of our society. The mentors flattered and introduced one another, the atmosphere harmonious. However, the gazes of these young prodigies were almost entirely fixed upon Su Chen. Su Chen's age and prowess had already spread throughout the convergence point within days of their arrival at the Flying Eagle Gorge, conveyed through the mouths of the new students who had witnessed the scene at the square. 14 years old, a 4-star great battle master. These words weighed heavily upon their hearts like an oppressive millstone, instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure and an intense feeling of unreality among these once untouchable prodigies. Chapter 33. Canaan Academy. Lu Qing furrowed his thick brows, his sharp gaze piercing through Su Chen with unmistakable scrutiny and combat intent. His muscles tensed slightly, a dense and heavy aura instinctively permeating the air. Lin Zia, on the other hand, was more reserved. The astonishment and gravity concealed in his eyes were evident. As he gently placed a hand on Lu Qing's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm, Han Yu's cold gaze flickered with a hint of intrigue, a pure curiosity and desire to explore. Lin Yin licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with excitement, as if he had found a worthy target to challenge. Su Chen? Lin Zia spoke first, his voice gentle, yet imbued with a compelling strength. I have long heard of your fame. I am Lin Zia, and this is Lu Qing, Han Yu, and Lin Yin. He introduced them one by one. Su Chen's gaze swept over these names destined for greatness at Canaan Academy, his expression remaining calm and unperturbed. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I have heard that you revealed your strength as a 3-star great battle master at the square in Rock Marshall City. Did you break through to 4-star on the way here? Lu Qing's voice rumbled like distant thunder, tinged with skepticism and a quest for confirmation. It was difficult for him to believe that someone could leap across a star rank in just 2 months while riding on a griffin. A collective gasp echoed around them, the atmosphere thick with suppressed astonishment. Although they had heard rumors, witnessing the acknowledgement of a 14-year-old 4-star great battle master was an overwhelming shock that left them breathless. Impressive. Lin Yin grinned widely, his battle spirit igniting further. Once we reach the academy, let's find an opportunity to spar. I am Lin Yin. Lin Zia regarded Su Chen with a profound gaze, suppressing the turmoil within, and smiled warmly. Brother Su Chen, your talent is extraordinary. We are in awe. Canaan Academy is a place where hidden talents abound, and I hope we can exchange ideas frequently in the future. He extended a gesture of goodwill. Such a remarkable individual, even if not a friend, should never be an enemy. Han Yu also nodded slightly, her cool voice carrying an imperceptible tremor. Han Yu. It was a formal introduction. This brief exchange allowed Su Chen to establish a preliminary connection with these future titans of strength who had known him in advance. Although Lu Qing still harbored doubts, he had reigned in his sharpness. In the world of geniuses, prowess serves as the finest passport. Su Chen's displayed realm compelled them to cast aside their pride and approach him on equal footing. Half a month later, the vast griffin fleet soared over the seemingly perpetually overcast skies of the Black Horn region. Ahead, on the horizon, a starkly different tranquil oasis finally emerged, Peace Town. Beneath the towering ancient trees, the cobblestone-paved town was serene and harmonious, a stark contrast to the chaos and clamor of the Black Horn region. At the town's entrance stood an extraordinarily ancient tree, the Death Spirit Tree, emanating a peculiar energy. Its trunk was twisted and blackened, with branches adorned by desiccated bones that exuded a faint yet intimidating aura. This is the boundary marker of Canaan Academy. Stepping into this town signifies absolute safety. Any bloodshed and enmity tainted by the Dark Corner realm must cease here. Violators shall be executed on the spot by the enforcement team and the Elder Guardians. The Griffins circle and descend at the designated landing area outside the town. Under the guidance of their mentors, the new students disembark from the Griffins in an orderly manner. Lin Yuxian pauses, turning to the quietly following Su Xiaoxiao, her face adorned with a gentle yet undeniable apology. Miss Su, I sincerely apologize. Canaan Academy has regulations prohibiting anyone who is not a student or faculty member from entering. This is a rule established by the Academy, and even I cannot make an exception. Su Xiaoxiao clutches the increasingly lush and radiant little Qing in her arms, her gaze sharp, while the languid yet elegant little Bai occasionally glances towards the direction of the death tree, an unusual glint flashing in its icy blue eyes. Her eyes are already red-rimmed. Biting her lip, she struggles to hold back her tears, nodding earnestly. I understand. Miss Lin. Turning to Su Chen, her voice quavers. I will take you to this point. I will immediately head to Black Ink City to find Do and Dian Wei. Please be careful in the academy. Su Chen reaches out, gently brushing away the crystalline tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Go ahead. Proceed according to plan, protect yourself, and look after them. His gaze sweeps over little Qing and little Bai. If anything happens, write to me. Yes. Take care, young master. Su Xiaoxiao tightly embraces the two juvenile beasts, casting a deep glance at Su Chen as if to engrave his figure into her heart. Little Qing seems to sense something, emitting a clear and reluctant chirp towards Su Chen, while little Bai merely yawns lazily. Su Chen watches as Su Xiaoxiao's figure fades from view, a subtle softness flickering in his eyes before returning to an unruffled calm. He turns to the waiting Lin Yuxian. Let us proceed. As they step into Peace Town, an extraordinary aura of tranquility envelopes them, completely isolating them from the turmoil of the outside world. Traversing the serene streets, under the watchful and curious gazes of countless Peace Town residents, the new student cohort finally arrives at the true gateway of Canaan Academy. Before them stands a towering cliff, over 100 feet high, seemingly hewn by the axe of a deity, its surface smooth as a mirror. Beneath the cliff lies a grand mountain gate. Canaan Academy. Everyone, line up to register for entry. The mentors command loudly. Passing through the mountain gate of Canaan Academy, they step into the heart of the institution. A thunderous roar of cascading water fills their ears, akin to the clamor of thunder from the heavens. The first sight to greet them is a colossal waterfall suspended high above, plummeting from the boundless void of the sky. This is one of the symbols of Canaan Academy, the magnificent celestial dome waterfall. The water crashes powerfully into the unfathomable depths of a vast lake below, sending up clouds of mist that, refracted by sunlight, form a splendid rainbow. Encircling the lake are rolling dark green mountains, nestled against which are numerous grand edifices of diverse architectural styles. Their flying eaves and bracketed roofs harmoniously integrated with the landscape, shrouded in the ethereal mist created by the rich energies of heaven and earth, reminiscent of a fairyland. The concentration of energy in the air is several times greater than that of the outside world. The scene before them utterly transcended all imagination. The newcomers seemed to be frozen by an invisible force, each one gazing upwards in awe, their throats constricting with uncontrollable exclamations and heartfelt admiration. Chapter 34, Rock Garden. Even Lin Ziai and Lu Qing, distinguished individuals of remarkable lineage and broad perspectives, were left with nothing but pure astonishment and a burning yearning for Canaan Academy, a sacred ground in the hearts of countless geniuses on this martial arts continent. Its profound heritage and majestic aura could only be truly appreciated through first-hand experience. Su Chen's dark eyes calmly surveyed this magnificent sanctuary of cultivation. His perception was more acute than that of others. The energy flowing through the air was both pure and mighty. Subtly imbued with the weight and warmth of convergence between earth and water, the fallen heart flame was suppressed deep within the tower's foundation. Its ferocious fire a tribute power firmly locked away, only able to emanate a faint breath, causing the overall energy of the inner courtyard to lean towards earth and water. His soul power unfurled like an invisible tide, quietly permeating every inch of this space, capturing the subtle veins of energy flow and the faint traces of spatial loss. Here would be his battlefield for the coming years. The prologue to enhancing his strength and establishing his footing in this hidden lair of talent was officially commencing. The Super Potential Assessment. This was an exceptionally prestigious honor in the history of Canaan Academy. Thank you, Senior. Su Chen accepted the key, warm to the touch and composed of a material neither metal nor jade, nodding in acknowledgement. He pushed open the heavy courtyard door, revealing a refined and elegant courtyard before him. The winding path was adorned with curious stones, and the air was infused with the fragrant aroma of plants. More importantly, the concentration of combat energy here was indeed denser than what he had sensed outside, evidently a meticulously arranged gathering place for spiritual energy. He did not immediately rest, but instead unfolded the detailed map of the inner courtyard, his gaze sweeping over the clearly marked names. Central Square, the gathering place for crowds. Combat Arena, the venue for practical experience and fame. Alchemy Management Repository, the lifeline of cultivation resources. Task Hall, the place for earning credits and undertaking trials. Enforcement Team, a powerful organization maintaining order. His gaze ultimately settled on the tower-shaped mark in the core area of the map, the inner courtyard. The following morning, the door of courtyard number 1 in the rock garden was promptly knocked upon. Outside stood Mentor Lin Yuxian, along with several assistants from the Xian level class responsible for auxiliary affairs, dressed in a light blue mentor's robe that accentuated her radiant demeanor. Mentor Lin gazed at Su Chen with eyes full of expectation. Su Chen, it's time to set off. Today, I will take you to the martial arts pavilion. Lin Yuxian beamed, a hint of unnoticeable pride gracing her expression. The Academy's higher-ups place great importance on your potential rating. Coupled with my modest influence as your mentor, I have secured for you the privilege of being a super student, allowing you to enter the martial arts pavilion today to select martial arts techniques without being bound by the new student's uniform open day restrictions. Additionally, I have brought along the foundational cultivation resources that the Academy has advanced to you. She handed Su Chen a delicate storage bag containing his initial 100 credits. 6 bottles of first to third tier elixirs, each of various attributes, as well as some basic body tempering and cultivation materials. Though these items were not of the highest caliber, they would greatly benefit a newcomer in solidifying their foundation and breaking through initial bottlenecks. This exceptional treatment, far surpassing that of other newcomers, silently signifies the status and resource allocation represented by extraordinary potential. The technique pavilion is situated at the very heart of the inner courtyard. Upon Su Chen's arrival alongside Lin Yuxian, a magnificent tower constructed from deep green stones, seemingly weathered by countless millennia, boldly captured his gaze. The tower soared into the clouds, its pinnacle obscured by a delicate mist, emanating an ancient, profound pressure akin to the immovability of the earth itself. To Su Chen's surprise, he encountered several familiar faces: Lu Qing, Han Yu, Lin Yin, Lin Xiuyan, Yin Hao, and Qian Mo, all accompanied by their mentors. Clearly, these individuals represented the elite of extraordinary potential. Only those with sufficiently remarkable talents could gain the privilege of selecting their techniques and combat skills in advance. Lu Qing stood with arms crossed, his robust figure resembling an iron tower, his sharp gaze surveying the towering structure. Han Yu, with an ethereal grace akin to a lotus on a snowy peak, stood quietly by, her eyes tranquil. Lin Xiuyan wore a lazy smile while engaging in hushed conversation with Yin Hao. Lin Yin appeared somewhat restless, frequently glancing toward the tower's entrance. Qian Mo maintained a low profile, her presence barely noticeable. Before the tower's entrance, there were no ordinary guards in sight. Only an elderly figure clad in a faded gray robe, nearly devoid of its original hue, stood there. His hunched form and sparse, graying hair fluttered in the gentle breeze. He lounged on a diminutive chair, basking in the warm glow of the morning sun, seemingly lost in a deep slumber, emitting faint snores. In every regard, he appeared to be an unremarkable and somewhat disheveled doorkeeper. Yet, within Su Chen's spiritual perception, this seemingly dull old man harbored a power as immense as the very earth itself. That force was condensed to an extreme, heavy, and unfathomable. Far beyond that of an ordinary king of combat. The depth of Cannon Academy was indeed inscrutable. This gatekeeper concealed the strength of a sovereign of combat. Elder Chen. Lin Yuxian retracted all traces of her mentor's brilliance and pride, adopting an expression of utmost respect as she deeply bowed to the gray-robed elder. This is Su Chen, a new student with superlative potential, here under the Elder Council's directive to select techniques and combat skills. She spoke softly, fearful of disturbing the elder. The elder known as Chen seemed roused by her faint voice, slowly lifting his eyelids. His eyes, clouded like an ancient mirror coated in dust, appeared to have long since perceived the vicissitudes of the world. His gaze casually swept over Lin Yuxian before settling on Su Chen. In that instant, when the seemingly murky eyes met Su Chen's, he felt an invisible pressure wash over him. Within the elder's cloudy gaze, a barely perceptible flicker of surprise rippled like a stone cast into an ancient well, only to swiftly return to stillness, resuming that drowsy, indifferent demeanor. Chapter 35. The Technique Pavilion. He languidly waved his hand, his movements sluggish as if shooing away flies, his voice thick with sleepiness and tinged with mild impatience. You all understand the rules, right? Each person may take out a maximum of 2 volumes. Go on, go on. Do not disturb the old man as he basks in the sun. As the words faded, the old man's eyelids once again descended, and his breathing grew languid, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Indeed, thank you, old Chen. Lin Yuxian sighed in relief, bowing once more, then gestured for Su Chen to follow. With a low, rumbling sound, the immense metallic door, heavy and intricately engraved with a myriad of arcane runes, began to slide open inwardly. An indescribable aura enveloped them. Rich and almost viscous, steeped in the essence of countless ages of knowledge, mingling with the ancient scrolls, jade slips, and the unique energy fluctuations of crystals. The world beyond the door unfolded magnificently. Within the vast space stood towering bookshelves made from an unknown dark wood, resembling a silent forest of giants, meticulously arranged and extending into the depths where sight could not reach. Upon these shelves lay an innumerable collection of scrolls, jade slips, and energy crystals, each encased in a shimmering, multicolored protective barrier. The soft yellow, bright yellow, and deep yellow hues represented the low, mid, and high tiers of the yellow grade, while the pale and deep purple radiances indicated the low and mid tiers of the mysterious grade. The colors and intensities of the light clearly marked the rank and energy attributes of the treasures contained within. Even seasoned individuals like Lu Qing, Lin Xiuyan, and others could not help but gasp in astonishment. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Han Yu's cold eyes. This was the Cannon Academy's Technique Pavilion. The grandeur of even the first level surpassed the core collections of their own families. In a hushed tone, Lin Yuxian addressed Su Chen. As well as the other newly qualified students, the first level primarily houses techniques and combat skills ranging from low to high yellow grade, while the second level contains low and mid mysterious grade techniques. Your privilege allows you to ascend directly to the spiral staircase leading to the third level, where you may select high mysterious grade techniques. I understand, Su Chen replied calmly, nodding. Yes, mentor. The others responded earnestly. All right, step inside quickly. Time is precious. Seize the opportunity. Lin Yuxian and the other mentors remained outside, awaiting their return. Su Chen, Han Yu, Lin Yin, and Lin Xiuyan exchanged nods, their eyes glinting with curiosity and fighting spirit. Yin Hao and Qian Mo also acknowledged Su Chen with a nod. Without further hesitation, the group stepped into this ocean of knowledge and treasury of power. Upon entering the Technique Pavilion, they immediately sensed a difference. The air seemed to be thickened by an invisible pressure, an unusual energy field woven from the faint energy emanating from countless techniques and combat skills. The aisles between the bookshelves were spacious enough for several individuals to walk side by side, yet each person instinctively softened their footsteps, as if to avoid disturbing the ancient wills that slumbered within. Su Chen's gaze was sharp. He had no intention of lingering in the dazzling first level. Even the mid-mysterious grade area radiating profound purple light, which could drive countless external students into a frenzy, was disregarded by him. With steady steps and a clear objective, he strode directly toward the enormous spiral staircase leading to the second level. With a muffled grunt, Lu Qing followed closely behind. His robust form resembling a bear poised for action, his target equally clear, the highest level. High mysterious grade. Lin Ziyi wore a faint, elusive smile at the corners of his mouth, his steps seemingly casual yet astonishingly swift, gracefully ascending the spiral staircase. Han Duetian glided forward. Her figure akin to willow catkins in a breeze, yet her pace remained unhurried. Lin Yan's eyes blazed with fervor, almost propelling him upward. Yin Hao and Qian Mo exchanged a glance, suppressing their excitement, and hastily followed suit. The hue of the barrier on the second floor was indeed far more profound than that of the first. A swirling dance of light in shades of pale and deep purple, with energy fluctuations of the intermediate Qian level radiating like ripples, exuding an irresistible allure. Nevertheless, this assembly of elite newcomers did not falter for an instant. Their resolute gazes brushed past scrolls that could serve as treasures for any formidable clan. As they continued their ascent toward the third level, the pinnacle accessible to the nascent. Upon reaching the third floor, the sense of space contracted sharply. In stark contrast to the grandeur of the lower levels, the third floor emanated a serene tranquility. The light was somewhat dim, illuminated solely by the soft and steady glow of special crystals embedded in the walls and ceiling, casting a gentle radiance upon this core area. The number of bookshelves had significantly diminished, now numbering fewer than 20, arranged in what appeared to be a casual yet strategically meaningful manner. The items displayed upon the shelves were scarce, each scroll, jade tablet, or energy crystal ensconced within a formidable protective barrier, rich in varied colors and radiant energy. Crimson as molten lava, obsidian as the abyssal cold iron, azure as the vast ocean's waves, verdant as the vitality of myriad trees, ochre as the earth's nurturing soil, and silvery as the thunder of the heavens. Each dazzling hue represented a source of pure elemental power. Radiating waves of energy so potent they stirred the heart and resonated with the soul. Qian level advanced. These 5 characters seemed to carry a weighty significance, indelibly impressed upon the hearts of all who stepped into the third level of the cultivation pavilion. They symbolized not only strength but also formed one of the cornerstones of Canaan Academy's prominence among the higher echelons of the Dochi continent. Even the elders of the outer court might not easily acquire the legacies contained within, underscoring their unparalleled value. An invisible pressure emanated from the vast reservoir of knowledge itself, silently permeating the entire space. Even the proudest among them, like Lu Qing and Lin Ziyi, found themselves instinctively holding their breath, their expressions turning intensely focused and solemn. Han Yu's icy gaze reflected the myriad hues of elemental brilliance, flashing with rational contemplation. Lin Yan's characteristic impatience had notably tempered, leaving only a pure thirst for power. Yin Hao and Qian Mo dared not exhale, cautiously approaching the resplendent shelves. Su Chen's gentle eyes swept across the scene, a hint of a casual smile gracing his lips. His formidable spiritual perception flowed like an invisible breeze, quietly brushing over this realm. The energy of various attributes hummed within the barrier, the particle activity far exceeding that of the lower floors, vividly mirroring in his mind's eye. Chapter 36. The rock shield. Su Chen's gaze swept over the labels suspended above the bookshelves. Fire attribute zone, raging flame technique, furious crimson, crimson sun skill, imperial golden, melted flame scripture, dark red flux, heavenly flame transformation, fragment, lava surge, water attribute zone, abyssal water scripture, profound dark blue, azure sea technique, clear cerulean, cold tide inducement, frosty white chill, true solution of primordial water, tranquil ocean blue, wood attribute zone, longevity skill, gentle verdant, forest scripture, lush green, spirit pointing technique, lively light green, 10,000 trees revitalization method, vibrant life, earth attribute zone, solid earth skill, steadfast brown, mystic yellow power, robust deep yellow, rock technique, sturdy gray brown, earth vein inducement, profound earth yellow, thunder attribute zone, lightning induction technique, dynamic silver white, purple lightning method, eerie deep purple, awakening thunder classic, dominant golden purple, thunder urgency secret record, fragment, arc of electricity, special techniques without attribute zone, Qianku indecision, embracing chaos, star technique, mysterious depths, primal unity skill, ancient and weighty, 10,000 streams inducement, all-encompassing movement combat skills zone, cloud walking step, ethereal and formless, surging phoenix body, swift flowing light, shapeshift technique, mysterious flicker, star charting step, arcane trajectory, inch space technique, fragment, spatial ripple, attack combat skills zone, meticulously categorized layering wave palm, continuous flow, stone cracking fist, unyielding ferocity, mountain cutting blade, heavy cleave, wind chasing sword, swift as the gale, armor piercing finger, refined sharpness, mind stunning thrust, chillingly deceptive, heavenly flame palm, blazing fury, icy rock palm, congealed chill, great cracking rock, earth smite, defensive auxiliary combat skills zone, rock shield, mountainous weight, water mirror technique, rippled force dissipation, vine armor scripture, entwined vitality, rejuvenation hand, gentle healing, breath concealment technique, hidden presence. The diversity of categories and the completeness of attributes were truly astonishing. Everyone appeared as if they were treasure seekers lost in a mountain of riches, lingering before each bookshelf, holding their breath as they attuned themselves to the energies emanating from the luminous shield. searching for the legacy that resonated most deeply with their souls and combat energy. Chen walked with composure, first arriving at the fire attribute zone. His gaze lingered briefly on the violent crimson patterns of raging flame technique and the grand golden aura of crimson sun skill. A wisp of exceedingly faint, yet immensely pure primal fire energy coiled around his fingertips, gently touching the golden light shield. Buzz. The shield did not repel him. Rather, it emitted a subtle resonance as crimson light swirled, and the information of the technique flooded into Chen's mind. Crimson sun skill. An advanced fire attribute technique of the mystic tier, drawing essence from the great sun and condensing pure yang fire. The technique is balanced and stable, supplemented by a foundational yellow-grade fire control method known as Yang Decision. Is Chen a practitioner of fire attribute combat energy? A voice, cool as a mountain spring, drifted beside him. Hanyu, having arrived at this area unbeknownst to him, fixed her gaze upon the jade slip in Chen's hand, her scrutiny barely perceptible. She had not chosen a fire attribute technique, clearly opting merely to observe. Chen turned around, gently meeting Hanyu's clear gaze. Senior Hanyu, he said casually, weighing the jade slip in his hand with a natural smile. I possess a family lineage of cultivation techniques, and this could be of great use to me. He spoke part of the truth with an air of neither arrogance nor false modesty. A fleeting look of understanding and deeper curiosity passed across Hanyu's cool face. The possession of a formidable primary cultivation technique, without the need for replacement, revealed an extraordinary depth. Ah, the rock technique, excellent choice. Came the booming voice of Lu Qing from the nearby earth attribute section. His robust figure resembled a boulder as he fixed his intense gaze upon the jade slip of the most stable and profound essence, the rock technique. And the scroll of the attack technique, great cracking rock, which seemed to emanate a sense of wild power akin to a fractured earth. This high-level Xian rank combat technique harnessed the forces of the earth, capable of splitting rock and soil, a pure embodiment of strength. Lin Zuyai leaned against the bookshelf in the special technique section, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Upon hearing Lu's words, he chuckled lightly. You've made a fine selection, Lu. Once you've mastered it, we shall spar, he said, casting an interested glance between Chen and Hanyu. Before his gaze landed on the ethereal jade slip of flowing cloud steps in the agility technique section, admiration shimmering in his eyes. Chen merely smiled at their remarks, neither affirming nor denying them, and meandered towards the defensive techniques area. His gaze skimmed over water mirror technique for force dissipation and vine armor scripture for vitality entanglement, ultimately resting upon a gray jade slip exuding an aura as heavy as a mountain, rock shield. This high-level Xian rank defensive technique coalesced combat energy into a colossal rock shield, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities, particularly adept at withstanding frontal assaults. Learning a defensive technique is also a fine idea, Chen mused to himself, appearing quite nonchalant. The Su family possessed a mid-level earth rank defensive technique, thus, he could first acquire a high-level Xian rank defensive technique. Without further hesitation, he extended his hand. A thread of pure combat energy swirling around his fingertip as it touched the gray luminescence. Meanwhile, Hanyu ventured into the ice attribute section, retrieving a jade slip radiating an icy chill, its aura reminiscent of eternal frost, the ice crystal technique. This technique refined extreme cold combat energy, pursuing destructive power and control that penetrated to the bone. Subsequently, she selected the scroll of the attack technique Ice Rock Palm, whose chilling energy crystallized into an icy imprint. The foundation of ice, combined with the might of rock, perfectly showcased the sharpness and solidity of the ice attribute, harmonizing exquisitely with her cool demeanor. Lin Ziyai strolled over to the agility techniques area, taking the jade slip of flowing cloud steps, whose aura was as formless as drifting clouds. His movements flowed freely, as graceful as the wind, perfectly aligned with wind attribute combat energy. For his attack technique, he chose the scroll Chasing Wind, characterized by its rapid essence and elusive trajectory. The combination of flowing cloud steps and chasing wind strike would unleash the speed and penetrating power of the wind attribute to its fullest extent, revealing the sharp edge beneath its elegance. Lu Qing strode forward, seizing the jade slip of the earth attribute rock technique, as if it were a cherished warhammer. Without hesitation, he chose the scroll of the attack technique Great Cracking Rock, its imagery of cracked earth resonating with the surging power within him. The rock stood as defense, while the cracking earth served as offense, a pure expression of the aesthetic violence inherent to the earth attribute. Lin Yin, radiating with fervent energy, seized the tome of the fire attribute, an incandescent manual entitled Raging Flames Technique, reminiscent of lava in its boiling fervor. This tempestuous fire-based martial art resonated perfectly with his temperament. Subsequently, he selected the Heavenly Flame Palm from the attack skill section, a technique characterized by volcanic eruptions in its palm strikes. The convergence of fury and destruction in the Raging Flames technique epitomized his fiery nature, harmonizing flawlessly with his character. Yin Hao and Qianemo, too, diligently and excitedly chose martial arts aligned with their respective attributes and characteristics. Once selections were made, the group descended the spiral staircase, their hearts brimming with excitement and reverence. Behind them, the heavy metallic door gradually closed, sealing once more the sacred ground of inheritance. Outside the tower, the elderly figure in gray robes, Elder Chen, remained curled in his wicker chair, basking in the languid sunlight as if he had never roused from slumber. As Chen passed by, the murky eyes of the old man seemed to flutter ever so slightly before the eyelids drooped again, restoring his indifferent demeanor, as if merely stirred by a gentle breeze. Lin Yuxian and several other instructors approached, their faces adorned with smiles of satisfaction upon seeing the students clutching jade slips and scrolls representing advanced-level esoteric inheritance. As Suchen welcomed the rising sun, he felt the weight of the two tomes in his embrace. His gentle expression held a smile. Yet his gaze remained bright and profound. The visit to the martial arts pavilion had yielded some rewards, and he considered practicing the defensive techniques. Chapter 37. The freshman ceremony. As dawn broke, the outlines of the Canaan Academy's external structures were tenderly illuminated. The towering spire of the martial arts pavilion cast elongated shadows under the morning light. Elder Chen, still nestled in his chair, emitted a faint, lingering breath, seemingly merging with the morning glow. Lin Yuxian and a few other instructors displayed unabashed delight as their eyes scanned the newly initiated students, who had just attained advanced-level esoteric inheritance and radiated youthful vigor. In their hands, whether it be the smooth jade slips or the ancient scrolls, an alluring energy resonated. "Congratulations to all," Lin Yuxian announced, his voice clear and encouraging. "With advanced martial arts in your possession, I hope you will diligently cultivate and not squander the Academy's resources." The crowd bowed in acknowledgement, their eyes filled with aspirations for the future. Suchen smiled gently, discreetly storing the crimson gold jade slip of Crimson Sun technique and the weighty yellow slip of rock shield into his spatial ring. The unique solidity of the rock shield jade slip transmitted a palpable sense of strength to his fingertips. The rock shield courtyard soon came into view, its ancient yet grand stone archway delineating individual courtyards. Upon pushing open the heavy wooden door of the first courtyard, a wave of pure celestial energy enveloped him. The courtyard was spacious, paved with bluestone, featuring a rockery with flowing water in one corner and several fragrant spiritual plants in another. With a well-maintained training ground at its center, a two-story stone building stood resolutely within the courtyard, simple yet sturdy, a perfect sanctuary for cultivation, a splendid place for quiet reflection. Su Chen mused to himself, a hint of satisfied nonchalance gracing his features. He did not immediately enter the stone building but instead walked to the center of the training ground. With a subtle stir of thought, a reddish-yellow aura surged from within, swiftly coalescing at the surface of his body to form a layer of diamond-shaped armor reminiscent of solid rock. The armor's sharp edges glimmered with a steady luster, embodying the distinctive aura of a grand fighter. Subtly, flickers of red flames danced upon its surface, revealing the manifestation of his fire attribute aura. He did not disperse the armor. Instead, he slowly raised both hands, palms facing each other at his chest. Within his dantian, pure earth attribute aura surged forth along the unique path recorded in the rock shield, awakening like a deep-seated geological pulse, imbued with a profound sense of strength. Coursing through the meridians of his arms. "Consolidate," he commanded in a low voice, and in an instant, the reddish-yellow aura converged between his palms, compressing and taking shape. With a resonant hum, an imposing shield with a diameter approaching 1 meter materialized before him. The shield boasted a flawless arc, composed entirely of rich, almost tangible reddish-yellow aura. Its surface not smooth but adorned with the robust textures characteristic of solid rock, its edges displaying a slightly rugged quality. An unyielding and formidable aura suddenly emanated, solidly suspending the shield before Suchen, as if it could truly withstand any force. However, it only maintained its form for 3 breaths before the shield's silhouette began to tremble violently, its rocky textures blurring and distorting as if disturbed by pebbles tossed into water. The resonant hum escalated into a sharp, piercing sound until, with a soft pop, the shield disintegrated into countless specks of yellow light that dissipated into the air. The powerful backlash caused Su Chen to sway slightly, and the aura armor enveloping him flickered uncertainly. Indeed, at the advanced Xian level, it was not easily mastered. Yet, undeterred, Su Chen dispersed the armor, gazing at the lingering reddish-yellow glow in his palms, a hint of intrigue curling at the corners of his mouth. The solid foundation and crucial defense offered by the rock shield intrigued him. The heavy and resilient sensation reassured him that this choice was indeed correct. What he sought was precisely this unwavering protective power. In the following 3 days, the courtyard was undisturbed by outside interference. Su Chen's routine became almost mechanical. At dawn, he was already in the courtyard, agilely maneuvering within a confined space, his steps swift and precise, often evading imaginary enemy attacks in the nick of time. Employing his martial technique, the crushing mountain step. Occasionally, he would practice a few direct and forceful strikes, the gusts of wind stirring dust from the ground. But most of the time, his mind remained immersed in the essence of the rock shield. Time and again, the reddish-yellow aura coalesced before him, taking shape. The shield's silhouette evolved from initially lasting only 3 breaths to 5, then 10, its form transformed from vague to distinctly defined, with textures becoming apparent. The explosive sound of its disintegration softened over time, transitioning from a fierce roar to a low, resonant hum before fading away. As the sun set on the 3rd day, he called out, "Rock shield," with a steady push of his hands. The result was immediate. An imposing aura shield, a full yard in diameter, took shape instantly. The shield's surface was thick, its rocky textures clear, the edges sharp, emanating a reassuringly robust presence. It hovered steadily before Su Chen, resembling a moving solid wall. This time, the shield's shadow persisted for nearly a cup of tea's duration, approximately 5 minutes, only beginning to dissipate slowly after Su Chen voluntarily withdrew his supply of fighting spirit. Once the shield's shadow faded, the lingering essence of fire and earth attributes in the air remained dense and unyielding. It could scarcely be considered an entry-level achievement. Su Chen exhaled deeply, fine beads of sweat forming at his temples, yet a bright light shone in his eyes. On the day of the initiation ceremony, the vast central plaza of the Canaan Outer Academy was alive with the vibrant sounds of thousands of new and returning students clad in uniform moon-white robes, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Upon the elevated platform, several elders, exuding profound auras, sat in dignified repose. The elder at the center, Chen, possessed a square visage and a gaze sharp as a hawk, surveying the assembly with an imposing presence. Beside him, the fire elder, with short hair the color of flames, exhibited an evidently more fiery temperament. Chen's voice resonated like a bell, clear and distinct, reaching every ear. Canaan is no sheltered greenhouse. Glory and resources must be earned through strength. Academic credits, combat skills, medicinal pills, guidance from mentors, the strong shall always prevail. His voice then thundered, do not presume that admission guarantees your success. Those who fail to meet the standards of the Outer Academy will be expelled without exception. The competition is relentless. Canaan Academy forbids the slaughter of fellow students. Those who dare to breach this ironclad rule will face severe punishment from the enforcement team. I expect everyone to be alert. The sternness of his words rendered the new students mute with trepidation. Chapter 38, The Combat Arena, Part 1. As the ceremony concluded and the crowd dispersed, Lin Yuxian appeared before Su Chen with a serene demeanor. Follow me. The two walked to the edge of the plaza beneath an ancient tree. As a four-star great fighter, Lin Yuxian stated directly, her tone calm and unwavering. With your current cultivation foundation, the standard courses of the Outer Academy have become irrelevant to you. In 3 months, the Inner Academy selection competition will commence. That is where you truly belong. Su Chen was not taken aback. His countenance remained gentle, and he nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. I have always aimed for the Inner Academy. Good, Lin Yuxian remarked, a flicker of appreciation crossing her eyes. For the next 3 months, the First Academy shall serve as your sanctuary for seclusion. Prepare wholeheartedly for the selection competition. I will handle the trivialities of registration for you. I only hope, she emphasized, that you do not disappoint me, nor squander the gifts you possess. Rest assured, mentor, Su Chen replied earnestly. Go now, Lin Yuxian waved her hand, her figure swiftly disappearing into the throng. At noon, the grand dining hall of Canaan Academy buzzed with life. The air was suffused with the robust aroma of various dishes prepared from magical beast meat, mingling with the unique freshness of spirit plants. Behind the enormous windows, an array of delectable dishes was displayed: braised iron-armored rhinoceros tendon, steamed azure waterfish, charcoal-grilled wind rabbit legs, and jade bamboo shoots stir-fried with spirit mushrooms, each brimming with vibrant essence. Beneath each dish, the required academic credits were marked, often amounting to 3 or 5 points. The new students looked on in astonishment, their limited credits a source of embarrassment. Su Chen, Lin Xiuyan, Han Yu, Lin Yin, and Lu Qing gathered around a table. Before Lin Yin lay a generous plate of sizzling, spice-laden cracked earth pork chops, his hands glistening with grease as he devoured them eagerly. Lu Qing, in contrast, silently tackled a massive rock-armored bear paw, consuming it slowly and deliberately as though it were not mere sustenance, but a practice to be approached with reverence. Han Yu nibbled gracefully at her steamed azure waterfish, her demeanor elegant, akin to a snow-carved sprite, as the surrounding clamor seemed to fade away, enveloped by her cool aura. Lin Zuyai meticulously sliced a piece of wind rabbit leg, his demeanor composed and graceful. Lin Yin, your eating style mirrors your combat techniques. Both take on a ferocious approach, he jested. At this remark, the atmosphere at the table instantly grew tense. Han Yu furrowed her brow slightly. Lu Qing paused his chewing, gazing at Lin Yin as if he were a fool. Lin Ziyai erupted into laughter, nearly choking on his food. Cough, cough. Lin Yin, are you serious? Seeking a duel with a 4-star great fighter? Oh, it seems you are. Lin Yan's eyes widened in sudden realization, as he remembered that Su Chen possessed the strength of a great fighter. The surrounding tables fell silent, astonished, reverent, and curious glances converging upon Su Chen. A great fighter among the freshmen? This was undoubtedly explosive news. Su Chen remained unfazed, delicately placing a bland spiritual mushroom in his mouth, chewing slowly before swallowing. He then turned to Lin Yan, who was still in shock, and spoke with a hint of exasperated amusement. Brother Lin Yan, a sparring match sounds agreeable, but it might be a bit painful. I trust you don't mind? His gaze swept across the table. Surely, you are all aware of the inner courtyard selection competition, right? It would be much more intriguing to engage in duels after entering the inner courtyard. The inner courtyard selection competition? Lu Qing's voice boomed, vibrating with astonishment. 3 months from now? You intend to participate in this year's event? Having reached the pinnacle of an 8-star fighter, he considered himself among the elite of the freshmen, fully aware he could not ascend to a great fighter and be competitive within such a short span. Indeed, Su Chen nodded. The mentor has permitted me to forego classes to focus on preparation. Lin Yin gasped, finally processing the information. His face flushed crimson as he seized a pork chop that had fallen onto his plate and took a fierce bite, mumbling indistinctly, damn monster. All right, Su Chen, you go ahead. When we enter the inner courtyard in 2 years, we will have a proper match. A glimmer of light sparked in Lin Ziyai's eyes as he raised his wine cup with a smile. I see. Brother Su, I wish you a victorious start. We await you in the inner courtyard. In 2 years, we shall battle again in the arena. His tone was lighthearted, yet imbued with undeniable confidence. Han Yu lifted her cup of clear dew slightly towards Su Chen, her cool voice resonating. Count me in as well. Lu Qing succinctly raised his cup and drank it all in one go. Haha, Su Chen, don't let me catch up to you by then. Lin Yin chimed in, exuberantly. Very well, it is settled, Su Chen smiled, lifting his cup to lightly clink with those of his companions. The crisp sound of their toast resonated, and the prior tension stemming from their differences in cultivation seemed to dissolve amidst their laughter, nurturing a silent camaraderie and mutual respect. The atmosphere at the dining table grew lively once more, with laughter and conversation bridging the gap between them. The following morning, Su Chen stepped into the outer courtyard's most raucous arena, a place that truly validated strength. It was a vast circular stone edifice. At its center, numerous stone platforms reinforced with special arrays. The air was filled with the thunderous cries of spectators and the explosive sounds of fighting energy colliding. The surrounding stands were packed with enthusiastic students. Small sensing crystal pillars were positioned at the edge of the arena to record combat information and manage credit deductions and transfers. Freshman Su Chen, challenging the defender, wagered credits, 3 points. The clear voice, though not loud, cut through the din of the crowd. Gasps of astonishment erupted around. A freshman? Challenging the defender? Betting 3 points of credits? Has he lost his mind? Which freshman is this audacious? Su Chen. He is the newly minted 4-star great fighter. A few recognized him and gasped in surprise. Eyes instantly focused. Among the crowd were those who were shocked, those who questioned, and many more who were simply excited to witness the spectacle. Soon, a tall and imposing second-year student leaped onto the stage. A hint of anger and disdain on his face at being challenged by a newcomer. You dare. Today, I shall teach you that even among great fighters, there are disparities. Remember, the one who will defeat you is Zhang Meng. His body radiated a somewhat ostentatious crimson aura, as the energy of a 3-star great fighter erupted forth. Please guide me, Su Chen replied with a gentle smile, his figure flickering as he appeared on the stage. A warm, earthy glow enveloped him, and a sturdy, diamond-shaped armor of energy swiftly covered his entire being, emanating the steady presence of a 4-star great fighter, devoid of any flamboyance, yet causing a slight change in Zhang Meng's expression. Begin, the referee declared. Chapter 39, The Arena, Part 2, Crimson Flame Fist. Zhang Meng roared as he charged forward. His right fist engulfed in raging flames, producing a scorching wave of heat aimed directly at Su Chen's face, an impressive display of force. Su Chen did not flinch or evade, nor did he show any intention of counterattacking. Calmly, he raised his right arm, clad in earthy armor, fingers spread wide, and casually blocked the incoming attack as if brushing away a gentle breeze. Rock shield. Bang. A dull thud echoed. Flames erupted. Zhang Meng felt as if his fist, capable of shattering stone, had struck a veritable mountain of iron. The terrifying force was accompanied by a heavy recoil that rendered his entire arm numb. Not bad. Su Chen mused, having tested the rock shield. He now took the encounter more seriously. Energy of the fire element coalesced in his right hand. As he activated the crushing steps and surged forward. Explosive flame strike. Zhang Meng's eyes widened in horror. His reaction too late as he hastily attempted to condense his crimson flame fist. The two fists collided. Ah! Zhang Meng cried out, losing his balance and soaring through the air like a projectile, tracing a clumsy arc. With a thunderous crash, he slammed against the boundary barrier of the arena. Rolling to the ground, dazed and disoriented, his arm hanging limply, clearly dislocated. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone was stunned by this swift and decisive display. Bordering on humiliation, Zhang Meng's 3-star prowess seemed utterly powerless before Su Chen, akin to that of a mere child. Next. Su Chen's voice remained gentle as he scanned the audience. After a brief silence, a wave of fervent excitement surged forth. Shocked, ecstatic, and incredulous. The name of the new student, Su Chen, rapidly spread throughout the arena. A wind attribute's 2nd-star great fighter, known for his speed, leaped onto the stage. Unwilling to accept defeat, his figure blurred like the wind, leaving behind fleeting afterimages as his slender sword shimmered with cold light, aimed at the gaps in Su Chen's armor. However, Su Chen's movements, though seemingly unhurried, danced with precision in the confined space, narrowly evading each critical strike. The earthy armor that enveloped him merely sparked with tiny embers and produced a low grinding sound upon contact with the fine sword, leaving not even a scratch. Have you had enough? Su Chen's calm voice rang out as his opponent's assault failed once more, his figure suddenly blurring. Bang! A fist, enveloped in a coat of earthy yellow diamond armor, had mysteriously appeared at the abdomen of the wind attribute student. Although the speed was not swift, it completely sealed off all avenues for evasion, as if he had lunged into it himself. The wind attribute student's eyes bulged, his body curling like a shrimp. As though struck by a colossal hammer, he was sent flying, crashing against the barrier before sliding down, clutching his abdomen, unable to rise for quite some time. Another 3 credits were added to the tally. The third contender to ascend the stage was a young man with an impressively refined aura. His blue aura armor rippled like flowing water, demonstrating exceptional force-dissipating capabilities. He was a peak 5-star battle master. It was Senior Huang Su. The top contender from the outer academy had taken action. Gasps erupted from the audience. 2 serpentine water dragons entwined and lunged forth with astonishing cutting and constricting power, targeting Su Chen with lethal intent. This time, Su Chen set aside his casual demeanor. He took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Rock shield. With a commanding shout, earthy yellow aura surged forth like a raging tide. A massive aura shield, over 3 meters in diameter and solid as a mountain, suddenly coalesced before him. The shield's surface displayed distinct rock patterns, its edges sharp and defined, emanating an unwavering aura of stability. As if it could withstand all tumultuous waves. Boom! The two furious water pythons crashed violently against the rock giant shield. The shield trembled violently, its surface ablaze with flashing yellow and blue light. Behind the shield, Chen feet seemed rooted to the ground, unwavering. Boom! The clash between the two serpents and the rock shield erupted with a thunderous roar. The violent shockwave rippled through the arena, causing it to hum with energy. The ground of the stage instantly became riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Had it not been for the protective array, it would have collapsed. The azure giant pythons savagely gnawed at the rock barrier, their sharp water blades slicing against the shield, producing a grating sound that sent chills down one's spine, scattering countless sparks of energy. The shield shook violently, the yellow and blue lights intertwining, flickering. A dense mist enveloped the arena, nearly drowning it. Yet, the rock shield, forged from pure earth attribute aura, stood resolute like an ancient mountain barrier. No matter how the two serpents roared and rampaged, nor how fierce their onslaught, it remained steadfast. Behind the shield, Chen stood firm, his body showing no sign of wavering, his gaze as calm as ice, arms slightly bent, continuously channeling earthy yellow aura into the shield, maintaining this impregnable defense. Break for me. Huang Su's forehead bulged with veins as he roared, pouring every ounce of his aura into the twin serpents. The two water pythons swelled in size, their might increasing further. Yet, the shield stood as immovable as a mountain. How is this possible? Senior Huang Su's twin serpents can crush even the hardest of metals. What manner of monstrous defense is that shield? Chen's aura reserves were astounding. Gasps of disbelief echoed from the audience. Just as the force of the twin serpents reached its zenith, Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened like a blade. Can you not withstand it? Disperse. With a deep, resonant command, the rock giant shield disintegrated, fulfilling its defensive purpose as it shattered into fragments. In an instant, the two water pythons, howling, surged towards Chen with a fierce roar. Chen unleashed a force capable of crushing all obstacles, tearing through the pervasive mist, and bravely colliding with the two water pythons whose strength had already waned and whose follow-up was powerless. There was no earth-shattering explosion, but rather a relentless onslaught. The seemingly fierce illusion of the water pythons crumbled like paper before the overwhelming power of fire, instantly shattering into countless fragments, their energy dissipating entirely. Huang Su's pupils constricted as he swiftly activated his water step technique, advancing boldly. He was prepared for close combat. Close combat? A subtle smile graced Chen's lips. He was undaunted. Over the past decade, under the tutelage and training of Dian Wei, although Chen had never truly engaged in a life-or-death battle, his combat awareness was far from lacking. He immediately executed the crumbling mountain step to charge forward. Water step? A gasp erupted from the audience below. Huang Su's feet sent rippling waves across the surface, his form darting through the mist like a fish, his palms glowing with a chilling blue light. Targeting Chen's throat with his renowned technique, the mysterious Yin Palm. Chapter 40, The Arena, Part 3. A sharp glint ignited in Chen's eyes as he suddenly stomped his left foot down. Boom. The stone arena erupted with spiderweb-like cracks, and a reddish-yellow energy surged from his feet, propelling him forward like a released arrow towards Huang Su. His right fist blazed with fiery intensity. Chen held nothing back, unleashing all his strength. With a thunderous impact, as their fists collided, Huang Su's face changed dramatically. The water-based force reduction technique he prided himself on was as fragile as paper. The explosive fire energy contained within Chen's punch penetrated layer after layer of defense, leaving his entire right arm instantly numb. Close mountain strike. Chen bellowed, shifting his attack. A whirlwind of earthy energy erupted from his elbow. Huang Su's hastily erected defensive posture was shattered by this blow, his protective energy crumbling like an eggshell. Blood arched through the air in a gruesome arc. Huang Su was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing more dramatically than before, tumbling several times in the air before smashing against the boundary of the arena, producing a heart-stopping thud, and then sliding down to the ground like a broken sack. He attempted to struggle to his feet but coughed up another mouthful of blood, his arms aching painfully, his chest heavy, nearly unable to breathe, his gaze vacant. Completely devoid of combat capability, the arena fell into a profound silence. All present bore witness to Chen's burning fist, illuminating terror, the circular depression in the arena's center. 10 meters in diameter, the flickering sparks amidst the lingering mist, the glint of astonishment in the elder judge's eyes, realizing just how formidable this young man was. I concede. Huang Su wiped the blood from his lips and bowed deeply, clasping his fists. Thank you for showing mercy, Junior. He felt acutely that Chen had held back in that final blow. Otherwise, he would have been incapacitated for at least half a year. The entire arena was enveloped in a deathly stillness. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Everyone, whether new or seasoned, stared wide-eyed and agape at the proud figure standing in the arena and the slowly dissipating remnants of reddish-yellow energy before him, alongside Huang Su, the first-ranked student of the Outer Academy, lying defeated on the stage. A peak 5-star great fighter, the Outer Academy's widely acknowledged strongest expert, had he truly been vanquished. And he was defeated in such a devastating and overwhelming manner by a newcomer who had only just joined a few days prior. After a brief silence, the arena erupted like a volcano. He won. Chen triumphed. My heavens. A 4-star effortlessly overpowering a 5-star. How did he achieve this? That shield. That fiery fist. Absolutely formidable. The first of the External Academy. The new champion of the External Academy. Chen. A monster. A true monster. The roar of the crowd nearly threatened to topple the dome of the arena. All the astonishment, fervor, admiration, and disbelief coalesced into a single name, Chen. At the edge of the arena, Han Yu, Lin Xiuyan, Lin Yan, Lu Qing, and others, who had just arrived, were equally stunned by the spectacle before them. They knew Chen was powerful, but witnessing him so decisively defeat the long-established champion Huang Su was a revelation that struck deep within their hearts. In Han Yu's cool gaze, for the first time, Chen's figure was vividly reflected, imbued with an unprecedented gravity and a subtle brilliance she herself was unaware of. Lin Xiuyan reigned in his habitual languid smile, his eyes sharp as a hawk, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with his sleeve. His heart surging. With the rock as a shield and the fiery fist, his offense and defense were seamlessly integrated. Such formidable strength. What could possibly be his limit? Lin Yin, mouth agape, finally slapped his thigh with vigor. Wow. Incredible! Chen, from now on, you're my brother. His gaze towards Chen was filled with pure fervor. The first of the external academy, Chen. The cheers resounded like a tsunami. Enduring and relentless. In the following 3 days, Chen's life became as regular as clockwork. In the morning, within the confines of the first academy, as dawn broke, he would be alone in the training ground honing his skills. The colossal rock shield coalesced time and again, transforming from the ethereal to the tangible. Growing larger with each iteration, condensing faster and lasting longer. At times, the shield stood immovable like a mountain, his comprehension of the rock shield deepened through relentless practice. And the essence of being unyielding as a mountain became increasingly harmonious and adept. In the afternoon, he would timely appear in the arena. However, the atmosphere was drastically different. As he stepped onto the familiar stage, the once boisterous arena fell into a profound silence. No challengers. For 3 consecutive days. Not a single student dared to face this newly crowned champion of the external academy. When his gentle gaze swept across the audience, many averted their eyes. Some even instinctively taking a step back. To challenge him, the risk of losing not only meant forfeiting credits, but also facing an inevitable and humiliating defeat before a crowd. Those few upperclassmen who had been easily vanquished were still nursing their wounds, serving as living examples of caution. In the evenings, he would engage in focused cultivation of the Earth's Fire Classic. Coupled with the pure energy of the Rock Garden, it steadily tempered his fighting spirit, advancing him toward the barrier of becoming a 5-star master. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the arena remained devoid of challengers. Standing alone on the empty stage, Chen surveyed the audience, their gazes filled with awe, curiosity, and even a hint of fear, and he understood. Here, the significance of challenge had dissipated for him. While academic credits are undeniably significant, the pursuit of them solely for the sake of achievement pales in comparison to surpassing one's rivals, as it offers no real enhancement to one's capabilities. The path of cultivation dictates that stagnation equates to regression. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the tempestuous trials of life. A resolute voice resonates within him. What he truly requires is authentic refinement. Battles at the precipice of danger that will awaken his latent potential and broaden his horizons on the battlefield. A name crystallizes in his mind, the enforcement team. Mentioned by the Fire Elder during the freshman ceremony, it embodies the iron will and order of Canaan Academy. This organization is reputed to undertake the most perilous missions, perpetually entwined with blood and fire. With his mind made up, Chen does not linger. He descends the arena with measured steps, directly exiting the bustling combat arena under the scrutiny of countless gazes. The towering black walls sever the connection between the inside and outside, and the cold iron gate is devoid of any ostentatious embellishments, save for 2 iron characters that seem stained with rust. Enforcement team. A chilling, iron-clad aura emanates from the tightly shut gate, sending shivers down the spine. Here, it feels as if the very air is thick with an almost imperceptible scent of blood. Standing before the door, Chen gazes up at the words enforcement team, his gentle visage betraying no fear, rather a glimmer of anticipation and resolve. He takes a deep breath, raises his hand, and steadily pushes open the door that symbolizes the true battleground of Ashura. The hinges creak with a heavy, icy groan, and an atmosphere of deep solemnity and lethal intent rushes forth. Chapter 41. The Enforcement Team, Part 1. The black cast iron door of the enforcement team isolates the tumult of the outside world. The dull friction of the turning hinges heralds his entry into an alternate realm. Inside, the light abruptly dims, becoming cold and foreboding. The air is saturated with a faint scent of rust, aged leather, and a deeper, lingering hint of blood that is nearly impossible to fully cleanse. The walls flanking him bear no adornment, save for moonstones embedded in the recesses, casting a ghastly pallor that illuminates a row of fearsome weapons, massive sides stained with darkened blood, ferocious steel claws adorned with barbs, and short daggers glimmering with an eerie blue light. Each weapon exudes a bone-chilling aura of lethality, silently narrating tales of past brutality. The oppressive atmosphere is suffocating enough to overwhelm an ordinary student. Chen walks steadily along the frigid corridor, his gentle countenance revealing no sign of turmoil. Yet within the depths of his dark eyes, a flicker of eager flames simmers. A newcomer? A slightly hoarse voice breaks the silence. In the corner, a wiry, iron-skinned middle-aged man lifts his gaze. New student from the Outer Academy, Chen. Chen replies calmly, slightly bowing in respect as he reports for duty. A newcomer? The thin man, scarred and one-eyed, displays a fleeting glimmer of surprise, soon replaced by a deeper scrutiny. A sheep from the Outer Academy dares to venture into this den of wolves? Intriguing. Do you understand the rules? Please enlighten me. Su Chen responds with a demeanor that is neither submissive nor arrogant. Enlightenment is not my place, the scarred man remarks, rising to approach a colossal black obsidian stele in the center of the hall. The crystal tablet, smooth as a mirror, was far from static. Its surface was in a state of perpetual motion, rolling with a dense array of crimson characters, urgent, at the edge of the Black Corner domain. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps is raiding merchant caravans and slaughtering civilians. A squad is required for extermination. Estimated adversaries, 1 7-star Grand Fighter and several fighters. Merit, 80 points. Escort, accompany the 3rd-rank alchemist Qingmu of the Medicine Guild to Feng City for a trading event lasting 5 days. Risk, moderate, potential encounters with bandits from the Black Corner domain. Merit, 120 points. Wanted, fugitive student Zhang Kue, 6-star Grand Fighter, in collusion with members of the Black Alliance. Has stolen the Academy's advanced martial technique Wind Shadow Step and fled towards Black Seal City. Life or death is inconsequential. Merit, 150 points. Investigation, at the outskirts of the Monster Beast mountain range, 3rd-rank monster beasts, the Rending Earth Lizard, are exhibiting unusually violent behavior. Suspected to be influenced by a rare treasure or the aura of high-level monsters. A squad is needed to ascertain the cause and evaluate the threat. Risk, high, potential encounters with peak 3rd-rank or 4th-rank monsters. Merit, 200 points. With a wave of his hand, the complicated task information on the crystal tablet was instantly filtered, leaving only a few options, suitable for novice trials. Exterminate the Scorpion Bandit nest at the periphery of the Black Corner domain. Leader, 4-star Grand Fighter. Merit, 50 points. Escort a batch of low-level medicinal materials to Peace Town. Risk, low. Merit, 30 points. Assist the city guard in patrolling the outskirts of Canaan City for 3 days. Merit, 25 points. Choose, the scarred, one-eyed man said, fixing his gaze on Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes skimmed over the safer tasks without pausing, ultimately landing on a non-novice recommendation. Marked as medium to high risk, escort and hunt, accompany the Lin Merchant Association caravan from Qianin Town to Luoqing, passing through the edge of the Black Domain Plains. Intelligence indicates that recently unidentified armed forces have been active in the area, suspected to be members of the Mad Lion Gang. The Merchant Association additionally offers a bounty for the elimination or repulsion of harassers, compensating according to strength, with no upper limit. Law enforcement merit, base 100 points. With additional assessment of achievements. This one, Su Chen declared, decisively pointing at the task. The scarred man's single eye narrowed sharply as he appraised Su Chen, the edge of the Black Domain Plains. Kid, that place reeks of blood and sand. Are you certain? A non-committal grunt escaped the scarred man, who ceased further dialogue and swiftly operated the tablet. The 7th squad of the Jiazi team is 1 member short. Team leader Wu Zhen, 8-star Grand Fighter. Consider yourself included. The mission briefing has been issued. Gather at the southern gate of Peace Town in 1 incense sticks time. Remember, the first iron rule of the law enforcement team. The mission supersedes all, including your life. The second rule, absolute obedience to the captain's orders. The third rule, any betrayal or desertion. He made a gesture across his throat, and a glint of cold light flashed in his single eye, will be met with lethal consequences. Outside the southern gate of Peace Town, the yellow sand swirled. A caravan consisting of a dozen heavy camel carts was preparing to set out. The carts, pulled by remarkably enduring 2nd-rank monster beasts, were covered with reinforced metal plates. Flying the banner of the Lin Merchant Association, a giant hammer intertwined with a mountain. The association's guards, mostly fighters, bore tense expressions, their vigilant gazes scanning the desolate surroundings. 5 figures clad in the law enforcement team's dark uniforms awaited them. At the forefront stood a robust figure, his rugged visage marred by a faint scar on his left cheek, exuding a steady and formidable presence. He was Wu Zhen, an 8-star Dome Master. A hefty ghost-headed knife hung from his waist, and he furrowed his brow as he regarded the approaching Su Chen. A newcomer? A 4-star Dome Master? Wu Zhen's expression tightened further, his voice laden with unabashed skepticism. What nonsense is this? Sending a rookie to carry out such a task? Chapter 42, Law Enforcement Team, Part 2. The members behind him exhibited glances of scrutiny and discontent. 2 team members exuded the aura of peak 1-star Dome Masters. One was lean and agile with keen eyes, Ho-san, while the other appeared somewhat dull-witted, carrying a longbow on his back, Shirley. The remaining 2 were 5-star Dome Master Zhang Meng, armed with a sturdy iron staff, distinct from the Zhang Meng of the arena, and 6-star Dome Master Zhao Shui, a stern-faced woman wielding dual short daggers. Su Chen, a newcomer from the Outer Academy, calmly reported in, undeterred by the doubts cast upon him. He had been ordered to join Team A7 for this escort mission. The first of the Outer Academy? A flicker of surprise crossed Wu Zhen's eyes. For he was well aware of Su Chen's reputation. He scrutinized Su Chen for a moment before huffing, I hope you are not merely a name. Remember, the Black Domain Plains are not the Academy's arena. Here, life and death are the only stakes. There is no room for leniency during the mission. All actions are to be directed by me. Those who act recklessly shall not blame me for my ruthless blade. Yes, Captain, Su Chen replied, his tone calm yet imbued with undeniable resolve. The caravan set forth, the heavy wheels grinding over gravel, producing a monotonous yet thunderous sound. The jingle of camel bells echoed desolately across the vast expanse. Once beyond the influence of Canaan City, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. The yellow desert stretched endlessly, dotted only by sporadic low shrubs and jagged stones, the heat waves distorting the horizon. The air was thick with the arid scent of dust. mingled with an elusive sense of agitation and unease. Stay alert. We are at the edge of the Black Domain Plains, the hunting ground of the Lion Gang and their hyenas. Wu Zhen's voice resonated low and foreboding as he rode on his towering black-scaled horse, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings with the acuity of a hawk. Ho San, Shirley, advanced 3 miles to scout. Zhang Ming to the left. Zhao Shui to the right. Su Chen, you will provide support from the center, keeping an eye on the rear. Understood. The group replied in unison, swiftly dispersing. Ho San and Shirley darted into the rocky terrain ahead, their figures vanishing in a series of agile movements. Zhang Ming and Zhao Shui also galloped away from the main formation of the caravan, spreading out to cover nearly a 1,000-meter radius. The caravan trudged on for 3 days in a heavy silence. As night descended, they camped in a sheltered area near a cluster of weathered rock pillars. The crackling campfire dispelled the chill and darkness of the wilderness. The tense guards gathered around the flames, silently gnawing on their rations, the atmosphere taut as a drawn bowstring. Captain, we have enemies approaching. Su Chen sensed a large group of individuals rapidly closing in on their position. Zhang Ming, responsible for vigilance, tightened his grip on his staff and murmured, "It's too quiet. Not even the common sand rats are stirring." Zhao Shui polished her daggers, her icy gaze sweeping through the darkness. "Something has been following us for at least 2 days. It moves swiftly, appearing and disappearing like a scouting hawk." Wu Zhen's face was grave as he grasped a handful of sand, attuning himself to the wind's direction and humidity. There was a sweet and metallic scent in the air, a fresh scent of blood. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and bellowed, "All personnel, be on high alert. Extinguish the fire. Defensive formation." No sooner had the command been issued than a transformation occurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing, mournful sounds of projectiles sliced through the night sky. Shadows engulfed in a ghastly green flame, akin to venomous serpents from the depths of hell, descended from the heights of the rock pillars and emerged from behind the sand dunes, ruthlessly targeting the most densely packed areas of the caravan's camels and their guards. An enemy attack. It was the bone-eroding rockets. Fortify your defenses. Wu Zhen roared, drawing his ghostly blade in an instant. A concentrated earth and yellow energy slicing through the poisonous arrows aimed at the camel carts. Boom, boom, boom. The poisoned arrows collided with the metal plates of the carts or the ground, erupting violently. The viscous green flames burned fiercely, hissing as they released a sweet yet deadly toxic smoke. In an instant, several outer guards screamed in agony, either engulfed by the toxic fire or collapsing to the ground, convulsing from inhaling the noxious fumes. Kill. Accompanied by a ferocious roar, dozens of shadows surged forth like phantoms from the surrounding darkness. Clad in tattered leather armor and wielding an eclectic array of weapons, their faces bore cruel scars and tattoos, their eyes gleaming with unbridled greed and murderous intent. The 3 leaders exuded the most menacing aura. The central figure was extraordinarily tall and robust, resembling an iron tower, his bare chest muscular and covered in bizarre black tattoos. He wielded a fearsome, barbed war club, each step sending tremors through the ground. A first-star battle spirit, his violent presence swept through the camp like a tempest. To his left stood a slender figure, pale of face, with blood-red lips and long, sharp black nails resembling poisoned daggers. His movements were ethereal as if weightless, radiating the chilling aura of a 9-star peak battle master. On the right stood a man brandishing heavy chain flails, his face twisted into a sinister grin, his bloodthirsty gaze reflecting the same peak prowess of an 8-star battle master. The Savage Lion Gang, Butcher Baron, Bloodclaw Scorpion, Skull Crusher Bull. Wu Zhen's expression shifted to one of extreme dismay, his voice tinged with hoarseness. Damn it, the intelligence was gravely underestimated. It's a trap. Form the formation. Fight to the death. Form the formation? Too late. The burly Baron cackled, his war club, imbued with a terrifying force, tore through the air as it descended upon Wu Zhen. Die. Clang. The deafening clash of metal reverberated. Wu Zhen roared as he raised his blade to clash against the war club, the earth and yellow energy erupting fiercely in collision with the dark red battle aura. The shockwave surged, causing the ground beneath Wu Zhen to crack violently, his towering frame forced back several meters, the grip of his blade causing blood to flow from his crushed hands. The disparity between a 1-star battle spirit and an 8-star battle master was starkly evident in sheer strength. Giggle, giggle, sweet little girl. Let your sister take good care of you. The pale man, Bloodclaw Scorpion, let out a spine-chilling cackle, his form dissolving into a blurred sanguine shadow as his 10 poisoned claws tore through the air, producing a shrill whistle aimed directly at Zhao Shui. Even before the claws arrived, a nauseatingly sweet scent overwhelmed the senses, leaving one dizzy and disoriented. Zhao Shui's complexion turned deathly pale, her twin daggers danced like the wind, forming a barrier of cold radiance around her. The clashing sounds resonated like a tempest. Though she was a 6-star Grandmaster renowned for her speed, she could only struggle against the 9-star Apex Scorpion, each collision causing her blood to surge and her arms to tingle, while the chilling poison relentlessly sought to erode her fighting spirit. Ha! Scum, turn into minced meat for me. The 8-star Pinnacle Grandmaster, Crusher Bull, wielding a chain flail, grinned malevolently as he charged towards Zhang Ming and the 2 1-star Grandmasters, Ho San and Shirley. The heavy flail swung like a black whirlwind of death, accompanied by a howling wind that split the air. Wherever it passed, the atmosphere was ruptured. Chapter 43, Law Enforcement Team, Part 3, 5-star Grandmaster Zhang Ming roared as he swung his staff to defend himself, only to be struck violently on the shoulder by the chain flail. With a crack, his shoulder bone shattered, and blood gushed forth as he was sent flying. Ho-san and Shirley faced perilous situations, barely evading with their agile movements. Any misstep could lead to their utter obliteration. Su-chen, stop that flail wielder! Wu Zhen's eyes widened with fury, blood trickling from his lips as he struggled to withstand Baron's tempestuous blows, shouting hoarsely. In this moment, he could only hope that Su-chen could entangle the 8-star pinnacle bowl, for otherwise, Ho-san and Shirley would undoubtedly meet their doom. And the entire team along with the merchant convoy would collapse entirely. Su-chen sprang into action. Amidst the bloodshed and chaos of the battlefield, amidst the violent shockwaves of fighting spirit and the anguished cries, the figure that had remained silent suddenly transformed into a streak of crimson light. Mountain-crushing step. He stomped fiercely upon the ground. The rocks beneath him shattered like tofu, collapsing under his weight. A wave of solid, earthy energy erupted forward in a fan shape. Harnessing this explosive recoil, Su-chen's speed surged to its zenith. There were no extravagant afterimages, only a raw, domineering advance that tore through the air in a straight line. Targeting the grinning 8-star pinnacle grandmaster, Crusher Bull. Bull sensed the furious wind approaching from the side. Abruptly turning his head to see Su-chen daring to charge forth, grinning maliciously. You little brat, seeking death. Facing a blow capable of shattering mountains. Su-chen's speed did not waver in the slightest. His gaze was eerily calm, holding nothing back as he unleashed the perfected advanced martial technique, Explosive Flame Charge. To its utmost potential, Explosive Flame Charge. Just as the chain flail was about to collide with him, Su-chen shouted, and his right fist surged forth. The Crimson Fire attribute fighting spirit, akin to volcanic magma suppressed for millennia, violently compressed and coalesced atop his fist. In the next moment, a concentrated beam of red light, as fierce as the core of molten lava and akin to a world-ending spear, erupted from his fist. There was no diffusion, only concentration, only devastating penetration and incineration. Boom. The red beam collided fiercely with the heavy chain flail. The anticipated scene of Su-chen being sent flying did not materialize. The chain flail, forged from fine steel and capable of shattering mountains, upon contact with the crimson beam, had its front half vaporized as if it had been thrown into a furnace, melting away amidst a shrill hissing sound and blinding light, consumed by the terrifying flames of fighting spirit. The fractured half of the chain whip, distorted by intense heat, was hurled away. What? The fierce grin on the face of the bullman abruptly froze, transforming into boundless horror. He scarcely had time to contemplate the situation before the crimson beam, having severed the chain whip, diminished in power by only a third, yet still surged forward, imbued with a devastating aura that threatened to annihilate all in its path, crashing towards his chest. In a moment of peril, the bullman let out a furious roar, unleashing his full might as an 8-star pinnacle fighter, coalescing a formidable, earthen yellow light shield before him. Simultaneously, he desperately leaned backward. With a thunderous clash, the explosive beam collided violently against the light shield. The shield barely held for less than a breath before shattering with a resounding crash. The residual crimson flame struck fiercely against the bullman's chest. A piercing scream erupted. His chest was charred black, and the sturdy leather armor was torn apart and incinerated, revealing mangled flesh and bone. A scent of charred flesh permeated the air. His massive form was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a battering ram. Blood gushing from his mouth, and he crashed violently into a weathered stone pillar, collapsing amidst the rubble, teetering on the brink of death. One strike. Merely one strike. The advanced Earth-grade combat technique, Flame Burst, with its terrifying penetrating power and explosive fire attribute, had grievously injured an 8-star pinnacle grandmaster. However, this thunderous blow instantly drew the attention of the most fearsome presence on the battlefield. You dare harm my brother? Seeking death. The roar of an injured bear reverberated across the field. The 1-star battle spirit, Baron, who had been relentlessly pressuring Wu Zhen, caught sight of the bullman's tragic fate and was instantly consumed by rage. He abruptly abandoned his assault on Wu Zhen. His massive frame exploded forth with an extraordinary speed that belied his size, each step causing the ground to ripple like waves. In his hand, the menacing spiked mace, infused with a dark red gale that could rend all, plummeted towards Su-chen like a falling star, radiating an unmatched aura of death. Su-chen, watch out. Wu Zhen's warning was drowned out by the terrifying shriek of the mace slicing through the air. The might of a battle spirit was far beyond that of a grand master. In his fury, Baron unleashed his full strength, the mace, adorned with vicious barbs, entwined with a thick, blood-red battle aura, forming a vortex of horrifying wind that tore through the air, unleashing ghostly wails. The mere aftermath of this gale reduced the ground's debris to dust, and the earth beneath Su-chen's feet silently caved in. The shadow of death swiftly enveloped him. Too swift, too powerful. This was the essence of a battle spirit. Su-chen's pupils constricted to pinpricks. In that instant, every drop of blood in his body seemed to freeze. The oppressive force of the battle spirit descended like a tangible mountain, causing his bones to groan under the weight. This is bad. There is no time. At this life and death juncture, Su-chen's will erupted like a rock. The combat instincts honed over a decade surged forth, seizing control of his body. Rock shield, diamond body, and reverse mountain step. In the direst moment, Su-chen swiftly conjured the advanced defensive technique, rock shield, along with the body refining secret art, diamond body, and forcefully stepped back with his left foot. The rock beneath him did not shatter. Rather, it trembled unnaturally, collapsing into a deep pit as if liquefied. Utilizing this chaotic recoil, his body, which should have surged forward, was instead yanked backward at an angle and speed beyond reason, as if grasped by an invisible giant hand. Boom! The insufficiently charged rock shield barely withstood the onslaught for a fleeting moment before shattering. A thunderous roar erupted, as if the ground had been struck directly by a celestial meteor, producing an ear-splitting cacophony. The solid earth was instantaneously torn asunder, creating a gaping chasm several meters in diameter, with spiderweb-like fractures rapidly spreading outward. A frenzied shockwave, mingled with debris and earth, surged forth like a tangible wave of death, violently expanding in a circular motion, uprooting flora and scattering rocky fragments in its wake. Su Chen's pupils constricted in that moment of catastrophic tempest. He unleashed the profound footwork of the crumbling mountain technique to its utmost limit. His body became like willow fluff in a tempest, striving desperately to dissipate the overwhelming force. Nevertheless, the earthy-hued rock armor enveloping him flickered violently, emitting a series of ominous cracks, instantly becoming riddled with fissures. An uncontrollable metallic sweetness surged to his throat, as blood welled up only to be staunchly swallowed back down, his internal organs feeling as though they had been displaced. He was akin to a kite severed from its string, violently hurled by the shockwave, his back slamming solidly against a towering rock column. The dull thud of impact was heart-stopping. The column trembled violently, its surface instantly marred with spiderweb-like cracks, with fragments cascading down. Su Chen let out a muffled groan, his complexion as pale as parchment, nearly losing control of the gathered fighting spirit. Chapter 44. The Enforcement Team, Part 4, Little Mouse, You're Quite Nimble. Baron. A formidable fighter from the Mad Lion Gang, seethed with rage as his strike missed its mark, his coppery eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty crimson light. Brandishing the heavy, blood-soaked wolf fang mace, he unleashed a torrent of fighting spirit, preparing to strike again. The oppressive aura of a fighter at the spirit level descended upon the injured Su Chen like an immovable mountain. The sense of impending peril had yet to subside when an even colder, viscous presence, akin to the strike of a venomous serpent, suddenly manifested ominously beside Su Chen's ear. Giggle, giggle, dear brother, your sister has come to keep you company. A chill ran down Su Chen's spine. A bone-chilling cold, reeking of blood and sweetness, pierced through him like the fangs of a viper, aimed directly at his vulnerable back. It was the blood-lost scorpion. This ghostly figure, a peak 9-star grandmaster, had stealthily maneuvered behind him without a sound. The ghastly pallor of her face, reminiscent of a lifeless being, was twisted into a morbidly ecstatic grin. Her 10 fingers sharpened with deadly poison glimmering with an eerie blue light akin to ghostly flames. This strike was silent and swift as lightning, targeting the most critical points of Su Chen's back and neck. The timing was calculated to perfection. Exploiting Su Chen's moment of exhaustion after enduring Baron's brutal blow, his fighting spirit in disarray, and his defenses at their most vulnerable. Caught between the lethal assault of a frenzied fighter and the treacherous strike of a sinister assassin, he was truly besieged from all sides, facing certain doom. Su Chen. In the distance, Wu Shen, entangled with 2 fearless grandmasters of the Black Alliance, screamed in despair, his eyes wide with fury. He struggled desperately to break free, but his adversaries clung to him like parasites, engaging in a reckless exchange of injuries and lives, pinning him firmly in place. Joshua, Zhang Meng, Hosan, Shirley, and others found themselves ensnared in their respective battles, each bearing injuries and struggling for survival. As they witnessed Su Chen cornered in a dire predicament, a chilling despair surged like a frigid tide, overwhelming their hearts. The icy rock column pressed against their backs, while the ferocious beast, the bloodthirsty spirit baron, roared towards them, accompanied by the deadly, venomous 9-star pinnacle scorpion lurking behind. The shadow of death had never been so vividly clear, so frigid, that it threatened to freeze Su Chen's very soul. Yet, amidst this absolute abyss of despair, a sudden eruption of fervent madness ignited within the depths of Su Chen's darkened eyes, dimmed by excruciating pain and exhaustion, resembling molten lava in its intensity. Do you wish for my demise? It shall not be so easily achieved. From the depths of his consciousness, an overwhelming soul power, honed through relentless cultivation of the soul refinement technique, ignited like a long-dormant volcano awakened by the imminent threat of death. The soul force surged forth with unprecedented ferocity, compressing with resolute determination. Do you intend to slay me? You think you can? A low, mournful growl, akin to that of a wounded wolf, escaped from Su Chen's throat. Infused with a fervent resolve, he refrained from executing the expected evasive or defensive maneuvers. Instead, he abruptly lifted his head, disregarding the lethal mace and venomous claws. His bloodshot eyes radiating piercing, invisible brilliance. His target was fixed upon Baron and the scorpion behind him. With a soul-shattering howl, the air trembled. Boom. There were no earth-shattering explosions of battle energy, nor blinding flashes of power. An intangible yet profound storm of pure soul energy, centered around Su Chen, coalesced into an invisible hammer forged from countless glowing steel needles, ruthlessly striking outwards in all directions. This was not an assault upon the flesh, rather. It resonated directly within the enemy's souls, a scream and tremor potent enough to rend their very essences asunder. Baron and the scorpion, at the forefront of this onslaught, found their bloodthirsty, deranged grins frozen in place, resembling masks of petrified plaster. Baron felt his soul, honed over years of rigorous training and more resilient than that of ordinary beings, brutally pierced and torn asunder by a massive, rune-engraved iron spike, glowing red-hot, wielded with unstoppable force. All at once, he was engulfed by an abyss of darkness, his ears filled with a piercing buzz, sharp enough to shatter reason. as if summoned from the depths of hell. Even with his formidable soul strength at the level of a battle spirit, he was utterly unprepared for the overwhelming impact of Su Chen's advanced soul technique, which condensed the entirety of his soul source. He trembled like a flickering candle in the wind, his consciousness spiraling into a chaotic void, beset by indescribable pain. His frantic form came to an abrupt halt. The turbulent dark red battle energy surrounding him roiling violently, revealing clear signs of chaos and collapse. The scorpion fared even worse. His abilities leaned heavily towards speed and ambush, rendering his soul power relatively fragile, and he was positioned closest to Su Chen's assault. The soul scream erupted almost at point-blank range, its potency magnified to the utmost. He felt as though his skull were stuffed with countless tons of explosives, primed for instantaneous detonation. Countless glowing steel needles, barbed and relentless, plunged mercilessly into every recess of his consciousness. A shriek, so piercing it hardly resembled human sound, erupted from his throat like the mournful cry of a night owl. His eyes rolling back as blood gushed forth from his mouth and nose. The two venomous claws that aimed for Su Chen's back and neck seemed to be ensnared by invisible chains, abruptly freezing midair. His body convulsing violently as if all his bones had been extracted. The devastating blow to his very soul rendered him momentarily powerless over his own body. This was the moment. The singular opportunity for life and death to reverse. Bloodshot eyes, with crimson streaks emerging from his 7 orifices like weeping blood, Su Chen, harnessing the prowess of a grand warrior, forcefully activated an advanced soul technique of the mysterious tier, the backlash akin to countless dull blades slicing through his sea of consciousness. The agony nearly causing him to faint, yet the string of survival within him was taut to its utmost, and relying on unparalleled willpower. He forcibly extracted every remaining ounce of strength from his body. He abruptly leaned forward, his body pressing against the rocky pillar, fingers splayed wide. Executing a complex and arcane motion that seemed to connect with the very veins of the earth, he struck down decisively onto the cracked, chaotic ground beneath him. Open up for me. Within his dantian, the fiery crimson energy representing the fire attribute and the earthy yellow energy representing the earth attribute ignited and fused at an unprecedented speed. Like two ancient dragons awakened from slumber, a primal, violent force, dormant for millennia, surged from the depths of the earth, roused by Su Chen's desperate will and fighting spirit. The flames of the earth split. Buzz. The ground within a radius of 10 zhang around the point of impact seemed to come alive. Countless spider-web-like golden cracks suddenly illuminated, resembling the blood vessels of a ruptured earth. Deep within these fissures, not molten lava, but a pure, more intense, blinding red light, akin to the power of the sun's core, erupted forth. The terrifying heat instantly warped the air, boiling and emitting a mournful hiss, distorting the very sight with its overwhelming waves of heat. Boom, 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 boom. Chapter 45, The Enforcement Team, Part 5. The earth groaned and roared in anguish. In the next instant, columns of destruction, each a foot in diameter, formed entirely of molten, golden flames, burst forth like a ferocious dragon, long imprisoned and finally set free, wielding the terrifying power to tear the earth asunder and incinerate all in its path. These columns did not erupt haphazardly, they moved with purpose and intention, guided by Su Chen's residual soul energy, shrieking as they tore through the space, precisely entangling and striking at Baron and the scorpions, who were momentarily incapacitated by the tremors of their souls. No, Baron, after all, was a formidable spirit warrior, his soul deeply rooted under the imminent threat of the destructive force about to consume him. The acute sense of crisis spurred him to break free from some of the bindings of his soul's disorientation, as he beheld the surging columns of lava beneath his feet, radiating an ominous glow of death. An overwhelming sense of terror and despair flooded his eyes for the first time. Instinctively, he let out a primal roar, desperately channeling the turbulent dark red energy within him to form the most formidable defensive barrier, while simultaneously stamping his feet against the ground in a frantic attempt to escape into the air. Yet, it was too late. The lava column, imbued with the ferocious power from the depths of the earth, approached with blinding speed. One particularly massive pillar, resembling the head of a lava dragon, came crashing down with a roar that threatened to incinerate all in its path, striking mercilessly against his hastily conjured energy shield. The piercing sound of dissolution echoed as the energy barrier, capable of withstanding the mightiest of attacks from ordinary combat masters, proved as fragile as snow under the scorching sun when faced with this earth-level technique containing a hint of celestial might. The dark red protective shield melted away at a visible pace, disintegrating before his very eyes. The bizarre, writhing black defensive tattoos on Baron's body flickered violently for a brief moment, only to extinguish completely like a candle in the wind. In the next instant, the terrifyingly high-temperature lava surged unimpeded into his robust form. A heart-wrenching scream, so piercing it could shatter the soul, resonated across the plain, utterly devoid of human semblance. Baron's once mighty physique writhed and burned in the crimson lava, contorting grotesquely. Flesh and blood carbonized and peeled away in the intense heat, producing a nauseating stench of charred remains that revealed stark white bones beneath. He struggled futilely, akin to a statue plunged into magma, convulsing for scarcely 2 breaths, before the furious aura of a combat master dissipated like a candle extinguished by a tempest. All that remained was a blackened, twisted remnant, devoid of human form, alongside a wolf-tooth club that had fallen to the ground, glowing red from the flames. The fate of the scorpion was even more tragic and swift. He did not even have the chance to awaken from the agony of his soul being torn apart. 3 lava columns, resembling venomous serpents striking, erupted from different angles, consuming his pale, twitching form in an instant. Not even a brief cry of despair escaped his lips, as he was engulfed in the blinding crimson light, disintegrating like a piece of paper thrown into a furnace, leaving no trace behind. Only the strange odor of poison and charred remains permeated the air, attesting to his former existence. The might of the earth-level technique was such that it could incinerate mountains and boil seas, terrifying indeed. After executing this final, life-reversing strike that drained his energy, Chen felt as though every bone, sinew, and even his soul had been instantaneously siphoned away. Darkness encroached upon his vision. The world spun around him, and an overwhelming sense of weakness and agony engulfed him like a tidal wave. A bitter thought flickered through his mind. He had truly overstepped this time. He was acutely aware that he was in the vast plains of the Black Corner region, where bloodshed and plunder were eternal themes, and his incapacitated self was nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. The instinct for survival surged within him. In the final moment before his consciousness succumbed to darkness, his nearly immobile fingers struggled to move, finally grasping a jade token. Cool to the touch and hidden in the corner of his storage ring. With the last vestiges of his strength, he crushed it. A faint, almost inaudible crack echoed. In the next moment, an abyss of darkness engulfed all his senses like a furious tide. His body lost all support and collapsed forward, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth, staining the charred ground like a spring's flow. He had forced himself to unleash soul techniques far beyond his limits, draining every ounce of his energy to release earth-tier skills. The terrifying backlash surged through him like countless razor blades, mercilessly ravaging his body and threatening to tear apart his resilient veins. The stone armor that had once shielded him had long since disintegrated, leaving him clad in tattered garments marred with cracks and bloodstains. Chen, a roar erupted. Imbued with an indescribable rage and sorrow, Chen seized the fleeting opportunity as the 2 Black Alliance masters faltered, shaken by their leader Baron S.'s sudden demise. His eyes burned crimson, reminiscent of an injured ancient beast, as the remaining energy within him erupted recklessly. Get away! Get the hell away! Bang! Bang! 2 resounding thuds rang out in rapid succession. His fist, enveloped in blinding lightning, struck the chest of the enemy to his left like a hammer. The sound of shattering bones unmistakable. His leg, infused with all his strength, whipped across the waist of the enemy on his right, sending him soaring through the air. The 2 formidable masters were hurled away like discarded sacks, spewing blood and crashing heavily to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen disregarded the gaping wounds inflicted by the dying enemies, unleashing an unprecedented speed as he transformed into a blurred shadow, racing towards Chen's fallen form. Just as the youth was on the verge of losing consciousness, his head about to collide with the scorching earth, a pair of bloodstained yet remarkably steady hands caught him, cradling his collapsing body with utmost care. What met his touch was cold, frail, the faint flicker of life as flame on the brink of extinguishing. As he gazed down at the pale face, as white as gold leaf, with blood continuously seeping from the corners of his mouth, and felt the barely perceptible rise and fall of his chest, along with the warm liquid seeping through the tattered fabric, the hardened law enforcer, who had weathered countless life and death situations, felt his eyes burn with a sudden heat. Scalding tears erupted uncontrollably, cascading down his face like a burst dam, mingling with the blood and dirt upon his cheeks, splattering against Chen's cold visage. Chapter 46, The Law Enforcement Team, Part 6, Antidote. Quickly, hurry. Joshua stumbled over, her left arm marred by a wound inflicted by a scorpion's claw, visibly darkening and swelling at an alarming rate. The excruciating itch and pain gnawed at her willpower. Yet in this moment, all she could see was Chen's lifeless face. Trembling, she quickly retrieved a warm jade vial from her storage ring with her still functioning right hand. As she uncorked the bottle, her fingers trembled like leaves in the wind, nearly causing the vial to slip from her grasp. A pill, the size of a longan, perfectly round and exuding an intense, inextricable vitality of nature along with a warm, lustrous emerald hue, was the life-preserving treasure bestowed upon her by her family upon her entrance to Canaan Academy. This 4th-tier medicinal pill, known as the Biling Dan, was carefully and desperately pressed between Chen's nearly lifeless lips. Simultaneously, she steadfastly endured her own discomfort, channeling the last remnant of her gentle wood-type energy into Chen's body, cautiously aiding the precious medicinal properties to dissolve and circulate. As the pill melted upon contact, a refreshing yet powerful wave of life surged through Chen's damaged limbs and shattered bones, akin to parched earth welcoming much-needed rain. Although this force was insufficient to mend the horrific wounds, it tenaciously safeguarded his heart veins, which were on the brink of complete shattering, and faintly nourished the cracked, collapsing network of veins, sustaining the last flicker of life. Kill. Annihilate this rabble. Zhang Ming, with the support of Shirley, struggled to maintain his footing, his chest heaving violently, every breath accompanied by searing pain and the scent of blood. Gazing at the pitiful sight of Chen collapsed in Chen's arms, and then at the glaring marks of death left by Balong and the Scorpion, a tumultuous fury mixed with indescribable sorrow surged within him, erupting in a roar akin to that of a dying beast. This roar ignited the final spark of fury. Ho-san, Shirley, and the remaining few battle-weary mercenary guards, all bearing wounds and exhaustion, felt a surge of righteous indignation as they beheld the marks symbolizing the enemy's destruction, and remembered the heavy price Chen had paid to alter the tide of battle. A collective cry for vengeance arose. A fervent desire to slay the beasts of the Mad Lion Gang. The warriors, their eyes ablaze with the flames of retribution, unleashed a power that surpassed their limits. Resembling a wounded yet more ferocious pack of wolves charging towards the remnants of the Mad Lion gang, who were engulfed in panic and had lost their will to fight after their leader's sudden fall. The defeat was catastrophic. The black-clad thugs, who had been cowed by their leader's fierce aura, witnessed Balong become charred remnants and the scorpion vanish without a trace. While the remaining two powerful combatants were grievously injured and sent flying by Wushan, their fighting spirit evaporated. Panic-stricken screams replaced their earlier ferocity, and they fled like ants scalded by boiling water, crying for their mothers and abandoning their armor, scattering across the vast plains in a desperate escape, lamenting that their parents had not endowed them with more limbs, disappearing into the depths of the encroaching twilight. The battle had finally reached a harrowing conclusion. The setting sun, blood red, stained the battlefield, littered with scorched earth, severed limbs, and congealed blood, rendering it a haunting spectacle. The price of victory was the near total annihilation of the mercenary guards. The law enforcement team members all wounded and gasping for breath, and Su Chen's life, precariously hanging by a thread. A heavy, suffocating sensation pressed upon the hearts of every survivor. At the moment Su Chen crushed the jade token, 100 miles away, in the heart of the Blackhorn domain, lay the critical stronghold of Black Seal City. In the depths of the Eight Doors headquarters, within a tastefully arranged study, perfumed with calming incense, the atmosphere was steeped in an air of ominous tranquility. Su Xiaoxiao held a cup of delicate tea, reporting on the recent financial status of several key industries within the city to the esteemed apothecary Do, who occupied the main seat. Her voice was melodious and articulate. Dressed in a simple yet elegant robe, Apothecary Do listened intently, occasionally adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose with his slender fingers. His gaze, deep and tranquil behind the lenses, would occasionally offer incisive comments. Meanwhile, the robust Dian Wei leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, resembling a silent mountain, vigilantly surveying the outside. Yuan Yi, the master of the Eight Doors, sat at the lower end, adopting a humble demeanor as he attentively absorbed the discussion, occasionally interjecting fragments of intelligence regarding the movements of the Black Alliance. The atmosphere was initially one of calm efficiency. Suddenly, a sharp cry escaped Su Xiaoxiao's lips. As she trembled violently, the exquisite green porcelain cup slipping from her grasp and shattering upon the floor, scattering shards and splattering warm tea upon her skirt. Her complexion turned as pale as snow, her right hand clutching her chest as if an invisible hand were gripping her heart, leaving her breathless. An indescribable wave of intense palpitations and terror surged from the depths of her soul, engulfing her entirely. The young master! The young master! Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed in a voice laden with unprecedented fear and tremors, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Something had befallen him. He had shattered the life-preserving jade token. It was in the direction of the Blackhorn domain's vast plains. The once tranquil study was suddenly swept into a tempest of tension and gravity. Apothecary Do sprang to his feet. What? For the first time, the calm facade he had maintained for ages showed signs of fracture. His gaze sharpening like that of a hawk, an icy aura radiating uncontrollably from him. Without a moment's hesitation, his words flowed like rapid fire. Dian Wei, go find Xiaoqing immediately. Instruct her to prepare with utmost swiftness. Though Dian Wei was a formidable combat master, Xiaoqing surpassed him in speed. Despite being a mid-tier 5th-level beast, all her combat prowess was devoted to enhancing her velocity. Xiao, you must accompany us. At once. Now. Yuan Yi. Elevate the 8 Doors to a state of high alert, activate all undercover sentinels within the city, and prevent any unusual movements. In our absence, you shall oversee all affairs. Understood. Dian Wei roared like thunder, wasting no words as his colossal frame erupted into astonishing speed, bursting forth from the study like a tempest. His fierce aura surged, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Yuan Yi, taken aback by the sudden upheaval, paled slightly and quickly rose, clasping his fists. Rest assured, Master Do, with me in Black Seal City, there will be no oversight. Efficiency. At that moment, efficiency was epitomized to its fullest extent. From Su Xiaoxiao's startled cry to Apothecary Do's commands, and finally to Dian Wei's exit from the study, the entire sequence transpired in less than 10 breaths. Then, a piercing cry rang out, echoing with profound authority and urgency, like a horn heralding the arrival of a sovereign. Caw. Chapter 47, Law Enforcement Team 7, accompanied by this soul-stirring call, a colossal azure figure, bearing the might of an overwhelming wind pressure, appeared in the backyard of the 8 Doors, akin to lightning tearing through the heavens. What a magnificent and noble giant bird it is, with a wingspan nearing 5 zhang. Its entire body is adorned with feathers polished to resemble jade and glass, exuding a faint azure luminescence that refracts a dreamlike brilliance under the setting sun. Each feather's edge is as sharp as a blade, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen. Its stature surpasses that of ordinary flying magical beasts, yet its lines are flawlessly streamlined, embodying the aesthetic of power and speed to perfection. Its head is held high, and its piercing eagle eyes burn like golden flames, brimming with defiance and authority. This is the 5th-tier magical beast, the 9 Heaven-Scale Falcon, named Xiaoqing by Su Chen, which he purchased in Rock Martial City and nurtured over 7 years with an abundance of rare resources. After Su Chen's departure for Canaan Academy, Xiaoqing was brought along by Xiao, cared for personally by the alchemist Do and Dian Wei. In this moment, the 9 Heaven-Scale Falcon Xiaoqing seems to sense the crisis facing its master, Su Chen, its golden eagle eyes filled with unprecedented urgency and fury. It emits a sharper, more resonant cry, urging the individuals below. On Xiaoqing's back, Dianwei stands firmly at the forefront. His rugged face contorted with a grimace born of anger and anxiety, his bulging muscles straining against his clothing. The alchemist Do and Xiao Xiao swiftly ascend onto Xiaoqing's back. Do's eyes, usually aglow with wisdom, now reflect a chilling and piercing murderous intent alongside unfathomable concern. With one hand, he quickly retrieves an inconspicuous gray spatial ring from his waist, examining the jade vials and boxes emanating rich medicinal fragrances and energy fluctuations. Meticulously counting and confirming. The 6th-tier recovery pill, the 6th-tier soul cleansing pill, and the 5th-tier pulse guard pill, these top-tier treasures that could incite a bloodbath in the Black Corner domain, are prepared for any potential contingency, ensuring nothing is overlooked before they set forth. Xiaoqing, at maximum speed, to the vast plains of the Black Corner domain. Do's voice is cold and urgent, akin to the clash of cold iron. Caw. The 9 heavens gale falcon Xiaoqing emits another earth-shattering cry, its enormous wings suddenly flaring. Boom. A visible azure shockwave erupts behind it. The colossal form instantly breaks the sound barrier, transforming into a blur of azure light, hurtling toward the vast plains of the Black Corner domain with an unimaginable velocity that tears through space. The speed is such that the buildings and crowds of Heian City below dissolve into a hazy stream of light. The gusts of wind are like tangible blades, slicing through the air with a continuous, piercing howl. The 9 heavens gale falcon itself epitomizes an unparalleled speed. On the battlefield of the vast plains of the Black Corner domain, the remnants of the setting sun cast a melancholic dark golden hue over the scorched earth and bloodstains. Wu Zhen cradles the unconscious Su Chen, daring not to move an inch. Zhao Shui, disregarding the spreading poison in her arm, carefully channels the last trace of gentle wood attribute fighting spirit into Su Chen's body, guiding the medicinal power of the Bailing Dan as she strives to sustain a flickering vitality akin to a candle in the wind. After a strenuous battle, Zhang Ming, Shirlei, Ho San, and their companions, battered and bruised, gathered with great effort, their faces reflecting a mixture of relief at surviving and deep concern for Su Chen's injuries. The air was thick with a suffocating silence of despair. Suddenly, in this oppressive stillness, a terrifying force descended from the heavens without warning. This overwhelming pressure was vast as an abyss, violent as the sea, infused with the wrath of annihilation and the urgency of tearing through space. Crashing down with a thunderous roar, the atmosphere became instantly stagnant, and the debris on the ground trembled slightly under this immense weight. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Ming, Shirlei, Ho San, and the remaining guards found themselves utterly powerless before this force that surpassed even the spirit combat level, sending shivers through their very souls. Their legs buckled as though struck by an invisible hammer, collapsing heavily to the ground. Their faces turned as pale as parchment. Their chests felt crushed under an immense weight, making each breath a Herculean task, leaving only boundless dread and terror in their hearts. What level of warrior is this? Could it be the Emperor of the Mad Lion Gang has arrived? Wu Zhen and Zhao Shui also let out muffled groans, their bodies shaking violently. Wu Zhen's grip on Su Chen's arm suddenly weakened, and Zhao Shui's movement to channel her energy was abruptly halted, their expressions shifting to one of unprecedented horror. The intensity of this pressure far exceeded any they had encountered from a king of combat. Then, a piercing eagle's cry, like the thunder of doom, erupted from the heavens above, imbued with boundless fury and urgency. Caw. Before the sound faded, a massive shadow, akin to a cloud descending from the sky, enveloped the entire battlefield. A fierce wind surged, carrying the suffocating presence of a magical beast, making it nearly impossible for anyone to stand. Fearfully, the crowd looked up to witness an unimaginably majestic creature tearing through the twilight, hovering in midair. Its wings spanned an impressive 50 feet. Entirely cloaked in meticulously carved feathers resembling exquisite jade, shimmering with a dreamlike azure glow in the sunset's remnants. Each feather's edge gleamed with a cold, razor-sharp brilliance, capable of slicing through steel. The creature's graceful yet explosive form, its proud posture akin to a deity surveying the world, and the colossal wings that stirred up azure tornadoes with each flap were awe-inspiring. Most striking were its sharp eagle eyes, ablaze with golden flames, fixated intently on Su Chen and Wu Zhen's arms, filled with frenzied urgency and a ruthless intent to kill. It was none other than Su Chen's pet, the 5th-tier magical beast, the 9 heavens gale falcon, Little Qing. On its back, 3 figures were clearly visible. At the forefront stood Dianwei, resembling an iron tower of a demon, his giant copper-like eyes locked onto Su Chen's dire state, the fury within him nearly bursting forth. Young master. A roar, laden with endless sorrow and rage, erupted from Dianwei's throat, reverberating through the air and causing the eardrums of those below to ache painfully. Behind him stood the pharmacist Do and Su Xiaoxiao, one hand already retrieving several radiant jade boxes and bottles from their storage ring. The rich aroma of elixirs and a surge of life energy instantly filling the air, temporarily overshadowing the battlefield's stench of blood. His face, usually adorned with a gentle smile, now bore the chill of eternal frost, while the sharpness of his gaze behind golden-rimmed glasses cut through the battlefield, absorbing every detail before ultimately fixing upon Su Chen, where a tempest of icy malevolence resided within the depths of his pupils. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao, the typically graceful and clever maiden, was struck as though by lightning upon witnessing the blood-soaked, barely breathing figure cradled in Wu Zhen's arms. Young master! A heart-wrenching cry erupted from her throat, shattering the silence. She took flight, her feet scarcely touching the ground before she launched herself towards Wu Zhen, tears cascading like a torrential flood. Trembling, she reached out her hands, desperate to touch Su Chen, yet fearful of inflicting any harm upon him. "Young master, please awaken. Do not frighten me." Her voice quivered, laden with profound terror and helplessness. "Hand the young master over to me," came the cold command of the apothecary, resonating beside Su Xiaoxiao, imbued with an undeniable authority. Wu Zhen inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion within him, and cautiously transferred the feather-light body of Su Chen into the apothecary's hands. The apothecary received Su Chen with a gentle yet swift motion, settling into a cross-legged position and laying the young man before him. One hand swiftly descended upon Su Chen's frame, channeling pure and vast spiritual energy into Su Chen's battered body, meticulously probing each meridian and assessing the extent of damage to his organs. With each examination, the apothecary's expression grew increasingly frigid. Over half of the meridians were damaged, resembling a spider's web ravaged by a storm. The source of his fighting spirit lay depleted, nearly extinguished. His organs were displaced, suffering multiple injuries and bleeding profusely. The sea of consciousness stirred, the essence of his soul compromised by the forced activation of forbidden techniques. Moreover, a violent backlash surged within him, akin to maggots gnawing at his vitality, relentlessly undermining his chances of recovery. The severity of his injuries exceeded all expectations. Had it not been for the 4th grade by Ling Dan and Zhao Shui's guidance of fighting spirit, the situation would undoubtedly have been far worse. Scum of the Mad Lion Gang. I, Dian Wei, shall turn them to dust and obliterate their entire lineage. At this moment, Dian Wei leapt from Xiaoqing's back, charging forward like an enraged bear. Upon witnessing Su Chen's dire state, an overwhelming bloodlust surged within him, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, while dark golden fighting spirit erupted violently, causing the ground beneath him to crack. He whirled around, intent on storming towards the lair of the Mad Lion Gang. Dian Wei, halt! The apothecary's icy voice resonated like a chain of iron, instantly restraining Dian Wei's furious advance. Without raising his gaze, the apothecary's attention remained fixed on Su Chen's pale visage, the golden glasses reflecting the final rays of the setting sun, his cold eyes resembling a chilling abyss, flickering with disquieting calculations and murderous intent. The Mad Lion Gang? Merely a troop of clowns. Let them linger a while longer, he stated, his voice low and composed, yet laced with a foreboding chill far more terrifying than Dian Wei's roar. To eradicate them now would only serve to alert the snakes in the grass, jeopardizing the young master's long-term plans in the Black Corner domain. This blood debt would be repaid in full, with interest, by their entire gang, but not at this moment. He raised his head, his icy gaze sweeping over Wu Zhan, Zhao Shui, and Zhang Ming, who had just managed to rise to his feet, before finally resting upon Dian Wei. The immediate priority was to rescue the young master. Xiao Dian Wei, remain vigilant. Understood. Su Xiao stifled her tears and immediately focused her mind. The apothecary Do spoke no further, his hands moving with the swiftness of a phantom. He first poured from an obsidian vial a dragon eye-sized pill, entirely emerald and exuding an intense, life-infused aroma, the 6th grade advanced recovery pill. The moment the pill appeared, the energy in the surrounding air seemed to awaken. Without hesitation, he gently yet precisely pried open Su Chen's lips and placed the pill inside, simultaneously channeling a pure flow of battle energy to assist in activating its power. The recovery pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a vast torrent of life force, as overwhelming as the ocean. This energy was both pure and gentle, imbued with an astonishing creative power, cascading like a nourishing rain upon parched and cracked earth, rapidly revitalizing Su Chen's battered body. The damaged meridians, under the onslaught of this vibrant life force, began to mend at a visibly rapid pace, reconnecting and radiating a renewed resilience. The ruptured organs were enveloped by this life energy, bleeding ceased swiftly, and the fissures began to heal gradually. Next, the apothecary Do opened a white jade box, within which lay a peculiar pill, no larger than a fingernail, semi-transparent and emitting a soft, pure soul resonance, the 6th grade supreme clear soul pill. Upon its emergence, even Wu Zhen and Zhao Shui felt a surge of vitality, their fatigue and fear seemingly alleviated. The apothecary Do carefully placed this precious pill into Su Chen's mouth. As the clear soul pill entered his body, it transformed into a cool and sacred stream, directly surging into Su Chen's turbulent and cracked sea of consciousness. This force was like the gentlest of hands, soothing the wounds of the soul, nurturing the damaged essence, and dispelling the negative impacts and agonies inflicted by the forced manifestation of the soul howl. The tightly furrowed brow of Su Chen seemed to relax, albeit imperceptibly, under the influence of the clear soul pill. The two vast powers of the pills intertwined, merging and surging within Su Chen. The recovery pill's immense life force repaired the physical injuries, while the clear soul pill's pure energy nourished the foundation of his soul. The ghastly fissures on his skin began to scab over and shed, revealing fresh, glistening skin beneath. His breath, which had been faint to the point of disappearance, gradually became steady and robust. A flicker of life, though slight, reignited within him, growing stronger. Seeing Su Chen's condition stabilize and improve rapidly under the miraculous effects of his 6th grade pills, the apothecary Do's ice-like countenance softened slightly. Yet the gravity in his eyes remained unyielding. He retrieved additional supportive 5th grade pills, the guardian pill and chi dispelling pill, carefully administering them to Su Chen to reinforce the newly formed meridians and gently guide the reawakening energy. Young Master Su Xiaoxiao observed as the color returned to Su Chen's face. Though still pale, it was no longer the deathly hue of gold leaf. The weight upon her heart lessened significantly, yet her tears flowed more fiercely. Dian Wei let out a heavy grunt, his face still etched with fury. However, Upon noticing that Su Chen's condition was indeed improving, his fierce bloodlust began to wane slightly. He stood guard like a deity at the entrance, vigilantly scanning the vast plain to deter any potential threats. Xiaoqing also folded her wings, minimizing her form as she landed on the charred ground, her sharp golden eyes scanning the surroundings with caution. The effects of the medicinal potion continued to take hold. After a mere half-day of anxious waiting and protection from the others, Su Chen's tightly shut eyelids trembled violently, and a faint groan escaped his throat. Though the sound was soft, it was akin to a celestial melody. "Young master, you have awakened." Su Xiao was the first to rush forward, a mix of joy and surprise washing over her as tears streamed down her face, this time from sheer elation. Chapter 49, The Law Enforcement Team, 9. The apothecary Do and Dian Wei quickly gathered around, their expressions tense with concern. Su Chen struggled to open his heavy eyelids. Before him lay the tear-streaked yet joyous face of Su Xiao, accompanied by the worried gazes of apothecary Do and Dian Wei. His body felt as though it had been disassembled and reassembled, still weak and achy, yet the excruciating pain and soul-wrenching dizziness had significantly diminished, although his body remained hollow. A nascent and pure essence of fighting spirit was slowly coalescing in the depths of his dantian, flowing through him. While the nearly shattered meridians were now enveloped by a robust and vast medicinal force, imparting waves of comforting warmth. His soul sea of consciousness was clear and refreshing, as if cleansed by a pristine spring. "Young master, I am well," he rasped, his voice hoarse and dry, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. Observing the concern etched on their faces, he endeavored to muster a reassuring smile. "It is wonderful that the young master has awakened. Truly wonderful," Dian Wei exclaimed. Rubbing his hands together, his eyes slightly reddened. "Young master, how do you feel? Is your soul in discomfort?" Apothecary Do immediately checked Su Chen's pulse, carefully assessing his condition. His tone steady yet filled with concern. "Young master, you frightened Xiao to death," Su Xiao exclaimed, hastily wiping her tears as she retrieved a smooth jade flask from her spatial ring, filled with a nurturing medicinal liquid meticulously prepared by Apothecary Do. She carefully supported Su Chen, feeding him the liquid drop by drop. The warm medicinal fluid flowed down his throat, imbued with the fragrance of herbs and a gentle, nurturing energy, swiftly merging with the remnants of the 6th-grade elixir within him, hastening his recovery. Su Chen felt a warm current coursing through his body, the sensation prompting a soft sigh of comfort. His gaze swept across the battlefield, taking in the charred land. The injuries sustained by Wu Jin and the others, and the lingering fear and trepidation in their eyes, he understood everything. In the following 3 days, under the meticulous care of Apothecary Do and the unwavering attention of Su Xiao, Su Chen's injuries healed at an astonishing pace. On the morning of the 3rd day, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the towering walls of Heiyin City, deep within the headquarters of the 8 Gates, in a tranquil chamber imbued with spiritual energy and arranged with a gathering formation, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide. 2 beams of light, as tangible as substance, flickered in his eyes before vanishing into the depths of his gaze. Boom! A wave of energy, more potent and refined than before his injuries, emanated from him like a reawakened dragon, bursting forth uncontrollably with a scorching and heavy aura. The jade bottles and cushions within the quiet chamber trembled under the force of this surge. He had broken through, after experiencing life and death battles, near fatal injuries. And the nourishing aid of a 6th-grade elixir, Su Chen not only fully recovered from his wounds but also found his accumulated power flowing effortlessly, shattering the bottleneck and officially stepping into the realm of a 5-star Great Dome Master. At this moment, his internal energy surged with vigor, his meridians were robust and expansive, and his soul was solid and refined, in a state of unprecedented well-being. Sensing the breakthrough wave emanating from within the chamber, the alchemist Do and Su Xiao, who had been vigilantly waiting outside, swiftly entered, their faces alight with joy. "Congratulations, young master. Your injuries are healed, and your cultivation has ascended to a new level," they both exclaimed in unison. Rising to his feet, Su Chen felt the turbulent power within him and clenched his fist, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, the alchemist Do regained his usual composure and wisdom, beginning to report in a clear and systematic manner. "Young master, rest assured. Everything in Black Seal City is under control. The 8 Gates faction is steadily expanding, dominating the realms of elixirs, auctions, intelligence, and the black market, with profits having increased by nearly 50% since your departure. The city's defense is managed by your personal guards, solid as a fortress." Before he could finish, a voice of utmost respect resounded from outside. "I, Yuan Yi, request an audience with young master Su Chen." Su Chen nodded slightly. "Come in." The door swung open, and Yuan Yi, the imposing leader of the 8 Gates, strode in with authority. However, this renowned Do Emperor from the Black Corner region, upon entering the quiet chamber, showed no hesitation and directly knelt 3 steps before Su Chen, crashing to one knee with his head bowed deeply, adopting a posture of humility to the dust. "I, Yuan Yi, pay my respects to the young master. Congratulations on your recovery and advancement in cultivation." His voice was resonant and respectful, brimming with genuine awe and submission. "The young master's might is unparalleled, and his wisdom is unmatched. It is the greatest fortune of my life to follow you. From this day forth, all within the 8 Gates, including myself and my subordinates, shall obey your commands without question, willing to face fire and death." This kneel was a complete expression of loyalty and a profound recognition and submission to the power behind Su Chen. Su Chen gazed at the kneeling Do Emperor before him, his expression unwavering. He stepped forward, gently assisting Yuan to rise, his voice warm yet authoritative. Please rise, Lord Yuan. Your dedication in assisting Do to stabilize the situation in Black Seal City has been invaluable. Moving forward, we must unite our efforts to deepen the foundation of the 8 gates, ensuring that Black Seal City becomes the true starting point of our enterprise. I shall diligently follow the young master's commands, dedicating my utmost efforts to your grand ambitions. Yuan rose, his expression fervent, and his tone solemn as he reiterated his commitment. Chen nodded in satisfaction, briefly inquiring about the movements of other factions within the Black Alliance and the situation of the merchant convoy. He learned that during his unconsciousness, the apothecary had already arranged for personnel to ensure the safe delivery of the convoy to its destination. Zhen and his enforcement team had also successfully completed their mission, with their injuries now largely healed thanks to the apothecary's elixirs. Chapter 50, The Enforcement Team, Finale. Chen raised his hand to interrupt, his fingertips dancing with vibrant crimson-yellow energy, tracing a searing path through the air. His voice was steady and resolute. How can a fledgling eagle soar to the heavens without enduring the storms? How can a sword reveal its brilliance without enduring the grind? In this world, who among the strong has not emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood? He turned to gaze into the distance, his eyes aflame. Flowers in a greenhouse can never withstand the true tempest of life. However, I shall exercise caution and avoid recklessness. This grievous injury has taught me that one must never overreach. He then cast his gaze towards the towering city walls outside the window, his tone imbued with an undeniable determination. There are still matters left unfinished at Canaan Academy. 3 days later, in the valley at the southern gate of Black Ink City, Zhen held his great sword, his heart secretly astonished. The 5th-tier elixir from the 8 gates had fortuitously allowed him to break through to the rank of 9-star Great Dochi. Upon witnessing Yuan personally bring a horned steed for Chen, his pupils constricted sharply. The Do Huang powerhouse now appeared as humble as a servant. Everyone. Chen suddenly turned as he mounted his steed, his gaze sweeping over the members of the enforcement team. What we have seen and heard these past few days, we have seen nothing. Chen merely accompanied us on a routine escort mission. Zhao Shui and Zhang Ming quickly interjected, stating that Zhao Shui, having also taken a 5th-tier elixir for her injuries, had broken through to 7-star Great Dochi, and Chen had generously provided each of them with 2 5th-tier healing pills. The apothecary, Dianwei, Su Xiao, Yuan, and others watched from the valley as the team departed. The apothecary suddenly spoke to the void. Sui, Sujio. 2 shadows coalesced like smoke, revealing the presence of a Do Huang and a Do Huang powerhouse who had been lurking in the shadows all along. Follow the young master. The apothecary's glasses reflected the departing dust. Since the young master insisted on experiencing trials, the apothecary had no choice but to resort to this strategy. Remember, unless the young master faces a life-and-death crisis, do not intervene. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 2 shadows vanished without a trace. By the campfire on the return journey, Hosen could no longer contain himself and softly asked, Chen, are the 8 gates yours? As Chen tended to the roasting meat, his wrist paused momentarily, and the flames suddenly blossomed into the shape of a lotus. What do you think? The flickering firelight danced upon his face, which bore a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. The enforcement team underwent 3 months of trials, tempered by blood and fire. There were no estimated risks as indicated in mission briefs, only death traps that could descend at any moment. Chen accompanied various enforcement teams, traversing the most chaotic and bloody regions on the fringes of the Black Corner domain. He had infiltrated infamous slave camps, rescuing abducted civilians from filthy, foul-smelling dungeons, and fought for his life against ruthless guards in narrow alleyways, his fists stained with blood. He once pursued a defector into the toxic, mist-laden swamps, confronting swarms of bloodthirsty poison dart frogs and the formidable 3rd-tier magical beast, the corrupted marsh crocodile. His rock shield hissed ominously as the corrosive venom assaulted it, while the fiery blaze of his explosive attack tore through the darkness time and again. He once safeguarded a convoy transporting precious medicinal herbs, only to be ambushed by a gang of marauders outnumbering him several times over in a narrow gorge. When the sky rained arrows and the flaming boulders descended, he raised his colossal rock shield, standing like a steadfast reef before the terrified guards, sparks flying from the shield's surface amidst the thunderous roars. He also collaborated with his team to hunt down the fiends who had ravaged villages, witnessing firsthand the smoldering ruins and the accumulation of corpses. In that moment, deep within his gentle gaze, a chilling desire for vengeance ignited for the first time. After a relentless pursuit spanning 1,000 miles, he ultimately cornered the fleeing bandit leader on a desolate gravel plain, using the mountain crumble technique to obliterate both the wretched figure and his steed into mere fragments. He also observed how the veteran enforcers coordinated seamlessly in dire situations, achieving maximum results with minimal costs. 3 months of blood and fire had etched various scars upon Chen, each mark a trophy from life and death battles, every scab chronicling his metamorphosis from a novice in the enforcement team to a seasoned warrior. Now, his combat instincts had reached an exquisite pinnacle, making it increasingly rare to find an equal within the realm of grand fighters. Even should he later transcend to the rank of king through the use of the life-devouring pill, this battle awareness, honed on the edge of life and death, would swiftly adapt to his newfound prowess, undoubtedly becoming his sharpest weapon. In the Rockstone courtyard, within the 1st Division, as dawn broke gently and mist floated like gossamer, Chen stood quietly in the training arena. He gradually lifted his right arm, fingers splayed. Buzz. A colossal battle energy shield, an impressive 4 meters in diameter. Materialized almost instantaneously, its edges sharp and its surface as distinct as the patterns of natural granite. The earthy yellow glow swirled, emanating a formidable presence that stood resolute as a mountain. The air solidified with a subtle crackle as the shield took shape, demonstrating the mastery he had achieved in his rock shield technique, now faster and more solid than ever. In the next moment, he stepped forward with his right foot. The mountain crumble technique. The movement appeared languid, but the instant his foot landed, the hard black iron ground silently caved in, leaving a clear footprint half a foot deep. The edges of the footprint were smooth as glass, without a single fragment of stone being displaced. The wild power was perfectly contained and transmitted, without a hint of waste. Once more, his figure vanished, leaving behind only a faint ripple in the air. When he reappeared, he had already traversed several dozen meters away. The entire process was as swift as a specter, yet this time the ground beneath him remained unscathed. Chen smiled slightly. The mountain crumble technique, which he had first practiced, had now reached perfection, embodying an extraordinary grace that belied its weight, a mastery over power at its zenith. The battle energy of a 5-star grand fighter surged within him, far purer and more refined than 3 months prior, vast and unbounded. With each breath, it resonated subtly with the expansive land beneath his feet. With a mere thought, crimson flames of battle energy danced and surged in his palm, radiating intense heat. He halted, gazing towards the inner courtyard. The morning breeze tousled his hair, revealing beneath it a pair of black eyes, tranquil yet harboring 3 months of turmoil. Only 5 days remained until the selection competition for the inner courtyard. Chapter 51, The Inner Courtyard Selection, Part 1, in the square of the outer courtyard of Canaan Academy. A cacophony of voices threatened to pierce the heavens. Thousands of youthful faces, each bearing a unique blend of hope and trepidation, congregated in this place. Everywhere one looked, there were throngs of heads and fervent gazes. The air was thick with the scent of sweat, the residual energy of combat, and an insatiable restlessness known as desire. Only the top 50 would be chosen. The prominently displayed list loomed like a cold yet enticing threshold. To the east of the square, neatly demarcated areas represented the various classes of the outer courtyard. Chen's gaze swept across and effortlessly located his familiar position in Class Xian. The stone-paved arena rose majestically at the center of the square, gleaming with a cold, hard sheen under the sunlight. At a higher elevation stood the observation platform for the elders, affording an exceptional view. Chen raised his eyes and saw several imposing figures already seated. The central figure, with slightly graying hair and a benevolent yet authoritative demeanor, was the vice president of the outer courtyard, Chen. Beside him sat an elder clad in red, his hair and beard ablaze like flames, exuding an aura of heat. He was the renowned fire elder of the outer courtyard. The other elders exhibited an equally formidable presence, their gazes piercing like hawks surveying the students below. Silence. A voice, neither loud nor harsh, yet crystal clear, reverberated through the crowd, quelling the tumult. Vice President Chen slowly rose, standing at the edge of the elevated platform. His gaze gentle yet penetrating. It is once again the time for the annual selection of the inner courtyard. The foundation of Canaan Academy lies in its commitment to nurturing true strength. The path of the strong is fraught with thorns. Only those with great willpower and courage may ascend. His voice suddenly deepened, striking like a hammer upon the hearts of the audience. This selection has attracted 837 applicants, yet ultimately, only 50 shall pass through the gates of the inner courtyard. The top 50 will earn the status of inner courtyard disciples, gaining access to advanced techniques, combat skills, mentorship, and the true sanctum of combat energy cultivation. A brief pause from Chen, who emphasized his words. The top 5 will be granted permission to enter the scripture repository, where they may select one treasured item. Whether it be a technique, a combat skill, a medicinal elixir, or a divine weapon, the possibilities are boundless. At the mere mention of the scripture repository, a wave of suppressed gasps and heavy breaths erupted from the audience below. The scripture repository of Canaan Academy is the true essence of its legacy, a place long coveted by countless prodigies. Chen raised his hand to quell the uproar. The rules remain unchanged. Draw lots to determine the order. The arena battles will see victors advance and the defeated eliminated. The time limit is 3 days. In the first 2 days, the top 50 will be determined. On the 3rd day, the final 5 will be established. Now, let the drawing commence. A vast, translucent screen of combat energy unfurled above the square, countless names shimmering and rolling before finally settling into groups of battle lists. Chen's name appeared prominently, Chen of Class Xian, to face Wangde of Class Wang. As the results of the draw were announced, a series of ambiguous chuckles erupted near the area of Class Xian. Chen's expression remained indifferent, as though the mention of his name had not registered with him. Chen, a clear voice called out. The mentor Lin Yuxian had arrived by his side unbeknownst to him, clad in a light blue outfit that accentuated her poised and agile stature. On the arena, simply perform as usual, she advised Chen. Her tone unremarkably calm, yet imbued with undeniable certainty. With your strength, your entry into the inner court is assured. Chen nodded slightly, reassuring her. Meanwhile, the elders on the high platform engaged in hushed conversations. Among the strongest contenders this session, Chen and that young man from the Huang family, Huang Su, are undoubtedly at the forefront, remarked one elder, stroking his beard as his gaze scanned the crowd below, all of whom were 5-star battle masters. Chen is particularly promising, interjected Elder Hua, his voice resonant and unrestrained in admiration. 3 months ago, he defeated the 5-star battle master Huang Su with only 4-star strength. Now, not only has he reached the same level, but he has also spent 3 rigorous months honing his skills in the enforcement team. That is hard-earned battlefield experience acquired through bloodshed. Indeed, Elder who speaks the truth, another elder chimed in. The slaughter ranking of the enforcement team is no trifling matter. Su Chen emerged from it unscathed, exuding an aura of fierce vitality. Such growth is unmatched by Huang Su. This young man possesses a calm disposition, neither hasty nor anxious. He is truly a fine talent, remarked Wu Qian, his gaze resting on Su Chen, revealing a gentle smile. The elder's assessments were not meant to be understated. Their words clearly audible to many students near the high platform. Among them was Huang Su, standing a short distance away in the Huang family section. Hearing their remarks, his expression darkened slightly, his fists quietly clenching within his sleeves, his gaze like that of a venomous serpent, scanning Su Chen's tranquil profile, filled with resentment and combativeness. Su Chen from the Xian class, Wangda from the Huang class, Arena 3. With the referee's commanding voice echoing, Su Chen lightly tapped his toes, his figure descending gracefully onto the expansive stone arena, landing soundlessly. His opponent, Wangda, appeared considerably more imposing. A robust young man. Wangda held the strength of a 7-star battle master, a stalwart figure in the outer courtyard. Yet now, standing opposite Su Chen and witnessing his unruffled countenance, he felt an overwhelming, invisible pressure akin to the depths of the ocean or lurking beast. Cold sweat beaded on Wangda's forehead. He swallowed hard, forcing a grimace that resembled a painful smile. The moniker of Bloody Hand Su Chen had already circulated quietly in the outer courtyard. It was not earned through mere sparring in the arena, but forged amidst genuine bloodshed and loss in the Black Corner region. Realizing his own limitations, Wangda took a deep breath, his voice betraying a slight tremor as he raised his right hand decisively. I concede. The declaration was loud and resolute, akin to a warrior severing his own arm. The referee cast a surprised glance at him, then promptly announced, Wangda concedes, Su Chen wins. The proclamation was straightforward and efficient, devoid of any lingering hesitation. A murmur of understanding rippled through the audience below. No one mocked Wangda's retreat. In the face of a 5-star battle master who had returned from the enforcement team, conceding as a 7-star battle master was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Wangda clasped his fist towards Su Chen, his eyes reflecting a mix of disappointment, relief, and resignation, before quietly stepping down from the arena. He could only anticipate the selection of the following year. Over the next 2 days, Su Chen's journey in the arena became remarkably smooth. Whenever his figure appeared on the stage, opponents ranging from 8-star and 9-star combat masters to those newly initiated as 1-star combatants reacted with astonishing uniformity. I concede. I concede. Su Chen, please show mercy. I admit defeat. Occasionally, 1 or 2 audacious students, driven by a sense of invincibility or a streak of luck, attempted to challenge him. But the outcome was invariably predictable. Chapter 52. Internal Selection Tournament, Part 2. In the first class of the Xian rank, Su Chen faced off against Luo Tai from the 4th class of the Xian rank. As the referee's voice echoed, a brawny man, dark-skinned and exuding the aura of a peak 1-star combat master, let out a low growl. His yellow fighting spirit surged forth like a raging bull, charging at Su Chen with fist roaring, slicing through the air with a thunderous sound. Without even lifting his gaze, Su Chen casually raised his right hand, forming a fist only when that immense fist, imbued with colossal strength, was less than 3 feet from his face. He struck fiercely against the oncoming punch. Bang! A flash of crimson sparks erupted from his fist. Thud! A dull sound accompanied by the subtle crack of bones echoed. The aggressive Luo Tai was struck as if by a colossal hammer, his robust body hurtling backward, emitting a piercing cry of pain as his right fist contorted at an unnatural angle. He crashed heavily at the edge of the arena, struggling momentarily before failing to rise. His eyes fixed on Su Chen filled with horror and dread. This rare moment of tranquility afforded Su Chen an excellent opportunity to observe. He did not leave the arena but instead crossed his arms, his gaze calmly lingering on the fierce battles unfolding on other platforms. Huang Su's opponent was a student practicing metal-type fighting energy, known for formidable defense and attack. Surrounding Huang Su was a swirling azure fighting spirit, resembling a veil of blue. His movements were grand and sweeping, each strike accompanied by a sharp whistle that tore through the air. His style was overwhelmingly dominant, relying purely on brute force. No matter how sturdy his opponent's defensive techniques were, they crumbled before his relentless punches, ultimately leading to a devastating blow to the chest that sent blood spurting from his mouth. In contrast, the 2-star combat master, Ingyu, mentioned in the Elder's discussion, exhibited an entirely different combat style. Her figure appeared as a phantom, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages on the arena that dazzled the eyes. Her opponent, a strength-based combat master, was powerless to capture her true form as she toyed with him, darting around the stage. Ultimately, she gracefully landed a light strike on his back, shattering his protective fighting energy and leading to his humiliating defeat. Su Chen's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, calmly analyzing the combat styles, techniques, habitual movements, and subtle flaws of these potential opponents. Each battle, regardless of strength, transformed into fragments of experience ripe for dissection and absorption in his eyes. The taut nerves of 3 months found a peculiar release and tranquility in this focused observation and analysis. On the morning of the 3rd day, as dawn began to tear apart the night S-Vale, the central square, once filled with dozens of small arenas, now presented 5 grander and more formidable obsidian platforms. They're arranged in a pentagram formation, with the edges of each arena inscribed with ancient reinforcing runes, shimmering with a subdued yet resilient gleam in the early morning sunlight. Upon the high platform, Vice-Dean Chen rose once more, his aged yet powerful voice resonating clearly throughout the bustling square. The top 50 have been determined. Congratulations to you all. From this moment onward, you are disciples of the Canaan Inner Court. A wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers surged forth. The faces of the 50 finalists radiating excitement and pride. After a brief tumult, Chen raised his hand to quell the clamor, and the atmosphere abruptly shifted to one of gravity and palpable tension. However, the path of the strong is ceaseless. The resources of the inner court vary in quality. Chen's gaze swept across the 50 newly initiated disciples, ultimately resting upon the 5 colossal arenas glinting with a metallic luster. Today, we shall decide the top 5. The rules of the arena battle are as follows. The challenger shall be the arena master. They shall accept free challenges from all those who have yet to ascend the stage. Simultaneously, an individual may guard only one arena and can challenge only one arena at a time, successfully defending the arena. Until no one dares to challenge or the time limit has expired, will secure one of the top 5 positions. As his words echoed, the entire square fell into a momentary, suffocating silence. The next instant, it erupted like a repressed volcano. Whoosh! A white figure, swift as lightning, darted towards the arena closest to the center, landing firmly atop it, standing tall like a spear, blue energy swirling around him, exuding an unmatched sharpness, none other than Huang Su. Almost simultaneously, 2 more figures shot forth, each landing on the remaining arenas. One was a tall, stern-faced man, the 3-star great fighter Lin Jie. The other, a woman clad in a pale yellow dress, exuding a gentle demeanor yet possessing resolute eyes, was the 2-star great fighter Yin Yu. The final arena was claimed by Lu Qing, a 2-star great fighter with a dark complexion and a steady, profound aura. In an instant, 4 of the 5 arenas had found their champions, leaving only the prime position closest to the Elder's platform unoccupied. Countless gazes instinctively converged upon the same direction, where Clash Xuanjie was situated. Then, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, he made his move. Lacking the explosive vigor of Huang Su, the imposing stance of Lin Jie, or the agile grace of Yin Yu, he simply took a casual step forward, his figure gliding effortlessly across Tianzhong, lightly landing at the center of the vacant arena that symbolized the first seat. His robes fluttered, unperturbed by the dust. Once settled, he stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze calmly surveying the crowd, carrying an air of undeniable authority. Where his eyes fell, many eager participants who had contemplated seizing an opportunity while Su Chen was newly ascended and perhaps unsteady felt a sudden chill, as if pricked by invisible ice needles. Their previously summoned fighting spirit dissipating in an instant. The entire square once again succumbed to an eerie silence. Clearly, the most intense competition for the top 5 had commenced. Yet the atmosphere surrounding the first arena was as stagnant as frozen earth. Everyone is aware of the figure standing on the stage. The one who has returned from the fires of the enforcement team, the formidable Su Chen. Just 3 days ago, during the selection, his opponents had retreated in fear or been utterly defeated in an instant. A 5-star grand fighter, recognized by the elders as the foremost contender of the session. Chapter 53, the top 5. After a brief moment of silence, there were still those who remained unconvinced or clung to a glimmer of hope. I shall take my turn. A robust student, whose aura reached the pinnacle of a 1-star grand fighter, roared, his body enveloped in a thick, golden aura akin to a heavy suit of armor as he ascended the steps with deliberate strides. Boom. Each step he took resonated with a dull thud. His presence indeed formidable. He fixed his gaze on Su Chen and declared, Li Dong, I seek your guidance. Su Chen remained poised, hands clasped behind his back, and calmly responded, make your move. With an intense glare, the burly student ceased his words and, with a fierce grip, summoned his golden aura to coalesce at the tips of his fists. With a powerful thrust of his feet, his massive frame lunged at Su Chen like a battering ram. Rock-splitting strike. The wind from his punch howled, imbued with the weight capable of shattering mountains. Just as his concentrated punch was about to collide with Su Chen's chest, Su Chen made his move. Seemingly with casual grace, he raised his right hand, fingers splayed, palm facing forward, gently pressing against the ferocious punch. There was no earth-shattering collision. Puff. It was as if a red-hot iron had been placed upon fresh snow. The concentrated, earth-colored aura of the punch, powerful enough to split stone, disintegrated silently upon contact with Su Chen's palm, dissipating like bubbles in sunlight. The burly student felt an overwhelming, unfathomable force surge from Su Chen's palm, akin to the relentless waves of a deep sea. His once proud defensive aura was torn apart as easily as paper. A short, pained gasp escaped his lips. Li Dong's fierce expression transformed into one of utter shock, his body hurled backward by an invisible tidal wave, soaring faster than when he had approached, tracing a clumsy arc before crashing onto the stone floor beneath the stage. He tumbled several times before coming to a halt, struggling yet unable to rise, left with nothing but anguished moans. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, from the moment the burly student stepped onto the stage to the instant he was sent flying, barely 3 breaths in total. Silence. Absolute silence. If there had been hesitation before, due to Su Chen's fearsome reputation, witnessing a pinnacle 1-star grand fighter being so effortlessly and almost humiliatingly dispatched shattered any lingering hope. The burly student's strength, once deemed formidable by many in the audience, now seemed utterly trivial before Su Chen, who had not even been compelled to take him seriously. The disparity was akin to a chasm. In that moment, no one dared to step forward. Eyes gravitated towards Su Chen on the stage, filled with awe and trepidation. To challenge him? That was not to compete for the podium. It was to court disaster. Instantly, the focus of the entire square shifted to the other 4 stages. Huang Su, Lin Jie, Ying Yu, and Lu Qing became the favored targets for challengers. Intense battles erupted on the remaining 4 platforms, with the clash of auras, intertwining lights and shadows, and the echoing sounds of shouts and collisions filling the air. Only in the central first arena, a peculiar vacuum seemed to form, untouched and eerily silent. Su Chen, reveling in his solitude, chose to sit cross-legged at the center of the stage, closing his eyes in serene meditation, as if the fierce competition surrounding him bore no relevance to his being. The sunlight cascaded down, casting a golden sheen upon his tranquil form, rendering him even more transcendent. As the westward sun elongated the shadows of the arena, the final tumultuous defense battle came to a close. Lu Qing, drenched in blood, let his left arm dangle helplessly, his body swaying precariously, nearly collapsing onto the stage. Yet, he persevered, his bloodshot eyes, unusually bright, fixated on the challenger he had just knocked off the stage, now unconscious. He grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth, a silent expression of triumph. Simultaneously, the commanding voice of the supervising mentor resonated throughout the arena. The defense is concluded. The top 5 have been determined. First place, Su Chen. Second place, Huang Su. Third place, Lin Jie. Fourth place, Ying Yu. Fifth place, Lu Qing. The following morning dawned with a gentle sun. Vice-Dean Hu Qian personally led the top 5 finalists of this selection event. Departing from the bustling outer courtyard square towards a secluded and tranquil forbidden area deep within the academy, towering ancient trees lined the path, and the air was thick with a rich energy that invigorated the spirit. Passing through several invisible energy barriers, they eventually halted before what appeared to be an ordinary mountainside. An ancient, unsettling pressure permeated the air, making even breathing feel cautious. Focus, Hu Qian suddenly commanded, his emaciated hands forming intricate seals before his chest. As his fingers danced, golden runes of fighting spirit swirled around like butterflies. Upon completing the final hand gesture, the seemingly mundane mountainside rippled like water, revealing a ghostly blue spatial passage that slowly unfurled before them. Inside the passage, starlight flickered, as if connecting to another realm. Stay close to me, Hu Qian warned gravely. For the spatial passage concealed deadly dangers. A mere brush against its barriers could turn one to dust beneath the might of a Do Wang. With that, he stepped into the passage, his robes instantly engulfed by the ethereal blue glow. Su Chen followed closely behind, and as he entered the passage, an uncanny sensation twisted within his very core. The barriers flanking the passage were not solid, but comprised of countless tiny spatial fissures forming a starry river, occasionally revealing chilling black voids. And you inadvertently caught a glimpse of the distorted scenery within one of the fissures, her face paling instantly. After what felt like half a tea's worth of time, a faint light illuminated ahead. At the end of the passage, 2 statuesque figures sat cross-legged upon a white jade platform. The figure on the left, an old man in black robes, appeared withered, while the one on the right, clad in gray, had hair and beard as white as snow. Neither exuded any energy fluctuations, yet even the most unruly Huang Su couldn't help but ease his breath. A flicker of understanding crossed Su Chen's face as his gaze settled on the 2 emaciated figures seated on the white jade platform. One in black and the other in gray, their presence as silent and enduring as ancient stones, nearly blending into their surroundings. However, Su Chen's pupils constricted slightly. A profound and latent aura, akin to a slumbering volcano, could not escape the keen perception honed at the precipice of life and death. The pinnacle of the 9 stars Do Zone. This was the legacy safeguarded by the 2 venerable elders of Jiaolan. Facing the elders, Hu Qian solemnly clasped his hands in greeting. I pay my respects to the 1,000 elder and the 100 elder. The top 5 students of this inter-academy selection have arrived. As customary, to seek opportunities in the scripture pavilion, I humbly request the elders to open the portal. The elder clad in black, 1,000 elder, seemed oblivious, his eyelids lowered. Breath drawn long. The elder in gray, 100 elder, slowly opened his murky eyes, his gaze sweeping over Su Chen and his companions as if it were tangible. That gaze, devoid of remarkable distinction, sent a chill coursing through Huang Su, Lin Jie, and the others, as if they had been scrutinized by a primordial beast, momentarily stalling the energy surging within them. Only Su Chen remained composed, his eyes tranquil as he met that gaze with unflinching calm. Chapter 54. The scripture pavilion. A trace of imperceptible surprise flickered in the 100 elders' eyes, quickly retreating into silence. His voice, aged and deliberate, broke the stillness. The rule shall be stated once only. You have 1 hour. Each individual may take but 1 item. What you obtain depends upon your own fate and fortune. To force matters is futile. As his words fell, his withered hand gestured casually towards the mountainside. Buzz. The once solid surface of the mountain warped violently, rippling as though disturbed by water. A profound darkness, its edges shimmering with silver ripples of space, silently manifested before the assembly. The interior was pitch black, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, emanating a chilling aura of ancient and primal energy. Proceed within. The 100 elders' eyelids drooped once more, as if turning to stone again. Hu Qian stepped aside. You have 1 hour. Regardless of your gains, return punctually. I shall await your return here. Without hesitation, Su Chen was the first to step forward, his figure disappearing into the dark entrance in an instant. A slight wave of dizziness washed over him, as if traversing through the annals of time. Following closely were Huang Su, Linjia, Yingyu, and Lu Qin, each gritting their teeth as they ventured in. After a brief interlude of darkness, clarity emerged before them. They found themselves in an indescribably peculiar space. The ceiling was not the sky, but a deep vault swirling with countless small points of light resembling stars, casting a gentle radiance evenly across the expanse. The space was vast, and deep within, 5 crystalline walls emanated profound energies, saturating the air with an inextricable essence of power. This was one of the true legacies of the Jialan Academy, the Scripture Pavilion. The 5 crystalline walls appeared to be sites where treasures of cultivation might manifest. Chen glanced around the entrance, his voice steady and unwavering. Each may choose one and seek their own fortune. What one acquires is reliant solely on one's own intuition and prowess. To force matters is futile. Is there any dissent regarding this arrangement? Huangsu took a deep breath, suppressing the fervor in his gaze. It is as it should be. Each shall rely on their own abilities and opportunities. Without hesitation, he strode directly to the central crystalline wall, his figure swiftly positioning itself there. Yingyu nodded slightly, gracefully moving towards the rightmost crystalline wall. Lu Qin glanced at the second crystalline wall, then at the others, biting his lip before ultimately selecting the second wall. Chen surveyed the remaining 5th crystalline wall, shrugged nonchalantly, and in a flash, appeared before it. Within the crystalline wall, the light manifests as an enigmatic, bottomless blackness. The walls are not composed of rock, but rather a peculiar type of crystal, densely embedded with countless minute white crystals. Delicate threads of energy leap and weave between these crystals, producing a continuous, subtle sound. Standing before the crystalline wall, Chen occasionally witnesses a gentle halo illuminating, enveloping various objects that burst forth in radiant orbs, each emanating unique energy fluctuations, varying in intensity. Chen casually extends his hand, his formidable soul perception akin to invisible tendrils, meticulously probing the strength of each passing orb of light. The advanced thunder attribute technique. Thunderbolt force is barely adequate. Its fluctuations are impure and thus discarded. The intermediate combat technique, lightning finger, possesses some power but proves useless, so it is overlooked. A scroll detailing the cultivation methods of rare thunder attribute herbs piques his interest, though it is not what he seeks. His objective is clear: to acquire a truly superior thunder attribute technique or combat skill suitable for the young girl Xiao Xiao. An advanced level is the minimum. The goal is to obtain an earth-level technique. Although the Su family holds a certain influence, an earth-level technique is undoubtedly a treasured possession. And lacking a top-tier thunder attribute legacy, Xiao Xiao currently practices an advanced technique. Chen intends to select an earth-level technique during this expedition. As time slowly passes, the rumbling emanating from the depths of the crystalline wall seems to intensify. Chen remains composed, patiently sensing the surroundings. Suddenly, a blinding red light bursts forth from the crystalline wall, resembling a flaming meteor, hurtling towards Chen with a sharp, piercing sound. Its speed is astonishing, and the force is overwhelming. Chen's gaze sharpens, yet he does not evade. The robust fighting spirit of a 5-star great fighter surges instantly. The muscles in his right arm bulge as a reddish-golden glow flickers beneath his skin. With a thunderous roar, he unleashes a punch, simple yet imbued with terrifying power capable of shattering mountains. The air before his fist is compressed to an extreme, forming a visibly arched barrier of force. Crack! The searing red light is struck head-on by this might-laden punch, coming to an abrupt halt in midair, its surface radiating with intense flickers of light, intermittently dimming and brightening, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. As the radiance dissipates, a crimson scroll is revealed, adorned with the image of a fire phoenix poised for flight. Chen seizes the scroll, infusing it with his fighting spirit. Information floods his mind. Phoenix Cry Technique. A fire attribute skill, advanced level. Meanwhile, at another crystalline wall, Huangsu finds himself amidst a dazzling golden light. He is fervently pursuing a blue streak of light. Agile as a dragon, exuding an unmatched aura of impact. The energy it radiates unmistakably belongs to an earth-level technique. Huangsu's eyes gleam with fervor as his azure fighting spirit erupts in a frenzy, his palm morphing into a myriad of claw-like shadows. In a moment of exquisite interception, his fingers hook decisively around the blue streak of light. Upon grasping the scroll, a torrent of energy surges forth, an earth-level low-tier technique, water blue breakthrough technique. Huangsu erupts with joy, laughing heartily. Haha, heaven has favored me. Without hesitation, he accepts it. Meanwhile, at the crystalline wall where Yingyu stands, her figure appears as ethereal as smoke. Suspended before her is a scroll of a bluish-green hue, its surface seemingly alive with countless tiny whirlwinds swirling in motion. In Yingyu's eyes sparkled the light of wisdom, her fingertips gently tapping, as pure wind attribute battle energy entwined like silken threads, rather than forceful capture. She resonated with it cautiously, soothingly. After a moment, the azure scroll seemed to acknowledge her, its brilliance retracting, slowly descending into her palm. Flowing Cloud Fantasy. A low-tier earth-grade martial art. A radiant smile blossomed on Yingyu's delicate face as she treasured it carefully. Lu Qin, panting heavily and perspiring profusely, felt fortunate to have grasped a high-tier Xin-grade movement technique, Star Shatter Step, quite formidable and perfectly suited to his steady character. Although he yearned for an earth-grade technique, he understood the rarity of such opportunities and deemed himself lucky to have made this acquisition, tucking it away with great care. The most unfortunate was Linjia. The crystal wall he stood before flickered with light, and he had already missed several luminous orbs. One orb exuded a profound aura, seemingly containing a top-tier Xin-grade earth attribute martial art. Yet, Lin Jie hesitated only for a moment. Top-tier Xin grade? Unworthy of me. What I desire is Earth grade. He watched helplessly as the orb vanished into the depths of the crystal wall. Shortly after, another orb darted forth, its aura somewhat weaker. A high-tier Xin grade technique, Earth Rock Spear. Lin Jie scoffed. Decent power, but too ostentatious. Once again, he chose to forego it. Time sped by amidst impatience and greed. The luminous orbs passing before him growing increasingly sparse, their quality seemingly diminishing. Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Before him, a sphere of earthy yellow light was violently expanding and contracting, resembling a heart beating with fervor. It emanated an incredibly dense and majestic aura. Imbued with the ancient essence of the earth, its energy fluctuations far surpassing anything seen before. The surrounding crystal walls vibrated under this heavy energy, humming ominously. Chapter 55, The Celestial Thunder Cannon. This is intriguing. A glimmer of serious interest ignited in Su Chen's eyes. Boom. The earthy yellow sphere's accumulated power seemed to reach its zenith, erupting suddenly. Like an earthquake, a visible shockwave of earthy yellow burst forth, forcefully displacing the vibrant energy within the corridor, suppressing it. The sphere transformed into a yellow meteor that tore through the air, carrying the weight he might to crush all in its path, hurtling fiercely towards Su Chen. Its ferocity was enough to instill despair in a 2-star great fighter. Excellent, Su Chen exclaimed softly, advancing rather than retreating. The battle energy of a 5-star great fighter erupted without reservation. Crimson yellow fire and earth energy surged forth, enveloping him instantly, transforming him into a war god. He did not employ any techniques. It was purely the perfect fusion of raw physical strength and robust battle energy. Break for me. His right fist clenched tightly, the crimson yellow energy compressing violently at the fist's edge, coalescing as if grasping a miniature blazing sun. He met the furious onslaught of the earthy yellow meteor with a fist raised high. Boom. A thunderous sound resounded through the corridor, as if the heart had stopped momentarily. The crimson yellow and earthy yellow energies collided violently, akin to a struggle between two primordial giants. Waves of tangible energy rippled outwards, crashing against the crystal wall of the corridor, producing a deafening roar. The entire space seemed to tremble violently, the heavy energy enveloping the ochre sphere, under the terrifying assault of a crimson force, dissolved and disintegrated rapidly, akin to butter thrown into boiling oil. In less than 2 breaths, a resounding explosion ensued. A deep brown scroll, exuding a rich and ancient aura, emerged from the brilliant explosion. Su Chen, quick-witted, seized it without hesitation. As his fighting spirit probed, the scroll's information materialized. Earth Desolation Technique, a low-level earth attribute skill. A magnificent and profound essence surged into Su Chen's perception, akin to a tangible mountain. This was undoubtedly a superior earth attribute technique. Once cultivated to great depths, its fighting spirit would be as formidable as the earth itself, boasting unparalleled defense and strength that could shake mountains. A flicker of understanding passed through Su Chen's eyes, swiftly replaced by indifference. What a pity for the earth attribute. He murmured to himself. He had better options. The Su family was not lacking in advanced earth techniques. This scroll held no value for him or Xiao Xiao. At that moment, a suppressed yet fervent growl echoed from the crystalline wall nearby. Lin Jie had unexpectedly appeared, evidently drawn by the cataclysmic energy collision. Upon recognizing the deep brown scroll radiating a robust earth attribute aura in Su Chen's grasp, his breath grew heavy, and his eyes filled with bloodshot fervor. Greed and jealousy threatening to erupt. Su Chen, you don't want it? You could give it to me. Lin Jie's voice, tinged with excitement, trembled. What do you mean? Such a waste. Witnessing Su Chen's nonchalant demeanor, as if casually discarding the scroll, filled Lin Jie with anguish. This was the earth-level technique he had longed for. Su Chen, upon hearing his words, paused momentarily. He slowly turned to face Lin Jie, whose expression was contorted with excitement. His gaze was as tranquil as if observing a stone by the roadside, laced with unmasked indifference and a hint of mockery. You want it? Su Chen's voice was devoid of emotion, carrying a subtle hint of boredom. Take it yourself. The treasures hidden in this passage are hardly limited to this one. If you can't obtain it, do not blame others. Weighing the scroll in his hand, his gaze swept over Lin Jie's reddened and twisted face. Driven by overwhelming desire and fury, as a cold, almost cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. If one lacked the capability to acquire it, one should refrain from complaining and causing annoyance. You. Lin Jie trembled with rage, his fingers shaking as he pointed at Su Chen. A surge of fury rising to his head, wishing to pounce and tear him apart. After toiling in front of the crystalline wall to no avail, he had finally sensed the powerful fluctuations in this direction, only to witness Su Chen casually discarding an earth-level treasure. It was sheer humiliation, akin to a stinging slap across his face. Yet, a fragment of rationality held him back. This was the scripture pavilion. Resorting to violence to seize treasures would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Su Chen. The cold, murderous aura honed in the enforcement team, merely brushed aside by Su Chen's indifferent glance, plunged him into a chilling abyss, extinguishing half of his furious flames, leaving only a bone-chilling coldness and deeper resentment and humiliation. Su Chen did not even glance at Lin Jie's retreating figure, as if he were merely swatting away a bothersome fly. He lifted his gaze, directing it deeper into the crystalline wall, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. Time was drawing near. Just as this thought burgeoned in his mind, an abrupt anomaly arose from the depths of the corridor. A piercing explosion, sharper than any prior, erupted with a deafening roar. a blinding silver light, akin to a spear of thunder cleaving through the eternal night, surged forth from the dimmest recesses of the crystalline barrier at a terrifying speed beyond the grasp of the naked eye. Wherever it traversed, the space contorted violently, leaving behind a vacuous corridor, dancing with countless minuscule electric serpents. The air crackled with the ferocity of the unleashed lightning, suffocating in its intensity. Such swiftness, such a domineering aura. Su Chen's pupils constricted abruptly. The speed and might of this lightning far surpassed all previous encounters. This was the true emergence of a top-tier lightning attribute treasure. It had finally arrived. Su Chen's heart surged with fervor, his eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. His muscles tensed as if forged from steel. The mountain-crushing step. Boom. The crystalline ground beneath his feet erupted violently. Su Chen's figure left an afterimage in its wake. His true form akin to an arrow released from its bow, tearing through the air, charging headlong into the cataclysmic silver lightning. The crimson-golden flame energy trailed behind him like a lengthy tail of fire. Faster. Ever faster. The velocity of the silver lightning was simply unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. The frenzied electrical energy pierced through Su Chen's skin like countless steel needles. Halt. A fierce glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as his right hand spread wide, no longer meeting force with force, but instead harnessing the immense energy within. Coupled with the extraordinary foresight he had honed in the enforcement team, to its utmost potential. Upon his fingertips, the reddish-yellow energy coalesced, faintly forming a miniature vortex. Precisely extending half a foot ahead of the core trajectory of the lightning, striking forth like a bolt. Not a direct confrontation, but a redirection, forcefully altering its path. Buzz. The instant Su Chen's fingers grazed the edge of the raging lightning, an overwhelming force surged through his fingertips, threatening to tear him apart and incinerate him. His arm instantly became enveloped in electric light. Chapter 56, The Gathering Humph. Su Chen groaned softly, his arms' muscles bulging, veins standing out. The energy of a five-star battle master erupted without reservation, withstanding the ferocious onslaught. Turn. With a fierce shout, he exerted his fingers, twisting his wrist at an exquisitely intricate angle, applying a deft maneuver. The silver lightning, which seemed capable of piercing through all, was forcefully diverted by half an inch under the guidance of this clever strength. Just half an inch. Whoosh. The silver lightning whizzed past Su Chen's fingertips. But in that fleeting moment, Su Chen's poised left hand lay in wait along the trajectory after the lightning's passage. Got you. His fingers snapped shut like a vice. The instant Su Chen's left hand clamped down on the silver lightning, his entire arm was instantly adorned with a web of electric patterns. The scroll trembled violently in his palm, the lightning coursing through his veins towards his heart. It was forcibly subdued beneath the enveloping reddish-yellow energy. Submit to me. With a low growl, the vortex of fighting energy erupted in his palm, and the lightning finally subdued, revealing the silver and purple patterned scroll, the low-tier Earth-level technique. Heavenly Thunder Classic. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the other end of the crystal wall. Lin Jie's crimson eyes turned towards the source. Just in time to witness Su Chen gather the energy-rich silver and purple scroll. At that moment, the scripture pavilion trembled violently, and the hoarse voice of Bai Lao pierced through the space. The time has come. Everyone was forcibly transported to the stone door by the power of space. Inyu cradled the flowing cloud phantom body with delight in her eyes. Huang Su caressed his storage ring, unable to conceal his pride, while Lu Qing silently tucked the shattering star-step scroll into his bosom. Only Lin Jie felt his nails dig deeply into his palm. The orb of light he had desperately grasped at the last moment turned out to be a yellow-tier technique. Hu Qian surveyed the group. You all have gained something, right? I will lead you out. Stay close to me. As they departed, the spatial tunnel vanished, plunging the area back into silence. In the outer courtyard square, Hu Qian paused for a moment, reminding them that all matters pertaining to the scripture pavilion must remain confidential, and instructed them to gather here 3 days later, when he would escort them to the inner courtyard. As dusk fell, in the preparatory area of the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy, in the rock courtyard of District A, the enticing aroma of meat wafted from Su Chen's small courtyard. He was diligently roasting a large piece of meat on a rack. The meat boasted an unusual jade-like white color, adorned with faint purple veins, representing the most exquisite part of the third-tier magical beast, the Thunder Jade Rhinoceros. When Hanyu, Lu Qing, Lin Yan, and Lin Shuya entered, they immediately spotted Su Chen's busy figure and the mouth-watering scent of the roasted meat. Wow, Su Chen, you seem to be living quite well, Lin Yan exclaimed, inhaling deeply, his eyes sparkling. What kind of meat is this? It smells incredible. It's the meat of the Thunder Jade Rhinoceros, just prepared, Su Chen replied with a smile as he greeted them. I did it myself. One must be self-sufficient. Please. Take a seat, it will be ready shortly. He then retrieved a small cloth pouch from the storage ring on his finger, opening it to reveal an orange-yellow spice powder. He evenly sprinkled it over the roast. With a sizzling sound, the fat was forced out by the high temperature, merging with the spices and unleashing an even richer and more intense aroma. Lin Yan could not suppress a gulp, and even the typically aloof Hanyu's eyes brightened slightly. Lu Qing remained silent, but fixated his gaze on the roast, while Lin Shuya slowed his hand that was waving a fan, curiously inquiring, Su brother, what spices are you using? The fragrance is utterly enticing. Su Chen chuckled proudly. Haha, isn't it a fine treasure? This is a secret spice blend I specifically brought from home before my departure. Continuing to work, he retrieved 4 identical small cloth pouches from his storage ring. Here. One for each of you. Try it out. Just a touch in roasted or stewed meat makes all the difference. Hey, how generous. Lin Yan exclaimed as he eagerly accepted one, treating it like a precious find. Han Yu elegantly thanked him as she received hers, while Lu Qing nodded and silently accepted. Lin Shuya smiled. Su brother is thoughtful. I want to be polite. Finally, the roast reached its optimal state, the exterior golden and crispy, while the inside remained tender and juicy. Su Chen called out, "All right, let us eat." The group wasted no time, quickly gathering around the grill. Su Chen distributed several sharp knives to everyone. Lin Yan was the first to take action, eagerly slicing off a substantial piece and stuffing it into his mouth, letting out a puff of steam from the heat, but reluctant to spit it out. He mumbled, "Delicious. So tender and fragrant, with a unique chewiness." Han Yu, on the other hand, elegantly cut off a small piece, placing it delicately in her mouth to savor. A hint of satisfaction appeared on her cool face as she remarked, "The meat is firm, and the spices enhance the flavor perfectly. It is indeed exquisite." Lu Qing moved with calm deliberation, slicing and consuming the meat. Yet his pace was unhurried, expressing his approval through action. Lin Ziyi praised, "Brother Su, your culinary skills are remarkable. This lei yushi meat, paired with your family's secret spices, is truly a match made in heaven." Before long, the sizable piece of lei yushi meat was nearly devoured by the five of them. At that moment, Su Chen retrieved a large wine jar from his storage ring and set it down on the table with a thud. Upon breaking the clay seal, a rich and robust aroma, imbued with a unique mineral essence, wafted through the air. Come, merely feasting on meat is insufficient. Let us indulge in our Su family's fire rock wine." Su Chen poured generous bowls for everyone. The amber liquid swirled in the bowls, appearing quite substantial. "This wine is extraordinary," Su Chen explained. "Brewed using our ancestral methods, it incorporates a rare essence of core fire, which can aid in stabilizing meridians and enhancing cultivation." Upon hearing this, everyone was intrigued. Lin Yan raised his bowl first, exclaiming, "Goodness, it has such effects. I must give it a try." He tilted his head back and gulped down a hearty mouthful. As the wine slid down his throat, a surge of warmth rushed through him, causing his face to flush instantly. It took him a moment to regain his composure, exclaiming, "It's potent. Quite the kick." Han Yu took a delicate sip, savoring the peculiar warmth circulating through her meridians, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it is remarkable." Lu Qing quietly drank a large gulp, noticing a heightened activity of his internal energy. Lin Ziyi savored the wine thoughtfully, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. The medicinal properties are gentle yet pure. It is truly a fine brew. After several bowls of wine, all felt a pleasant warmth enveloping them, and the flow of their internal energy seemed notably smoother. Though the enhancement was subtle, it was distinctly felt. Once satiated, the lei yushi had been reduced to mere bones, and the wine jar was nearly emptied. Lin Yan, patting his belly in satisfaction, felt invigorated and full of energy, unable to contain himself as he exclaimed, "What a feast! What a drink! Su Chen, your meat and wine are unparalleled. I have all this energy now. Let us have a spar to digest." This suggestion was met with immediate enthusiasm. Han Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she remarked, "Good idea." Lu Qing silently stood, loosening his wrists. Lin Ziyi snapped his folding fan shut, saying, "Brother Su, I seek your guidance." Su Chen, observing the spirited determination of his companions, smiled, "All right, I shall join you in exercising our muscles." He restrained his stronger aura, suppressing his cultivation level to match theirs. Chapter 57. Six-star great fighter. The courtyard swiftly transformed into a temporary training arena. Lin Yan, the most impulsive, let out a battle cry and charged forward, fist flying with a fierce wind. Lu Qing approached steadily, resembling a moving mountain, his arms swinging with a palpable sense of weight. Han Yu moved with an ethereal grace, her fingertips gathering a chill as shards of ice silently shot towards Su Chen's vital points. Lin Ziyi circled the periphery, employing agile footwork to coordinate with the others, effectively sealing off Su Chen's escape routes. In the face of the combined assault from four opponents, Su Chen remained remarkably composed. His footwork was both nimble and versatile, at times as steadfast as a boulder, and at others, as sudden as a tiger descending a mountain. In the confined space, he deftly maneuvered to evade attacks, narrowly dodging strikes at critical moments. Occasionally, he employed clever techniques to deflect blows, guiding Lu Qing's heavy punches off course or dispersing the icy shards launched by Han Yu with a wave of his hand. Though the four launched a fierce onslaught, their teamwork increasingly synchronized. Su Chen, constrained within the same realm, maintained a distinct advantage through his solid foundation, exquisite footwork, and calm adaptability. The friendly sparring session unfolded with spectacular flair, the courtyard alive with energy, shadows darting about, and shouts echoing continuously. After a considerable time, all five were panting, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads, yet smiles of exhilaration adorned their faces. "What a thrill! Truly exhilarating!" Lin Yan exclaimed, wiping his brow and laughing heartily. Su Chen, regaining his breath, looked at his spirited companions, warmth swelling within him. "Everyone," Su Chen said, his gaze sweeping across the four, "I shall soon enter the inner courtyard. Today, we shall not return until we are inebriated." Lin Yan thumped his chest, declaring, "We shall not return until we are inebriated." Han Yu nodded, adding, "Congratulations, Su brother." Lu Qing gravely stated, toasting. Lin Ziyi smiled, "That's exactly my intention." Su Chen extended his hand, "Excellent. When you arrive in the inner courtyard, I shall treat you all to a barbecue." "Absolutely. It's a promise. I await your meat." "Very well." He swiftly tidied up the grill, utensils, and conducted a brief cleaning of the courtyard. Once these tasks were completed, the night had deepened, and silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the occasional chirping of distant insects. He exhaled deeply, shaking off the chaotic images in his mind, allowing his gaze to gradually settle into tranquility. Tomorrow he would formally enter the inner courtyard, a realm teeming with formidable talents and fierce competition, incomparable to the outer courtyard. He understood well that even though he possessed defensive techniques like the rock shield and a solid foundation, merely relying on his daily rigorous training would likely be insufficient to stand out among the gathered geniuses of the inner courtyard. As the night grew quiet, it became an opportune moment for cultivation and self-reflection. Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and cleared his mind, his breathing gradually becoming long and steady. Habitually, he delved deep within himself, examining the crimson-yellow fighting energy flowing through his meridians. The fighting energy had substantially strengthened, evidently benefiting from the fire rock wine infused with a hint of core fire essence consumed that evening. However, his intention was not solely to introspect on his fighting energy. As his consciousness reached its zenith, the surroundings seemed to fade away, and time itself appeared to thicken. At that moment, a flicker of ethereal blue light abruptly ignited in the depths of his awareness. Chen's mind turned toward it, and the blue light swiftly expanded and coalesced, ultimately transforming before his eyes into an exquisitely clear interface that radiated a soft glow. This interface is imbued with an ancient yet enigmatic aura, seemingly composed of the purest energies. Upon it, a few lines of succinct text materialize. Dominion system, host, Chen, realm, 5-star great fighter, core rule, annually. One can elevate their realm by 1 star without adverse effects. Limit, Do Emperor, remaining time, 1 minute. System status, deep sleep, energy recovery in progress. Finally, Chen silently contemplated, accustomed to this system that had unexpectedly bound to him at birth, yet remained silent for so long. The existence of this system is his greatest secret and trump card. His gaze swiftly fixed upon the notification stating, remaining time, 1 minute. Only 1 minute left. Chen's heart raced. This indicated that the once-a-year opportunity for a risk-free breakthrough was imminent. Time was of the essence. He could almost perceive the invisible countdown racing by, akin to the final grains of sand slipping through an hourglass. He immediately suppressed a surge of excitement and anxiety, forcing himself to regain composure. Sitting cross-legged, he adjusted his posture to one of utmost propriety, stabilizing his breath to its most tranquil state, fully immersing his mind, directing all his internal fighting spirit as if rivers converging into the sea, gathering towards the intangible 5-star barrier. Although the system claimed there were no adverse effects, he instinctively prepared to guide his fighting spirit to strike the barrier, a habit ingrained through years of cultivation. Deep within his consciousness, the simple system interface radiated a steady, ethereal blue glow. The numbers following, remaining time, were visibly diminishing. 50 seconds, 40 seconds, 30 seconds. Each passing second felt extraordinarily prolonged. Chen could distinctly sense the abundant fighting spirit within him, invigorated by the fire rock wine. He carefully guided this force, maintaining it in a state of readiness, awaiting the pivotal moment. 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Core rule, annually, one can elevate their realm by 1 star without adverse effects. Activation. At the instant the countdown reached 0, an indescribable, pure, and gentle warmth surged forth not from the outside world, but from the very depths of his being. This warmth enveloped his entire body in an instant. It resembled the most refined life energy, akin to the primal forces of nature. Effortlessly, it merged with Chen's surging fighting spirit, inciting no conflict whatsoever. Under the embrace and propulsion of this wondrous force, the barrier that had once required immense accumulation of strength to breach melted away like snow under the blazing sun, silently vanishing. There was no cataclysmic spectacle, no agonizing sensation of ruptured meridians, nor any feeling of uncontrollable surges of fighting spirit. Everything transpired with remarkable smoothness, as if it were a natural progression. Chen felt a subtle tremor coursing through his body, as if an invisible shackle had quietly been released. The fighting spirit that surged within him became even more robust and refined, its operational speed abruptly elevating to a new echelon. A profound sensation of fullness, strength, and the dissolution of boundaries enveloped his entire being. He introspected his own realm. Realm, 6-star Great Battle Master. It was accomplished. Chapter 58, Fire Element Hunting Competition, Part 1. The bottleneck from 5 stars to 6 stars was effortlessly and smoothly surpassed. The total quantity and quality of the battle energy within him had significantly elevated. Feeling the surging new power coursing through him, Chen slowly opened his eyes. In the pitch-black room, his gaze seemed to momentarily shine under the moonlight, radiating an indescribable brilliance before returning to tranquility. 6 stars, he murmured softly, clenching his fist and sensing the even more formidable strength flowing through his bones. This speed indeed surpassed all reason. Yet, instead of overwhelming joy, he felt a weighty heaviness in his heart. He once again delved deep into his consciousness, gazing at the system interface. Indeed, the realm section had transformed into 6-star Great Battle Master. Meanwhile, the core rules section now displayed, remaining time, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, initiating a new countdown. Once a year. The next opportunity would not arrive until this time again. Chen exhaled gently, his resolve growing stronger. This system was a stroke of fortune. His current achievements were primarily reliant on it, a true talent for cultivation. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Facing stronger opponents and more complex scenarios, mere rank would not suffice. Proficiency in battle techniques, combat experience, and adaptability in the heat of battle were all indispensable. The exhilaration brought by the breakthrough gradually subsided. Chen closed his eyes once more, not immediately resting, but silently began to operate the Earth Flame scripture. He aimed to solidify this freshly attained realm, familiarize himself with the newfound power, and allow the battle energy to circulate more smoothly through the new pathways. The reddish-yellow battle energy glimmered on his skin, flickering like breath. Outside the window, the moonlight was as cool as water, and the world was silent, save for the steady and resolute sound of the youth's breathing. Along with the faint hum of battle energy surging within him, heralding a new beginning and an upcoming journey to the inner courtyard. On the fourth day, just as dawn broke, the central square of the outer courtyard was bustling as if a fair were underway. Upon Chen's arrival, he immediately spotted several familiar faces. At the forefront stood the top 5 of this inner courtyard selection competition. Besides himself, there were Huang Su, Lin Jie, Ying Yu, and Lu Qing. Huang Su and the others. As for Lin Jie, his face remained as sour as ever, his gaze icy enough to freeze upon glancing at Chen. Still harboring resentment over the matter of the scripture pavilion, Ying Yu donned a simple yet elegant dress, exuding a gentle grace. Lu Qing appeared composed, scanning the surroundings with a steady gaze. Behind the 5 of them was a throng of other students, the top 50 of the selection competition, all brimming with excitement, anxiety, and anticipation. After all, they were about to venture into the legendary sacred realm of cultivation, the inner courtyard. In the center of the square stood 4 colossal beasts. What were they? Griffins. They were even larger than those Chen had seen in the beast diagrams, their feathers glossy and radiant, their eyes sharp, and their wings, when folded, radiated an imposing majesty. Even dozens of individuals could easily fit upon them. Silence. A resonant voice rang out, instantly quelling the commotion in the square. The vice president of the outer courtyard, Chen, appeared with his hands behind his back. His hair and beard had turned white, yet his spirit was vibrant, and his gaze swept over the crowd, imbued with both scrutiny and a hint of satisfaction. Is everyone present? Excellent. Form a line and prepare to board the griffin. Steady yourselves. If anyone falls, I shall not be responsible for retrieving you. The voice of Vice Dean Huoqian carried a playful tone as he effortlessly alighted upon the back of the largest griffin. The students, one by one, found their seats upon the broad back of the creature. Simple straps adorned the griffin's back, and Chen was no exception, securing himself as he observed others. With a piercing cry that could shatter stone, the lead griffin unfurled its massive wings. A tempestuous wind surged forth, nearly blinding them. Chen felt a sudden weightlessness as the griffin ascended into the sky. The buildings and figures below shrank rapidly, and the entirety of Canaan City sprawled beneath them like a meticulously arranged sand table. The wind howled in their ears, the air crisp and invigorating. The freshmen, experiencing their inaugural flight on a magical beast, were gripped by a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration, clutching the straps or the feathers beneath them. After approximately an hour of flight, the scenery ahead began to blur, as though an invisible, distorted barrier lay in their path. The griffin's speed, far from waning, increased as it charged headlong into the unknown. A peculiar wave of energy washed over Chen, reminiscent of passing through a viscous membrane. The landscape before him transformed instantaneously. No longer did they behold vast plains and cities. Instead, they were greeted by a sprawling expanse of undulating, verdant mountains. The peaks towered majestically, ancient trees reaching skyward, while clouds and mist enveloped the mountainsides. The air was saturated with an abundance of elemental energy, far denser than that found outside, and a single breath felt invigorating. The griffin herd landed smoothly on a massive platform at the mountain's periphery. Upon the platform awaited 2 venerable figures. One was a robust man with a square jaw, clad in gray attire, exuding a steady presence akin to a mountain. The other was slender, his gaze profound, dressed in a blue robe, emanating an air of shrewdness. Old Hu, have you brought the students? The robust elder inquired in a deep voice, resonating like distant thunder. He was Elder Lin Shan of the Inner Academy. The leaner elder, Wu Yu, scrutinized the descending students, nodding approvingly. They appear to be in good spirits, with a solid foundation. Wuqian. The quality of this year's recruits is promising. Vice Dean Wuqian dismounted from the griffin, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Old Wu, Old Lin. Is it your turn to guard the gate this year? Here they are, 50 in total, all present. He indicated towards the new students behind him. Very well. Leave them to us. Elder Lin Shan stepped forward, his gaze sharp as lightning sweeping across the assembly. Those caught in his penetrating gaze instinctively straightened their posture. Elder Wu Yu smiled faintly, flipping his wrist, sending forth 50 beams of black light that precisely struck each student. Chen reflexively reached out, grasping a palm-sized black card that felt warm to the touch. It was neither metal nor wood, devoid of inscriptions, save for a peculiar flame-like pattern faintly emerging. Have you all received your fire energy cards? Elder Wu Yu's voice rang clear in each person's ears. Listen closely. This marks the first trial for your entry into the Inner Academy, a tradition we uphold. As the words fell, the 2 elders, Wu Yu and Lin Shan, stepped aside, observing the group of newcomers with an air of detachment, showing no intention to intervene further. The students exchanged glances and promptly sprang into action. Chapter 59, The Fire Energy Hunting Competition, Part 2. Ying Yu, shall we form a team? Lu Qing was the first to speak. Ying Yu nodded, turning her gaze towards Chen. Su-Chen, would you like to join us? It would be good to have someone to rely on. Su-Chen smiled and shook his head. Thank you for your kind offer, but I prefer to operate alone. It brings me freedom. He noticed Lin Jie not far off, glaring at him with a malicious intent. Upon hearing Su-Chen's refusal to team up, Lin Jie curled his lips into a cold smirk, letting out a heavy snort in Su-Chen's direction before organizing his team and charging into the dense forest, swiftly disappearing from sight. The other students quickly formed their own groups. Soon, four capable young men gathered around Huang Su. Yingyu and Lu Qing also successfully assembled their 5-member team. In no time, only Su-Chen remained on the square. Unperturbed, Su-Chen leisurely approached the edge of the platform, gazing at the lush, vibrant mountains that concealed untold mysteries. A knowing smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the fire energy hunting competition adhered to its usual pattern. He pinched the black fire energy card in his hand, instilling a slight essence into it, and a number promptly emerged on the card's surface. 5. 5 initial fire energy. How much could that accomplish? He was well aware that everything within the inner courtyard, from the cultivation tower to the elixir pavilion, the skill hall, and even meals and lodging, required the consumption of this so-called fire energy. Without it, one would struggle to make any progress in the inner courtyard. The troubles the elders referred to? Su-Chen understood perfectly. They undoubtedly pertained to the senior students stationed along the crucial paths of the inner courtyard. This group of newcomers was precisely the prey. 5 points were far too few. Su-Chen's eyes flickered. Once those seniors had tended to the newcomers, accumulating the fire energy into their hands. He weighed the black card in his grip with a sly grin. Wouldn't it be more convenient for me to look after those seniors instead? After all, everyone is guaranteed to leave at least 1 fire energy point behind. As long as I don't starve, I will be fine. Having made up his mind, Su-Chen gradually set off, his figure vanishing into the dense thicket. Wu Yu chuckled. Hey, who old man, aren't you going to watch the festivities? Let's see how long these little rascals can hold out this year. Hu Qian waved his hand dismissively. It's the same routine every year. There's nothing to see. The old fellows are tired of it. Off I go. With that, he leaped onto his griffin mount, soaring away with a flock of griffins. Only Wu Yu and Lin Shan remained on the platform. Lin Shan, arms crossed, surveyed the silent entrance to the forest and grumbled. It's the same old story. It lacks excitement. I hope something fresh emerges this year, lest that group of seniors get too smug. Wu Yu stroked his chin, his gaze deepening. I find myself somewhat intrigued by that lad named Su-Chen venturing into the mountains alone. He might either be foolishly audacious or genuinely possess some confidence. Upon entering the mountain range, Su-Chen discovered that the path was far from easy. Although no clear trails were marked, the vegetation was dense and the terrain complex. However, he soon recognized a troubling issue. It was eerily quiet. Not a trace of magical beasts or even the shadow of large wild animals was visible. Evidently, this mountainous region had long been meticulously cleared by the academy, ostensibly to provide ample space for the fire energy hunting competition. He was not in haste, rather. He strolled leisurely, ensuring his condition remained optimal. His soul power had already been extended to capture the subtle sounds of the forest. As time passed, after a span of half a day, Su-Chen began to faintly hear the distant echoes of clashes between energies, shouts, and even the anguished roars and pleas for mercy. Clearly, numerous freshman teams had encountered their senior counterparts. As evening approached, while traversing a rocky forest, Su-Chen caught sight of Yingyu and Lu Qing's team in the distance. They were besieged by a group of 5 seniors clad in their uniforms. The 5 seniors displayed excellent teamwork and a fierce offensive, indicating that this was not their first engagement. Although Yingyu and Lu Qing maintained a steady defense, their overall strength and coordination fell short compared to the seniors. Before long, under Su-Chen's watchful gaze, the team was systematically dismantled, with the 5 freshmen despondently surrounded by the seniors, who demanded the surrender of their fire energy cards. One senior, wielding a blue card, swiftly marked their black cards, resetting their numbers to a solitary 1. The seniors, grinning with satisfaction, tossed the cards back to them and departed. Yingyu and Lu Qing's faces were etched with frustration and helplessness. Concealed in the shadows, Su-Chen shook his head, still too inexperienced. He had no intention of intervening. In the subsequent 2 days, Su-Chen moved through the forest like a specter. He deliberately evaded areas of conflict, silently sensing and tracking the presence of the successful senior teams. He resembled the most patient of hunters, awaiting the moment when his prey would finish off the smaller quarry. He encountered 8 senior teams, observing how they mocked and ensnared the freshmen, witnessing their initial fervor gradually diminish into despondence. With each victory the seniors achieved, Su-Chen silently noted their locations and energies. On the 3rd morning, Su-Chen finally made his move. His first target was a group of 5 seniors who had just finished extracting fire energy from a freshman team and were now resting and chatting with smug satisfaction. The leader possessed strength approximately at the level of a 7-star great fighter. Hello, esteemed seniors. Quite a fruitful day, I presume. Su-Chen suddenly emerged from behind a tree, wearing an innocuous smile. The 5 seniors were startled, but upon realizing he was merely a solitary freshman whose energy seemed to hover around 5 or 6 stars, they relaxed, their faces contorting into mocking grins akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Oh, a straggler? Quite audacious to come forward. One sneered. Listen, kid. Hand over your fire energy card voluntarily to avoid any unpleasantness. Su-Chen maintained his smile. Seniors, after a few days of hard work extracting fire energy, you must be quite fatigued. Why not let me take care of your cards for you? Aha, is this kid insane? Time for a lesson. Brothers, Let us teach him a lesson. They laughed uproariously as they closed in on him, utterly dismissing Su-chan. However, their smiles quickly froze. In an instant, Su-chan's figure flickered, his steps becoming elusive as he effortlessly evaded the encirclement of two seniors. One of the senior students launched a powerful punch, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Su-chan remained steadfast, his right arm instantly enveloped by a thick layer of yellow battle aura, the rock shield. With a resounding thud, the fist collided with the shield, producing a dull sound. The senior felt a sharp pain in his hand, as if he had struck an incredibly hard slab of granite. In swift succession, Su-chan unleashed a straightforward left punch, radiating with a fiery yellow glow. Infused with explosive force, the senior, caught off guard, was struck directly in the chest, the violent energy penetrating deep within. He let out a muffled groan, his body hurtling backward to crash against a tree, sliding down helplessly, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Let us all attack together. The remaining seniors, their expressions drastically changed, ceased their earlier underestimation and unleashed their signature combat techniques to besiege Su-chan. In an instant, the battlefield was illuminated by bursts of battle aura, with debris flying everywhere. Chapter 60, The Fire Energy Capture Competition, Part 3. Amidst the assault of four opponents, Su-chan appeared unfazed. The rock shield provided formidable defense, be it fists, kicks, or weapons. None could inflict even a scratch upon him. Occasionally, when faced with cunning attacks, he skillfully evaded them with his agile movements. His actions were concise and efficient. Each eruption of explosive flames inevitably sent one senior reeling or outright incapacitated. His battle aura flowed smoothly, with minimal consumption. Within 10 minutes, four seniors lay groaning on the ground, leaving only the captain of the 7-star Great Masters, his face pale and incredulous as he gazed at Su-chan. Who exactly are you? His voice trembled slightly. This power was undeniably that of a top-tier monster among the newcomers. I am merely a passing junior, Su-chan replied, clapping his hands as he approached, extending his hand. Senior, the fire energy card. Thank you. The captain, glancing at his fallen comrades and then back at Su-chan's calm demeanor, realized he had met his match. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he reluctantly produced his blue fire energy card. Su-chan also retrieved his black card. When the two cards touched, the number on Su-chan's black card instantly soared from 5 to 85, while the captain's blue card diminished to 1. Thank you for your generosity, senior. Su-chan beamed, his smile radiant, and for theirs as well. He then proceeded to gather the majority of fire energy from the other four incapacitated seniors. Watching their hard-earned fire energy plummet to zero, leaving only a solitary point, the 5 seniors were left despondent. Their eyes filled with fear and frustration as they regarded Su-chan. This fellow was even more ruthless than they. Rest well, seniors. I shall take my leave, Su-chan said, pocketing the fire energy cards and disappearing into the forest with a light heart. The subsequent moments transformed into a showcase of Su-chan's prowess. Like a specter, he darted through the mountains and woods, precisely locating the other 7 teams of seniors he had marked earlier. The battles unfolded in a similar fashion. He revealed himself, faced contempt or a coordinated assault, and relying on the rock shield's formidable defense. He executed precise strikes with explosive flames, complemented by the mobility of the mountain-shattering step. He was remarkably measured in his approach, ensuring that his opponents were only temporarily incapacitated, never seriously harmed. One team, then another, and yet another, each encounter concluded swiftly. The numbers on Su-chan's black card skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. 185, 365, 580, 810, 1020. Every old student team he has encountered has endured a nightmare. The exhilaration of seizing from others was matched only by the agony and disbelief felt when Su-chan snatched from them. News spread like wildfire through the mountains and forests, and soon the remaining old student teams were aware of a freshman phenomenon named Su-chan, who specialized in reclaiming what had been taken from the seniors. An atmosphere of trepidation enveloped them. At the end of the mountain range, near the entrance to the inner courtyard, there stood a stone pavilion beside a clearing. Elders Wu Yu and Lin Shan were leisurely sipping tea. Upon witnessing Su-chan effortlessly dispatch the first old student team, Elder Lin Shan nearly spat out his tea. Old Wu, look at this. This lad is rather extraordinary. Elder Wu Yu also set down his teacup, his gaze sharpening with focus. Calm and composed, he hardly resembles a mere freshman. This is intriguing. As Su-chan continued his relentless counterhunts, the expressions on the faces of the two elders grew increasingly animated. Goodness, this lad has already taken down 8 teams of old students? Elder Lin Shan gasped. His energy reserves must be nearing the 1,000 mark. The old student's hard-earned resources are being rapidly depleted. Elder Wu Yu stroked his beard, erupting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. After all these years, we finally witness a freshman reclaiming so decisively from the seniors. If that old fellow Hu Qian knew he missed out on this, he would surely regret it immensely. Ha ha ha. What a remarkable young man Su-chan is. His temperament truly appeals to me. Elder Lin Shan rarely smiled, but this time he did. Indeed, a delightful surprise. It seems the dual forces of black and white this year will face considerable pressure. At the mountain's end lay a relatively open valley. Passing through this valley would reveal the iconic massive archway of the inner courtyard. At this moment, at the valley's entrance, 2 teams stood poised. One team of 5 donned immaculate white uniforms, exuding a fierce aura. At the forefront stood a tall figure with a stern visage, embodying the pinnacle of a 9-star Grand Fighter, Captain Yen Li of the Baisha team. The 4 individuals behind him fluctuated between 5 and 7 stars in strength. The opposing team, positioned closer to the entrance of the inner courtyard, comprised 5 members clad in deep black attire, their presence more profound and subtle, hinting at a chilling intensity. The leader, a handsome young man with a piercing gaze, radiated a formidable aura that transcended the 9-star Grand Fighter threshold, standing on the cusp of half-step dueling. He was none other than Lin Ming, captain of the formidable Heisha team. His companions, uniformly ranked between 6 and 7 stars, made for a stronger formation than their white-clad counterparts. Nearby, a few despondent freshmen lingered, their spirits crushed after being raided, including Yingyu, Lu Qing, and Huang Su. They gazed at the Baisha team blocking the entrance. Then at the even more formidable Heisha team deeper within the valley, their faces etched with despair. Lin Jie was among them. He had been fortunate enough to evade several waves of old students, yet ultimately he too was deprived of his energy reserves. At that moment, Su Chen's figure emerged leisurely from the woods. Su Chen, Yingyu, and Lu Qing exclaimed in surprise upon spotting him, while Huang Su cast a complex glance his way. Lin Jie, upon seeing Su Chen, momentarily stunned, quickly erupted with intense resentment and schadenfreude. He dashed to the center of the valley towards the Heisha team, calling out to the young leader at the half-step dueling. Brother, it's him. Brother, please help me teach him a lesson. The youth who had taken a half-step into the realm of fighting spirits was none other than Lin Jie's elder brother, Captain Lin Ming of the Blackshot team. Lin Ming's icy gaze swept over Su Chen, sharp as a blade. He was already somewhat taken aback by the emergence of this newcomer, and upon hearing his brother's words, he regarded Su Chen as his prime target. Oh, you are Su Chen? Lin Ming's voice dripped with an air of condescension. Reaching this point indeed demonstrates some skill. However, to bully my brother Lin Ming, one must pay the price. He had no intention of reasoning with Su Chen. In his eyes, regardless of Su Chen's abilities, he could never pose a threat to his half-step fighting spirit prowess. Yen Li, it's your turn. Lin Ming even deemed it beneath him to take action personally, instead commanding Yen Li at the entrance of the valley. Su Chen observed the 5 encroaching figures, particularly the pinnacle of the 9-star Yen Li, his expression devoid of panic, even shaking his head in disappointment. What a bother, he sighed. As he rolled his wrists, a faint yellow aura of fighting spirit shimmered across his body. Let us get this over with. I'm pressed for time. Arrogance. Utter arrogance. Chapter 61. The Fire Energy Capture Competition, Part 4. Su Chen's demeanor infuriated the White Shot team. A glint of cold fury flashed in Yen Li's eyes as he barked, "Attack. Teach him a lesson." In an instant, 5 figures shot forth like arrows released from a bow, their fighting spirit flaring brilliantly. Fists, palms, and legs, accompanied by howling winds, assaulted Su Chen from all directions, blocking any chance of evasion. The onlooking freshmen, including Yingyu, Lu Qing, and Huang Su, felt their hearts leap into their throats. They had first-hand experience of the prowess of seasoned students, especially those tasked with guarding. Lin Jie, on the other hand, wore a maliciously excited expression, eager to witness Su Chen knocked down and begging for mercy in the next moment. Confronted with the tempestuous onslaught, Su Chen sprang into action. He thrust his left foot forcefully against the ground. Boom! The rocky surface beneath him trembled slightly, sending ripples of pale yellow fighting spirit radiating outward from his center. Rather than retreating, he surged forward like a cannonball, charging directly at one of the foremost White Shot team members. This was the advanced movement art, the crumbling mountain step. The force was akin to thunder, swift and unmatched. The White Shot team member felt a blur before his eyes as Su Chen closed the distance with astonishing speed. Instinctively, he threw a punch, cutting through the air with a whoosh. Rock shield, Su Chen mentally commanded, crossing his arms defensively in front of him. In an instant, a layer of solid, thick, pale yellow fighting spirit shield materialized, resembling ancient rock. Bang! The White Shot team member's powerful punch struck the shield with a resounding thud. The team member felt as though his fist had struck against a mountain, the recoil causing his arm to go numb. The shield remained steadfast. Just as his old strength had waned and new energy had yet to emerge, Su Chen's crossed arms suddenly erupted outward with tremendous force. The explosive strike, his right fist, tightly clenched, was enveloped in a fiery, reddish-yellow aura, radiating an overwhelming impact that had been compressed to its utmost limit, launching forth without any embellishment. Bang! The white-clad team member had no time to react, only feeling an unparalleled, violent force slam into his chest, shattering his protective aura instantly. He was propelled backward as if struck by a battering ram, screaming as he crashed into a small tree before falling to the ground. Struggling for a moment but unable to rise. In a single exchange, one was incapacitated. Yen Li's pupils constricted. Be cautious. They are formidable. Form a formation. The remaining 4, including Yen Li, immediately altered their strategy, abandoning their scattered positions to converge swiftly, attempting to suppress Su Chen through their numbers and formation. However, Su Chen offered them no opportunity to assemble. With the mountain-crushing step, his figure darted among the 4 like a phantom, moving so swiftly that he seemed to leave afterimages in his wake. The rock shield functioned as a moving fortress. Whether it was Yen Li's heavy punches or the attacks from other team members, they merely produced dull thuds upon impact, failing to even jostle him. His defense was nothing short of monstrous. Su Chen's counterattacks, on the other hand, were ruthlessly precise. Each explosive strike targeted the fleeting openings in their defenses. Bang! Ah! Another white-clad team member was sent flying by a single punch, the sound of cracking bones echoing. Boom. Pht. The third member hastily attempted to block, but was sent reeling backward, blood spewing from his mouth due to the explosive force. In the blink of an eye, only Yin Li and another 7-star great fighter remained standing, their faces painted with horror and disbelief. This was hardly the performance of a newcomer. This defense, this power. This combat awareness was more seasoned than even they, the veterans. Impossible, Yin Li roared, unleashing his 9-star pinnacle aura without reservation. His muscles rippling as he employed his most powerful technique, his fists blazing like meteors of flame as they hammered down towards Su Chen's chest. The dual stars of flame descend. The force of this strike was astonishing. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he advanced rather than retreating. The brilliance of the rock shield became overwhelmingly dense. Boom. His fists crashed against the shield, erupting with a deafening roar. The violent aura rippled outward, stirring up clouds of dust. Amidst the haze, the ferocity on Yin Li's face froze in an instant. He felt as though he were not striking a shield, but the unyielding core of the earth itself. The recoil caused his arms to ache unbearably. What terrified him further was that Su Chen had not taken a single step back. Though the shield trembled violently, its glow dimmed somewhat. It remarkably withstood the assault. At the moment when Yin Li's mind was shaken, Su Chen struck. The mountain-crushing step, closing the distance in an instant. Explosive strike. Once again, it was that unadorned yet terrifyingly explosive punch, the reddish-yellow aura compressed to its zenith, rapidly expanding in Yin Li's eyes. No. Yin Li barely managed to cross his arms in a hasty block. Crack. Pht. The sound of bones fracturing was distinctly audible. Yin Li felt as if his arms had been struck by a colossal hammer, a searing pain piercing through him. He was launched backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground. As he struggled to rise, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Completely devoid of combat capability, the last member of the 7 Stars team, already paralyzed with fear, had lost all will to fight and turned to flee. In an instant, Su Chen darted forward, his speed in the avalanche step far exceeding the opponent's expectations, positioning himself directly in front of the fleeing figure. With merely a glance, the team member's legs buckled, and he sheepishly withdrew his fire energy card, lamenting, "Junior, I'll handle this myself." In less than 10 minutes, the illustrious White Shale team was utterly annihilated. The valley's entrance fell into an eerie silence. All the new students, including Huang Su, Ying Yu, and Lu Qing, gaped in astonishment, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. The schadenfreude etched on Lin Jie's face had solidified into disbelief, transforming into a pallor of shock and fear. Deep within the valley, the members of the Black Shale team had also quelled their mocking expressions, their gazes towards Su Chen now imbued with gravity. Lin Ming, the captain at the cusp of the combat spirit realm, felt a jolt in his eyelids, his previously impassive demeanor giving way to astonishment. This young man in the stone pavilion, Elder Lin Shan, inhaled sharply, nearly shattering the teacup in his grasp. Yin Li, at the pinnacle of the 9 stars, along with the entire White Shale team, defeated in under 10 minutes? This mastery of the rock shield. Alongside such explosive martial prowess, this youth is undoubtedly extraordinary. Elder Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clapped and laughed heartily. Ha! What a thrill! Absolutely exhilarating. With steady and swift footwork, both offensive and defensive techniques, this lad is a perfect combat prodigy. Yin Li's loss is well-deserved. Huh. This year's fire energy hunting competition has been worth every moment. Ignoring the gazes around him, Su Chen approached the groaning White Shale team member, producing his black fire energy card. Seniors, I understand the rules. One by one, he collected the blue fire energy cards from the White Shale members, pressing them against his own black card. Drip, drip. With each soft sound, the numbers on Su Chen's black card surged. The White Shale team, as the gatekeepers, had seized numerous new students in the preceding days, accumulating a substantial amount of fire energy. 1320, 1510, 1750, 1980, 2125. As he swiped the last significant amount of fire energy from team leader Yin Li's card, the final figure on Su Chen's black card settled at an astounding 2125. The numbers on the 5 White Shale members' cards transformed into glaring. 1, the minimum threshold. He carefully stored away his now heavy black card, his gaze calm as he turned towards the depths of the valley, fixing his eyes on the young man at the cusp of the combat spirit realm and the team clad in black behind him. It's your turn. Su Chen's voice, though soft, resonated clearly through the silent valley. Chapter 62, the Fire Energy Hunting Competition, End. Lin Ming's expression darkened completely. Su Chen's swift and decisive elimination of the White Shale team had far exceeded his expectations, instilling a profound sense of threat and humiliation within him, especially given the nonchalant demeanor of his opponent, as if he had not regarded Lin Ming, a half-step into the combat spirit realm, at all. Good. Very good. Lin Ming stepped forward slowly, his gaze icy and piercing, unleashing the formidable aura of a half-step combat spirit without reservation. The aura emanating from him surpassed that of a 9-star great fighter, carrying an implicit pressure as if it were on the verge of reaching a higher realm, causing both the new and returning students nearby to feel a pang of trepidation. Su Chen, you indeed possess a certain level of skill. No wonder you are so audacious. But do you think that having defeated the worthless Yin Li allows you to act recklessly before me, Lin Ming? Lin Ming's voice was laced with a chilling, murderous intent. You have insulted my brother and injured so many members of my inner academy. Today, I shall ensure you pay the price. You will learn that newcomers should adhere to their place. The 4 members of the Black Shaman team behind him stepped forward in unison, their auras of 6-star and 7-star great fighters intertwining. Although individually they did not surpass Yan Li, their collective momentum was far more concentrated and lethal, clearly demonstrating a well-honed coordination from years of combat experience. "Brother, disable him. Seize all his fiery energy," Lin Jia cried out from behind, filled with venomous rage. Su Chun regarded Lin Ming and his 4 companions, shaking his head. "Why waste words? You wish to avenge your brother? You seek to claim my fiery energy? Then let us face each other together. It would save time from dealing with you one by one." "Arrogant!" Lin Ming fumed in fury. "I need not sully my hands with you. Black Shaman, form the formation. Capture him." Though furious, Lin Ming was not a fool. The defensive and offensive prowess Su Chen had exhibited was astounding. The defeat of Yan Li served as a cautionary tale. He resolved to allow his team members to probe and exhaust Su Chen first, biding his time to deliver a decisive blow. "Yes, Captain." The 4 Black Shaman members responded in unison. They dispersed in an instant, occupying 4 strategic positions, their movements as swift as leopards. Their battle auras ignited, subtly forming an encircling slaughter formation. Each of their battle aura attributes differed: sharp gold, heavy earth, chilling water, and enigmatic darkness, each reinforcing the other, their momentum escalating. "Kill!" A low growl echoed, and the 4 figures erupted simultaneously. Blades gleamed, fists shadowed, ice spikes formed, and strange black energy beams converged from 4 cunning angles, imbued with a fierce murderous intent, targeting every vital point around Su Chun. The intensity of the assault and the harmony of their cooperation far exceeded that of the previous White Shaman team. This was the true prowess of the elite veterans from the Inner Academy. Stone shield. A robust, pale yellow shield enveloped him once more. Clang, boom, hiss. Various attacks struck against the shield, emitting a cacophony of explosive sounds. The shield quivered violently, its brilliance fluctuating erratically. Particularly, that chilling black energy beam possessed a potent corrosive quality, causing the shield to hiss, its defensive capability evidently diminished. Interesting. Su Chun felt the weight of pressure on his shield and immediately activated the mountain-shattering step. He no longer braced himself. Instead, like a darting fish, he weaved through the frenzied onslaught of the 4 attackers. The stone shield served for defense, while mountain-shattering step prioritized evasion, his movements remarkably agile. Explosive flame charge. Seizing the moment when one team member faltered in formation, Su Chen's fiery yellow fist struck out like a viper, crashing into the opponent's ribs. Clang. His fist collided with the side of the blade, unleashing the terrifying explosive force of the explosive flame charge. Puff. The team member felt an overwhelming, searing force penetrate through the blade, his grip shattering, the long knife flying from his hand, and he staggered backward, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. A gap appeared in the encirclement. The remaining 3 team members, witnessing this, intensified their assault. Bind him. Do not allow him to break free. The clash of blades and fists intensified. Su Chen felt an overwhelming pressure. Although the rock shield offered formidable defense, it was no match for the relentless barrage from 3 highly coordinated 6- and 7-star battle masters, depleting his fighting spirit at an alarming rate. Compounding his troubles was Lin Ming, lurking nearby with a predatory gaze, his half-stepped doling aura akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike with lethal precision at any moment. A swift resolution was imperative. A fierce glint flickered in Su Chen's eyes as he fully activated the advanced Earth Flame Classic, a high-tier technique. The crimson yellow fighting spirit surged with a sudden ferocity. No longer evading, he planted his feet firmly. His entire fighting spirit coursed violently into his arms. Rock shield. The protective barrier flared brilliantly, absorbing the brunt of the trio's fierce assault. In that fleeting moment, as their initial strength waned and their new strength had yet to manifest, their formation became slightly disordered due to the pursuit. "Get away from me," Su Chen shouted, his arms flung wide open, akin to a colossal ape clearing a path. Boom, boom, boom. 3 tangible crimson-yellow fist shadows erupted, resembling miniature suns, forcefully colliding with the 3 encircling members of the Black Fiend squad. "This is bad. Block it." The trio's expressions shifted dramatically, hastily fortifying their defenses. Bang, bang, thud. 2 dull thuds resonated, accompanied by the sound of blood being coughed up. 2 of the team members were sent flying, crashing to the ground, unable to rise. The remaining strongest 7-star member barely managed to withstand the impact, yet was thrown back, his energy in turmoil. The encirclement collapsed instantaneously. Now's the moment. Lin Ming, who had been biding his time, felt a surge of excitement. This was the opportunity he had awaited. "Kneel before me," Lin Ming roared, unleashing his half-step doling fighting spirit without restraint. His aura soared to its zenith, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. With a single step, he moved with ghostly speed, crossing a dozen meters in an instant to appear at Su Chen's side and rear. There lay the vulnerable gap where Su Chen's strength had just been exhausted, leaving him defenseless after the explosive attack. Lin Ming's fingers, poised like a sword, gathered a pitch-black, penetrating radiance at their tips, embodying his ultimate secret technique, soul-piercing finger. This technique was designed to bypass defenses and strike at the heart. The precision of this strike, infused with his half-step doling power, was calculated to an exquisite degree. He aimed to incapacitate Su Chen in one decisive blow. In the stone pavilion, Elder Wu Yu's expression turned grave. This was no trifling matter. Lin Ming intended to kill. He shifted slightly, preparing to intervene. Yet, at that critical juncture, Su Chen, who had his back to Lin Ming, revealed a cold smirk. "I've been waiting for you." He suddenly pivoted, facing the lightning-fast, penetrating black finger beam. His expression bore no trace of fear. Instead, it radiated a chilling calm as if his scheme had come to fruition. Chen brought his hands together in a prayer-like gesture before his chest. The pale yellow fighting spirit instantaneously transformed into a dazzling crimson. A torrent of fire energy surged wildly. An overwhelming pressure, far surpassing all previous attacks, erupted like a dormant volcano awakening, radiating outward from him with tremendous force. Low-tier earth technique, fiery earthquake wave. Chen's voice thundered like a clap of lightning. With a powerful thrust of his palms forward, the world erupted with a resounding roar. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air, a terrifying shockwave of flames, as thick as a barrel and transitioning from a deep crimson to a near white, surged forth like a roaring dragon of magma, exuding an aura of destruction that could incinerate all and rend the earth asunder. In an instant, it tore through the atmosphere, advancing toward Lin Ming's chilling black finger beam. Wherever the searing fissure wave passed, the ground was plowed into a deep, charred ravine, while the surrounding air warped and swirled under the extreme heat. The sheer force of this spectacle left all onlookers, including Elders Wu Yu and Lin Shan, gasping for breath and gripped by a sense of dread. This was the might of Earth-tier combat techniques, harnessing the energies of heaven and earth. Chapter 63. Inner courtyard. The sinister grin on Lin Ming's face froze in an instant, replaced by boundless terror and astonishment. An Earth-tier combat technique. No. His meticulously gathered energy for the soul-devouring finger was rendered as fragile as snow before the blazing sun in the face of that apocalyptic crimson inferno. With a soft hiss, the black finger beam couldn't withstand even a second before being violently consumed and obliterated by the raging tide of flames. The fearsome fissure wave, undeterred, surged forward with the annihilating force to incinerate all in its path, ruthlessly crashing toward Lin Ming. The shadow of death enveloped him in an instant. His pupils constricted to pinpricks, and it felt as though all the blood in his body had congealed. He couldn't even muster a scream. Under the absolute suppression of power, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Just as Lin Ming was about to be reduced to ashes by this terrifying Earth-tier technique, a resonant, aged voice thundered, "Enough." A blue figure appeared before Lin Ming as if teleporting, Elder Wu Yu of the inner courtyard. Elder Wu Yu's expression was grave as his emaciated hand shot forth with lightning speed. Within his palm, a torrent of immense azure fighting spirits surged forth like a tsunami, coalescing before him into a colossal shield of blue light, inscribed with countless arcane runes. Boom. The crimson inferno fissure wave collided violently with the azure light shield. The deafening explosion echoed throughout the valley. A tempest of chaotic energy swept through like a hurricane, sending dust and debris flying. The blue light shield quivered violently, its runes flickering erratically, yet it ultimately held firm against the terrifying impact. As the dust settled, the sight that met everyone's eyes drew gasps of astonishment. Chen remained poised with his palms extended, his complexion slightly pale, clearly drained from executing the Earth-tier technique. Elder Wu Yu stood protectively before Lin Ming, and the azure shield gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, Lin Ming, the captain of the Blackshot team, appeared ghostly pale, trembling all over, with a faint, unpleasant odor emanating from his trousers. His gaze was vacant, filled with overwhelming terror and confusion from narrowly escaping death. He had been but a step away from annihilation. The cataclysmic force had made his very soul tremble. The entire valley fell into a deathly silence. Only the rustle of leaves stirred by the wind and the heavy breaths of the crowd broke the stillness. Everyone remained utterly stunned by this earth-shattering clash, including the fallen members of the White Shot team, the 3 remaining standing members of the Black Shot team, and all the new students. The gaze directed at Chen was no longer one of surprise or admiration, but rather filled with a reverent awe, akin to that reserved for a monster. After all, he had demonstrated an Earth-tier combat technique, a skill few within the Inner Academy could master. Moreover, he had nearly dispatched the Black Shaman captain, who was on the brink of becoming a combat spirit, in an instant. Chen had triumphed. Elder Wu Yu exhaled deeply, casting a complex glance at Lin Ming, who remained dazed on the ground, before turning to Chen, his voice laden with gravity and uncontainable astonishment. Chen, you've won. The fire energy capture competition for this year concludes here. All newcomers, follow me into the Inner Academy. Elder Wu's words fell like a large stone cast into a tranquil lake, causing the new students to pause momentarily before erupting into jubilant cheers. Chen had emerged victorious. Chen, Yingyu and Lu Qing flushed with excitement, their eyes sparkling with gratitude and adoration as they looked upon Chen. He had overturned the guarding team, preserving the dignity of their cohort of newcomers. Huang Su's expression was complex, but predominantly one of shock. Lin Jie, meanwhile, had long hidden behind his brother Lin Ming, shrinking back with trepidation, too fearful to utter a word. Elder Wu, disregarding the others, approached Chen with a beaming smile, scrutinizing him from head to toe, increasingly pleased with what he saw. What a clever lad you are, hiding your depths. You even utilized an Earth-tier technique. You nearly startled me. He produced an item and handed it to Chen. Here, this is your well-deserved reward. Upon receiving it, Chen discovered it was a card. Not the previous dark one, but rather one that shimmered with a gentle azure hue, crafted from a far superior material. It bore flame patterns, yet had an air of profound mystique. This is the Azure Fire Energy card, Elder Wu elucidated, the currency circulating within the Inner Academy. The color denotes its level and amount. White is the lowest, followed by black, blue, red, azure, and finally, crimson. Your Azure card is at the pinnacle, far surpassing the permissions of ordinary students' blue and red cards. It already holds an allowance of 300 points of fire energy. Use it sparingly. It will sustain you for quite some time. 300 points. Su Chen's heart leapt with joy as he promptly transferred his black card's fire energy points into the azure card. Watching the azure card display 3,268 points of fire energy, he chuckled with glee. Elder Wu then produced a palm-sized purple jade token, intricately engraved with exquisite maple leaf patterns, and handed it to Su Chen. And this as well. It's the key to the purple maple courtyard. This is one of the privileges afforded to top students within the Inner Academy, a private residence that will serve as your abode henceforth. An azure fire energy card? A purple maple courtyard. 300 points of fire energy. My goodness. He alone surpasses us all. The moment Elder Wu finished speaking, those upperclassmen, who had barely scraped together a meager amount of fire energy, particularly the members of the black and white dual spirits, looked on with envy and jealousy, nearly drooling at the prospect. They had toiled for years within the Inner Academy, and yet they might never amass 300 points, let alone possess an azure card and a private courtyard. Su Chen had soared to great heights upon merely entering the Inner Academy. The newcomers felt a mix of envy, but more so, a sense of reverence and respect. His achievements were born of genuine skill. All right, enough standing around in a daze. Elder Wu called out. Help each other if you're injured, and return to your own business. New students, follow me. Elder Wu personally guided Su Chen and a group of newcomers out of the valley. As they traversed a lush forest path, the scenery suddenly opened up before them. Majestic buildings rose up against the mountains, exuding an ancient charm while radiating an overwhelming sense of power. A vast plaza, towering spires, and fragrant alchemical chambers filled the air. Alongside a distant tower that appeared extraordinary, subtly emanating waves of intense energy, the celestial refinement tower. The rich energies of heaven and earth enveloped them, far surpassing that of the outer academy. The atmosphere was thick with a palpable sense of competition and cultivation. This was indeed the true heart of Canaan Academy. Chapter 64. Z and the newcomers were dazzled and ecstatic. Elder Wu entrusted the other newcomers to the care of the attending steward and, taking Su Chen aside, they walked through several tranquil and tidy stone paths until they reached an elegant area. The courtyards here were evidently of a higher standard, each a private dwelling. Soon, Elder Wu stopped in front of a courtyard gate adorned with a plaque of purple sandalwood, intricately carved with the characters, Zifeng Yuan. On either side of the entrance stood tall purple maple trees, their lush branches creating a picturesque scene. With a purple jade token, Elder Wu pressed it into a slot on the gate, which slid open silently. Here it is, he said, patting Su Chen on the shoulder. You will reside here from now on. The space is ample and quiet, ensuring your cultivation remains undisturbed. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to seek me out. Judging by your earlier display, I doubt trouble will find you. Now, focus on your cultivation, haha. Rest well, and in just a few days, you will be thoroughly acquainted with the Inner Academy. With that, Elder Wu walked away, his mood evidently uplifted. Su Chen stepped into Zifeng Yuan. The courtyard was indeed spacious, with a central area paved with bluestone and a small flower bed in one corner. The main building was a charming three-story structure, its elegant eaves and antique style captivating. Upon entering, he found it furnished with all necessities, impeccably clean, ready for immediate occupancy. For a student accustomed to communal dormitories, this was akin to a paradise. With the entire 3 floors to himself, it was spacious enough for him to run laps. However, feeling a bit fatigued, Su Chen bypassed the detailed exploration and ascended the stairs directly to the master bedroom, collapsing onto the soft bed. He rolled over with a long sigh, his body weary to the core. The final confrontation in the fire energy capture tournament against the twin black and white specters, particularly the forceful deployment of Earth-level combat skills against Lin Ming, had drained him nearly to his last drop of energy. Now that he was safe and could relax, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. He closed his eyes and introspected, noting the state of his battle chi, which was lethargic and akin to a pond on the verge of drying up. He needed to rest for a few days to recuperate, he thought. As his thoughts shifted, Su Chen recalled something of greater importance. He had finally entered the Inner Academy. Gazing at the intricately patterned ceiling, he realized that he must quickly accomplish 2 tasks. First and foremost, he needed to find a way to meet the legendary little girl, a spark of determination gleaming in his eyes. This was the most significant purpose of his journey to Canaan Academy. As Su Chen's gaze grew solemn, he realized that the time had come to begin consuming the life-devouring pill, having already delayed for 4 months. Lost in thought, an overwhelming sense of fatigue enveloped his consciousness. His eyelids grew heavier, and before he knew it, he succumbed to a deep slumber. On the plush, inviting bed of the purple maple courtyard, Su Chen slept for an entire day and night. When he finally opened his eyes, the shadows of the purple maple leaves outside had elongated, signaling that it was already the afternoon of the following day. Oh, the power of Earth-rank combat techniques is indeed formidable, and their after-effects are equally intense, Su Chen murmured as he rolled out of bed. At that moment, his stomach grumbled, a reminder that since the previous day's skirmish, he had consumed nothing but a sip of water. He approached the intricately carved wooden window and pushed it open. A refreshing breeze, infused with the fragrance of flora, wafted in, mingled with a subtle hint of medicinal aroma emanating from a few nameless spiritual herbs in the corner of the courtyard. The environment of the purple maple courtyard was undeniably exquisite, serene and brimming with spiritual energy. Man is iron, and food is steel. One feels famished after missing a meal. Su Chen mused, rubbing his belly and smiling thoughtfully. Perfect. Let's see if I can catch a dragon. He reached into the inconspicuous spatial ring on his finger and retrieved an exquisite jade box. Upon lifting the lid, a rich, intoxicating scent of herbs, coupled with a weighty mineral essence, immediately filled the room. Inside lay a peculiar herb, entirely emerald green, with elongated leaves resembling dragon whiskers and a small tuft of golden tassels at the tip. This was the pinnacle of 6th-grade medicinal material, the dragon whisker grass. The energy contained within was both pure and somewhat wild. Without a second glance at the precious dragon whisker grass, which he treated as casually as a common cabbage, Chen placed the jade box on the stone table in the courtyard. He then drew out a substantial piece of meat, adorned with purple electrical patterns. The essence of the thunder jade rhinoceros. With a resounding thud, the hefty chunk was placed securely on the pre-prepared grill. Chen then began his meticulous preparations, igniting the fire, cleaning, and scoring the thick meat with precise cuts. He produced several oddly shaped bottles and jars, evenly sprinkling various powdered spices over the meat. As the spices touched the slightly seared meat, the flames licked at it, releasing an overpowering, soul-stirring aroma that erupted into the air. The fragrance was even purer and more concentrated than before, as if the very essence of the thunder jade rhinoceros had been distilled into this single piece of meat. The rich meaty aroma, intermingled with the peculiar spices and a faint char from the unique electrical essence of the thunder jade rhinoceros, created an unparalleled allure. To what extent was this aroma dominating? The medicinal fragrance of the spiritual herbs in the courtyard was instantly overwhelmed, vanishing without a trace. Even the few oblivious birds passing by the courtyard collided with the walls, flapping their wings in confusion before eventually flying off in a daze, as Chen diligently turned the meat, ensuring even heat distribution and sizzling oil. The enticing aroma reached its zenith. At that moment, the space before him rippled oddly, akin to a small stone dropped into a still lake, creating a barely perceptible ripple that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Chen instinctively lifted his head. Lo and behold, a little girl, adorned in a purple dress and sporting 2 horn braids, appeared unexpectedly beside the stone table. She appeared to be around 10 years old, her face round and rosy, with large, strikingly deep purple eyes that sparkled with an innocent purity, untouched by the harshness of the world. In her left hand, she held a fruit resembling a plump carrot, crystal clear and lustrous like yellow jade, which she was enthusiastically munching on. A light golden juice dribbled down her small mouth, leaving her chin, cheeks, and even the front of her dress glistening and sticky. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was her greasy, sticky right hand, which was firmly clutching the precious dragon lizard grass that he had carelessly set on the stone table. To his dismay, she had already gnawed off a significant portion of the invaluable herb. Chen felt a jolt in the corner of his eye. He quickly scanned the nearby jade box. And indeed, the lid was ajar, revealing its emptiness. What truly shook Chen was the carrot-like item that the little girl was devouring. The rich earth attribute energy and robust life force emanating from it were palpable even from a distance. The glazed yellow fruit, a supreme treasure among 5th-grade herbs. It could strengthen the body and enhance the vitality of internal organs. Such a rarity. Indeed, as thoughts raced through Chen's mind, he had anticipated this. Yet witnessing the little girl materialize so mysteriously and treat his still-cold dragon lizard grass as a mere snack caused his heart to flutter. This girl, indeed, was a child of the ancient void dragon, a natural-born creature of space. The little girl, Ziyin, seemed utterly oblivious to the complex and astonished expression on Chen's face, or if she noticed, she simply did not care. She frowned, her small mouth quickly chewing on the leaves of the dragon lizard grass, her delicate face scrunched up as she mumbled indistinctly. Ugh, so crunchy, but it's really bitter. Not sweet at all. It seemed she was dissatisfied with the taste of the dragon lizard grass. Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and forced a gentle, harmless smile onto his face, speaking softly and tenderly, fearful of scaring the little girl away. Little one, he gestured towards the dragon lizard grass. Now pockmarked from her nibbling, eating it raw doesn't taste very good. It's a bit astringent. How about I prepare it for you? I assure you, it will be 10 times more delicious than what you're currently gnawing on. Fragrant and sweet. Ziyin paused her munching on the glazed yellow fruit, her beautiful, deep purple eyes narrowing suspiciously as she regarded Chen with a furrowed brow. Prepare it? She scrutinized him with skepticism. You're not trying to trick me into giving up my little grass, are you? Reflexively, she tucked the half-eaten dragon lizard grass closer to her chest, while her other hand raised the half-eaten glazed yellow fruit in a show of defiance, threatening in a babyish tone. I'll tell you, I'm very strong. If you dare to deceive me, be careful, or I'll hit you. Her fierce little demeanor, combined with her exquisitely delicate face and juice-stained corners of her mouth, held little menace and instead evoked a heartwarming charm. Chen, internally amused yet sincerely earnest, quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, No, no. I'll do it right under your nose. Just watch me refine it, all right? I promise I won't deceive you. If I do, I'm a little puppy. Ziyin tilted her small head, her violet eyes filled with conflict. She glanced at the bitter and astringent dragon lizard grass in her hand, then at Chen's honest expression, especially at the grill behind him, where the tantalizing aroma of the grilled yushi meat wafted through the air, causing her little nose to twitch involuntarily. After much hesitation, she reluctantly handed over the battered dragon lizard grass, her lips pursed. Here, take it. But, if you ruin it or lose it, I will definitely flatten you. Rest assured. Consider it done. Chen assured her, patting his chest as he carefully accepted the battered dragon lizard grass. He could still feel the remnants of teeth marks and saliva on it, but he didn't mind, nor dared to. He sat cross-legged on the ground, suspending the dragon lizard grass before him. With a thought, the robust fighting spirit cultivated from the earth flame scripture surged forth, coalescing into a blazing, reddish-yellow flame in the palm of his right hand. The temperature of the flame was extraordinarily high, yet he controlled it with precision, preventing even a hint of heat from escaping. Although not an alchemist, Chen possessed exceptional control over his fighting spirit. It was not a daunting task for him to refine the essence of the medicinal herb and mold it into easily consumable pills. Moreover, his goal was clear: it must be delicious. The flames enveloped the fragmented dragon lizard grass, swiftly refining it into a viscous pool of emerald green liquid. Chen then retrieved several small packets from his spatial ring, special grilling spice packs that he had prepared prior to coming to the Cannon Academy, filled with an array of fragrant spices. With a flick of his fingers, he evenly infused some spice powder into the verdant liquid using his fighting spirit. Instantly, a complex aroma, mingling the fresh scent of herbs with an exotic sweetness, wafted through the air, far surpassing the mere fragrance of the dragon lizard grass. Xian's little nose twitched like a puppy's, her sparkling big eyes fixated on the swirling liquid, nearly drooling with anticipation. It smells so good. Seeing her reaction, Chen smiled faintly and continued his work. He manipulated the flames and fighting spirit to divide, stretch, and knead the aromatic green liquid. Soon, a dozen pill-sized orbs, resembling dragon eyes, plump, rounded, and shimmering with a jade-like luster, exuding an enticing sweetness and a faint glow, took shape. With a wave of his hand, an empty jade bottle flew over, and the small pills clinked as they fell into the bottle. He presented the jade bottle to the eagerly watching Xian, grinning. "Here you go. All done. Give it a try." Xian, having waited impatiently, snatched the jade bottle, pouring out a green pill and popping it into her cherry-red mouth. After a few chews, her deep violet eyes widened in astonishment, as if brilliant starlight had exploded within them. "Whoa!" Xian exclaimed, her little face brimming with incredulous delight. "So fragrant. So sweet. It's absolutely delicious." Immediately, she disregarded her image entirely, tilting the jade bottle towards her small mouth, pouring several pills into it. Her cheeks bulged like a gluttonous little squirrel, her eyes squinting into crescent moons of bliss, while her tiny feet danced joyfully on the ground. So delicious. I've never tasted such exquisite pills." A muffled stream of praise spilled from her stuffed cheeks. Observing the adorable expression of utmost satisfaction on Xian's face, Chen's smile deepened, tinged with a hint of triumph. He gently inquired, "Is it tasty?" "I'm Chen. Having just entered the inner courtyard. May I ask your name, little girl?" Chapter 66. Chen and Xian suppressing his laughter, Chen nodded repeatedly. "Absolutely. From now on, I shall rely on you, little Xian." He gestured towards the barbecue grill, where the tender meat of the thunder jade rhinoceros sizzled and crackled, exuding an intoxicating aroma. "The meat is ready. Would you like to share some?" Only then did Xian's attention shift, captivated by the overwhelming scent of the meat. In her earlier focus on the sweet aroma of the pills, she had overlooked this even more tempting delicacy. Her eyes sparkled like searchlights, fixating on the roasted meat, and her throat involuntarily swallowed. The sound of her gulping was distinctly audible as she sprang from the stone bench like a little cannonball. Rushing to the vacant space beside Chen, she sat cross-legged, hands neatly placed on her knees, her back straight, tilting her small face upward. Her violet eyes brimming with anticipation and desire, a picture of a well-behaved child eagerly awaiting a meal. Yes, I want to eat." Her voice was sweet and crisp. Chen was nearly undone by her sudden transformation, hastily using a specially crafted sharp knife to slice the most succulent piece of meat, presenting it on a clean jade platter before Xian. The little one cheered, her small hands eagerly seizing the chunk of roasted meat larger than her palm. Unbothered by the heat, and taking a hearty bite, the crispy skin crackled, and the sizzling hot juices erupted forth. Wow! Xian's eyes widened even more than when she had consumed the pills. Her little face radiated unprecedented brilliance. So hot, so fragrant, so delicious. For the next hour, the only sounds resonating in the Zifeng courtyard were the hearty crunching of bites, satisfied hums, and the occasional exclamations from a certain little girl. "Wow! This meat is so tender. This flavor is so unique. Oh, this is so chewy. Burp. So delicious." Chen also indulged himself, relishing the meal abundantly. The energy contained within the essence of the thunder jade rhinoceros was indeed formidable. As the roasted meat filled his stomach, it transformed into a warm current coursing through his limbs, swiftly replenishing the consumed fighting spirit. Satiated, the duo, one large and one small, sprawled unceremoniously on the soft grass. The warm glow of the setting sun filtered through the gaps in the purple maple leaves, enveloping them in a gentle warmth. Xian contentedly patted her plump little belly, her cherubic face adorned with a rosy glow of happiness. Burp. I am so full, utterly satisfied. Burp. But oh, it was delicious. Before she could finish her sentence, an overwhelming sense of fullness and the fatigue from a day filled with clandestine herb gathering, skirmishes, and indulgent feasting washed over her. Her enchanting violet eyes gradually fluttered shut, long lashes quivering slightly, her breath becoming steady and deep. In an instant, she lay down on the grass and fell asleep. Chen glanced at the sweetly slumbering girl beside him, her lips curling into a satisfied smile, a trace of grease lingering at the corners of her mouth. He paused momentarily, then chuckled silently to himself. With gentle care, he retrieved a soft, thin blanket from his storage ring and delicately draped it over Xian, tucking her in snugly. After completing this tender act, a wave of exhaustion surged over him as well. He leaned back onto the grass and soon succumbed to a drowsy slumber. As the sun slipped below the mountains, night quietly enveloped the surroundings. The Zifeng courtyard was tranquil, with only the faint chirping of insects breaking the stillness. Time passed, though how long he could not tell, until a sudden gust of night wind jolted Su Chen awake. Instinctively, he glanced at the spot where Xian had been sleeping, now empty, save for the blanket he had placed over her, which now rested snugly upon himself. He lifted the blanket, observing the faint remnants of yellowish medicinal stains and grease from roasted meat, and a warm smile crept across his face. The bonds of friendship, whether viewed as destiny or affection, often materialize in the most inexplicable ways. Though he had orchestrated their chance encounter with a specific intent, drawing closer to the Taishu ancient dragon, he recognized, as he gazed at the defenseless visage of the little girl and the blanket she had left behind, that he genuinely found her endearing. He would never deceive or harm her. And what of Xian? She had appeared out of nowhere, inexplicably charmed by delectable treats, primarily the medicinal pills, and had, in a whimsical turn of fate, covered him with a blanket. Perhaps, after her encounter with the esteemed Su Chen, she had subconsciously accepted this second individual who could earn her genuine regard. Ah, how wondrous life can be at times. Su Chen rose, folded the blanket, and stretched his limbs, feeling invigorated. He made his way to a small pavilion in the courtyard, brewed himself a pot of tea, and leisurely settled in. Observing the sky darken, Su Chen, a crisp voice, tinged with urgency, rushed towards him like a gust of wind. Before the call had fully dissipated, a resounding thud echoed from the sturdy gate of the Zifeng courtyard, protesting under the strain of an unexpected force. A flash of violet, a petite figure, resembling an uncontrollable projectile, hurtled into the pavilion with unrestrained momentum, crashing directly into Su Chen's embrace with astonishing precision. Thud! Su Chen barely had time to react before he felt a tremendous force collide with his chest, sending him, along with the stone bench beneath him and the teacup he had just grasped, flying backward. Crash! The teacup shattered into fragments. Crack! The stone bench splintered. Ouch! Su Chen landed hard on the grass outside the pavilion, his back sore from the impact. The force against his chest caused a rush of blood that nearly made him choke. Ouch, that hurts. Xian. Su Chen grimaced in pain. In the pavilion, Xian let out a startled exclamation as she was propelled backward, landing unceremoniously on her backside, shaking her slightly dizzy head. She finally comprehended the scene before her. Su Chen lay sprawled on the ground in evident agony, surrounded by shards of broken teacups and scattered debris. The realization struck her that her earlier rush had been reckless. With a sudden burst of energy, she sprang to her feet and hurried over to Su Chen, her small hands straining to lift him up. Her violet eyes brimmed with concern and a hint of embarrassment. Su Chen, are you all right? Does it hurt? I didn't mean to. I was just a bit anxious. Su Chen, massaging his chest and shoulder, couldn't he help but feel his irritation dissolve upon witnessing the little one's frantic demeanor. Chapter 67, Xian's Happiness. Xian felt Su Chen's large hand ruffle her hair, causing her cheeks to puff up like a bun. With both hands, she vigorously swatted away his hand, shaking her head defiantly, pouting in mock indignation. Humph, don't touch my head. I won't grow tall if you do. Next time. I promise I'll be more careful. Despite her fierce tone, relief was evident, accompanied by a hint of grievance. Su Chen, amused by her feisty reaction, chuckled heartily. All right. I won't touch. Now, our formidable and anxious Xian, what urgent matter required you to dash over to me? He exaggerated the words formidable and anxious for effect. At the mention of this, Xian promptly dismissed the earlier incident from her mind, her face lighting up with excitement once more. She swiftly retrieved an unassuming little pouch from her waist, producing an ancient-looking spatial ring, which she eagerly thrust into Su Chen's hands. Here, for you. Please transform all these delicious treats into those sweet, fragrant little pills from earlier. Her eyes sparkled like stars. Hee, these are the medicinal herbs I've gathered with great effort. Pausing mid-sentence, her large eyes darted around as if realizing her phrasing might be inappropriate. She quickly corrected herself, clearing her throat. These are the herbs I've been saving for a long time. Yes. She nodded emphatically, emphasizing, they are mine. Take whatever you fancy, just refine the rest for me. Her expression was a delightful blend of pride and anticipation. Su Chen accepted the spatial ring, feeling its weight immediately, as his consciousness delved inside. He was taken aback despite his expectations. The interior was a veritable mountain of medicinal herbs, exuding a rich aroma and potent energy. Though he was not an alchemist and lacked detailed knowledge of their value, he certainly recognized their quality. Among them, he spotted a few glimmering 5th-grade shimbing spirit fruits. And tucked away in a corner were several extraordinary 6th-grade dragon blood mushrooms, radiating a captivating aura. The bulk of the collection consisted of 5th-grade herbs, pulsating with abundant energy. Such a treasure trove was befitting of one who could freely access the medicinal repository. Impressive, Xian. Your reserves are indeed substantial. Su Chen exclaimed with genuine admiration. Of course. Xian responded proudly, lifting her chin. Without further delay, Su Chen settled cross-legged in the courtyard. Extending his right hand, a vigorous crimson flame surged into existence. Its temperature meticulously controlled by him. He poured out all the medicinal herbs from his spatial ring, creating a small mountain of ingredients before him. With a surge of immense spiritual energy, flames split into several streams, precisely enveloping the various herbs. Under Su Chen's formidable control of his fighting spirit, The herbs were swiftly refined, yielding a concentrated and potent essence of medicinal liquid. Next came the moment for Su Chen's exclusive secret blend of spices. Like a magician, he produced several small jade vials, flicking his fingers to blend powders of different hues, exuding an extraordinary fragrance into the swirling essence. The bitter taste of the medicine was instantly neutralized and transformed, replaced by a medley of enticing aromas, sweet, fruity, and fragrant with the scent of herbs, more alluring than a candy shop. With practiced skill, Su Chen utilized his formidable fighting spirit to maintain an efficient assembly line process. He meticulously controlled the infused essence, dividing, shaping, and condensing it rapidly, resulting in plump, glossy little pills that tumbled like a waterfall into the pre-prepared jade vials. 2 hours passed swiftly. As the final drop of medicinal liquid solidified into a pill and fell into the vial, Su Chen let out a long breath. The flames in his palms extinguishing quietly. Before him stood neatly arranged over 1,000 jade vials, brimming with pills. Done. Su Chen wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow and handed the filled spatial ring to the eagerly awaiting Ziyan. She snatched the ring and, with a sweep of her consciousness, scanned its contents. Each vial was filled with fragrant little pills, perfectly aligned. Wow, so many. The little one's mouth stretched into a wide grin, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Clutching the spatial ring, she beamed with delight, bouncing excitedly on the spot. Her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Su Chen, you're amazing, she exclaimed, offering her exuberant praise without reservation. Seeing Ziyan's elated demeanor, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl truly was easily satisfied. Cradling the spatial ring like a treasure, Ziyan looked up at Su Chen with sparkling eyes and suddenly declared, Su Chen, the roasted meat you make and the pills you refine are both delicious. From now on, I'll live here with you. Without waiting for his consent, she dashed up the small staircase like a returning bird, breezily pushing open the door to the room next to Su Chen's, striding in with confidence. Seemingly ready to settle in, Su Chen gazed at the open door, shaking his head with an amused smile. Let her stay, after all, this maple courtyard is spacious enough. Having more little girls around adds a lively atmosphere, and at least no one dares to cause trouble. With that thought, he sat cross-legged in the center of the courtyard, beginning to circulate his fighting spirit to recover from the exhaustion of refining medicine and practicing combat techniques. Meanwhile, in Ziyan's new room upstairs, the little one was absolutely thrilled. Like a small queen surveying her domain, she tossed herself onto the soft bed, rolling comfortably before pulling out a vial of pills. Ah, she exclaimed, popping one into her mouth and chewing happily. Then she moved to the table by the window, swinging her short legs while admiring the shadows of the purple maple trees outside and savoring the different flavors of the pills from various vials. This one is so sweet, like flower nectar. Oh, this one is a bit tangy, quite appetizing. Wow, the fragrant and sweet aroma wafted through the air, accompanied by an enchanting freshness. It was undoubtedly the most delightful experience. The room resonated with the contented murmurs and the sounds of chewing from Ziyan, who felt that after all these years, today was the pinnacle of happiness. With delectable medicinal pills as snacks in the presence of Su Chen, who grilled mouth-watering meat. Everything was perfect. The following afternoon, under the gentle embrace of sunlight, Su Chen was diligently practicing combat techniques in the central courtyard, each movement slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh. Meanwhile, Ziyan leisurely reclined atop the glazed tiles of the pavilion, her little feet swinging playfully. In her hand, she held a small jade vial, occasionally tossing a vibrant green pill into her mouth, squinting her eyes in bliss as she savored the sunlight and her treats, utterly content. In this tranquil moment, a thunderous crash abruptly shattered the serenity of Zifan courtyard. The sturdy courtyard door was violently kicked open by sheer brute force, the hinges groaning under the strain. A throng of individuals stormed in, led by a young man clad in a brocade robe, his demeanor radiating arrogance as he raised his chin almost to the heavens. Following him were a dozen scowling inner courtyard disciples, among them the resentful Lin Ming and his brother Lin Jie. Su Chen, come out. Have you dared to touch anyone from my dragon gang? The young man, who was the vice leader of the dragon gang and ranked 10th on the inner courtyard's strong list, a formidable 8-star Doling named Long Zitian, stood nonchalantly in the center of the courtyard, his voice dripping with bravado. From the pavilion's rooftop, a languid yet youthful voice floated down, tinged with annoyance at the interruption. So, you are from the dragon gang? You kicked down my door? You were here to trouble Su Chen? The three rapid-fire questions grew increasingly frigid. Before the last word faded, a streak of purple light erupted from the pavilion, piercing through the air with a shrill whistle, descending upon Long Zitian in an instant. He barely had time to blink before a figure clad in a purple dress appeared right before him, mere inches away. On her exquisitely sculpted face was a hint of irritable menace. Long Zitian's pupils constricted in terror as a primal fear surged from the depths of his being. He finally recognized the face that was considered a taboo within the inner courtyard. Why you are? His throat felt constricted, his voice trembling with horror. Unfortunately, he could not utter the words Power King before boom. A seemingly delicate yet devastatingly powerful fist struck his chest, reinforced with battle armor. The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed clearly. Long Zitian didn't even have a chance to scream as he was launched backwards, as if struck by a colossal battering ram. His feet left the ground, his body curling like a shrimp, hurtling out of Zifan courtyard at a speed tenfold that of his entrance, leaving behind only a blurred shadow. After tracing a long arc through the air, he landed with a dull thud on the stone path outside, lying motionless, oblivious to his fate. The entire sequence transpired in a dizzying flash. In the fleeting moment from Xian's inquiry to Long Zitian's departure into the skies, silence reigned supreme. An eerie stillness enveloped the entire Zifan courtyard. The fierce dragon gang enforcers, including the Lin brothers, who had been so menacing just seconds ago, were suddenly immobilized as if ensnared by a spell. The arrogance, ferocity, and malice etched upon their faces were instantly replaced by an overwhelming dread and disbelief. Their eyes bulged, mouths agape as if they could swallow a fist. Their bodies rigid as though sculpted from stone. The vice leader, a pinnacle of the 18th Stardo spirit, felled in a mere blow, amidst the suffocating fear. A voice, trembling and tinged with a wail, broke the silence, uttering the name that could quell a child's night cries in the inner courtyard. Wail. The mighty king of strength. Run for your lives. This piercing scream ignited a powder keg of panic. Good heavens. Flee. Get out of the way. The once menacing group of a dozen souls instantly scattered, their spirits evaporating. The titles of vice leader, the dragon gang's pride, and thoughts of vengeance were all cast aside. They shrieked in terror, shoving each other aside, tumbling and scrambling as if pursued by demons, frantically rushing towards the gate. Wishing they had been born with 2 extra legs. The Lin brothers, caught in the throng, found their minds blank. The chilling essence of the mighty king of strength compelling them to join the frenzied escape. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard that had been teeming with life was now deserted, save for Su Chen and the small figure languidly reclining atop the pavilion. Listening to the chaotic retreat and the moniker of the mighty king of strength, Xian huffed in discontent, evidently unimpressed by the nickname. Su Chen, witnessing this dramatic scene, couldn't help but chuckle. He approached and looked up at Xian on the pavilion roof. The little one was pouting, a look of annoyance adorning her face. Clearly disturbed by the commotion, Su Chen, still reeling from Xian's astonishing display of power, shook his head, bemused as he called out to her atop the pavilion. All right. You've scared everyone away, come down. Xian nimbly leaped down, landing gracefully before Su Chen, her little face still sporting a hint of displeasure. Her lips pursed as if to hang an oil bottle. Seeing her adorable, pleading expression, Su Chen's heart melted, and he couldn't resist ruffling her hair. Fully aware of the impending protest. Hey, Su Chen, no touching my head. I told you it would stunt my growth. Xian instantly resembled a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, clasping her head with both hands, glaring at Su Chen in indignation. However, the displeasure in her gaze had notably diminished, now more akin to a playful pout. He paused deliberately, and indeed, Xian's large violet eyes sparkled with anticipation. Let us go. I'll treat you to roasted meat. As much as you desire. Really. Upon hearing roasted meat, her previous annoyance dissipated like smoke. Her eyes shone brightly, akin to 2 radiant amethyst gems. With an exuberant cheer, she tugged at his clothing, looking up with eager expectation. I want the biggest piece. The one sizzling and dripping with oil. No problem. Su Chen readily agreed, playfully tousling her hair. This time, Xian was so preoccupied with thoughts of barbecued meat that she forgot to protest, perhaps not even wanting to. Grasping her little hand, they made their way to the open space in the courtyard. Walking and walking, it was time to grill. As for the dragon gang and its members who had fled in fear, who were they? Unfamiliar faces. At this moment, nothing was more important than indulging in barbecue. Chapter 69. Consuming the devouring life pills, Su Chen swiftly set up the grill, producing his treasured thunder jade rhinoceros meat. He ignited the fire, roasting the meat, and sprinkled on his secret spices. The familiar, overwhelming aroma of meat once again wafted through the entire Zifan courtyard. Xian, perched on her little stool beside the grill, rested her chin on her hands, her eyes fixed intently on the gradually golden and crispy barbecue, her small face radiating pure desire and happiness for the delicious food. While turning the meat, Su Chen wore a relaxed smile. Troubles? With the divine presence of Xian, who would dare to cause any? To resolve issues effortlessly while relishing a warm barbecue moment was truly delightful. Su Chen, is it ready? How much longer? Can I eat this piece yet? The little one inquired every so often, her eager expression utterly adorable. Su Chen monitored the cooking, occasionally flipping the meat to ensure every side was golden and crispy. While grilling, he casually asked Xian, that mighty king sounded quite formidable, didn't it? Upon hearing that nickname, Xian pouted, a hint of grievance in her voice. Humph. That was just them shouting nonsense. It sounds awful. Not pleasing at all. I'm clearly so cute. She waved her tiny fist in protest. Suppressing a chuckle, Su Chen agreed. Yes, indeed cute. Our Xian is the cutest. Yet inwardly, he mused, while she was undeniably adorable, that little fist was quite intimidating. At last, the meat was ready. Su Chen sliced off the juiciest, most aromatic piece, sizzling with juices, and presented it on a jade plate to Xian. Wow, thank you, Su Chen. Xian exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she took the plate, unbothered by the heat, and with a hearty bite, she let out a puff of steam. Refusing to release her grip, her face was instantly illuminated with immense joy. It's delicious. Su Chen's grilled meat is the best. At that moment, the Zifan courtyard was filled solely with the sounds of meat being devoured and Xian's contented hums. Beneath the moonlight, the duo's figures appeared particularly harmonious. At the Dragon Gang headquarters in a lavishly decorated hall, the atmosphere was unbearably oppressive. The gang leader, Long Xiaotian, third on the strength rankings, peak of 9-star doling, sat in the main seat, his expression as dark as thunderclouds. He bore a resemblance to Long Zitian, but was more robust, his aura significantly deeper. At that moment, he was gazing at his brother, Long Zitian, lying on a stretcher, his chest caved in, pale and unconscious, his eyes filled with malevolence. You say it was a little girl in a purple dress? Long Xiaoyan's voice was cold, devoid of any discernible emotion. Why yes, leader. A member present at the time stammered. With just one punch, the deputy leader was sent flying. There was no resistance at all. We were all stunned, and then someone shouted, Mighty King! Mighty King! Long Xiaoyan's pupils abruptly narrowed, and his hand, resting on the armrest of the chair, instinctively gripped tightly, resulting in a resounding crack as he crushed a piece of the sturdy wooden armrest. The hall fell into an instantaneous silence, with even the sound of breathing becoming imperceptible. This name held an air of mystery within the inner courtyard. Few were acquainted with it, yet it symbolized undeniable power and insurmountable trouble. The first-ranked enigma of the inner courtyard, the mighty girl, was none other than the formidable Wang. Previously, Long Xiaoyan, skeptical of superstition, dared to challenge the mighty girl, only to be cast down from the platform with a single punch. His expression shifted tumultuously, ultimately settling into a profound wariness tinged with resignation. He inhaled deeply. Stifling the tumultuous wrath within, his voice regained its composure but resonated with an unmistakable authority. Carry the vice leader away for treatment. Relay the order. From this day forth, all members of the Dragon Gang, including myself, shall steer clear of the Zifeng courtyard. Keep your distance from that little girl in the purple dress. Avoid her at all costs. Should anyone dare to provoke me again. His gaze swept across the now silent assembly, his tone icy. I shall personally deal with him. Do you understand? Yes, leader, came the unified response, laced with fear and reverence. The Lin brothers, Lin Ming and Lin Jie, lowered their heads, cold sweat trickling down their brows, their last vestiges of vengeance against Su Chen evaporating entirely. What a jest, to provoke that little ancestral spirit. Not even 10 lives would suffice. Who exactly was Su Chen? How could he possibly have the audacity to allow that little scourge to reside in the Zifeng courtyard and even come to his aid? At that moment, the Dragon Gang comprehended the taboo surrounding the Zifeng courtyard. Henceforth, the Zifeng courtyard and the little girl became an absolute forbidden zone in the hearts of the Dragon Gang members. This news spread like wildfire throughout the inner courtyard. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days elapsed. Within the Zifeng courtyard, Xian lay sprawled on a smooth, large blue stone, basking in the sun, cradling a jade bottle, occasionally tossing a candy-like pill into her mouth, her tiny feet swinging contentedly. Su Chen stepped out, appearing to have reached his pinnacle, his gaze sharp and his aura harmonious. Xian, Su Chen approached the blue stone, looking up at the sunbathing little ancestor. Xian, with a pill in her mouth, mumbled indistinctly, her large eyes lazily glancing at him. Upon hearing Su Chen's intention to enter seclusion, Xian instantly perked up, springing up with a vigorous motion, placing the jade bottle aside. Her small hands patting her flat little chest with a resounding clap, her face brimming with solemnity. Count on me. Rest assured, with me around, not even a mosquito shall dare to disturb you. Whoever attempts to interrupt, I shall send them flying with a punch. As she spoke, she waved her little fist in a show of bravado, embodying the essence of the Zifeng courtyard's foremost guardian. Amused by her earnest demeanor, Su Chen could not resist the urge to ruffle her hair. Then I leave it to you, Xian. Oh, I told you not to touch my head. Xian deftly dodged, puffing her cheeks in protest, though her eyes betrayed no genuine anger. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze profound and tranquil, reminiscent of an ancient well's still waters. With a flick of his wrist, 2 distinctly different jade boxes materialized before him. The left jade box, crafted from fine, cold jade, felt smooth and cool to the touch. A prime specimen of exquisite craftsmanship. The box lid opened, revealing a pill the size of a longan, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. The surface of the pill radiated a luminous aura, as if it contained an inexhaustible source of life, exuding a robust yet gentle vitality that invigorated the spirit, nourishing the very soul. This was the mid-level grade 7 elixir of longevity, a miraculous creation that harnessed the forces of nature to extend one's lifespan. In stark contrast, the jade box to the right was crafted from ordinary dark green cold jade, plain and unadorned. Upon lifting the lid, another pill of the same size lay within. But this one was as black as ink, its surface marred by countless intricate and ominous crimson patterns. It emitted no fragrance, rather, it resembled a void, silently exuding a chilling aura of dread and death. Within it resided a frenzied, desperate will to burn, a last resort elixir that exchanged life for power, drastically enhancing strength at the cost of one's lifespan. Regardless of the original longevity of the user, it ultimately left them with only 3 years to live, a true dead-end elixir. Su Chen's gaze, sharp as a blade, was fixed unwaveringly on the cursed black pill. In the depths of his eyes, there was no fear, no hesitations. Not even a ripple of doubt, only an absolute resolve, crystallized to its utmost. It was a determination that transcended life and death, a will to embrace life through death. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to expunge the last vestige of hesitation from his chest. He extended his hand, fingertips turning pale from the intensity of his resolve. Moving slowly yet with remarkable steadiness, devoid of any tremor, as he precisely pinched the black pill from the jade box, without a moment's hesitation. Granting himself no opportunity for regret, Su Chen abruptly tilted his head back and unflinchingly placed the ominous, doom-laden pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact. Boom. An indescribable force, seemingly emanating from the deepest abyss of the underworld, unleashed a frigid and brutal energy, exploding within Su Chen's mouth like countless searing, venomous steel needles. This energy was not of heat, but rather an extreme cold that penetrated to the marrow, freezing the very essence of his soul, accompanied by a destructive will capable of incinerating rational thought. This violent torrent of annihilation surged down his throat with unrestrained ferocity, akin to a cataclysmic tide breaching a dam, fiercely flooding his limbs and bones. It coursed through his resilient veins and into the well-established reservoir of his dantian. Moreover, an invisible, icy despair gnawed at the depths of his soul like a venomous serpent. Ack! A guttural cry, stifled to the extreme, erupted from the crevices of Su Chen's clenched teeth, as if his very soul was being forcibly torn asunder. His handsome visage twisted grotesquely, muscles convulsing, and the veins beneath his skin bulged ominously, taking on a dark red-purple hue, as if on the brink of bursting. The veins on his forehead, neck, and arms writhed like a frenzied black dragon, burning life, devouring existence, seizing longevity. An indescribable agony swept through every corner of Su Chen's being. The chilling and violent potency surged within him, igniting a multitude of dormant volcanoes in an instant. Lava erupted, incinerating his very organs. It was as though countless insatiable, bloodthirsty ants burrowed deep into his marrow, voraciously gnawing and sucking. The excruciating sensation from the depths of his soul rendered his vision a swirling abyss, as if his consciousness had been thrust into a merciless grinder. With a gasp, scalding blood erupted from Su Chen's mouth, splattering onto the bed, where it was instantly transformed into charred clots by the searing heat. His body convulsed violently, twitching like a fragile boat tossed amidst tempestuous waves. On the verge of being utterly torn asunder, the crimson-hued battle armor instinctively materialized upon his skin, striving to shield its master. Yet, under the relentless onslaught of this primal, tyrannical energy of destruction, the resilient armor emitted a disconcerting cracking sound, quickly becoming riddled with web-like fissures, flickering ominously like a candle in a tempest, desperately resisting the internal storm of annihilation. Hold on. Su Chen's soul roared in a frenzied lament within the boundless sea of torment. Deep within his eyes, now nearly engulfed by a rich crimson hue, a flicker of willpower akin to an ancient star, eternal and unwavering, flickered defiantly amidst the raging storm, refusing to be extinguished. His consciousness stood resolute like a rock amidst surging tides, undeterred by the violent onslaught. What sustained him was an unyielding resolve to grow stronger. In the courtyard, the sun-soaked blue stone beneath her felt warm to the touch, as Xian, who was leisurely enjoying snacks, suddenly stiffened. She abruptly sat up, her beautiful violet eyes locking onto Su Chen's secluded chamber. A faint yet ominous aura, barely perceptible yet potent enough to raise the scales on her dragon form, despite her transformation, permeated the air. It was a scent intertwined with pure destruction, frenzied combustion, and profound silence. It clashed starkly with the gentle and pure essence of Su Chen's battle energy, exuding a repugnant negativity. What on earth is Su Chen doing? She murmured under her breath, anxiety evident in her voice. This aura unsettled her, instinctively evoking a sense of peril. But had Su Chen not claimed that his seclusion was merely to break through his bottleneck? A day stretched painfully long amidst Xian's growing unease. 7-star Battle Master. 8-star Battle Master. 9-star Battle Master. In an instant, he shattered the barriers of the Battle Master realm, his aura surging dramatically as he stepped into an entirely new domain. Battle Spirit. 1-star Battle Spirit. 3-star Battle Spirit. 7-star Battle Spirit. Pinnacle of 9-star Battle Spirit. The velocity of this ascension was astonishing, completely defying logic. It was akin to being propelled by a rocket. Finally, upon reaching the zenith of 9-star Battle Spirit, that tumultuous energy seemed to coalesce at its apex. Crack! A sound reverberated from the depths of his soul, akin to the shattering of barriers. An aura far surpassing the dominance of a battle spirit erupted from the room like a long-slumbering ancient beast awakening in fury. A crimson-hued beam of battle energy shot skyward, though obstructed by the roof. Its essence permeated through, and a heavy pressure rippled outward like waves. 1-star Battle King. Chapter 71. Xian's concern under the formidable potency of the life-devouring pill. Su Chen's aura surged, transcending a chasm that many might never cross in their lifetime, solidifying his status as a 1-star Do Wang. Yet, alongside this powerful aura, an overwhelming and chilling aura of death permeated the air, as if the room housed not a newly ascended Do Wang, but rather a skeletal figure that had just clawed its way out of a grave, burnt and lifeless. Su Chen. Xian could no longer contain her anxiety and intense curiosity. This aura of death rendered her utterly distraught. With a wave of her delicate hand directed at the closed door, a shimmering silver vortex abruptly materialized before her. Without hesitation, she darted inside. In the next moment, she found herself silently standing before the bloodied and unstable Su Chen, who was seated cross-legged. What greeted her was a visage filled with urgency, concern, and disbelief, her violet eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Good heavens! Su Chen was taken aback, nearly leaping from his bed, a sharp cough escaping his lips. Xian, how did you get in here? His voice was hoarse and dry, scraping like sandpaper. Su Chen, your lifespan. Xian disregarded his shock, her small finger pointing at him, her voice trembling with a sob. She could clearly see the flickering flame of his life, weak and nearly extinguished, ensnared by the oppressive aura of death that chilled her to the bone. How could you end up like this? What on earth did you consume? Seeing Xian on the verge of tears warmed Su Chen's heart, albeit with a tinge of bitterness. He raised his arm, intending to comfort her by ruffling her hair, only to find his limbs exceedingly heavy, the skin beneath marred with sinister crimson veins. He managed a weary smile, his voice raspy. It's nothing serious. I merely consumed a 7th-grade pinnacle elixir, the life-devouring pill. The name was foreign to Xian, her large eyes filled with confusion and urgency. Is it that powerful? Can it elevate you to Do Wang in an instant? But the cost, Su Chen interrupted, his tone chillingly calm. pointing at himself. Is merely 3 years of my lifespan. What? Xian's beautiful eyes widened in horror, her pupils constricting violently. Her mouth fell agape, as if struck by lightning. She felt as though an invisible hand had gripped her throat, her complexion paling to that of a specter. 3 years. She lunged towards the bed, grasping Su Chen's wrist, the cold and rigid touch saturated with death sending shivers through her small hand. You madman! Su Chen, you are insane. Why would you consume such a thing? With your talent, you could attain Do Wang in just a few years. She was a tempest of anger, anxiety, and heartbreak. Tears finally brimming in her eyes as her voice choked. Come, we must go. We need to find old Su. He must have a way. He is a Dozong. He possesses vast knowledge. Perhaps, just perhaps, he can find a method to prolong your life. She implored, attempting urgently to pull Su Chen from the bed. Su Chen quickly steadied himself, feeling exceedingly weak and genuinely fearing that this little ancestor might pull him apart. Xian, wait, don't rush. Look at this. He pointed with one hand towards the cold jade box at the edge of the bed, which emitted a gentle, luminous sheen. Xian, interrupted by him, anxiously followed his finger. When her gaze fell upon the open jade box and the pill lying quietly within, radiating a spectrum of colors and exuding a profound, gentle vitality, a distinct sound of her swallowing echoed in the silent room. Xian's eyes instantly sparkled, akin to two suddenly ignited purple stars. The vibrant hues danced in her eyes, brimming with irresistible allure. She could distinctly sense the vast source of life contained within that pill, a veritable feast for her, the Taishu ancient dragon, which required tremendous energy for growth. Consuming it would undoubtedly save her years, perhaps even decades, of arduous cultivation, greatly accelerating her breakthrough to the 6th tier, Doubler Emperor. Saliva uncontrollably began to pool in her mouth as her small hand instinctively reached towards the jade box. Su Chen observed the momentary longing and struggle in her expression. A warm current of appreciation surging within him. This little one, though undeniably greedy, was still able to discern priorities at critical moments. Yes, Su Chen nodded. A weary but relaxed smile gracing his lips. This is a 7th grade pill, the Qi-Ling Shodan. It can extend my life by 20 years. As long as I successfully break through to the Dohuang realm within these 20 years, the damned side effects of the Shi Shengdan will be completely eradicated. 20 years. An extension of 20 years. It can even negate the curse of the Shi Shengdan. Xian's eyes erupted with ecstatic brilliance. The despair and sorrow from moments ago vanished in an instant. Really? That's wonderful. Su Chen, you are incredible. You managed to acquire such a treasure. Hurry, eat it. Do it now. She excitedly bounced twice by the bedside, urging him on, almost wishing to shove the pill into his mouth herself. Seeing Xian's sudden shift from despair to elation, more joyful than he himself was, Su Chen chuckled softly. All right, I shall consume it now. He picked up the warm, multicolored pill, feeling the immense vitality pulsating in his palm. Without further hesitation, he placed it in his mouth. Unlike the violent Shi Shengdan, the pill transformed into a gentle, vast warmth, flowing down like the tender rays of spring sunshine. This warmth swiftly dissolved the lingering chill and the agonizing pain left by the Shi Shengdan, melting away like ice and snow. The desiccated and cracked meridians, the ravaged internal organs, and even the nearly depleted source of life were nourished by this overwhelming life energy, greedily absorbing it and healing at an astonishing pace. The oppressive aura of death surrounding Su Chen dissipated rapidly, as if obscuring mist had been banished by sunlight. His pale, bloodless face visibly regained its rosy hue, and the ominous dark red veins beneath his skin gradually faded from view. It was as though he had transitioned from the depths of winter to the blossoming warmth of spring, radiating vibrant vitality. Chapter 72, Grand Elder Su Chen. An hour later, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze, there resided a brilliance, warm and serene, devoid of the previous ferocity, anguish, and lifelessness. Instead, it was replaced by an unprecedented fullness, vitality, and strength. Every cell in his body rejoiced, brimming with exuberant energy. The energy within him surged and stabilized at the level of a one-star Do Wang, as steadfast as a rock. He gently clenched his fist, feeling a power that surpassed that of his previous Do Shi phase by more than tenfold. With a subtle thought, a crimson-hued energy burst forth, coalescing behind him into a pair of resplendent, solidified wings of energy. The wings fluttered softly, and a gentle breeze swept through the room. Energy transformed into wings, soaring through the skies. A Do Wang powerhouse, a realm coveted by countless cultivators across the Dochi continent. This marked a true watershed. Upon entering this realm, one genuinely possessed the qualification to traverse the continent, recognized as a formidable being. The energy manifested as tangible wings, allowing one to glide freely in the heavens, and even to harness the energies of the world for one's own use, resulting in a qualitative leap in combat prowess. Many exceptionally gifted individuals might spend their entire lives, unable to surpass the pinnacle of Do Ling, forever unable to cross this chasm. Su Chen, how do you feel? Are you well? The ever-vigilant Xian, who had been anxiously waiting nearby, rushed over upon seeing Su Chen open his eyes, his demeanor evidently rejuvenated. Her large violet eyes fixed intently upon him, her small face radiating anticipation and concern. I feel unprecedentedly well. Su Chen beamed, revealing a set of pearly whites, his entire being brimming with vitality. I owe my tranquility during this critical moment to the diligent watch of my little guardian, Xian. Seeing that Su Chen was truly unharmed, Xian finally felt a profound sense of relief, her small face blossoming into a smile brighter than the sun. Kiki. I knew you would be fine. Su Chun is the greatest. Haha. It is also thanks to the admirable protection you provided. Zian. Su Chun's spirit soared. The joy of breaking through to Do Wang intertwining with the relief of having survived. To celebrate my ascension to Do Wang. And to express gratitude for the tireless guardianship of our little protector, let us feast. Barbecue. As much as you desire. Really. Upon hearing the mention of barbecue, Zian's eyes lit up, filled with excitement. Yay. That is wonderful. I want the largest piece, the kind that sizzles with oil. Let us go, let us go. She eagerly grabbed Su Chun's hand, practically dragging him out as if fearing he might change his mind. Su Chun stumbled slightly from her pole, a mix of amusement and exasperation on his face. Slow down, slow down. I've only just come back to life. I can't withstand another collision. Just then, a gentle yet vast aura suddenly enveloped the entire Zifeng courtyard. It was as if a spring breeze had swept through, silent yet imbued with a calming power. Shortly thereafter, an elderly figure clad in a simple gray robe appeared at the doorway without warning, as if he had always been there. It was none other than Su Qian, the grand elder of the inner court and a Dozone powerhouse. Su Qian's gaze first fell upon Su Chen, and a flicker of barely perceptible astonishment crossed his eyes. He distinctly sensed the stable aura of a one-star Do Wang emanating from Su Chen, along with a vibrant, vigorous life force that far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. This was starkly different from the violent breakthrough he had previously sensed, which was followed by a strong wave of deathly energy. What astonished him even more was the lingering presence of two exceedingly faint, yet soul-stirring auras of elixirs within the room. One was a destructive fury imbued with deathly silence, while the other emanated the vast and profound essence of life. The little fellow, just moments ago, Su Qian's gaze swept across the chamber. His voice gentle, yet piercing with an insight that seemed to penetrate all, ultimately settling upon Su Chen's face. The fluctuation of energy indicating a breakthrough to the Do Wang realm, coupled with that peculiar aura, was manifested by you? His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, clearly revealed that he had already surmised much. Upon seeing Su Qian, Zian instinctively sought to conceal the cold jade box containing the empty vessel of the Qiling Shodan behind her. A subtle action that did not escape Su Qian's keen observation. Su Qian's gaze lingered on the empty box for a fleeting moment before shifting back to Su Chen. The Shishang Dan. A distinct tremor finally crossed Su Qian's typically impassive visage. With his extensive experience, he naturally understood the implications of such a legendary 7th-grade elixir from antiquity. It was a fatal elixir that severed the path of life. His expression instantly grew grave, scrutinizing Su Chen once more to confirm that there was indeed no trace of deathly energy lingering upon him. You actually consumed the Shishang Dan. The price of that elixir remained unspoken, yet its meaning was unmistakable. A mere 3 years of lifespan remained. Su Chen responded calmly, subsequently gesturing towards the cold jade box that Ziyan had attempted to conceal. Fortunately, the disciple had prepared a 7th-grade intermediate elixir, the Qiling Shodan, which extended life by 20 years, thus averting disaster. The Qiling Shodan. The astonishment in Su Qian's eyes intensified. The Shishang Dan was already exceedingly rare, and the Qiling Shodan was a top-tier sacred medicine for healing and prolonging life. The simultaneous appearance of these two invaluable 7th-grade elixirs in the possession of an inner court disciple, along with their ingenious application, was nothing short of remarkable. Ultimately, Su Qian let out a long, complex sigh, his stern demeanor gradually softening, replaced by a profound sense of reflection and a subtle, almost imperceptible admiration. The name Shishang Dan and Qiling Shodan he repeated softly, embodying the extremes of destruction and vitality, shaking his head slowly. To gamble one's life for power. To use elixirs to prolong life. My dear little fellow, you possess quite the audacity. Fate is indeed capricious. He gazed deeply at Su Chen, his expression a blend of shock, understanding, and a hint of concern typical of an elder. To have traversed such perilous paths, and to have stepped into the realm of Do Wang. This mindset and fortune is something I have seldom encountered in my lifetime. After a moment's pause, Su Qian abruptly shifted the subject. Su Chen, having ascended to the Do Wang realm, according to the Academy's regulations, the Tianfenqi refining tower will yield limited benefits for you. Do Wang students may choose to graduate and leave the Academy, or he mused thoughtfully, stroking his beard. Remain in the Academy as an elder. Chapter 73, Honorary Elder Part 1. Upon hearing this, Ziyan immediately perked up, her small hands nearly crushing the cold jade box. The disciple wishes to remain in the Academy. Su Chen replied without hesitation, catching a glimpse of the relief that washed over Ziyan. However, he then shifted his tone, adding that the disciple could likely only serve as an honorary elder. After all, young individuals must venture into the world. Su Qian smiled as he took over the conversation, a look of contentment flashing in his eyes. Very well, I grant this. Tomorrow, we shall hold the elder ceremony for you. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, a gilded token gently landed in Su Chen's palm, its surface shimmering with the word honor under the setting sun. Suddenly, Ziyan sprang up from her seat, exclaiming, Does this mean I can come and play with Elder Rong every day? To spar. Her small, oily hands left 5 distinct prints on Su Chen's garment. Is that a reference to barbecuing? Su Chen chuckled softly, his tone shifting to seriousness. Now that the calamity of your lifespan is resolved and you have ascended to the rank of Do Wang, you must cherish this hard-won foundation and the time bestowed upon you. Do not become complacent, nor engage in such perilous ventures again, while it may be arduous. Breaking through to Do Wang within 20 years is not devoid of possibility. Should you have a legitimate need for resources from the inner court, feel free to seek me out. I eagerly await the day you truly shatter your shackles. Su Chen respectfully bowed. Disciples shall remember the Grand Elder's teachings. Su Chen nodded. Casting a glance at the somewhat guilty-looking Ziyin, mainly concerned about the missing medicinal herbs from the storeroom, but ultimately refrained from further inquiries. With a subtle motion, he vanished silently as he had arrived, as if he had never been there. Only a faint residual pressure in the air attested to the presence of this guardian of the inner court. Both Su Chen and Ziyin exhaled in relief. The invisible pressure from a Dozong expert was no trifling matter. You scared me to death. Ziyin patted her small chest, then complained. Old Su's gaze is truly frightening. I almost thought he was going to snatch my herbs. Oh, I mean your box. She hastily corrected herself, her cheeks slightly flushed. Su Chen chuckled at her antics. All right, the Grand Elder has departed. Now, it is time to fulfill my promise, barbecue. Plenty of it. Yes, barbecue. Ziyin immediately cast aside the earlier incident, her excitement rekindled as she tugged Su Chen towards the courtyard. Hurry, I'm starving. The last rays of the setting sun bathed the Zifeng courtyard once more, the enticing aroma of barbecue wafting through the air. Su Chen expertly turned the large pieces of lei yushi meat on the grill, the fat sizzling and crackling as it dripped, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. Ziyin, perched on her little stool, rested her chin on her palm, her eyes fixed on the meat, her face radiant with pure, blissful anticipation. Su Chen, is it done yet? She resumed her familiar rhythm of inquiry. Almost. Just flipping this piece. What about this one? It looks ready to eat. This one still needs a bit more time. In the smoky warmth of the barbecue, the duo's figures harmonized once more. The arrival of Elder Su Chen was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, briefly creating ripples yet affirming the authenticity of Su Chen's breakthrough while leaving behind profound expectations. The previous turmoil and life and death struggles seemed to fade in the warmth of the smoke and the Elder's approval. For Ziyin, the knowledge that Su Chen was safe and that there was barbecue to enjoy represented the greatest happiness. For Su Chen, the countdown to death had been extended to 20 years, with a clear target ahead, striving for Do Huang. And by his side, this gluttonous yet easily amused little Ziyin undoubtedly served as his warmest and most formidable companion. The road ahead, though still fraught with thorns, was illuminated by the warmth of the moment and the companionship that provided the most precious motivation for the journey forward. In the normally desolate courtyard, a throng of people has gathered, with nearly all the students from the inner courtyard drawn to the scene, their curious murmurs coalescing into a low, undulating tide of discussion. At the center of the square, the atmosphere is markedly solemn, led by Elder Su Chen, the influential elders of the inner courtyard, Elder Lu, who oversees the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower, Elder Li, in charge of the Medicinal Herb Repository, Elder Jiao from the Punishment Hall, Elder Bing, who teaches combat techniques, as well as Elders Wu and Lin, are all present, each bearing a grave expression and adorned in robes that signify their esteemed status. Dressed in a brand new Elder-S attire, Su Chen strides confidently toward the center of the square, the focus of many gazes upon him. His steps are steady, his demeanor composed. Had one not witnessed or heard of the terrifying surge of power from his breakthrough the previous day, they would scarcely believe that this seemingly tranquil young man is indeed a genuine Do Huang, a formidable warrior. Having greeted Elder Su Chen and the other elders with a respectful salute, Su Chen scans the familiar and unfamiliar faces around him. He briefly acknowledges Elder Lu's astonished gaze, Elder Li's approving smile, Elder Wu's scrutinizing assessment, and Elder Lin's complex expression with a nod. There is no need for excessive ceremony. Elder Su Chen replies with a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. An invisible pressure descends, silencing the once boisterous square to a pin-drop quiet. Today, I have convened you all to announce a decision of the Elder Council. All eyes, both those of the elders and the students, are firmly fixed upon Elder Su Chen, and more specifically upon Su Chen at his side. After a brief pause, Elder Su Chen directly states the matter at hand. Student Su Chen, a prodigious talent, has successfully shattered barriers and ascended to a collective gasp reverberates through the square. Despite prior speculation, the announcement of his promotion still ignites an uncontrollable uproar. Countless gazes turn fervent, filled with shock and disbelief. One-star Do Huang, Elder Su Qian's voice pierces through the clamor, clearly enunciating the heart-stirring 4 words. With that, the tranquility is utterly shattered. The sound of astonished exclamation sweeps across the square like a tidal wave. Do Huang, my senior brother has become a Do Huang? Good heavens, how long has he been in the inner courtyard? 10 days? Half a month? How is that possible? I remember he was just at a dosher before. Right? This rate of breakthrough is faster than a rocket. The terrifying pressure felt yesterday was indeed his ascension to Do Huang? How terrifying. One-star Do Huang. My goodness. The top 10 of the strength rankings are merely at the peak of Do Ling. He leaped directly to Do Huang? Could he have been concealing his strength? The discussions swell, filled with astonishment and incredulity. The way students regard Su Chen has irrevocably changed, from viewing him as a talented peer to recognizing him as a towering powerhouse. Among the crowd, the core members of the 3 major factions exhibit drastic changes in expression. Beside Han Xian, the leader of the Medicine Guild, a student well-versed in pharmacology stutters, "Leader, how old could he be to become a Do Huang? This defies logic. Did he consume some sort of miraculous elixir?" Han Xian's face is gravely serious, his eyes glinting with shock and a hint of avarice. The speed at which Su Chen has ascended is utterly bewildering, suggesting an extraordinary fate awaits him. He instinctively glanced at Su Chen, then at Su Chen. His mind a tempest of emotions. The status of honorary elder was now a different realm altogether for him. The head of the spirit pavilion, Ji Ling, ranked second in strength, crossed his arms, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixated on Chen, as if attempting to see through him. A companion beside him murmured, "Boss. This guy is too deep in concealment." Yesterday's commotion was actually him breaking through to the Dowang. This speed is virtually unheard of. Qi Ling inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, and stated solemnly, "Let us observe the developments. He certainly qualifies as a Dowang." Just days prior, they had been brimming with vengeance, only to be thwarted by a little girl who shattered their vice leader with a single blow. Today, the very target they sought to trouble had transformed into a formidable Dowang, now an honorary elder of the Inner Academy, standing shoulder to shoulder with their leader. If not higher in status, the stark contrast sent chills down their spines, leaving them in a state of dread. Upon their next encounter, they would not only be unable to threaten him, but would also have to bow respectfully, addressing him as Elder Su. "Damn it!" Lin Ming muttered a curse under his breath, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into flesh, feeling no pain, only a sense of frustration and cold dread. Their dragon gang had truly encountered a formidable obstacle this time. Chen appeared to anticipate the reactions from the crowd below, raising his hand to impose silence. His powerful aura once more rendering the square tranquil. Given Chen's attainment of the Dowang realm, according to the Academy's customary practices, he was eligible to graduate or remain as an elder. Chen continued to announce, his voice steady, that after deliberation by the Elder Council and with Chen's consent, he was formally appointed as the honorary elder of the Canaan Academy South Inner Court. Boom. Another bombshell. Honorary elder. Good heavens, how young is he? He has ascended directly to the rank of elder? Although it is an honorary title, it still denotes a revered status. From this point forward, we must all show respect. An instant rise to prominence. This brother Chen, or rather Elder Su, is the fastest graduate in the history of Canaan Academy. Elder Su is only about 14 years old, isn't he? The youngest elder in the Academy's history. Chen disregarded the renewed uproar, succinctly outlining the privileges and responsibilities of the honorary elder. Honorary elder Chen enjoys the corresponding status and resource privileges of an inner court elder, yet is not required to undertake specific administrative duties, allowing him freedom of movement and the option to leave the academy for training at any time. After concluding, Chen turned to Chen, a rare gentle smile gracing his face. "Elder Su, congratulations. Your elder token was bestowed upon you yesterday." Chen once more clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Grand Elder. Thank you for the Academy's trust." The ceremony unfolded with a simplicity that astonished everyone. There were no lengthy speeches, no complex procedures. Once Chen finished his announcement and nodded at Chen, he vanished in a shimmer, leaving the square filled with stunned students. Is that all? The highly anticipated appointment ceremony for the inner court elder lasted no more than 5 minutes from start to finish. The protagonist, Chen, barely spoke a few words. Chen himself exhaled, relieved at how swiftly the proceedings had transpired. He sensed the countless gazes directed at him, filled with awe, curiosity, envy, and jealousy, which made him feel slightly uneasy. His eyes casually swept the surroundings, and he even caught sight of a large tree in the distance where Xian was perched on a branch, swinging her legs, a blade of grass between her lips, evidently indifferent to the tedious ceremony. The expressions of the elders varied. Elder Lu appeared as though he had seen a ghost, quickly mustering a smile. "Ah, Elder Su. You are too modest." Elder Li smiled warmly. Elder Su is young and accomplished, with boundless potential. There is no need for such humility. Elder Wu's demeanor was grave as he nodded. Elder Lin's gaze was complex, but he ultimately nodded as well. "Congratulations, Elder Su." After the simple pleasantries concluded, Chen had no intention of lingering. He casually clasped his fists in salute to the dense crowd surrounding the square, acknowledging them, and then, under the multitude of awestruck and mixed expressions, he unfurled his golden-hued wings and departed from the bustling square, leisurely heading towards the Zifeng courtyard. Only after his figure vanished at the horizon did the silence of the square abruptly shatter, erupting into an even more fervent wave of discussion. "Did you see that? Elder Su's battle spirit wings. Is this what a battle king looks like? Incredible! He has only been in the inner courtyard for a few days, 10 days? Half a month? This record is likely unprecedented. What defines a genius? This is it. The Dragon Clan has truly met its match, having attracted such a calamity. From now on, treat Elder Su with utmost respect." Amidst the discussions, the members of the 3 major factions felt particularly complex emotions. The Medicine Guild pondered how to foster closer ties. The Spirit Pavilion assessed Chen's true combat abilities, while the Dragon Clan members appeared ashen-faced, feeling as though the sky had fallen in half. Zifeng courtyard. Chen staggered slightly from the impact as he looked at the small trinket hanging in the crook of his arm, bemused. All right, barbecue it is. However, Xian, your welcome ceremony is a tad too enthusiastic, don't you think? Humph. Xian scrunched her little nose, justifying herself. The barbecue you promised is the most important. Come on, let us go. Impatiently, she tugged at Chen, dragging him towards the grill in the yard. Chen chuckled and shook his head, allowing her to pull him along. The turmoil of the inner courtyard had temporarily settled, but his own journey was just beginning. At this moment, the most important task was to satiate the hunger of this ancient dragon by his side. Chapter 75, The Sky-Burning Refining Tower. On the morning following his elevation to honorary elder, Chen pushed open his door and inhaled deeply the fragrant air filled with the scent of grass and trees. Becoming a battle king marked a shift in his identity, yet he understood that the true challenges were only just commencing. The countdown to the 20 years of battle emperor status loomed over him like an invisible sword. He stretched his limbs, feeling the surging power of a battle king within him, and cast his gaze towards the distant, vaguely discernible pinnacle of the sky-burning refining tower. Xian. Su-chun walked to the old tree in the courtyard, calling out to the purple figure lounging on a sturdy branch, her legs crossed and swinging. Xian lazily opened one eye, a blade of grass still clutched in her mouth. What is it, Su-chun? So early in the morning. What? Startled. Xian nearly tumbled from the tree, hastily flipping over to sit upright, her wide eyes instantly widening in disbelief. To the chi refining tower? To cultivate? For how long? Her small face was etched with clear reluctance. Perhaps a few months, depending on the circumstances. Su-chun estimated the time required for the transition of cultivation methods. A few months. Xian promptly leaped from the tree, landing gracefully before Su-chun, her lips pursed in a pout. That's such a long time. No. What is so fun about the chi refining tower? It's stuffy and hot. Play with me instead. You're already an elder, not a student. Why must you stay there for so long? Her tiny hands instinctively tugged at Su-chun's shirt, her head slightly bowed. The violet hue of her large eyes glistening with evident moisture. Her long lashes fluttered like a small beast on the verge of abandonment, radiating a profound sense of reluctance and grievance. Observing Xian's pitiful, dependent demeanor, Su-chun's heart softened, but he was soon amused by her childlike display of emotion. I was dozing off. Xian huffed, swatting away Su-chun's playful hand as she attempted to tidy her hair. However, her accusatory gaze remained fixed on him. It's been months without barbecue, without pills, and without you. It's so boring. Oh, is that so? Su-chun deliberately elongated his tone, a glimmer of cunning mischief flickering in his eyes. It seems that the snacks I prepared are of no interest to someone? Snacks? Xian's ears perked up instantly, the grievance in her large eyes being replaced by curiosity and a hint of barely noticeable desire. What snacks? Are they delicious? With a subtle smile, Su-chun focused his thoughts and retrieved 2 translucent white jade bottles from his storage ring. The bottles were warm to the touch, subtly exuding the sheen of medicinal pills. More importantly, a wave of energy, immensely enticing to Xian, emanated from the bottles, enveloping the air with a palpable, pure essence, akin to a premium supplement tailor-made for magical beasts. Xian's eyes sparkled like 2 violet suns. Her petite nose twitched as she inhaled deeply, and saliva uncontrollably trickled from the corner of her mouth. She instinctively wiped it with the back of her hand, yet her gaze remained fixated on the 2 jade bottles, unable to divert even a fraction of her attention. Such treasures. What a delightful aroma. Su-chun, I can sense it. It's an extraordinarily good thing. Is it for me? Hurry, give it to me. Xian's excitement flushed her small face with color, erasing any trace of her earlier grievance. Her eager hands reached out towards Su-chun, practically yearning to snatch the bottles away. Watching Xian's eager expression, brimming with anticipation, Su-chun found her utterly adorable. He chuckled as he handed the 2 jade bottles to her, cautioning, "These are the beast essence pills that I specially had the alchemist refine for quite some time, 6th grade advanced pills, specifically for magical beasts. They contain an immense amount of energy. Remember, you may only consume one at a time. Wait until you have fully digested and absorbed the first one before taking another. Absolutely do not be greedy. Consuming too many at once could overwhelm your little stomach, leading to serious issues. Do you understand? I understand. One at a time. Digest before eating again." Xian nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement, completely captivated by the 2 jade vials in her hands. She held the vials tightly to her chest, her small face radiating immense joy and contentment. "You're the best, Su-chun. Go ahead and focus on your cultivation. I will be obedient. I promise to listen." She patted her little chest in assurance, the previous melancholy of parting long forgotten. Observing Xian's blissful demeanor, as though possessing elixirs rendered her invincible, Su-chun couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, for this little gluttonous dragon, elixirs served as the finest farewell gift. "I'm off now. Take care of yourself." With those words, he turned away, heading towards the direction of the flame refinement tower. Su-chun, good luck with your cultivation." Xian's voice echoed from behind, somewhat perfunctory, clearly distracted by her newly acquired treasures. As Su-chun departed from the Zifan courtyard and walked along the path to the flame refinement tower, he distinctly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Fellow students in the inner courtyard, whether strangers or acquaintances, immediately exhibited expressions of reverence upon catching sight of him, halting their steps to bow respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Su. I have come to pay my respects, Elder Su." "Good day, Elder Su." Before long, the imposing flame refinement tower, partially submerged underground with only its towering spire visible, came into view. Approaching the tower, a wave of overwhelming and searing fiery energy, mingled with the weighty essence of earth, rushed towards him. Although, with Su-chun's current strength as a 1-star Dowang, the energy within the tower would not yield the same benefits as it did during his Doling or Great Dosher phases. It nevertheless surpassed the ordinary cultivation environments outside by a considerable margin, especially the refining effect of the heart fire originating from the fallen heart flame, which still offered significant advantages for stabilizing his realm and honing his Dochi. Without hesitation, Su-chun stepped through the tower's entrance. Chapter 76. The 8 Desolations melting armor technique. As he entered the first level, an invisible sensation of intense heat enveloped him instantly. This was not merely the warmth of the air. Rather, it was a peculiar burning sensation that seemed to ignite within him, penetrating to his very soul. Suching instinctively halted his steps, aware that this was the power of the fallen heart flame at play. All newcomers or those who had not entered the tower for an extended period would undergo the trial of the heart fire's scorching. Standing still, Suching closed his eyes slightly, attuning himself to the invisible flames that sought to ignite his Dochi and emotions. For students below the Doling stage, this trial proved quite agonizing, necessitating their utmost resistance. The longer they persevered, the greater the rewards. However, at this moment, for Suching, a one-star Do Wong, the sensation was merely warm, akin to soaking in a hot spring. Unperturbed, Suching's formidable soul power and robust Dochi effortlessly subdued the minor heart fire. Within mere breaths, the encroaching flames were automatically dispelled by the stability of his Dochi. He slowly opened his eyes, only to discover that, in the brief instant he had paused, numerous gazes had converged upon him within the hall of the first level. Many students, either entering or preparing to cultivate, had halted, curiously and respectfully regarding him. Is that Elder Su? So young. Is he standing there motionless, ensnared by the heart fire? Could even a Do Wong be ensnared by the heart fire? It seems implausible. However, during the initial trial within the tower, I wonder how long Elder Su can endure? It is said that the stronger one is, the more formidable the heart fire encountered during the first experience. Surely, he must withstand it longer than us. After all, he is a Do Wong. The students murmured among themselves, their eyes brimming with anticipation, eager to witness the performance of this legendary elder. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated. What is all this commotion? Have you all forsaken your training? The crowd immediately parted, revealing Elder Lu, the overseer of the Tianfen Refinement Tower, who approached with a furrowed brow. His gaze swept over the assembly, and when it landed on Su Chen, who had just opened his eyes and stood at the center of the hall, the traces of impatience on his face vanished, replaced by a complex understanding and a hint of undeniable envy. Just days ago, he was a student, and today he stood as an elder, equal to himself. Ah, it is Elder Su, Elder Lu remarked, a smile breaking across his face as he hurried to Su Chen's side. You are experiencing the heart fire for the first time within the tower. I trust it only poses a minor inconvenience to a Do Wong like yourself? His words served both as an inquiry and an explanation for the surrounding students. How could a Do Wong be hindered for long by such rudimentary heart fire? Su Chen responded with a calm smile and a nod. Elder Lu, your discerning eye is commendable. Indeed, it is but a fleeting experience. His tone was composed, providing an avenue for Elder Lu to alleviate any concerns. Elder Lu felt a wave of relief wash over him, his smile growing more pronounced. So, Elder Su intends to cultivate within the tower? Given your prowess? The effects on the first and second levels may seem negligible. The refinement tower consists of 6 levels, with the energy becoming increasingly pure and potent as one descends. The 6th level boasts specialized cultivation chambers for elders, where the energy is most concentrated. You may proceed directly there. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Lu. Su Chen expressed his gratitude. Then, as if recalling something, he produced 2 jade vials and handed them to Elder Lu. These 2 vials contained 4th-grade Qingxing pills, which may offer some assistance against the fire poison. You have diligently guarded this tower day and night. Please accept this small token of appreciation. The Qingxing pills were crafted by the apothecary Do prior to Su Chen's arrival, and he had ample stock to extend this personal gesture. Elder Lu was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of delight. The Qingxing pills were a practical consumable for the elders stationed at the Tianfen Refinement Tower, ever threatened by fire poison. He had not anticipated such thoughtfulness from Su Chen and